yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports, persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita.
Kehidupan yang lalu memang sangat biasa. Aku penuhinya dengan warna. Tak kisah apa orang cakap, aku teruskan jua. Aku terus positif dan tingkatkan usaha. Bermula dari bawah, aku buktikan kemampuan. Hanya aku yang mampu mengejar cita-cita. Jadilah bintang. Be the superstar.
Hey, apa khabar semua hari ini? Bagi anda semua yang tengah bersiap-siap untuk menyambut Hari Raya esok, marilah kita sama-sama melayan sebuah lagu baru dari Homebois dan Mobile Legends. Enjoy semua!
Iba masanya, be the superstar, showing who we really are. All of the better, it's time to say the kosong-kosong di pagi raya.
All my family, yeah, all my homies. Mobile Legends brings us together. Tua ke muda, opi orang beginner. Susun jari maaf pun dipinta.
Hari raya like a superstar, tak boleh emak nak duit raya dari Mia. Dah macam superstar, nak makan besar. Maskan mak ni dahil get wins macam buah fella. Hati ampunkan salah.
One mission, one aim, straight up aku satu MVP. Jangan pulang kau frust, keep it in the family. Whole family tak unity, jalin rapi rapat ketupat sejiwa satu hati.
Bila tiba masanya, kita battle sampai semua bersengkam mata. Tiba pagi raya, maafkan semua usia. Susun 10 jari, ampun maaf dipinta. Opi ke beginner, bring us together. And then we show macam mana settle. Kita family, tak ada yang kita nak kena lupa. Ku pasti Mobile Legends untuk kita semua.
Gotta shout out to my homies, yeah. Apa khabar? Bina Adil, Wafa, Izin, semua tak sabar. I'm flexing on my skin, semua dah mesra. Better for the title, gonna get the point, let's start the game, oh yeah.
Iba masanya, be the superstar, showing who we really are. All of the better, it's time to say the kosong-kosong di pagi raya.
All my family, yeah, all my homies. Mobile Legends brings us together. Tua ke muda, opi orang beginner. Susun jari maaf pun dipinta.
Pakai jiwa weti, serai dua duduk diam jadi gerak pantas. Firework bang-bang, sikit OP up dah ke atas. Pagi raya we homies, push me ke glory. Rasakan kemenangan di pagi raya, no worries.
Yeah, tak perlu nak hide. Kena trust with squad. Level up sama-sama satu visi, always on guard. Want to come close, yeah. Even Lord kita sikat. Rendang lontong dodol on a roll, tak dekat tarikan. Yeah, no, bukan typical. Always ready for better with the legends in this world, yeah. Double kill, triple kill. Me next service like a boss. Going global with my boss, jadi MVP superstars.
Terancam bunga api, maybe tu ada Eudora. Mia hilang tu pasti, Riko balik dah habis nyawa. Habis puasa dah miti ku gori. Raya nanti boleh tolong carry keluarga. Hati-hati ku punya Nabi yang banyak api. Maybe tu nanti boleh jatuhkanlah bersama.
Wow. Oops, sorry guys. Terpaksa berhenti seketika sebab kita ada satu pengumuman penting nak kena buat. Hari Raya jatuh pada bukan esok guys, tapi lusa. Tak payahlah nak kelangkap.
Guys, saya lusa agak.
Ya, betul. Okey, tak apalah. Kita ML jom.
Jom.
Iba masanya, be the superstar, showing who we really are. All of the better, it's time to say the kosong-kosong di pagi raya.
All my family, yeah, all my homies. Mobile Legends brings us together. Tua ke muda, opi orang beginner. Susun jari maaf pun dipinta.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan permain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Memang banyak cabaran, tapi semuanya berikan aku pengalaman. Aku kena siap sedia, cari kekuatan untuk terus ke depan. Aku boleh buat dan kejar apa aku nak. Percaya pada perubahan. Jadilah bintang. Be the superstar.
Around as he managed to evade the silence, but then again he has to get away from Masaram as much as possible.
Alamak, satu outplay yang menarik. Bocah mungkin akan dikorbankan.
Imperial Justice melarikan diri. Penjahat.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita. Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense. Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita. This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution. Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat. So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group. Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja. That's right, and these teams will score based on those games. Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja. But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all. Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka. And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoff. Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff. All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3. Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7. Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins. Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals. The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals. Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan. Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life. Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals. Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals. Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini? The stage is set. Let the games begin. Ini gaya kita.
nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita.
Kehidupan yang lalu memang sangat biasa. Aku penuhi dengan warna. Tak kisah apa orang cakap, aku teruskan jua. Aku terus positif dan tingkatkan usaha. Bermula dari bawah, aku buktikan kemampuan. Hanya aku yang mampu mengejar cita-cita. Jadilah bintang. Be the superstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone.
aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu benda. Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 11 is powered by Munton. Official mobile internet, Hotlink. More internet, more speed, more Gaia with Hotlink. Game like a pro with ROG phone. Republic of Gamers, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Official gaming chair, OSIM. Partners in esports, AirAsia Super App, ESI, PKL, EGG, PSM, and Grand Pride.
Stadium Juara, are you ready?
First of all, sebenarnya saya nak beritahu saya daripada Tanjung Mali Perak yang jauh sana tu untuk datang sini untuk memastikan sokongan kepada tim Todak. Nampak game tadi terlalu hot, terlalu semangat dan itu yang kita nak.
Kita orang tetap belakang tim Hak sebab kita orang Eko tim Hak.
Tetap bersama dengan geng RSG. Sebab itulah saya menyokong pasukan RSG, tak kira menang atau kalah, tetap setia bersama RSG.
This is a great place for me. The crowd, the energy, semua ada, complete from A to Z.
For this season, memang very hot and spicy, which is banyak taunting and menarik. Lots of drama, and for me, this is the best MPL season lah.
I don't know who is Chiku. This is Chiku.
Kepada semua fans, tak kisahlah Homebois ke RSG ke Todak dan sebagainya. Terima kasih kerana support Liga ni, kerana meraihkan lagi MPL, and ya, tanpa support anda, rasanya dia tak akan semeriah ni.
Untuk season ni first time saya turun offline event. Saya rasa semakin minggu semakin high dan semakin bagus. Host, venue memang mantap. So harap-harap ke depan kita boleh buka venue lagi besar, lagi ramai boleh datang.
Saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kerana korang support MPL season 11 ni daripada first week sampailah ke week 6 ni.
Terima kasih saya sangat sebab still support kita orang walaupun kita orang tengah berusaha.
Terima kasih kepada semua fans MPL MY yang datang untuk support kita orang, support RSG dan juga tim-tim yang lain walaupun hujan, panas atau malam.
Terima kasih kepada semua fans SMG yang datang ataupun yang support daripada rumah.
Sangat berterima kasih mana yang support kita orang daripada tier 2 sampai ke MPL.
Kalian semua ada pemain ke-6 kita.
Korang semua adalah pemain ke-6 kita.
Kamu semua adalah pemain ke-6 kita.
Kamu semua adalah pemain ke-6 kita.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-11.
Sebelum kita sambut aksi-aksi Mobile Legends yang hangat di Playoff MPL Malaysia Season ke-11, marilah kita recap semula regular season kita secara ringkas. RSG Slate MY dan Homebois memulakan minggu pertama dengan prestasi yang cemerlang.
Killing spree untuk Rippo, double kill untuk Rippo, monster kill untuk Lingesan. Barbosa masuk ke dalam. Penda terus saja menangkap seorang pemain dan
manakala Todak terciduk terhadap gameplay kemas tim SMG. Tim SMG tetap bangkit dan mencapai rentak kemenangan dan tidak pernah dikalahkan sepanjang musim.
So we just want to try something new and we want to have fun. So kalau menang, we don't care.
Seterusnya, dengan kepulangan Rippo, hiburan MPL Malaysia telah level up dan menjadi lebih hangat. Serta komuniti MLBB juga memberi perhatian kepada kepentingan public speaking. Selain itu, banyak storyline dan drama juga muncul sepanjang musim. Pada masa yang sama, juara bertahan Team Hub tidak dapat memperbaiki prestasi mereka sepanjang musim. Akhirnya, Team Hub bersama Team Secret tersingkir dari MPL Malaysia. Sebaliknya, Red Esports mengejutkan komuniti dan menewaskan Red Esports di tiebreaker untuk secure upper bracket. Inilah bracket playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-11. Pasukan manakah akan mara all the way ke Grand Final dan mewakili Malaysia di MSC? Adakah anda sudah bersedia? Jom kita saksikan. Ini gaya kita. #Revolusi.
Selama 6 minggu daripada 10 pasukan, kini tinggal 8. Dan kita juga nak ucapkan di mana dekat depan kita, all of the teams perform dengan sangat-sangat baik. Tapi mereka dapat perform baik disebabkan semua kawan-kawan, family, fans, budak-budak publik yang datang daripada Johor, Melaka, Kelantan, Sabah, Sarawak, Terengganu, daripada semua Malaysia. Nama saya Lafel, bersama dengan saya Rose. Kita nak ucapkan selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-11 Playoffs!
Oh my god, the crowd is insane today. Hello semua.
Manja Rose hari ni.
Of course, kena manja. Pakai, come on lah.
Dan dengan manja ni juga, di mana seperti mana kita cakap, sekarang ni hanya tinggal 8 pasukan saja yang akan bertanding, di mana mereka bertanding untuk 3 benda Rose. Nombor 1, untuk menjadi juara MPL Malaysia musim ke-11. Nombor 2, tiket nak pergi ke MSC. Dan yang paling penting, nombor 3, mendapatkan hak mereka untuk taunting tim sebelah.
Betul tu. I rasa first match kita hari ni akan jadi the Battle of Taunting.
First match kita hari ni, sebelum kita buat tu, mari kita tengok balik bracket ni Rose.
Alright, so 8 pasukan berjaya mara ke peringkat ini selepas 6 minggu regular season. Dalam peringkat play-ins, Red Esports akan menentang RSG Slate MY dan kemudian Team Lunatix akan menentang Madness Esports. Dalam peringkat upper bracket quarterfinals pula, kita ada Homebois, the Red Esports yang akan menentang pasukan yang mara dari play-ins. Dan peringkat seterusnya, upper bracket semi-finals, Team SMG dan Todak pula akan menentang pasukan yang mara dari quarterfinals. Dan di peringkat semi-finals ini, mereka akan mempunyai nyawa kedua. Dan kita akan ada 3 perlawanan hari ini. So Lafel, what is the first contender for today?
Dekat sini seperti mana yang anda semua nampak, ini adalah perlawanan di antara RSG Slate MY menentang dengan Red Esports, di mana kita perlu ingatkan lagi, di mana kat sini dah kira kalah mati. Bila kalah tak semestinya mati, diorang hidup lagi. Cuma dalam pertandingan ini mereka akan disingkirkan.
Betul. So kali ini mati tak ada immortality.
Kali ini mati tak ada immortality. Jadi kat sini kita nak ingatkan kepada semua fans yang ada, korang adalah player ke-6. Tolong, saya nak dengar sekarang semangat untuk kedua-dua pasukan. Satu stadium roar!
Oh, the energy. Oh my god. Semua orang dah ready, tapi saya rasa lagi kuat. The players can hear you guys from the back. One more time. Stadium Juara, are you ready?
Dekat sini, dua-dua pasukan dah bersedia. Jadi marilah kita kenalkan Red Esports dan RSG Slate MY.
Red Esports.
Pasukan yang merah membara kini tampil beraksi di playoff MPL Malaysia. Walaupun bermula dengan perlahan, tetapi mereka membuktikan mereka masih layak untuk ke play-ins. Line-up utama mereka menjadi pertaruhan untuk perlawanan ini. Mampukah mereka menundukkan RSG Slate MY dan melayakkan diri ke peringkat seterusnya? Sama-sama kita saksikan kemampuan mereka untuk perlawanan ini.
RSG RSG Slate MY.
Pasukan berbaju orange biru kini hadir ke pentas playoff MPL MY. Momentum yang berubah-ubah tidak menghalang mereka untuk melayakkan diri ke play-ins. Kali ini mereka menurunkan line-up utama ke medan Land of Dawn. Adakah mereka sudah melakukan persiapan untuk menghadap dengan Red Esports? Adakah mereka akan berjaya? Let's look forward to it.
Mari kita teruskan. Okay, sementara player... Let us introduce the one who officiates the match and maintains MPL's integrity. Mereka inilah yang akan memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Head of League Ops, Jay. Head Marshal, Nicholas. Kedua-dua Marshal, Haikal dan Kibi. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda professionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn.
Dekat sini juga kita nampak dua-dua pasukan dah duduk dekat seat masing-masing. Crowd pun sekarang mereka tunjukkan energi yang sangat-sangat besar disebabkan ini adalah perlawanan yang sangat-sangat penting di mana setiap perlawanan akan rasa macam best of one.
Betul tu. Like I said tadi, mati tak ada immortality kali ini. And now that both teams look ready,
dekat sini, again, players, kita tunggu diorang sarung, Rippo cepat sarung.
Cepat.
Mereka akan sarung mereka punya headset. Ingat kepada semua orang, I want to hear the energy. So, untuk Red sahaja, let me hear you guys punya cheer. Let's hear it for Red Esports!
Very, very nice. Okay, RSG confirm tak nak kalah kan? Confirm tak nak kalah. Let me hear it from the side of RSG Slate MY.
Dengan dua-dua team dah bersedia, fans dah bersedia, kita akan throw pada casters. So, biasanya cakap apa? Players.
Teams, this is your moment. Game on.
The curtain rises upon the ultimate stage here as the final act of MPL MY Season 11 officially commences. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the MPL MY Season 11 Playoffs. And we're going to kick things off straight away with the play-ins. You're here on the English desk, joined by me, Staffa, as well as Terrence, aka Icy Baby 1-2, my friend. How do you feel right now?
I'm feeling good, and guess what? First time ever on the English broadcast, we are dressed like this, looking pretty slick, looking pretty fly, and guess what? What a way to start things off, especially during the Raya seasons, for those who are celebrating here in Stadium Juara for the playoffs in this case. Now, today's games are going to be extremely excited as well because it is going to be an elimination match for all the teams competing for today. Only one life, only one chance, and in this case, one ticket to represent for Malaysia, as the journey will be a 4-day back-to-back action series of Mobile Legends for the playoffs.
An absolutely terrifying prospect for the players up on stage, but pure entertainment for all of us MPL and MLBB fans here in Malaysia and everyone from overseas as well tuning in to join us to crown our newest champion. But before we can get there, the journey must start from humble beginnings. Up on stage right now, Red Esports and RSG Slate MY shall face off upon the Land of Dawn to see who will make it to the upper bracket quarterfinals.
Well, Red Esports and RSG, these are two teams that a lot of us did not really expect them to be in this position, because if you think about it, let's talk about the trend line of how they progressed so far during the regular seasons. And based up on the screen here, you can see this is pretty much the graph or journey of both the teams during their respective matches in every single week.
In this graph, we can see how the team scores have fluctuated and gone up and down over the weeks. As we note, Red Esports has had a significant improvement in their overall performance after their rookies, as well as the newer players brought in during transfer windows started getting used to the stage. And and new positions with Melcuti, Mal, Kyym, as well as Mom, all showing us what they're truly capable of.
Exactly. While RSG Slate MY, they spent a little bit of fortune to actually upgrade their team. People have had expectations of them performing really, really well. But what surprises us is that they flopped pretty hard despite having a very, very good performance during their first matches to begin with. But now, even on historical track record here, RED has pretty much won against RSG 2-0 during their matches on week 4. And that is something that I think that is going to put a emotional pressure towards RSG Slate MY, despite having a very, very high expectation from the community itself before the regular seasons.
But I think we could say the pressure is the same for the side of Red Esports as well. This is not a position they were supposed to be in when their upper bracket quarterfinal spot was taken away from them at the last moment due to their loss in the tiebreaker against Red Giants Esports. So both teams now find themselves in a situation where they cannot afford to drop this series. This is going to be a best of 3. Winner takes all, and the loser instantly goes home, unable to continue their journey in the playoffs.
Oh, this is going to be a tough one as well. But now, let's talk a little bit more on the playmakers between both these teams here. RSG side, it's got to be Rippo, and for Red, it's got to be Melcuti and Kyym. Talk me through these 3 players. But before that, while we're talking about this, let's head into the draft, because this is the first game of the playoffs. And it is going to be Red Esports versus RSG Slate MY.
Starting things off in a big way, the playoffs, the first series right here. Going to be a high stakes one. Red Esports going to have first pick. RSG Slate MY having second pick in return. Like you mentioned earlier, Terrence, the playmakers on either side have already made big names for themselves. Rippo joined RSG this season, but has already contributed significant gameplay and a majority of RSG Slate MY's strength. The question is whether the other players are going to be able to follow up.
Now, speaking of playmakers here, RSG Slate MY has been delivering, especially for Rippo, one of the biggest names coming into regular season. Didn't exactly get to showcase his skill. We've seen a lot of brilliance coming from him, but RSG Slate MY has kind of struggled during their synergy and chemistry as well as teamwork, and Red Esports is trying to exploit that. And you can see right from the get-go, they just don't want to deal with glue. They don't really want to play in a composition where they're forced to play a Faramis, which is something that I think a lot of teams has kind of adapted since coming from week number 6. So Faramis is pretty much out in the open. I'm not exactly sure if Red Esports seen it. I haven't seen Kyym kind of play a Faramis yet. But ever since his appearance during the later weeks of the regular season, he has been doing really, really well, which is kind of surprising as a rookie player.
Yeah, as a rookie player as well, he's been so loud on that stage. I'm loving the personality that these newer players have brought to Red Esports, because Melcuti and Kyym have really been livening up the atmosphere. Something that does surprise me though is the fact that Mal is going to be playing for Red Esports today. It is not Mom. So we haven't actually gotten to see Mal play for a few weeks now in the regular season. Excited to see whether or not he'll be able to catch up with the ever-changing meta.
Now, Mao has been known for his flashy plays as one of the strongest marksmen since his debut here in MPL MY, but ever since this season, his first appearance is going to be literally as a roamer, and we were kind of sketchy about it as well. But for him to actually, over the time, kind of improvise and actually progress, it shows that there is so much maturity coming from this player. But the question is, at this stage of the play-ins, is it worth the risk to actually gamble it against RSG Slate MY, considering that this is the play-ins, even though it's the playoffs, they only have one chance, one life. In this best of 3, loser is going to be eliminated.
Yeah, that just means that the stakes are ever higher right here, so you can expect a lot of seriousness. I like this Joy ban coming out of RSG Slate to finish things off. Since the Minstar was already banned out by Red Esports, it seemed very likely that they would go for that. And now that the bans have concluded, we'll see what's going to be the first choice for Red Esports. As much as this is a match between the players, I feel like we also have to highlight that this is a match between the coaches. Sora Bayong and Kuja are very accomplished mentors in the MPL scene, and I imagine neither of them want their squad to be in this position.
Now, Red Esports, they are always going to be leaning on Mel QT to be leaning on their Claude pickup. Is he going to start things with it up? No! They actually go for the 1-1. Surprise, surprise! 1-1 completely slid off the match. And this time, they are going to get in their favor. I was expecting maybe a Fredrin priority coming from Red Esports, but it seems like RSG Slate MY might be able to pick it up themselves and maybe force Kyym to actually play the Yiv. But interesting enough, Kym's debut from Red Esports has been delivering so well.
Yeah, Kyym has been doing a pretty good job so far, though his main heroes are very obviously going to be that Pharsa as well as Eve. He enjoys the artillery mage style. As for RSG, typically in this position, teams like to pick up the Fredrin or the Martis, and then the Pharsa or Eve, or the Valentina. But that will depend on whether or not RSG Slate wants to vary things up. Part of the reason that they started performing less consistently towards the later half of the regular season was because their drafting, their gameplay became very predictable for other squads. But looks like sticking it to the safe path is what they're going to choose today.
Huh, this is kind of interesting. I know for a fact that even in the Indonesian region, they do prioritize Pharsa over Valentina just because the instant burst comes in a little bit more value in this current patch compared to a Valentina, which is a little bit more reactive. But based on the fans as well, we can see it from the perspective of the players himself. Kyym saying hello mom in his own language. Kyym, his first appearance here, is going to be a lot of pressure. Hopefully he is going to be able to deliver. However, the question here remains here, Red Esports, are they going to force to be picking the Valentina to kind of mirror for the feathered airstrike? But
I think Eve no, they are going to stick with the Valentina.
Yeah, I was expecting the Eve as well. I like it up as well. But this is the problem with RSG Slate MY, right? They had to make a choice. If they pick the Fredrin, they pretty much have to pick the Eve in order to play around their compositions, because Eve is a good way to actually deal with the Fredrin itself because of mobility deny. You gotta slow him down, etc. In this case, RSG Slate MY is gonna be very happy if they go for it. But the question here is, how will they be able to catch him with a 1-1? There's no way a Fredrin is going to be able to die the backlines and actually catch a 1-1. So this is going to be a big problem for him if you think about it.
Yeah, that actually does make sense here. I think Red Esports, if the Fredrin was picked up by RSG, they would have gone Eve. But since they see the Martis, Valentina becomes the obvious choice, because not only can you steal Feathered Airstrike, you can steal the Decimate as well. And that would be very powerful. RSG Slate here actually gonna lock in their marksman, make sure that they're not going to have Loliel's hero pool focus too hard, picks up the carry to try and counter the Fredrin. But that does mean that MelQT will have a pretty easy time in lane.
Now, let's talk a little bit more on the XP laners, because as of yet, Red Esports, they haven't really shown their hands as well. Red QT tends to lean a little bit onto his Yuzhong a little bit more, just because of how it can be very, very disruptive. So in this case, I feel like Red Esports, they might be banning off to set up for the Yuzhong to deal with the Pharsa, but I don't know if RSG Slate MY is going to be taking a read. This is something that is comfort towards Red Esports, whereas for RSG Slate MY, it is going to be a complete different story, because this Martis, there is a very, very high possibility that it is going to be on the XP lane, because it's not once now. We've seen multiple times that Rippo can put this Martis on the XP lane and has done wonders with it.
Yeah, but I still think it's kind of a rarer situation, especially when heroes like the Lapu Lapu are still open. And Rippo so far has the only victory of the season on the Esmeralda, so I do think that EXP lane options are still pretty open for them. That's why RSG Slate is going for the Kufra ban instead. They want to focus on Mal's hero pool, which we know is still fairly small since he lacks experience in the roam position. But interestingly enough, Red Esports doing the same, actually narrowing down the tank pool quite a bit.
Now, let's talk a little bit more on Kuja's preference into Strauss. His track record in the previous seasons, multiple seasons in different other teams here, he has had tendencies to bring in a surprise hero pick to actually deal with a 1-1. In this case, that surprise pick might be a Phoveus pickup, which oftentimes we do see it being a hit or miss to deal with the 1-1. And I personally feel that if he decides to make a gamble out of this, RSG Slate MY might be able to punish Red Esports to a certain degree.
That's an interesting choice right there. Hellkurt gonna be banned out by RSG Slate MY. That is respect to Amal. He played a pretty strong Hellkurt overall. But that also means that they are considering the possibility that Ren QT will be playing the Fredrin in the EXP lane. And I think that chance is still likely as well. Red Esports does still have the option of going for heroes like the Lancelot if they really want to flex this. But I still would personally prefer something like the Yuzong to cancel out the Feathered Airstrike.
That's the beauty about heroes like Fredrin and Martis, right? They're so flexible, they can be flexed in XP, they can flex in jungle. But based on how the history of all the regular season of every single team, pretty much everyone plays in the jungle role. But because it's the playoffs, the element of surprise can be used in the right time. In this case, in the play-ins, it is the right moment. And I like how Red Esports is taking it instinctively to ban off the Lancelot as a safety measure, knowing that RSG Slate MY has shown their hands multiple times, but not necessarily for Ren QT on this Fredrin though.
Now, one thing I want to think about here is the Grok pick for the side of RSG Slate. They can play it in the EXP lane. We've already seen Lexia play it a lot, but RSG has been the only team that has played the Grok in the jungle as well. So that creates a lot of opportunity. Unfortunately, in this game, I think it's a bit unlikely because of the Valentina and Wanwan, but we can still keep it in mind.
Yep, now, let's talk about the important heroes here. We've seen Angela coming in from RSG Slate MY. First Angela in the entire MPL MY. I see where this is going. I know what's up. It might be the Phobia's final pick, but at the same time, it might be an Esmeralda as well if they decide to go for it. So this is something that RSG Slate MY, especially for Kuja, has known to be bringing in the past. But will it work in the current meta? That's going to be a completely different question, because Red Esports now, they have so much flexibility. They can deal with the Angela. All they gotta do is just avoid fights and force the Hearts Guard coming in and then completely dodging it altogether. And right from the get-go, you see a Lapu Lapu and potentially a Lolita as well. Yes, the Lolita being picked off to deal with the light wheels coming in from the carry to ensure a safety net for both the Wanwan as well as the Fredrin. I like the composition from Red.
Lapu Lapu is a safe pick here, but I do kind of agree with you that the goal here is to avoid fighting altogether. I would have actually liked the Benedetta in the EXP lane just to be uninteractive and split off lanes, because having the Heart Guard on Martis or even potentially an Esmeralda, if they do lock in that to finish things off, is really difficult to deal with. And RSG Slate are comfortable with this. They already have the carry. They know that Red Esports doesn't have any real way of dealing with hyper tanky, massive shields, because if they pick the Esmeralda right now, they also have counters towards it. So we'll see what it's going to be. It's the Khalid here for Rippo. RSG Slate bringing something different to the table.
All right, a lot of sustainability to out-tank the crossbow tanks, the nerfed one version as well. I like the idea, but it feels like RSG Slate MY, they're trying to play a hyper carry strategy, and it might be a hit or miss, but I'm excited to see how this is going to be coming true from RSG Slate MY. But Red Esports, they have a very safe draft, very solid one, and consistency has been the key for them during the regular season. But now, here are some stats for you guys, and it seems like the AI predictors are predicting that RSG Slate MY has a very, very much better draft compared to Red Esports.
Yeah, I may have to agree with the predictions right here. RSG has so many tools, so much kill pressure. Their overall early and late game presence is going to be very strong. Red Esports, they gotta delay for that late game scaling, and we'll figure out whether or not they can do so when it's up against RSG, because late game is their game as we enter into the land of Dawn for our first match of the MPL MY Season 11 Playoffs between Red Esports and RSG Slate MY.
Oh boy, the pressure is on. But before we go into the high-tension pressure match, let us take a breather and go for a pause and figure out what's going on. Because now, if you think about it, based on this draft, we have never seen this work before for RSG Slate MY. This is the first time for all of us on stage and as a caster. So I feel like there's a lot of things we can decipher as well. I was expecting maybe they were going to try and funnel this Angela towards a potential XP laner, which in this case, an Esmeralda or maybe even a Phobius to degree to deal with the 1-1. But what really surprises me is that the Khalid is so underrated in the current patch where people kind of neglected that XP laner. It still hits very, very hard and has high sustainabilities. And this pairs up really, really well with the heals coming from Angela to fight off whatever damage that may or may not be coming in from Red Esports.
I actually personally think that the Angela is gonna jump onto the Martis more often than the Khalid, because with the Quicksand Guard, he doesn't really need the extra defense, especially in the early game. But if you give Martis so much extra shield, he can just stay that much longer and wait even more to get that perfect decimate opportunity. And what I'm worried about in this game for Red Esports is that their early game pressure is nothing compared to what RSG Slate has. Khalid, Farsa, all really strong early game heroes. And Red just needs to buy time for Valentina and Wanwan.
You see where I'm going in it as well? I'm saying Khalid, you're saying Martis, and guess what? They can choose however they want, regardless of how they do it. They have so much interactions to work with, right? Heart's Guard benefit you not just the shields, it gives you a little bit more mobility boost as well. In this case, Khalid's passive benefits from it. Martis benefits from it. Carry benefits from it as well, because if you want to play catch up against a 1-1, in this case, 1-1, known for its mobility, is going to be somewhat of a way, an indirect counter that RSG Slate MY is going to go for. But like I said, these are very, very minor micro details that RSG Slate MY is banging on in terms of their draft compositions. Macroly, it feels like it's a very, very difficult composition to do, because all Red Esports need to do is just completely dodge the fight, and there's nothing you can do. One wrong Heart's Guard timing, you are going to get messed up. And in this case, Lexia has been known to be very, very comfortable on this Angela ever since his integration as a roamer from past seasons so far.
Yeah, what you point out is correct. When you go for a hero like Angela, it does result in you losing out on some macro pressure overall, because she just has to hang around the rest of the team, not really split push much. We're seeing in the stadium right now, we got a Benedetta cosplayer in the house, very nice right there. But as we talk about the game, I think the reason RSG is comfortable with the Angela is, like you mentioned, not only is Lexia comfortable with it, they recognize that Red Esports isn't really a team that goes for split push strategies. Ren QT likes to fight. He front lines for the team. It's kind of similar to Rippo in that sense. So they're not too worried about split push potential.
I was very surprised that he didn't opt to go for the Yuzhong to deal with Farsa. I guess the idea from Red Esports is pretty much drafting the Lapu Lapu in case they're going for this Angela Esmeralda composition, which was known in Kuja's pocket back in the days. So this is something that I guess he was trying to prepare for, knowing that Yuzhong kind of loses his steam after his Black Dragon form, and once he goes for the combo, he's pretty much done for. But now, here are some stats for you guys from Mel QT, one of the, I would say, underrated stars coming in from Red Esports, and wowed us with his cloud gameplay.
Yeah, I'm really impressed so far with how Mel QT has been performing as part of Red Esports. He is a rookie. He only joined the team this season. And as you can see, he's ranked second overall in terms of average DPM, 5th in terms of average GPM. So his farm speed is a little bit slower. But since Red Esports is a team fight lineup overall, you can see how often Mel QT will participate and get assists and farm through enemy kills.
Now, Red Esports has had his, I would say, notorious strategies for protecting the Mao strategy. In this case, protecting the king. In this case, Red Esports has been playing this throughout the entire regular seasons. As long as Mel QT gets his farm, he is going to be able to deliver. But now, speaking of the new rising talent here, Kyym, his transfer window into Red Esports has been spectacular so far. And he's played pretty much 6 games thus far, and he's won 6 of them with the Lilia, the Eve, as well as the Farsa. 3 very, very interesting heroes, but he has been able to delay and make space for Red Esports, especially for Mel QT, to kind of scale into games multiple times now.
Kym's specialty so far has been in those artillery mages, acting as the secondary DPS as well as backline for the side of Red Esports to provide a bit of a middle ground, the balance that they need to find during big team fights in order to connect the front and backline members of the squad. Now, I'm going to be interested to see how he performs with the pressure of the playoffs looming upon him, because this is a player that doesn't seem to be uncomfortable on stage at all, literally screaming and yelling louder than any of his veteran teammates.
Yeah, it seems like there is a little bit issues on towards Lolios' phone, so they are going to try and troubleshoot it and try and figure things out. But that's the thing, right? When it comes to stressful situations like this, it's very, very important that we have the marshals to maintain the integrity of all the players and the game itself. So in this case, especially now, when it is a best of 3 series, draft has been set, loser gets eliminated, it is very, very scary. And now, let's talk a little bit more on the average GPM of every single player throughout the entire regular season, with Chiku guys topping the charts of 775 average GPM.
Yep, MLQT being up on this list along with some of these really notable veterans is already very impressive overall, but it's still not the best situation here, especially against a team like RSG Slate MY. They've already mentioned it multiple times, late game is their game. Now, Red Esports does have the better late game lineup, but will they be able to get there in time? And we see in comparison, Loliel's actually at the bottom of the board, so actually the lowest GPM as a goal laner in the league. Not the most ideal for RSG either.
This is weird, right? Considering that both have very, very different approaches of the game here. Red Esports, they do have the tendency to try and protect MLQT now. The strategy has been solely depending on playing a late game, ensuring that the marksman gets those economy leads, whereas RSG Slate MY, even though they're in the bottom back here, they've tried multiple instances where Lolios is playing very, very aggressive, more likely that he should have been, and then actually losing out in the straight offs, causing RSG Slate MY to kind of delay or I would say lose out their late games, even though it is supposed to be the late game, but it hasn't been working out for them during the entire mid-regular seasons.
Yep, unfortunately, there have been some inconsistencies in terms of how both these teams have been performing. But looking up on screen right now, we have some wonderful cosplayers here in the stadium with us. Not just the Benedetta, we've got Leslie as well, here to shoot her way into our audience's hearts. And hopefully, we'll be able to...
In this case, it pretty much shot my heart. Personally, every single season, I've seen cosplayers, I think they're amazing, but this season, today itself, damn, the cosplayers are getting better every season.
Sounds like you're a big fan of cosplaying here.
It's not really a secret, but at the same time, it's for me to know and for you guys out there to find out if you guys are very, very interested in my personal taste life. But yes, I like anime. That's about it.
Anime
I'm
is
just gonna
good.
leave it there.
Anime is pretty good, and you know what else is pretty good? The fact that looks like our issues have been resolved, and we will now officially jump back into the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. The game returns. Red Esports on the blue side, RSG Slate MY on the red side. Who is going to claim victory in game number 1?
Oh boy, let's see how this goes, because as of yet, RSG Slate MY, technically they should have a very, very strong early composition with this Angela if they try to play around this Martins getting aggressive. But the problem here is, even if they can do that, the bulwarks coming from Mao is able to block some of the damage coming from the Angela's first skill. And this is something that I don't think RSG Slate MY is going to be gambling on. And Red Esports, they know for a fact that they want to play around MLQT, and you can see right from the get-go.
Yep, Link Eza takes a bit of damage there, but he's fine for now. Red Esports, like we mentioned, doesn't have a very strong early game lineup, so they're not going to have enough damage to take down Link Eza at this point. But RSG Slate needs to maintain this pressure. Red, all they really need to do here is avoid fighting overall. And looking at this game so far, you guys actually have the chance to vote for who's the MVP. Make sure you guys do that before the game ends.
Exactly, but as of now, RSG Slate MY, they're going to be shifting the focus down bottom with the turtle as well. This is very, very important for his patch as well, especially when they need those fours here. Rippo has gotten in Ren QT as well. So this is something that I think is going to be an all-out brawl without those marksmen here. Alexia is just completely zoning Mao up. He's got an early 4. He can go back and go in for this next fight with his Heart Guard.
Ren QT, bravest fighter, jumping in, turtle dropping real low. Link Eza gonna secure it with the Raging Sandstorm, now trapping well. Amal in the turtle pit, and Linkeza gets first blood. Feather Airstrike gonna be cancelled out as Kyym gets a revenge kill in return onto Rippo. But Maul now in a lot of danger as Linkeza with the decimate. Nizanami going to get the kill.
Beautiful stuff coming from RSG Slate MY. Lexa played that perfectly coming from RSG Slate MY. They completely zoned Mao up, this allowing him from getting his early 4, whereas RSG Slate MY gave some space for Lexa to soak up some minions down the middle lane, get his 4 up, immediately backed off, hard guard into his Linkeza, knowing that they do have this mobility advantage over Red Esports, which in this case, a Lolita can't really do too much in this set, in team fights, just because he needs to be in there in the fights for this Luminar Blast. And now here we can see the invades coming in as well.
Luckily for Red Esports, Linkeza did not succeed in stealing away that purple buff, but we're already seeing the pressure start to set in. Red Esports need to delay this, need to survive. RSG Slate MY needs to apply as much pressure as possible and go for the kill shot as early as possible, because once that late game hits, oh boy, gotta be worried about the 1-1.
Oh, this is scary. You know, Red Esports are doing really, really well, making sure that MelQT is getting his farm as efficiently as he can. RSG Slate MY is doing the same for Lolios, but eventually, Red Esports, they have tools to deal with it, right? Red Esports making sure the marksman does well. Fredrin gets uncontested really, really well. But RSG Slate MY, on the other hand, they have this ticking time bomb where this Martis needs to get completely out of control if they want to try and dominate the lane. In this case, they're not getting it.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised at how passive RSG is playing right now. Yes, they have a slight gold lead, but it's not going to do too much for them. RenQT actually doing a fair bit of damage here, but no kill pressure. Red Esports going to be in a better position for the turtle, but I don't think RSG are going to give it away for free.
Oh, this is weird. RSG Slate MY has been known for their military playstyles where they want to be as disciplined as possible. But speaking of discipline, they're showing a lot of respect towards Red as of yet. But for now, Red Esports, they are going to make it a 10 down mid.
Oh, instant rotation to Rippo. He gets a 3-man Raging Sands from Hardguard. Will it come out in time? It does. Rippo able to flick them backwards. Better Airstrike dropping them real low, but RenQT gets decimated. So Amal finds Izanami in return. 1-for-1 trade.
Oh, so very unlucky. Izanami's position getting caught on one Luminar Blast in that fight, but hold that thought for now. Looks like they are going to try and extend this fight. RSG, they might want to go for this.
Yep, turtle dropping real low. Amal will secure it. Linkeza, unfortunately, has been zoned away by their combined efforts, and Red Esports ties up the turtle score right now, reducing the net worth lead.
Oh my goodness. So this is a little bit tough one as well, but RSG Slate MY, they're getting a little bit more control down middle. They want to try and force a fight from Red Esports before they get out of control, but it seems like they're just dodging the fight. But beautiful stuff coming from Mao. Red Esports was able to capitalize the situation. They saw Rippo pretty much isolated. This is something that a lot of XP laners tend to do.
Oh!
Right? But hold that thought for now. Middle lane, he punishes Izanami for a second time.
RSG Slate MY is not doing what they should be doing with this Angela Farsa combo. Red Esports, in fact, are taking control of the early momentum. Now Amal is the one threatening the purple buff. In the meantime, RenQT 1v2.
Oh my god!
Lexia wins the 1v2. Here comes Maul and Kyym. And Lolil's not able to flicker away. Maul secures the enemy gold laner.
This is really smart coming from Red Esports. They were able to identify the weakness of RSG Slate MY after the first engagement, knowing that, hey, you don't have a roamer opening up the map for you. In this case, if Linkeza is farming the jungle, they're going to be in some trouble. But in this case, upside, MelQT!
The crossbow of tank gets him out of feathered airstrike, but Rippo heals up fully with the quicksand guard, and now MelQT will fall. He survived for a while, but not enough against Izanami and Rippo.
Oh, this is very important for RSG Slate MY. Rippo needs to make up this plays in order to compensate the lack of roaming capabilities as RSG Slate MY. As Angela, you want to play from behind. You won't be bush checking. In this case, it's up to Lolios and it's up to Linkeza and Rippo to do that job. But as soon as I say this, Izanami does not have his front lines, and this is the weakness that RSG Slate MY has. There's no protection for Izanami unless Linkeza and Rippo is there to protect him.
This is incredibly uncharacteristic of Izanami. He's usually such a safe and reliable player, and not the combined efforts of Maul and Kyym have been causing so much pressure. Lolios now threatened by the feathered airstrike, dropped to 20% HP. He's gonna have to recall. While Link Eza, he wants to secure the turtle. Hard guard is available, but he has to run away. Kyym and RenQt are here. RSG Slate cannot contest this.
Yeah, this is a very, very difficult time for RSG Slate MY, but Red Esports, they found this problem, they found the solution. They know for a fact that they just have so much more map presence just because of how they are able to open the map. You've got Mao opening up the map, you have A-Mao, you have RenQt, whereas RSG Slate MY, look at this, absolutely nothing Lolios can do about this.
Yeah, Mao doing a lot of damage. Numenon Blast going to miss everyone, but Lolios has to jump forward, which means he gets taunted by A-Mao. Here comes the Raging
Rippo!
Gonna find MLQT, but MLQT gets the crossbow of tanks, survives it all. RenQt jumping the backline, gets the double kill on Lolios on his Anami. He fights Lexia with the triple kill. He finally falls. Now Linkeza is 1v3. He's gonna have to back off his own orange buff. A 2-for-4 trade in favor of Red Esports.
Oh my goodness, you had to see moments like this. Rippo, he set up the biggest, baddest ultimate in time, but the reactions from MLQT to dodge an initial burst, to turn the tides with the crossbow tanks completely flopped whatever chances RSG Slate MY was trying to do and set up with that. But this is the problem, once again, from RSG Slate MY. They've got two tanks opening up the map. If they isolate Lolios, there's absolutely nothing they can do. And Red Esports knows for a fact they've got so much more CC controls. They've got so much more better zone wars compared to RSG Slate MY. And to dive Izanami is the easiest thing in the world. But oh my god!
Two-man Numenon Blast! RenQt jumps straight into the backline. Here comes Kyym. He's stolen Decimate. Mega kill on the Valentina. Izanami and Linkeza are now forced to run back to their base. Here comes A-Mal to cut them off. He's actually diving the tower. He gets two-man taunt, but their health is still high enough. Will he be able to pick anyone? Here comes Kyym! He's going for it! He gets the kill! Unstoppable streak for Kyym!
Oh my goodness, the confidence coming in from Red Esports is just unfathomable. RSG Slate MY just completely fumbling in every single front, and Red Esports, they're just playing absolutely out of their minds. They understand the timing, and MLQT, even though he's not getting kills, he's been able to set up so many of these plays, knowing that RSG Slate MY is getting desperate in trying to slow down the farms of this 1-1, and at this stage, the first lot coming in, it is going to be even harder now.
Red Esports is actually performing on a different level here in RSG Slate MY. They should be in the driver's seat in this game, but they're just being forced as a passenger on this transportation. That Red Esports is in full control of Kyym on this Valentina, being a complete threat, 5-0-5. They get the taunt onto Linkeza. Will he be able to jump away? Bravest fighter, RenQt wants to stay on him, but he will escape. And they'll go for the trade on the towers on opposite sides of the map while Red secures the Lord.
Yeah, this is smart from RSG Slate MY. They know for a fact that they cannot pause the fight anymore. They need Lolios to start getting some value across the map. But as soon as this happens, Red Esports, they're looking to try and intercept the jungle in case they try to force a fight. In this case, Red Esports, they know perfectly well that they are in the driver's seat, whereas RSG Slate MY, they finally made their mistakes. They're learning to adapt and play catch-up. But for how long? That's going to be the question.
How long is truly the question, as Red Esports isn't going to give them that chance to breathe. Now threatening the mid-tier 2 gold ranking currently. MLQT, RenQt, the cuties on top. Lolios in 3rd place, so he's not that far behind. But RSG doesn't have the best late-game teamfight combination. They gotta find pickoffs.
Now this is very, very tough on RSG Slate MY. They need to bait out battle spells from Red Esports. In this case, Mao has the Numenon Blast and the Flicker, and this has been a major problem for RSG Slate MY to actually deal with it. Ling Aza needs to get a little bit more aggressive, but there's only so much he can do.
Lord looking to collide here, and it's just elemental, not gonna do too much damage, but the inhibitor will fall nonetheless because Red Esports has so much pressure. Laymal gonna get caught out here, but he's so tanky as well. Red just forcing RSG back to their crystal, nothing they can do about it.
This is so frustrating to deal with it. Red Esports is overextending their stay, but just because Kyym is there, it's so very difficult to do so. And look at this, Feather Airstrike coming in as well.
Numenon Blast only gonna find a 1, so Red cannot engage on this. Bravest fighter gets a 2-man stun. Rippo!
Oh my god!
And RenQt gets the kill, punishes the Khalid.
that split-second terrify from Kyym to set up for the plays. Red Esports is just completely shutting down RSG Slate MY's chances to even engage with the fight. Lolios mans up for a little bit, but for how long? He's only level 13, he barely got his DHS, and it is still going to be a long way to actually challenge Red Esports, especially when you have Mao constantly setting this mental pressure where I can have this Numina Blast anytime, anywhere I want. Even if I don't use it, I'm going to be able to apply some sort of pressure to deny you from cutting out the back lines.
After an extended siege, Red Esports finally leaves, but they leave nothing behind in the RSG Slate MY's base either. Look at the damage rankings. Kyym and Ren QT absolutely dominating the entire game. And with no inhibitors left, Red Esports are in full control. 7k net worth lead, 30 minutes into the game, double RSG's kill score. Something needs to happen here for RSG, and it doesn't look like Red Esports is gonna give them any chance to do so.
Yep, the confidence coming from Red Esports is just a little bit difficult here. Kyym, every single time he dives in, RSG Slate MY hasn't been able to find a chance to punish him. If you think about it, who can actually catch him? Pretty much Izanami and Rippo for instant lock CCs, whereas Lexia doesn't have that luxury just because of Angela is the type of hero to play catch up. In this case, RSG Slate MY, how far can they catch up? Because Mao is just zoning them off all by himself as a Lolita, and technically should not be possible.
Yeah, that's crazy right there. Mao literally just standing there, Kyym doing some poke damage, and RSG Slate has no choice but to cut their losses and back it off. The Luminous Lord now in the hands of Red Esports, and they're gonna be looking to use this to end the game straight away. RSG Slate, what can they do to claw their way out of this situation?
It's tough, it's tough. Rippo and Ling Asa has gotta step things up. In this case, Lixia's Heartsguard has gotta be on the right target. May it be Lolios, may it be Ling Asa. Somebody's gotta kill off the 1-1. In this case, Mel QT is gonna be having one of the greatest time considering that he already got his Winds of Nature.
He just got his Malefic Roar as well.
Oh my God.
Is basically full build at this stage. But even if they find Mel QT, Kyym is here. He hasn't died yet the entire game. And he's looking to end the game with a clean record. Lord pushing in. Link Esa buying a lot of time. Bravest Fighter has been used. Amal pushed into the tower. Numalon Blast finds the backline. Stunning Lolios. Heartguard comes out. Rippo jumps forward. Flickers back. Meanwhile, Link Esa is picked off. Lolios is picked off by Mal. And Kyym with the shutdown. Monster kill as Red Esports breaks down the crystal of RSG Slate MY and sends them down to defeat.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff coming from Red Esports. That's one game ahead. One more game to go to make it in towards the next stage. In this case, Red Esports one step closer, but still a very, very long journey for RSG Slate MY. A very, very safe draft is a good draft. In this case, Red Esports is just completely dumpstered for RSG Slate MY in this game one.
The game plan was perfect, the execution was beautiful, and you can see the excitement in Kym's actions right there, as well as those of the Red Esports fans. They know they've made an impact here. They've made a splash. So let's hear about that splash and go to Red Esports' mic check.
Mulakan dengan bismillah.
Santai-santai, menang-menang ni.
Bantai. Okay. Hati-hati men, bantis men. Nice one. Boleh. Ganti. Wow, Eren. Tommy. Mantap gila Ren, sumpah Don.
Mantap bro, Eren. Don tak anjing gila.
Ni. Jauh man.
Next kasih N main depan. Boleh. Korang ambil saya sikit. Dia punya pasal nak di belakang tau. Go je. Mantap.
Looking to prove their worth on the main stage here for the playoffs. Kyym, very, very vocal, very, very strong with his Valentina. But even on screen as well, super energetic here. trying to showcase his skills on the main stage and has successfully delivered for Game 1 thus far.
Honestly, what a way to make a splash on your first ever MPL playoffs. I honestly feel kind of bad that Kyym only came into the season halfway through, because if he was around from the beginning, we would have been seeing a very different Red Esports. Maybe he even had a shot at a Rookie of the Season, but he's definitely clawing his way into our hearts right now. He may be loud and brash, but he's making up for it with his actions on the battlefield and showing us exactly why he has been an excellent addition to the ranks of Red Esports as they claim their first victory here. And now RSG Slate MY are one game away from going home.
You know, it's interesting to see that 1-1, despite the nerfs coming in, is still a priority ban for a reason, because based on the current meta draft, it's all about tank compositions. And the thing about tank is that not many tanks have high mobility. In this case, it's understandable why RSG Slate MY, they decided to go for this Mortis composition. They decided to go for this Angela to play catch-up, but they have neglected a lot in their mobilities. And based on what we're seeing, based on these itemizations as well, you can see RSG Slate MY, they've got a tank jungler, Ling Aza. They've got a tank side lane, kind of tanky-ish, but they still don't have a strong frontliner to open up the map because of the fact that Lixia is forced to play support.
I just don't understand why RSG Slate MY goes for the draft like this. The Angela, the Farsa, the Khalid, and yet we don't see the early game momentum from them. For a moment, it seemed like they were making movements across the map, and then they just decided to give up on it, and then Red Esports took control. I really love the way Mal and Kyym were roaming around the map. I was worried whether or not Mal would catch up, since Mom was playing all of Red Esports' matches during the later half of the regular season, but he's got it.
You know, that's the thing, right? I really like the idea that RSG Slate MY is trying to do from a micro scale, but it's not working out considering that there's just so much space that Red Esports can utilize from as a triple tank compositions, right? Mao can open up the map, A-Mao can flank, Red QT can dive the backlines as well, or they can actually kind of mix it up in terms of how they want to progress the team fights in however their favor, whereas RSG Slate MY is a little bit more one-dimensional, right? Ling Aza has to go in, Rippo has a go in. Regardless, it's gotta be these two guys, whereas for Red Esports, they can mix it up. In this case, they don't just mix it up with the tanks, they also have Kyym kind of get a little bit aggressive. You've got MLQT, who can't act as a setup for the team if he pops off his crossbow with tanks for this team fights, whereas RSG, all in, nothing out.
All I'm hearing is that Red Esports just did a really excellent job here. They did so much damage, literally double that of RSG Slate MY while taking about half that damage themselves. We've already talked about Kyym, we've already talked about Mal, but I feel like MelQT, RenQT, the cuties on the side of Red Esports definitely deserve a shout out as well. RenQT, so comfortable in a lane that he should be getting pressured against, that he's able to go for both Hunter Strike and Bloodlust X and get a triple kill. And then MelQT escaping multiple situations by holding on to the crossbow of Tang until the very last second. Red Esports are firing on all cylinders here.
Exactly. Red Esports just completely outplayed them as well. Beautiful stuff coming from Red Esports here. Sora Payong doing a fantastic job. Super underrated coach from multiple seasons as well. And almost every single player that has pretty much gone under the banner of Sora Payong has had somewhat of an achievement, right? Think about it.
Yeah.
Think about it for a minute. Last season, who was with Red Esports? Who was the rookie of the season? Zayed. Zayed in RSG, well, didn't exactly get a chance to play. So it says a lot, right? How important a coach is in the journey, and Red Esports has been delivering it consistently throughout this season itself.
Yeah, I do think Sora Payong just has the magic touch here. I think at one point he was coaching for RNG Sports as well, if I remember correctly. And Orange just is always a surprising team. Kind of sad that they're not here in the MPL with us anymore, but the players are still here to continue on their spirit. Hopefully, Kuja will be able to show us what he's capable of as well, because it seems like the issues that have been plaguing RSG Slate MY in terms of their predictability are still there, and they gotta be able to overcome that. We're not seeing the usual sort of gung-ho from these star players. Maybe they're trying to be more disciplined, to be able to cooperate and collaborate together, but something just doesn't feel natural. It doesn't look like they're comfortable.
It's tough. It is tough, but in this case, RSG Slate MY, they have been known for this military style training and coaching capabilities of Rakuja, maybe is kind of having a little bit of a negative impact on the players because of the fact that they may be burned out, they may be worn out, they are making a lot of weird mistakes. But in this case, there is going to be a very, very interesting factor because I'm curious to see what our amazing host has to talk about this game as they take you through our interesting segment here in MPL.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia Open House. Anda bersama dengan saya, Rose, Leslie, Lafel, Harith dan juga special guest kita, Abang Lord, Gushen, Esmeralda, Rain dan juga Guinevere.
Jadi macam mana? Apa khabar Abang Lord, adik Rain? Okay, sihat?
Alhamdulillah, sihat, baik. It's good to be here lah.
It's good to be here, Abang Lord?
Alhamdulillah, sihat. Selamat Hari Raya.
Selamat Hari Raya. Dengan ni, kita baru saja tengok game tadi antara RSG Slate MY dengan Red Esports. Nak tanya pada adik Rain lah, what's you punya initial impression tengok game tu tadi?
Saya rasa agak kagum dengan rookie-rookie baru yang saya rasa dorang ada hunger untuk menang lebih daripada player-player semasa lah.
Walaupun dah habis puasa still hungry walaupun dah habis puasa.
Still hungry. Walaupun dah habis puasa.
Untuk abang pula?
Kenapa tak bawa Kyym masuk awal lagi
KY to the Y to the M.
KY to the M.
Yes, KY to the Y to the M. Seperti tu bang.
Patutnya bawa masuk awal.
Kan?
Win streak terus.
Mamba asal tak masuk awal lagi.
Red, why now?
Why now?
Exactly.
Dan saya rasa lah kan, kalau RSG nak menang, bring back Iris.
Bring back Iris. Hujan dekat belakang tengok. Fans pun semua dengar macam Tapi dengan ni, bila dah nak tengok juga siapa MVP kita.
Betul. Wait. Sebelum kita go, Lafel, who's your MVP?
Bak kata Mas lah. K to the Y to the I to the M. Gitulah.
Same Mars. K to the Y to the Y to the M. Abang Lord.
K to the Y, Y to the M.
Rain.
Kyym.
Alah.
Wow, okay.
That's 14.
So, is our MVP K to the Y to the Y to the M?
Mari kita tengok, brought to you by Hot League. It is
K to the Y to the Y to the M. Nice.
81% kill participation. Tak mati langsung. Hoi.
Cluster curse tak effect ke dia?
Rain, what do you think about performance Kyym kat sini?
Saya rasa Valentina ni merupakan hero comfort dia, yang terlalu comfort, yang mungkin tim-tim lain jika berhadapan dengan Red Esports, diorang perlu berhati-hati dengan Valentina Kyym. Betul. Saya setuju, jangan bagi dia Valentina.
Abang Lord, setuju tak dengan, does he deserve MVP of that game tadi?
100% sure.
100%
sure.
Kalau bukan dia?
That EXP laner, Ren QT.
Ren QT.
Because he initiated a lot. Dia punya poking power today is very high.
Itulah sebenarnya Ren macam regular season macam biasa je. Tiba-tiba kat playoff ni lain macam pula.
Regular season puasa.
Betul lah.
Hari ni diorang makan sedap for breakfast. Tahu?
Jangan cakap makan, ada tim yang tak makan tau.
Sorry. Oh ya, lepas ni.
Yes, jadi dekat sini kan, sebenarnya Abang Lloyd, bila tengok performance rate macam ni, rasanya macam RSG Slate MY, diorang boleh ke tak sebenarnya nak comeback?
Before start of the regular season, kita expect sebenarnya too much. Bagi saya lah, saya boleh katakan RSG ni indah kabar dari rupa.
Oh wow, maksudnya?
Before the start of regular season, saya sebenarnya letakkan RSG ni buat top 3. But somehow, dia orang duduk dekat bawah. So, I don't know what is going on with RSG. But itulah, kalau kata dia orang nak menang, they have to do something. Bring back Iris lah.
Ya, tapi macam mana sekalipun, untuk kita tu tengok apa yang jadi dekat dalam game ni, Rose, Rain pun dekat sini, kita akan minta dikupas juga sendiri. Sebab kita akan tengok highlight yang game tadi di antara Red menentang dengan RSG Slate MY. Dan kita tengok balik, highlight ni dibawakan khas oleh Guardian Man. Rain, rasanya apa yang terjadi dalam game ini?
Saya rasa masalah terbesar untuk RSG Slate is diorang kurang setup hero. Yang mana sekarang ni draft Red Esports betul-betul fokus kepada setup, penuh dengan CC. Ya, kita boleh assume yang Farsa boleh untuk counter 1-1 if that Farsa free untuk ulti. Tapi dalam kes ni tak lah. Diorang penuh dengan counter-counter yang boleh cancel heal Khalid, boleh cancel ulti Farsa, yang menyebabkan diorang tak boleh nak keluarkan damage output.
I see. So, do you think that RSG dah tahu apa kesilapan diorang tadi dengan game kedua, diorang akan improve and hopefully see the inputs yang you suggested.
Saya rasa Kuja dah nampak benda ni and diorang perlu berhati-hati sama ada mungkin diorang main hero counter engage ataupun diorang juga main hero setup. It depends sebab realistiknya untuk first game ni draft kiting yang diorang cuba bawa ni doesn't work.
I see, I agree.
Jadi dekat sini pun nak tanya pendapat daripada Abang Lord. Bila tengok game ni, rasa macam draft ni sebenarnya, draft daripada RSG Slate MY, susah nak execute ke senang nak execute sebenarnya?
Oh, kalau tanya saya memang saya tak ada jawapan untuk ni. Memang
Maksudnya
tak ada jawapan.
tu?
Dia memang susah. Dia senang cerita sekarang ni RSG kena menang, Rippo kena buktikan. Tadi rasanya dia dengar kot.
Dengar. Sini semua dengar.
Dia dengar kot.
semua
Pasal
dengar.
team KYY to the M dia cakap tu. SEA game.
Yes.
Kan? So Rippo kena buktikan dia kena menang second game ni.
Sebab macam Red, kita nampak yang dorang fokus kepada power hero dorang. Contoh macam Roma, kita nampak ada banyak lagi choice lain boleh main, tapi instead dorang pilih hero yang dorang betul-betul selesa main. Kyym dapatkan dia punya Valen, Imal dapatkan dia punya Fredrin, so hero-hero comfort yang dorang dapat semualah.
Adakah you rasa Angela tadi was a good pick? Do you think Angela tadi was a good pick untuk side of RSG Slate?
Maybe itu adalah meta yang dorang dah training, but saya rasa itu bukan meta yang sesuai untuk lawan this kind of draft. Maybe Digi ataupun hero yang counter engage lain yang boleh lawan untuk full CC daripada Red.
Ya, so kalau kita nak tengok pada masa depan rasa-rasanya game ni 2-0 ke 2-1 Rin?
Depends on the draft
Depends on the draft.
Depends on the draft
Kalau
for the second
sekarang,
game.
you rasa
tapi
boleh
kalau
2-1?
sekarang saya rasa 2-0.
Sokong
2-0.
Sokong 2-0.
Bila dengar ni kan, side RSG Slate MY diorang dah panas dengan macam
Itu, exactly. It's gonna give them that push they need.
ya, sebab kena ingat this is do or die. Kalau RSG Slate MY kalah satu game je pun diorang dah balik dah.
Yes,
Kereta dah tunggu dah kat depan.
exactly. So, mari kita throw it back to the casters to know what the second game is about. Casters, take it away.
Some valuable insights and even a little bit of shade being thrown by our special guest right there. Shout out to our special guest, Mr. Abang Lord himself, as well as Coach Rain, for providing us with their thoughts and providing some suggestions as well for RSG Slate MY about how to come out on top in game number 2.
This is why you love Abang Lord, man. Like, unfiltered, very, very straight to the point, directed in the right angles as well. But I agree with what Lafel said as well. If you guys understand the BM, is that RSG Slate MY is in a situation where they are in a do or die situation. Last chance only. Cannot afford to lose anymore. If they lose this 2-0, it's over for RSG Slate MY.
It's their last chance, just like the event, the All-Star Last Encore that is available right now, where you can select the limited skin you want and redeem it for free from 31st of March to 30th of April. You can complete event tasks to collect wish skin fragments and redeem one of the skins you see on screen below. Hope you guys caught it because it's gone, but the event isn't because they are still coming in full swing. Log into the game right now and enjoy the All-Star Last Encore event with all of your friends as now we prepare for game number 2.
Now, bringing back into this game, we've heard some spicy, juicy news coming in from the panel, our Raya session here, open house session down with the Lafel's Rose. But I don't know if this is going to be affected towards RSG Slate MY. We know for a fact the pressure is on. It is going to be a lot of spiciness as well, especially for Kuja and Rippo in particular, right? SEA Games representative, now in 8th place, first one to be knocked out. They have to prove their worth on why they're deserving of the title. And it seems like there's just so much to talk about, but at the same time, it feels like, based on what happened in Game 1, it was a big mistake to let that 1-1 through because they are not used to this composition at all. And I agree with Coach Rain, what he said as well. The draft that they brought in might have worked during the scrims, doesn't necessarily be good in this composition against Red Esports' opening draft.
The thing is, Coach Kuja is a smart coach. He has these ideas, and this is something that they've obviously trained. And I feel like it actually is not a bad strategy against Red Esports, specifically because of reasons we already mentioned during the previous drafting phase. I feel like the issue still came down to execution. So like you mentioned, Rippo as well as Izanami, might have forgotten, they're both SEA Games representatives. They got a lot to prove up on that stage right now, and I hope we get to see some of that proof as we enter into game number 2, RSG Slate MY. Will they be the first team sent home this playoff?
Oh boy, this is brutal because if you think about it here, there's a reason why Season 11 is the best MPL MY season, right? Revolution, new format, new weights, new pressure coming in, considering that back in the days, once you make it to playoffs, boom, you're guaranteed second life. There's chance to adapt, there's chance to progress, but in this case, no more chances. And it's not just the bottom 8, right? It's not just the bottom 4 teams. In this case, making it to the top 4 is very, very much more important now compared to before, because of the fact that even if you win the series, the next series you're facing off is still going to be a single elimination format unless you win both rounds. So it's really brutal for the teams in the bottom 4.
It just shows how much more competitive the stakes have become right here. And we can see which of these players, which of these teams will be able to rise to the occasion, as it does look like they've chosen to stay on the same sides of the draft here, which is very interesting. Red Esports going to be banning similar heroes, but they've gotten rid of the Minzitar first this time, as well as the Kaja, and RSG just taking joy out of the question immediately.
It's very, very good tells coming from Red Esports draft, and I'm not sure if you guys still remember this as well. Minzitar is a very, very strong mobility denier hero. Likewise can be said for the Kufra, which was also banned from their side in the previous game. So in this case, it feels like Red Esports, they're still leading and potentially setting up for the 1-1 once again. RSG Slate MY, they have to respect this because of the fact that because they let through their 1-1, it forced them to play a draft and composition that RSG Slate MY may not have been training or used to as well. And not just that as well, during the entire regular season, they didn't really have a lot of experience in the current metas 1-1 as well.
Yeah, 1-1 as a hero still continues to be the bane of many pro players' existence. The Crossbow of Tang just offering such an easy get-out-of-jail-free card. Red Esports are obviously setting up for it again. Since they have first pick, they've banned the exact same heroes in the first draft. So now the question is for RSG Slate. Do they ban the 1-1? No, they're sticking with the Fanny. They're banning the same heroes as last time. They're gonna let it through once again.
What? Have you not learned your lesson? Homebois pretty much taunted them already. Now, are they gonna learn? You can see the smiles on Mel QT saying that, guys, they're giving me a free 1-1. There's no way I'm not picking this. And Red Esports, they're gonna get it 2 times in a row here for the playoffs.
I think what RSG is gonna do here, they take the Valentina. Yes, that is the right choice.
Okay.
Give the 1-1, take the Valentina, disable Kyym. If he picks Farsa or Eve right now, then Izanami does have a better chance of scaling up to the late game as well. Ooh, Lancelot gonna be locked in very early on. Not gonna give Red the chance to ban it out this time.
This is smart coming from RSG Slate MY. They had a big problem to dive the back lines, especially for Ling Aza, right? Time and time again, 1-1 completely ignored. And Red Esports even anticipated in the second ban phase during the first game, where, hey, they could have flexed the Mortis into XP laner for Rippo, and they even anticipated banning off the Lancelot as well, which is one of the very few heroes that can dive the backlines and get easy kills. So now, first picking it does shows that RSG Slate MY is going to take a different approach for this drafting phase, and it is going to work out in their favor. But the question here is, why would you pick a Franco? Okay, did not expect this at all.
Franco is nice here. Really easy hooks onto the Feathered Airstrike, has one of the only suppressors in the game, with Kaja being banned out opposite, meaning that they have an easy lockdown onto the 1-1, but it does put a lot of pressure onto Lexia to make sure that he can catch her in the first place. RSG now entering second ban phase, gets rid of the Kufra once again.
This is interesting because the only other team that has had very, very good successes with the Franco is pretty much Nova's team with Lunatix, if you think about it. Like, we haven't seen a lot of success with any other teams, except for Lunatix playing it really well on Nova. But even then, it was a hit or miss. Wait, sorry, it wasn't him. It was
No, it was
Red
definitely
Giant.
Nova.
Yo, it was Nova. Yeah, it was right.
It was Nova.
It was pretty much Nova.
Nova X Nova. But I
Where-
do feel like other roamers have done okay with him. Just Lexia does have Franco in his hero pool. It just doesn't come out that often.
See, okay. Like, I like the idea that RSG Slate MY is trying to go for, where, hey, you have this pressure of this hook and it can actually completely destroy them. But if you think about it here, you have a free Purify from 1-1. You have maybe forcing a Purify on Farsa is great and all, but that just means that Kyym is going to be put in a test mechanically, where if he goes for the Purify, does he pop it preemptively, expecting the hook to guarantee land and then just dodge the animation and get a free Feather Air Strike? Or does he get a flicker where whenever he tries to go for a hook, he Feather Air Strike, flickers to reposition, and then set off for the fight? Either or, it is going to be a mechanically skilled combo that Kyym is going to be forced to use. But even then, Valentina's Terrify just completely disrupts that as well. So it is still going to be very difficult.
Yeah, either way works here. RSG focusing heavily on Tumal's hero pool, banning out his Lolita. Red Esports focusing on the gold lane hero pool, getting rid of Carry and Beatrix. This does still leave options like the Claude open for Lolios if he wants to go for it. Melissa suspiciously not being considered very much in the playoffs so far. I get the feeling this is going to be a Ruby pick for Red Esports. With all of these heroes banned out, I think Ruby would be excellent here against the heroes that RSG has. So they need something that can play around that. I do still like the Claude, otherwise Melissa is fine.
Yeah, Ruby and Fredrin is just so annoyingly good in terms of CC controls as well. Forcing RSG Slate MY to play a Diggy isn't too bad. If they decide to go for that composition, right? Like, but the problem here is they've pretty much shown their hands. Claude is going to be the guaranteed coming from RSG Slate MY, but they pretty much show their hands with this Franco as well as Valentina, right? There's no way they're going to be flexing. Now, I don't think Rippo is going to be playing the Valentina on XP or even the Lancelot XP, right? So I don't think that's going to be the way to go to, but that's pretty much a very good counter to do with this CC controls from Red Esports, and forcing Diggy completely disrupts the ecosystem of their drafts and the ideas of the roles coming from RSG Slate MY, and especially when now it is going to be their final game. I feel like it's very, very risky to pick it up, but Red Esports, once again, safe picks all the way through, plays it safe. No problem going for Yujong if they want to go. No problem going for Ruby, but they are going to double down. And it is going to be the Ruby as well as the Lapu Lapu. Not for the XP lane, but for Mao.
Yeah, Lapu Lapu EXP for Rank QT already did a great job with it last game. And Ruby is just a really solid option here against Franco and Lancelot. Mal already has shown that he's fairly comfortable with the hero. One of the few players that quite regularly picks it up in MPL MY. So now the pressure is on for RSG. Rippo, what's going to be his hero? It's going to be the Yuzong. They grab it for themselves to counter the Farsa.
Oh, this is going to be a tough one as well. If Rippo is not able to punish the back lines, it is going to be all hell to break loose, because Red Esports, once they commit to a fight and RSG Slate MY goes in, there's no way out. You are going to get taunted. You are going to get stunned by the Ruby. And this is going to be a big, big problem for them. Hopefully, they are able to overcome all odds, especially here in the playoffs. But based on the draft of what we're seeing, once again, AI Predictor is going to be predicting that RSG Slate MY has a little bit upper hand during the win rates of the department. But for the ultra late game, Red Esports has a significant advantage with an 8 points towards late game, whereas RSG Slate MY has a 5.8. And it just shows how Red Esports can play however they want in this composition.
But I do have to agree that both of these teams have pretty balanced lineups here going into game number 2. I like what RSG has done. They've repaired some of the mistakes in their draft from game number 1 and are looking to face off against Red Esports in the land of Dawn on much more even terms. With the pressure heaped up against them, will RSG Slate MY show us what they're capable of, or will Red Esports end their MPL dreams early?
Oh boy, this is gonna be a very, very tough one, considering how Red Esports is playing in this composition. It seems like it is gonna be a very, very difficult game, but considering how things are going here, Lexia, he has to play a little bit more aggressive with those Hanko hooks. Does he want to delay those jungles? Seems like he is still, once again, playing a safety net. And RSG Slate MY, they need to get this kill.
That's an ouch. Mal dropping real low, but no more damage from RSG means that he'll be able to walk away. Interestingly enough, Amal chose to go for his second buff instead of contesting the Little Wanderer. So they're definitely afraid of the pressure that Lexia might bring.
Oh boy, this is going to be a very, very difficult one. As RSG Slate MY, they need to try and set up for Izanami to get his early level 4s to actually benefit, especially when Kyym is going to be like one level down, especially first turtle engagements. And currently, it is going to be very important for them. But for you guys at home, Audience Choice MVP is under the screen. Scan the QR code now, and you guys decide who is going to be the MVP.
Yep, MVP of the match. If you guys like a player, if you think they're doing well, make sure to vote. For now, RSG Slate going to have the slight goal lead, but not much at this stage. Red Esports actually, I feel, has the lineup that should be more in control towards the early to mid game with the Farsa, Ruby, and Lapu Lapu. So we'll see whether or not they'll be able to do what RSG couldn't in game 1.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough time. Meanwhile, RSG Slate MY, you can see on the top side as well, Ling Aza is going to be zoned out a little bit, and this is going to be a big problem for him.
RenQT tried to flicker forward, but Linkeza I-framed it. Here comes the Black Dragon form. Mal gets the flicker hook onto Linkeza. Is he delaying him? Rippo somehow secures the turtle and first blood at the same time onto Amal. Kyym gonna be forced back as Mal is delaying 1v3 against Lexia and Izanami. He actually manages to get away with that flicker at the last moment.
This is huge for RSG Slate MY. Great outmaneuvers coming from Ling Aza. Red Esports was just so focused on just denying Ling Aza from the fight, but did not expect Rippo coming from behind to actually win them the fight. So beautiful stuff coming from Rippo. The clutch is way through, but Red Esports eventually, they weren't expecting Rippo to make a very ballsy play in that situation.
Yeah, Red Esports probably got a bit overconfident there. They thought they would do enough damage onto the turtle and so tried to delay Link Eza with both RenQT as well as Mal. But they were a bit too early. Ooh, that was close. Actually, Kyym did use his Purify there. He didn't need to, but he panicked a little bit. So Lexia does force the battle spell out.
Yep, this is going to be something that they have to try and bait things out, especially for Red Esports, right? They understand that the Purify. Oh no, hold it on for now.
Hunt onto Mal, but it's the wrong idea. Better airstrike at 2. Izanami and Lexia are down for the count instantly. And Red Esports walks out with no casualties. Now aiming for Lolils too. They're trying to force him to jump away. They will succeed. No feather airstrike means that the clutch should be fine for now.
Yep, this is something that I think is going to be very, very important, especially for RSG Slate MY. They need to find a way to punish Amal as much as they can and then kill off the Farsa. In this case, Rippo needs to be in all these fights. And every single time Rippo is not in this fight, RSG Slate MY is going to lose a majority of teamfight potential, knowing that Kyym is going to get maximum value on this feather airstrikes.
Yeah, Rippo is a lot of RSG Slate's early to mid-game pressure because both Izanami and Lolils needs more time to scale up in terms of damage. So if RSG wants to go for big team fights, they need the Black Dragon around. And now that they're going for the turtle, we can see both EXP laners rotating down to the bottom half of the map as well. Black Dragon form coming out. Bravest Fighter has been used by RenQT as well. Rippo doing like a lot of damage in the back line right now, flickering forward. Amal secures the turtle. Mal gets the kill onto Linkeza. Kyym in a lot of danger. Izanami finds him with the stolen Bravest Fighter as the crossbow of Tang comes out just in time to keep MLBB safe. Mal somehow securing the double kill in the midst of all the chaos.
What? They actually let him off the hook, but my oh my, Red Esports, they are able to trade 50-50. Beautiful stuff coming from Amal to actually secure the Lord. But as of now, I like how MLBB is thinking as well. Instead of going for the commitment onto Izanami that may or may not be a guaranteed kill, he is going to be prioritizing on taking objectives down bottom lane. You can see he's already shoved in the lane, and RSG Slate MY is late to respond because of this.
Yeah, I'm loving the rotations coming out of Red Esports right now. Kyym and Mal are doing a great job of covering the map. But RSG Slate, their team fighting capabilities have really been bolstered by Rippo here, and that's going to help them heavily. I saw that Amal actually went for the blade armor as a first item here, so a lot of respect towards Lolil specifically.
Yeah, I agree. Lolils is going to be one of the biggest comeback mechanics from RSG Slate MY, and making sure he has his farm is going to be very, very important. Lexia, he goes for the hook!
they find him. They're gonna catch out Rank QT with the Iron Hook. Bloody Hunt secures the kill for Lolials, and RSG Slate MY knows who they need to funnel now.
This is very, very important one as well, as RSG Slate MY is trying to make space. Meanwhile, Red Esports still sticking to their protect the king strategy. In this case, protect Mel QT is still in favor. And RSG Slate MY, they're getting so much value out of this cross-map plays. Pay attention to the mini-map as well. One on the bottom, we have Ling Aza. One on top, we have Claude, who's farming and getting so much maximum value. And this is finally a time where RSG Slate MY knows that, hey, there's no point coming in and fight. They want to make sure the 1-1 gets his film. We are going to try and scale out a little bit more. In this case, Ling Aza, he just got his anti-Kiras. And this is going to be a perfect timing to actually deal with everyone from inside Red Esports except for KYOIM.
Yep, RSG Slate MY have... Oh, they find the Iron Hook onto Kyym. He's going to be able to get out in the meantime as Ling Aza going to get taunted, but Black Dragon form going to be focusing the Farsa in the backline. Rippo chasing away Red Esports. He's under the tower, but he's going to be able to dash away. Amal gets the taunt onto Rippo though, and the Black Dragon will fall. Feather Strike stolen by Izanami to zone away the rest of Red Esports. Red Esports goes back to taking the turtle, but this entire time, Lolials, he's not in this fight. He takes the top tier 2, and they may be able to find Mel QT as well. He's 1v3 right now. Izanami gets the kill onto Mel QT in their own jungle. Ling Aza still surviving 1v3. Amal, Mal, and Kyym are trying to stop him from taking the turtle. They find the Iron Hook. Will they be able to get it? Ling Aza will drop. Amal gets hooked away, but the job is done. The turtle gets reset. Red Esports makes a mistake. They should be able to secure this in the end, though, with Ling Aza down.
Oh no, my God! What? Izanami, he actually stole it! No, 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 no! RSG Slate MY finally finds a crack in the defenses of Red Esports. The only time where Red Esports is not protecting Mel QT is when they are contesting for turtle. And this is really smart because of the fact that one time that is happening, and knowing Red Esports, they tendency like to kite around, they were able to get a very, very big flank to punish Mel QT on the top side, and this is going to help them a little bit more.
Rank QT, he's just dead right here. No way he's getting out from that bloody hunt. Mal and Kyym, too late to join the party, not able to save their EXP laner. They want to focus Lolials, but BMI gets him out just fine. RSG Slate now controlling the tempo. Rippo finding Mel QT, gonna be purified. They get the Iron Hook onto Mel QT, pulls him back. Does he get the crossbow tang? Yes, he does. It's on the Black Dragon. Rippo will be able to fly away. Meanwhile, Blazing Duet causing massive damage to the Red Esports backline. Double kill for Lolials. Amal can do nothing but get juggled by 5 members of RSG who claim 3 kills for nothing.
Nicely done. Now Kyym in a lot of trouble as well, and he is gonna get taken down by Ling Aza. Red Esports just doesn't have the crowd control damage compared to what RSG Slate MY is doing. They've got the CCs, but RSG has got the damage, and finally they found the opportunity, and this is gonna completely bamboozle Red Esports' chances in taking on the next team fights.
The instant reversal of momentum. RSG Slate, we are instantly seeing the value of heroes like Claude, like Yuzong, like Franco having high mobility, high utility, means that they can create plays across the map without needing to rely on multiple members present, and Red Esports are getting caught unawares. They're not able to match up in terms of the macro pressure.
This is annoying considering that Ling Aza got a very, very early anti-Kuras, and they were able to translate so much in all these team fights, and Red Esports now, they are forcing fights, but I agree, the hook coming in is going to be a big problem for them.
I like the conceal play once the Iron Hook has been used, but RSG responds with a conceal play of their own. They don't want anyone to be caught out before resources are ready. Iron Hook going to miss once more. Rippo looking for the backline engage. Red Esports are very grouped up. Here comes the Black Dragon form. RSG Slate instantly going for the collapse. Rippo will be taking a lot of damage by himself. Able to fly away. Bravest Fighter has been used. Amal taking a lot of damage from Blazing Duet. Lolials with the double. Mega kill for Lolials. Killing spree for Izanami. Kyym, he'll find a revenge kill for now, but Rank QT will fall. Double kill for the RSG Slate mid laner. The Lord is now theirs to take.
What a clutch coming from RSG Slate MY. Izanami found the perfect timing to terrify the members coming from Red Esports. You can see Ama was trying to set up a play for Red Esports, but as soon as he tries to engage and potentially punish Lolios for his battle mirror image timings, instantly the Terrify comes in and RSG Slate MY completely collapse on both Kyym as well as Ama. So nice timing coming from Izanami to punish this.
Our special guest during the panel talked about the importance of having hero picks that are comfortable for the players, and RSG is looking to be a completely different team here. This is their style. This is their gameplay. They're knocking on the door of Red Esports. They're not ready to go home. Kyym almost gets hooked, but Purify gets him out safely. No more battle spell for the Farsa. RSG Slate taking no prisoners.
Nice adaptation so far, but hopefully it is going to work out in their favor. But as of yet, with the Lord collapsing on them, Red Esports, they still have the counter engagement play, right? They need Mao to set up the biggest I'm offended ever in order to set up this fight, but it seems like it is going to be very difficult to do so if Red Esports doesn't take that initiative, because every single time they try to do so, Rippo's Black Dragon is going to be there, which is one of the biggest annoyance for the Farsa itself.
It's a huge problem for Red Esports since they want to be able to play a front to back. This is a teamfight composition that wants to maintain the positioning of their ranks, and Rippo is not allowing them to do that right now. RSG Slate, they're hoping to get another inhib here. Mal, he's going for the conceal play, looking for Loliels, but they're able to spot him out in advance. A lot of ultimates have to be used just to clear up the waves here for Red Esports.
Yeah, at this stage of the game, RSG Slate MY is just so far ahead. They've got the Tina shields, they can deal with Kyym at this point. And the problem here is, from RSG Slate MY, that Red Esports needs to deal with, is that they don't have a solution for Lolios. Game 1, they had the Lolita dealing with Carry. So Carry is pretty much denied his chances as a marksman to deal with this Frederick. But in this case, Lolios, look at him, it's so far away, it's max slotted, he's only need one item left to actually be swapped out. In this case, he's going for the Athena shield as well to deal with the Farsa, and there's nothing MelQT and Amon can do if you think about it, just because of this antique Kiras purchase coming from Lingeza from the get-go.
RSG Slate are so resoundingly in the lead right now. 8k net worth difference 13 minutes in. This is actually matching how much of an advantage Red Esports had in game number 1. So it is a full and total reversal, indicating the importance of the draft between these two teams specifically. Right now, RSG threatening to bring things to a game number 3. What does Red Esports need to do to make sure that does not happen?
They need to buy time for MelQT. He needs more items. He definitely needs at least his Winds of Nature as well as Malefor to be somewhat relevant to counter-negate whatever the Anti-Kira is bringing in.
Oh, Black Dragonborn comes out, conceal play, RSG Slate looking for the re-engage. Now that Red Esports has used a bunch of their stuff, Flicker, already expanded, Blazing Duet doing a lot of damage. They're focusing Amal, unstoppable for Loliels. RankQT flickers forward, Link is cutting off the backline. Loliels is low, but they can't catch up, while Kyym is taken out in the backline. RSG Slate has separated Red Esports, but MelQT still putting up a valiant effort to shut down on Izanami. RankQT gets the revenge kill on Franco.
The base.
Look at the base.
The base.
Loliels, he's going for the split push. Will he be able to end the game?
Oh,
MelQT,
no.
will he be able to get back in time? RankQT, they're not able to stop him with a tiny sliver of HP. RSG Slate MY. Loliels keeps his dream alive.
What a clutch coming in from Loliels. Ice in his veins, doesn't even need to celebrate, puts down his handstand calmly. He says, I've got it, this is in the bag. It's not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. It's not over yet for RSG Slate MY.
We have a match on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Neither team looking to go home today, but only one can move onwards, and we will find out who that is as we are now going into our first game number 3 of the MPL MY Season 11 Playoffs. What a way to make a debut. What a way to open up our competition this season. I can't wait to see more. But for now, we're going to move on into the mic check for RSG Slate MY.
Korang tak semarah ke guna bantai tadi?
Aku jadi princess tadi Ki.
Hah?
Kau jadi princess buang skill satu je.
Yeah.
Now will it matter after? Ayo geng, gas, jangan takut kita tadi tu.
Sabar je, aku tak boleh. Aku gigi. Nice, mati.
Dapat lapu.
Dapat, guys.
Aisyah.
Dapat, dah. Spin off
Eh, Farsan ulti lagi.
Dapat Wawan.
Boleh. Boleh. Papas kau. Tiga top. Guys, lagi set dulu. Kita tempo.
Boleh.
Boleh try. Sempat.
Cepat. Boleh.
Nerves of steel. RSG Slate MY still feeling extremely excited to know that they are still in it to make it. In this case, having those vibes is going to be extremely important. In this case, Lexia, a pretty underrated player in that game. Even though we know there's so much flashy plays coming from Lolios, but thinking about it as well, I question his legitimacy of his Franco. And then that game, he was able to dictate it for his team, not just once and multiple times. And even in the recap as well, where MelQT, in the midst of this fight, when the one was about to prop his crossbow tanks, boom, Hook comes in, dead.
Nothing but praise for the mental fortitude of RSG Slate MY there. They really got shown up in game number 1, and that seemed like it would cause a huge momentum shift because both these teams are dependent on their momentum here. It just didn't matter to them. They claimed, they reset their minds, reset their thoughts, went into game number 2, they knew what they needed to do. And in this case, I do think that Red Esports got a bit overconfident. This is a draft that's really good at messing with their composition, and RSG Slate played it to perfection.
Yep, let's take a little bit more onto it's how the damage output comes from Red Esports, right? They're pretty much the only one is going to be MelQT and KYM. In this case, in terms of AoE damage, Kyym is pretty much the ones that is going to be sending out for the team fights. If Kyym is pretty much zoned out by this Black Dragon, who's dishing out damage? MelQT, obviously. But in the early stage of the game, MelQT hasn't been able to try and translate his team fight just because of the fact that every single time he tries to set up a play, most of his damage gets countered by this anti-Kiras. And it was pretty much a stalemate in the early stage of the game, but the moment the second or third turtle came in, boom, the anti-Kiras on Ling Aza pretty much clutched out and negated all the damage from Red Esports because of the fact that every single skill you use that hits on towards Ling Aza gets completely negated in overall damage output, regardless of your attack speed, regardless of DHS, yada yada yada. Anti-Kiras does it all.
I also really like the choice of Glowing Wand on Izanami as well. Not really a common item for Valentina, but he knows that he's the only source of magic damage on his team, and by getting this item, he can force Red Esports into a situation where they actually have to go for both Athena Shield and a Radiant Armor. And since they can't afford to do that when there's so much physical DPS from RSG, it creates a lot more options for them. And I think this is a very RSG draft, right? Red Esports, they like to play front to back 5v5. They need to maintain front line, back line. RSG, they're a formless team. They are all star players. They all have their own egos, their own mechanics. When you have heroes with so many resources, so many mobility options and skills, that is where RSG truly shines.
You know, Red Esports, they have so much capabilities to actually win this fight, but what they did not expect was that Lolios is able to get so fast ahead in his composition, and logically as a Cloud, you shouldn't be able to get this kind of farm in this stage of the game. But you can even see in the post-game stat as well, the damage output coming from Izanami is going to be topping their charts, but pay attention to who's the second damage dealer. It is going to be a Lolios, because the moment he got those items, he gets all this big fat blazing duet where everyone from Red Esports can't really cancel him off, and even if they do, they are going to be overcommitting in all these fights, and this is a big problem because to catch a blazing duet is a problem. It's very difficult to do so because of his mobility. But with a Terrify from Valentina, which is one of the lowest CDs in this game, you're pretty much in the right timing will be completely messed up in terms of your compositions and combos.
We just talk about how much chaos RSG Slate's lineup can bring to Red Esports. Like you mentioned, Lolil jumps in, Blazing Duet. They have to avoid that. They have to avoid the Black Dragon form. They have to avoid Link Elsa jumping the backline. They have to avoid Lexia hooking people, all while thinking about where Izanami is standing in the draft. Red Esports does not have enough tools to respond to that.
Exactly. Long story short, based on the draft from Red Esports, they have this composition. When you come in, you can't get out. You commit to this trap, you come into this fight, you are getting completely destroyed. But from RSG Slate MY, how they played around this composition, this idea that Red Esports is trying to do is very smart, because they were kiting most of the times, baiting out commitments from Red Esports, which instead forces this trap to slowly open up a little bit crack and just pierce through. And this is something that they're really, really smart. But before that, let's take a look at what the hosts think about this upcoming match.
Selamat kembali ke the MPL Open House. Hey guys, it's us again.
Okay, so kita nak terus masuk dalam game sebab nak kena tanya Abang Lord. Abang Lord ni memang pakar untuk bagi motivasi. Sebab tadi Abang cakap, Rippo dah lah, bagilah Iris main. Tapi bukan Rippo seorang yang marah.
Entire team marah.
Satu team marah. Macam mana tu bang?
Nak bagi tahu dekat KYY to the M. Ini baru playoff. Ini baru playoff. Nampak tak, bukan satu single SEA Games player, but ada duo SEA Games player yang menunjukkan cara permainan yang betul. This is RSG.
Wow, this is
Tadi tu saja Abang Lord.
Ini baru RSG.
Ini baru RSG. Dan sekarang, bila kita berbual pasal RSG, tengok fan pun dah start bising. Kita dah kena teka siapa MVP dekat dalam game tadi.
Okay, let's start with you, Rain.
Untuk saya bagi dekat Lolials lah.
You?
Lolials.
Lafels.
I suka metal lemah. Jadi memang Lolials lah. Jadi dekat ni,
I pun suka metal lemah.
jadi you introduce kan MVP kita.
MVP kita is Jeng 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 Jeng. Tada! Lolials, the meta lemah player of RSG Slate MY.
71% kill participation, 505. Tapi Rain, dekat dalam game ni, KDA macam biasa je 505. Apa yang buatkan dia MVP?
Yang buatkan dia MVP, satu sebab moment split push dia tadi yang menyebabkan bagi kemenangan. Sebab mungkin itu boleh jadi tipik comeback untuk Red Esports sebenarnya, sebab diorang dah dapatkan 2 orang kat bawah tu. Satu lagi sebab dia konsisten jaga target dia lah, which is dia konsisten kacau 1-1 dan juga Farsa.
Dan dekat dalam game tadi, kita siap dengar mic check. Mampus kau, kena kat Kyym. Bang, rasanya bila player dah semangat macam tu, memang dia punya mekanik lain macam tak?
Selalunya macam tu lah.
Selalu
Bila
macam
saya tengok
tu,
player-player kan, selalunya macam tu lah. So this is what happened game pertama tadi dengan Kyym kita nampak, and then previously Mel QT pun sama macam tu.
Betul.
But second game kita nampak tadi RSG. RSG got that momentum kan, and diorang dah hype dah. Diorang dah nampak diorang boleh menang.
Dua-dua team hype ni, Ros.
Yes, dua-dua team. So mari kita tengok the goal graph for the second game tadi. And as we can see here, Red ada sikit advantage in the earlier game kan. Nampak sikit. Tapi after that, RSG is like, okay, my turn. I'm gonna split. I nak dapat tower, metal lemah pun metal lemah. So Rain, what do you think of this gold graph? Kita nampak earlier Red dominate, lepas tu RSG flip the table.
Minit ke-7 tu RSG dah start pegang.
Yes.
Pujian juga saya perlu beri dekat Rippo sebab dia consistently untuk kacau Kyym. So Farsa tidak boleh mengeluarkan damage output. Sama juga pujian perlu diberikan kepada Coach Kuja sebab diorang dapat secure that Valentina and then prevent Kyym daripada dapat comfort hero dia lah. Sebab kita boleh nampak mungkin Kyym sedikit panik dekat second game ni. Ada pakai purify dia tanpa perlu. So overall diorang menang as a team baik daripada coaching side sebab kita kena faham yang dia juga battle antara coach, bukan saja battle antara player lah.
Battle coach dan juga battle antara Valentina dengan Farsa. Dua-dua game dua-dua ni ada dan dua-dua kali Valentina yang keluarkan damage paling tinggi. Jadi mari kita tengok highlight yang dibawakan khas oleh Garnier Man. Jadi dekat sini Rain, cuba explain Rippo punya play dekat sini.
Dekat sini Rippo hanya fokus untuk memberikan CC ataupun stun kepada Imal, which is membantu pasukan RSG untuk secure kepada turtle tersebut lah. Walaupun retry Lengeza terlepas, tapi still ada Yuzong untuk securekan the turtle lah.
Alright, kita nampak semua orang tengah war dekat mid ni. Tengok Lolials tu tengah ambil gold plating dekat tengah. And then over here pula, Lexia got a very good hook. Do you think that it was the start of RSG macam, okay, kita boleh comeback, kita boleh naik balik?
And then Izanami curi kat situ. Lepas ni memang kena bagi duit saya lah kat Izanami.
Izanami memang that curi was like, I think it was, I mean for me, saya rasa as an audience, or it was a turning point for RSG. You rasa mana turning point untuk RSG game ni?
Turning pointnya saya rasa adalah apabila Red membiarkan Lolials untuk mendapatkan free farm dia. Sebab Cloud memang kita tahu dia ada snowball dekat late game. Maksudnya dekat mid ke early ke mid game dia memang tidak ada damage yang mencukupi. Kesilapannya membiarkan dia untuk dapat kikis gold plate, dapatkan turret, dapatkan farm yang cukup untuk mendapatkan damage yang cukup dalam team fight lah.
Jadi dekat dalam ni, kita dah dengar banyak analisis daripada Rain juga. Tapi Abang Lot, tadi bagi motivasi sedikit dekat RSG. Ada ke motivasi untuk Rain? Sebab Abang Lot pun rasa macam Rain datang kat game ni, diorang akan menang ke macam
From regular season, kalau kita tengok penghujung regular season, Red Esports menunjukkan satu peningkatan yang sangat mendadak. Especially when KY to the M ni masuk. Betul kan?
Betul memang.
Yeah.
Betul.
And RSG pula, kita daripada regular season kita memang expect they are the top 3 teams kan, but somehow they I don't know why that happened.
Betul.
Kan? So last match. Immortality tak ada dah.
Betul.
Kan? Whoever lose balik sambung beraya.
Tadi Abang cakap Rippo ganti dengan Iris. Jadi kat sini adakah Mal perlu diganti dengan Mam?
Betul juga. Betul juga kan? Bring back Mom.
Bring back Mom. Kita sayang ibu. Kan awak dah ibu kan.
Betul. I mean, I see that Abang Lot ni kan, dia panaskan satu player, entire team panas. So this time you nak panaskan RSG ke Red?
Sekarang ni saya rasa lah kan, saya nak panaskan tim yang menunggu the winners ni. Homebois. Watch out.
Wow.
Watch out for both teams ni.
Jadi semua yang fans Homebois pun dah kena standby. Speaking of standby, rasa macam kita ada something special juga yang kita nak bagi dekat audience. Jadi saya rasa kat sini, apa kata Rose dengan Abang Lot dah terus pergi ke atas pentas. Jadi tinggal berdua saya dengan Rain untuk kita discuss kejap sementara nak bagi diorang time.
I will be back.
Rain,
let's go.
Kita tengok RSG pakai meta lemah. Okey ke sebenarnya?
Sebenarnya saya rasa itu adalah meta yang bagus untuk diorang bawa. Since dia sebenarnya yang penting adalah untuk certain role diorang ada free untuk dapat target tertentu diorang. So kat first game kita nampak Rippo tak ada target. Kita pun boleh nampak juga yang Lolius tak ada target. Tak ada siapa yang diorang boleh punish and makan lah. So untuk second game ni Kuja make sure untuk dua role ni dapatkan diorang punya space and dapat ada target di dalam team fight.
By the way, kalau ada sesiapa yang tak ada dekat dalam group MPL Malaysia punya group tu, kita dah titlekan meta speed push ni meta lemah. Kalau tak faham, just tengok. Dia ada banyak post pasal benda tu. Dan sekarang ni, dekat atas pentas, Rose dan juga Abang Lot dah standby. Jadi Rose dengan Abang Lot nak buat apa kat situ?
Hello guys, it's me again. I teleport kan? Okay, so sekarang saya dengan Abang Lot nak main game dengan audience pula. Asyik players je yang main game kat MPL. Betul tak?
Betul.
Okay, so macam biasa, kita akan main pop quiz. Kita akan choose 3 lucky audience untuk naik pentas MPL dan Abang Lot dah prepare questions untuk korang. And Abang Lot yang akan bagi hero yang korang kena buat hari ni. Abang Lot yang akan countdown. So, from what we can see, Abang Lot ni memang batu api. So, are you guys ready? Alright, can we have our first contender up on stage? Oh, from the side of RSG. Hello.
RSG,
RSG pakai baju. Tengok. Hello. Oi, inside RSG, outside RSG. Kat tengah.
Hi guys. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
What's your name?
My name is Bob lah. Biasanya orang panggil saya Bob lah.
Kat tengah.
Bob dari mana, Bob?
Kalau Bob.
Alright.
Bob seni je daripada Gombak je.
Daripada Gombak?
Yes.
Umur apa, Bob?
Umur, alamak. 20 lah.
20. Duit raya dapat banyak tak?
Okay, Abang Lot.
Alhamdulillah, tak ada.
Abang Lot. Dah personal sangat dah. Kita nak main game. Personal sangat.
Nak game?
Nak game.
Okay, awak daripada RSG, saya nak tanya, siapakah MVP untuk first match tadi?
MVP RSG ke Red?
First match?
First match lah.
First game
dia
tu?
ada
First
MVP
game.
loss. Dia ada MVP loss. So saya datang lewat tadi, saya nampak lah K to the Y to the Y to the M.
Oh wow, K to the Y to the Y to the M. Betul ke Abang Lot?
Betul.
Betul. Okay. So, nak bagi dia lepas. Bagi dia lepas. Alright.
So, tahniah.
Thank you, Abang Lot.
Alright, thank you.
Very, apa dia?
Oh, duit raya tadi tak ada?
Tak ada.
Oh, bukan. Oh, ingat duit raya tadi. Tanya duit raya.
Open house dekat sana.
Oh, okay.
Alright, thank you so much, Bob. And can we please have our second contender up on stage from the side of Red Esports? Red Esports Betul betul lah, kamera kat sini. Hello. Hi. Oh.
Lagi.
Woi, baju Melayu lagi. Oi. Okay. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
What's your name?
Danish.
Danish. Okay, so Danish hari ni datang sokong Red Esports kan?
Yup.
So, dalam 5 saat bagi saya pemain-pemain Red Esports hari ini. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Saya datang untuk Homebois.
Oh yo, Abang Lot, tengok muka Abang Lot. Ayo. Okay, since dia tak dapat jawab, ulti lah. Betul. Okay, Abang Lot pilih satu ulti yang you rasa sesuai untuk dia.
Franco.
Jap, Abang Lot. Hook, flick, ulti. Okay.
Go ahead.
Hook Abang Lot. Macam
dia kena pakai skin legend.
Oh, pakai skin legend. Sekejap, tak lepas sekali lagi.
Tak lepas.
Hook, flick, ulti, kena ulti Abang Lot. Gigit. Alright, Abang. Pas tak?
Okay, lepas.
Pas. Alright. Thank you very much, Danish.
Okay, terima
You boleh
kasih.
claim your skin, ya. Alright, the last contender. Mana dia? Okay, from this side pula. Okay tak Abang Lot, ulti tu tadi? Okay. Nice. Okay. Hello. Hai. Tak ada kelas hari ni ke? Tak ada kelas? Nanti teacher tengok.
Okay, Dik. Nama, Dik?
Adam.
Okay, Adam.
Datang sokong tim apa?
RSG.
RSG, kenapa duduk situ?
Tak ada, mana tahu tak ada tempat dah duduk.
Tak ada tempat? Kejap lagi bagi dia tempat.
Alright. Okay, so since you datang sokong RSG hari ni, dalam 6 saat, bagi saya 6 pemain RSG Slate MY. 1, 2, 3,
Ling Eza,
4,
Izanami,
5, 6. Tak sempat deh.
Iris.
Tak apa.
Okay.
Buat ulti. Okay.
Buat ulti.
RSG side nak tengok ulti apa?
Saya baru nak bagi Yuzong. Sebab Rippo perform tadi.
Sebab tak, your favourite player dalam RSG siapa?
Iris.
Pandai budak ni. Pandai adik ni. Iris tak main. So kita Yuzong.
Kita bagi Yuzong.
Pakito. Yuzong susah sangat. Susah.
Dia terbang kan pusing.
Okay. Pakito.
Oi!
Wow!
Kenapa saya jadi pilihan?
Diorang sayang Rose. Betul tak? Sayang Rose kan? Betul.
Lulus.
Alright. Thank you. Sini duduk depan tu. Tu dia. So, Abang Lot, you rasa siapa akan menang game ni? Come on. RSG or Red? Red Esports?
Red Esports.
Okay, Abang Lot's prediction is Red Esports. Sekarang masa untuk tengok kalau betul ke tak. So, casters, take it away for the third game.
That is a way to make a statement right there. Red Esports fans going into game number 3 with the support of Abang Lord himself. Can you imagine having that sort of buff?
This is, when it comes to playoffs, it's super unpredictable, but I love that we always have something new for you guys here. Every single season, we bring something new, we revolutionize the series, we revolutionize how MPL MY is going to be developing. In this case, having all this spicy drama is what makes us alive. We hope you guys are enjoying the show, but most importantly, this upcoming match, Red Esports, RSG Slate MY, whoever wins or lose is going to be facing off against Homebois, and the other team going to be eliminated. This is a very big problem for them. In this case, adaptations needs to be made. But more so, could it be Red Esports mistaking draft? Could it be an outplay? Because based on the interview section as well with Coach Rain, he didn't mention that in that final push, Lolios was the MVP, where if Lolios did not took that gamble with his 1 HP, cutting the backlines, going for the base, it might have been a comeback moment for Red Esports.
I do feel like draft has become a very important thing in this matchup between these two teams and two very evenly matched coaches. But just as important is telling you guys all about April Starlight, which is coming up. And you guys, you can buy the new Starlight membership for only 300 diamonds to get the exclusive skin Edith Ancient Warden. Not to mention, over 6,000 diamonds worth of rewards are waiting all for you. On top of that, all new premium Starlight exclusive name color with event chests and all sorts of other things. So you guys, make sure you get in on some of the action. And speaking of the action, seems like we're gonna be jumping back into the land of dawn very soon.
Now, the moment of truth. Very, very soon, one of these teams will be eliminated. One of the first teams in MPL MY Season 11 is going to be eliminated. You can see the pressure is on. The players getting ready, the coaches preparing their drafts. And this is going to be a very, very important moment because the journey will have to continue after this series, where they have to face off against Homebois, which in this case, a team that a lot of people are expecting to be winning them all.
Well, to even get that far in their journey, they first need to take their first steps, and right now, both of them are blocking the path for one another. This road is only big enough for one of them, and that means that someone has to go home. It's such a shame because both these teams have shown us such amazing performances up on this stage, and it would feel even worse for Red Esports as well. Remember, they're supposed to be in the upper bracket quarterfinals, and now they as well are one game away from potentially leaving the competition altogether. Game 3 is going to be the spiciest one yet. So let us prepare as we now enter into the draft for game number 3, Red Esports, RSG Slate MY. Who's it gonna be?
The moment of truth is going to be coming in, but as on now, Red Esports still sticking to the first pick side. RSG Slate MY going to be sticking to the red side themselves. Seems like they are trying to figure out this strategy, and Red Esports has been leaning on this Mincetar ban for a number of times. It might be a little bit weird, but Red Esports, they may consider bringing in the Mincetar himself, letting it off the hook, and give RSG Slate MY that 1-1, and maybe try and deal with it themselves. But so far, RSG Slate MY, their response for Game 2 or 1-1 has been phenomenal. But the question here was that they kind of messed it up. They got a little bit overconfident. They weren't expecting the anti-Kiras to kind of hurt them so much from Ling Aza, and eventually, it kind of fumbled a bit. So I wouldn't be surprised that Red Esports still might be playing it safe. Hey, 1-1 has been working well, let's go with 1-1 again. But of course, it all comes down to whether or not RSG Slate MY still lets it off the hook once again.
The most important thing here for Red Esports is going to be that zone control. RSG Slate MY caused a lot of problems by having multiple heroes that could easily dive the backline and split up team fights, something Red Esports wants to avoid at all costs. So what you mentioned about them locking in the Mincetar for themselves may actually be pretty good just to avoid RSG from having those mobility options. The question is whether or not they can play it, because Red Esports has been consistently banning it out so far.
Wow, Sora Bio just death stares at their side, and you can see the smiles on Kuja's face as well. Ling Aza, Lexia has pretty much made a statement here with this Franco on game number 2. It completely messed out the composition. Gave MelQT so much problems. He gave KYYM so much problems as well. Forcing him to go for the Purify means that he is going to be losing out a lot of mobility for setups when he's feathered airstrike. So RSG Slate MY, they are going to let one out the hook. In this case, is it going to be the Mincetar or is it going to be the 1-1? In this case, RSG Slate MY, they're still sticking with their fanning bans. And it is going to be very, very important for Red Esports to understand that there is still the potential setups coming with Fredrin, potential setups for Valentina. However, Kadita is something that RSG Slate MY has played before, but is very feared for teams like SMG.
Red Esports will choose to ban out the
Smart.
1-1 themselves. It's a good idea, but this means that both Mincetar and Glue, which have so far been banned out by Red Esports in both games, are going to be open for the pickings. The question is, which one does Red Esports want for themselves? RSG, are they going to stick with the same 3 bans? Do they get rid of the Arlet here? Or now, will the changes from the bans cause them to reconsider? Nope,
Smart.
They're going to stick with it.
Smart. Red Esports now has to give up either or. But in this case, giving up the glue isn't that bad. But that just means that Kyym has to play the Faramis in case Rippo decides to go for the glue. Because if they do not pick it, I'm pretty sure RSG is going to pick it up themselves. But no, they prioritize the claw. This is something that Red Esports has demonstrated throughout the middle of the regular season, where every single time MelQT gets the claw, he is going to be able to deliver. However, does RSG Slate MY smell this out? Do they get the glue themselves? Do they go for the Faramis? Because like it or not, the Faramis is one of the very few that deals with it. They don't go for it, but instead go for the Valentina.
Valentina's definitely the play here. If they went for Faramis, Red Esports could pick Valentina, steal the Cult Altar. That's the last thing they want to happen. Izanami grabbing Valentina is the best choice, but what do they follow it up with? Looks like they're gonna stick with what's comfortable. The Lancelot locked in by RSG Slate. This could be a chance for Red to lock in something like the Mincetar straight away and make Linkasa's life very difficult.
Oh, playing it safe here. Red Esports, they have to decide now, do they go for the glue or not? Because if they go for it, RSG Slate MY, if they force to play a Faramis, they are going to be in some trouble, right? We've seen teams like SMG, pretty much the only team has had very, very good success as a support roaming Faramis, whereas the rest of the teams here, especially for Homebois, still plays it on the mid lane mage. But seems like that's going to be completely ignored. That just means RG now is going to be in a position where they can pick the glue, ban off the Faramis, and then set things up for Rippo.
The Fredrin Farsa is usually a safe combo here, but it didn't quite work out earlier against RSG Slate MY. I worry about it a bit, especially now that glue has been locked in for Rippo as well. This man is a menace on this hero, and Red Esports needs to buy time for MelQT to farm before they can really take him off the table.
Yeah, perfect timing coming from RSG Slate MY. But the question here is, do they want to take the risk? Because if you think about it, like, hey, Red Esports, they have Kyym pretty much playing the Farsa. There's no reason to actually ban the Faramis, right? But the problem here is, even as a roaming Faramis, it may not necessarily have the damage or damage items that we kind of expect on the usual mage Faramis. But because of how many units a glue has, it doesn't even matter. It is still going to scale over time. So RSG Slate MY, they're ignoring it. They are going to ban Lolita. They know for a fact that Red Esports, they're not risk takers, and they are a type of comp team that plays around protect MelQT. Having this Faramis composition doesn't necessarily translate to what they usually play or their usual trap style. Instead of comparing towards a head-to-head matchup, which is Faramis versus Glue. So I guess Red Esports might not be leaning at that. So I guess Kuja might be banging on the fact that Red Esports might not be looking in that direction right now.
RSG actually in this position are not afraid of Faramis at all. Yes, it does a lot of damage to glue, but them picking it means that Maul would have to play it in their own position, which means that they lack CC to deal with the Lancelot, and the Cult Altar can be stolen away. It's just a bad idea overall. That's why RSG won't care about it, and I'm pretty sure Red Esports won't care about it this game too. So the Lolita is banned out. I'm really surprised that they still go for the carry ban, because I feel like Red Esports has the tools to deal with it. But we'll see what is going to be the case here. RSG, do they still want to focus on Mal? Do they ban the Kufra?
Yeah, I guess the Kufra is something that they can still lean on as well. It's definitely a safe bet as well. Mal has been an absolute monster with it. Kufra completely disrupts the Valentina combo. It completely disrupts the Lancelot combo as well. In this case, RSG, they were able to capitalize on the fact that, hey, every single time that Red Esports has this dev threat set up with the Ruby as well as the Fredrin, they get completely bamboozled. But RSG MY, interesting. They ban off the Hellcat. They're respecting what Elma is bringing to the table. And so far, the only other team that played the Hellcat not in the jungle is pretty much SMG, right? We had Stormy playing in the mid lane. But if I do recall this, on week 6 during the regular season, we started to see a significant increase in Hellcat pickups throughout the entire day. So it's understandable why RSG Slate MY is still playing this historical data of last week's performance during regular season. So I guess they're playing safe. That just means Faramis a full grab for Red Esports if they decide to go for that route.
What they've basically done here is orchestrate Red Esports into picking Kufra. Now that they've let it through, they know that that is what Mal is going to grab. I hope that Red Esports doesn't quite fall into that trap, but I'm not sure about Mal's hero pool. RSG gonna lock in the Grok. We already talked about this earlier. A hero that can be flexed into many positions, but most likely going to the hands of Lexia this game.
I was expecting a denial pick with the Ruby coming from RSG Slate MY, denying it from Mal if they want to go for this CC combos. But the Grok is a great way as well, because game number 2, they had a solution for this Farsa. They had this Black Dragon always hunting his way through, but because they opened things up with the glue, they need a different alternative. In this case, a Grok is pretty much the safest bet as well. Roaming Grok, boom. Every time the berries comes in, the Feathered Ash is immediately cancelled. So in this case, Kyym, once again, in a very, very awkward position twice now, where he needs to play extremely safe, baits out fights coming from RSG Slate MY. But the question here is, are we going to see the Kufra? We do see the shadow image coming in, and yes, it is going to be coming in. But interesting enough, Red Esports, they bring in the Terisla to deal with the glue. And I think it's a fantastic hero to actually deal with the split spin.
It is not bad at all. It's a really good matchup into Rippo specifically, but I do worry that it's not going to be enough CC against Link Ezra. Right now, Red Esports really doesn't have a lot of ways of stopping the landslot, and they need Mal to land perfect ultimates to make sure that they can lock him down. Not the best situation for Red Esports to be in here. I do feel like RSG so far is winning the draft.
I agree. There are just so much solutions as well in terms of mobility, but when it comes to the marksman department, they are going to be very lacking. And just because of the fact that how do they kill and match against this Cloud, especially this time where they don't really have the protection. Safety pick, comfort picks coming from the Leos is going to be the Beatrix. We are going to be expecting some serious snipes coming from him, but it is going to be difficult to pull off considering that there are no hard CCs. So Leos is going to put in a lot of work to set up with either Lexia or Rippo in terms of isolation tactics. But both teams pretty much has a very, very good idea on how they want to play the compositions. But so far, RSG definitely has a difficult more composition to play compared to Red Esports.
We can see here from the predictions that RSG seems to be winning out on everything with the exception of late game, but even then, not by too much. Will Red Esports be able to delay it in time against the extra resources that RSG Slate will be bringing to the table? For one of these teams, for 5 of these players, this is going to be their final game here in MPL MY Season 11. Hopefully you all are ready and buckled in your seats because we're in for a wild ride. Red Esports, RSG Slate MY collide for the final time in the land of Dawn.
It is gonna be the moment of truth. 2 going in, 1 gets out. In this case, is it gonna be Red? Is it gonna be RSG Slate MY? We've got to anticipate. As of now, this is gonna be a very important moment for both sides. Both have very, very clear conditions on how they want to win this matchup. In this case, the XP lane, Rippo is gonna look to try and punish him with this slam here, just because of the fact that it does damage, it gives you instant resets as well as health regeneration if it pops in the vicinity of the glue.
Now remember everyone, you guys get to vote for the Audience Choice MVP in all the series of the playoffs. Scan the QR code below and tell us who you think deserves to be MVP of the match. As for now, lots of focus onto the gold lane from both these teams. They recognize that Lolils and MelQT are heavy win conditions on both sides.
Yep, but now, speaking of which, Lexia, he needs his early 4 in order to actually try and dive onto his KYYM, right? Because regardless of what happened, he's pretty much the only one that can actually kind of zone him out. And as you can see, Red Esports, they've got double purifies. And this is a problem because right now, we don't really see too much coming from this heroes to play Purify, but it's a very, very important necessity to try and deny the to counter the Terrify as well as the Wall Charge coming in, which is something where MelQT needs to preemptively use, similar to how a Winds of Nature, to prevent themselves from getting their skills cancelled from this Wall Charge. So it's going to be a very micro detail that they need to play around with. But RSG Slate MY, they've got more rooms to actually punish that instead.
Yeah, again, they do have a lot of resources. While RSG doesn't have as much diving power as game number 2, they're still very scary overall. Amal gonna be charged by 2 members, going for the taunt. Kyym already dropping the half HP. Wild charge comes out, knocks up Amal. He gets caught with the split blade. Mal charging up, looking for the ultimate. Lexia gets first blood. Mal gonna miss his ultimate. Flickers come out to allow for RSG to escape. The turtle has been reset though. Currently, Amal, the only casualty. RSG Slate looking to work on the turtle once again, dropping the 50%.
Oh!
From Mal!
What?
Right into the double kill! Kyym secures tempo! Turtle dropping low. Who's gonna secure it? It's gonna be a 50-50. Alexia looking for the charge. Kyym secures the turtle for Red Esports! And they're looking for one more. Can they find Grok? Yes, they do! Mal gets the revenge kill.
Mal! What an absolute monster! RSG Slate MY, they dodged the first buff, but they did not expect Mal to make a play like that. And surprise, surprise, RSG Slate MY just get completely unexpected as well. But even here, Izanami, yes, you've got good reflexes here, but it's maximum value coming from Mal. Him getting killed, forcing out flickers as well. Now he's gonna get caught off.
Yeah, but looks like the rest of Red Esports is here.
He's not even dead.
Instantly get the kill back. Mal with the killing spree. The Kufra is 3-0. Not who you want the kills to be going, but Red Esports will take it for now. They're going for Lolils. Link SS's in the area. Mal charging up. He does have his ultimate. He finds Lolils. Gets the Tyrant's Rage. Mal secures the Beatrix. Link SS 1v4. Focusing on clearing up the wave. He will do so for now.
The confidence coming in from Red Esports. What a play. Mal stepping it up big time for Red Esports to dictate the tempo. And RSG Slate MY, they need to start respecting this coming from Red Esports. They're so focused on what KYYM has been delivering during the regular season, during the first 2 games, but little did they know, Mal was cooking up something huge, and because of this, RSG Slate MY, they have to rethink how they want to take their approaches now. In this case, do they still want to focus on Forza? Do they want to deny Mal altogether? Because as of yet, they haven't really figured out what's the secret sauce. Because the ones opening up the map is going to be the Grok, but there's only so much Lexia can do, especially when he needs to body check, or in this case, guard Kyym from certain weird angles.
Yeah, it's honestly so impressive right now because we are instantly seeing why RSG has been banning this Kufra every single game. Mal terrifying with the hero, but definitely should not be the one getting all the kills. He should ideally be giving those away to the cores, which right now are not quite as fun as they'd like. Red Esports charging in, a wild charge of the 2 members into the 2-man taunt, but Kyym doing massive damage. He gets the turtle! He gets the feathered airstrike! How many kills is that? Who knows? But Lexia and Rippo are dead. Link Eza, Izanami forced back. Lolils nearly losing the 1v1 up top as well.
Perfect synergy coming from Mal and Kyym. As soon as the first engagement from Mal coming in, feathered airstrike completely collapsed on 3 people. Great initial engagement coming from Lexia. Unfortunately, could not do too much with the secondary wall charge, right? They got the first knockout, but not the stun coming in from the initial tank on those walls, which is very, very unfortunate. But even then, Red Esports, they still maintain their double purifies on Kyym and MLQT, and this is a big problem for RSG Slate MY.
Red Esports keeping up the pressure. RSG gotta try and delay this. They gotta look for a pickoff, but right now so much pressure. The feathered airstrike dropping Lexia to 15% HP. Forcing the recall once again. No objectives to contest, so RSG doesn't mind that too much for now, but they want to keep this tier 1 mid alive.
You can see the desperations are coming in, but here he comes!
Mal flickers forward, going to miss out. Amal gonna be forced to back away. Rippo right on top of him as Link SS just buying time. Penalty zone stolen away. Keeps Amal in place, and RSG Slate bite back.
This is good. This is good. They make a mistake. Red Esports, all in or nothing. That's the composition with this Kufra, right? You hit or you miss. In this case, having a miss in RSG Slate MY's favor is going to be very, very helpful, right? Once Rippo gets on top of you, you are going to get those kills. But in this case, the biggest problem here is Lexia, right? Lexia, does he use his wall to deny the Tyrant's Revenge, or does he use this wall to deny the feathered airstrike? That's going to be a very important one. But Lexia,
He doesn't have wild charge, so MelQT is safe. Maul comes back in. Tyrant's Rage finds the Grog. He flickers out, but not in time. Killing spree for Kyym. The far side now 3-0-4.
Oh, so unlucky for Lexia. If he got the wall charge in that situation, he might have been able to get the kill. So you have to count the lucky stars that Red Esports is going to be able to walk away with that kill. But at the same time, is it luck or is it calculated? Because as of now, Red Esports, they looked very, very comfortable. Maul is going to be sliding out of the fight.
Tyrant's Revenge going to miss. Linkeza going for the turtle. Kyym focused hard. He has to flicker away. Amal secures the turtle. They get the multiple man taunt into the feathered airstrike. Phantom execution. Linkeza looking for Farsa. He gets the shutdown and he walks away. RanQT misses with the flicker. But now Izanami out of position. Steals the penalty zone onto Maul. He wastes the Tyrant's Rage, but they get the kill onto Izanami anyway. Laleos running away from MelQT. The Claw doing a lot of damage. Taunt from Amal going to miss on the Beatrix, so the rest of RSG will be able to back off.
This is very, very important for RSG Slate MY. As long as they trade 50-50s, Lolios is going to be able to scale in this game. Rippo is definitely going to be scaling the game. But at the same time, off the outer side of the map as well, MelQT, he is doing a fantastic job trying to mark Lolios. Unfortunately to say, his Blazing Duet was used prematurely, expecting the zone of Lolios. So because of that, Red Esports wasn't able to extend the fight, and that just means it is going to be even more space for RSG Slate MY to scale into this game. But now, before that, let's take a look at the items as well. We do see it very early Anti-Kira from Linkeza to deal with MelQT. Very, very important. But once he gets like Dominance Eye, Skyguard, and Helmet, this is where we are going to see a very, very good Lord Zone War, which eventually Red Esports is going to struggle.
Struggle is definitely the case late game, but MelQT right now farming up a storm on the top of the gold rankings, not by as much as we saw from Laleo's last game though. Red Esports looking to change that, continuing to apply pressure, not allowing RSG Slate to farm safely.
Yep, Lightning Trunking purchase out on Kyym as well. He is going to start to hurt as well. So Lolios, he needs to find a way to push out the lane, but you can see how Red Esports, they're choking Lolios in a situation where they know for a fact that RSG Slate MY, they are a very disciplined team. They rarely go for this kind of aggressive plays unless they have some sort of safety net. In this case, the only safety hero is pretty much Linkeza on this Lancelot. But getting farm on Linkeza doesn't necessarily mean they are going to be able to win the fight. You have a stronger mid shield, but Lolios is going to be the bigger picture. In this case, if Lolios doesn't get the space he needs, he's not going to be able to contribute in all these team fights. But hold it off for now, middle lane.
Rippo already dropped the half HP. He should be able to heal up with Split, but that'll take him out for a short while. The thing is, not enough time for Red Esports to kill the Lord, because Amal is the only one working on it. Linkeza now gonna be focused. Phantom Execution gets him out of the clutches of 4 members of RSG, while Mal is delaying the rest in the mid lane. Lolios gets the tier 1 bot. Linkeza getting a lot of damage. Feather Strike comes out from Kyym to zone him out. Nearly gets the kill, but is not able to. He flies after him. The zone away Lancelot even taunts him in the face. Linkeza gets picked off by Kyym. In the meantime, who got the turtle?
What?
Lexia! Lexia steals the turtle! He loses his life in exchange, but the Lord has been secured by RSG Slate MY.
No jungle, no problem. Lexia clutches it big for RSG Slate MY. And now Red Esports, they are desperate for this fight and they will get a kill onto us Rippo to trade off. But the snipes coming from Lolios getting blocked off.
Yep, Amal, he gets the taunt. Lolios has stayed for too long. Double kill for Kyym, and they steal the purple buff away.
Oh my goodness, RSG Slate MY playing out of their minds. Desperation coming in, and while this is actually happening as well, this Stolen Lord is going to buy them a little bit of more time to scale back into this game. But before that, let's talk about the damage ranking coming from Red Esports, right? Kyym, biggest damage dealer. MelQT, biggest damage dealer. Without these two guys, they are going to be losing out a majority of the team fight. And early in that engagement, while Kyym was so focused on punishing Linkeza, he did not expect Amal kind of dropped the ball and missed the retribution, and because of that, the RSG Slate MY was able to find a little bit of a crack to kind of capitalize on and salvage a situation which RSG Slate MY technically is in a very, very deep hole right now. But Kyym, oh my god!
That snipe doing massive damage. Kyym on 30% HP from a single shot. Lolios is definitely scaling up. Red Esports, 11 minutes in, only a 2.5k net worth lead. Not very notable in this stage. They still have to be very careful. The game can still go either way.
Ooh, Lexia. You know, the question here is that Lexia, like this is something that asks, right? Do you
they find the taunt. Linkeza, he's able to iframe out of the feathered airstrike though. The value of the landslot showing itself here. That would have been a kill on almost any other hero.
Okay, this is the problem, right? Lexia, who does he focus on? Does he focus on Kyym? Does he focus on MLBB? Does he focus on Mal? It's gonna be tough because eventually he's gotta find the right target, and so far his target has been zoning out Amal to secure the lot in the previous fight, which arguably should not have been possible, right? What can a Grok do against a Frederick besides gambling your luck and potentially steal your luck? I would say it's skill from Lexia, but how many times can you guarantee that success? Because eventually somebody is gonna stop Kyym and MelQT, and so far RSG Slate MY, they haven't been able to find opportunities like that because Lolios, yes, Beatrix may hurt a lot, but doesn't necessarily...
they find Kyym, they charge him down, but Purify allows him to fly out with wings by wings. Both sides of Predator Airstrike comes out, the snipe going to miss. Rippo forced to back off. Lexia is dropping real low, but Nibiru's passion zones away. Red Esports not able to get any kills there.
Oh, this is the perfect time. This is like the perfect moment for RSG Slate MY. They needed to engage on that in order to bait out the Purifies coming from Kyym, because eventually he is one of the biggest damage dealer from Red Esports, but they need to bait more out of it as of now. Yes, the wall charge may not be available in this fight, but because Lexia has to pull yourself together, he is going to eventually get it in his upcoming fight.
The Lord going to be contested once again. RSG Slate a little spread out, but they have enough time to come over. Predator Airstrike comes out. Lexia doing a lot to scout out, but he gets taunted. Knocked up by the Lord. Wall charge going to miss. Penalty zone zoning them out. Lexia gets chased down with Kyym securing the mega kill. But now Kyym is out of position. He gets caught out. Izanami with the shutdown, while MelQT slays Lolils in the mid lane with the help of Mal. Bouncing ball keeps him in place. Lord dropping real low. It's going to be a 50-50. Linkeza secures the Lord for his team. Will he be able to escape their clutches? MelQT breaks the immortality. Blazing Duet comes out. Amal keeping him in place. Linkeza loses his life for the Lord as Mal chases Izanami down. He gets the Tyrant's Revenge. Here comes Amal. He gets the taunt. MelQT with the killing spree.
Oh my goodness, RSG Slate MY, how the heck are you getting all these second lives? Red Esports is just so much stronger in all these team fights. They're so much stronger in getting all the kills. But RSG Slate MY, they still once again buy even more time because of this Lord steals. And time again, RSG Slate MY, they're just getting away with all these opportunities which technically should not have been possible. Well done coming from Lexia to kind of isolate the fight, shifting Red Esports' focus on towards him. Because of the fact that Kyym overextended and did not have the Purify, they were pretty much lost in that fight. However, middle side here, RSG, they're trying to hold Red Esports so that the Lord can get value on the bottom side. However, there's nothing much they can actually do about it because MelQT is already there defending against this.
There's a fair amount of resources used in the mid lane for no kills on either side. But that is pretty okay right now. Looking at the itemization, we are reaching the final few core items for the core members of both teams. MelQT farming up really well right now, currently 1.5k ahead of Lolils, but the Beatrix doing a pretty good job too. Wind of Nature should be able to keep him alive in engagements.
Now this is interesting. Double Radiant Armors coming from Red Esports to deal with the Valentina combo from Izanami, and this is actually working out because it doesn't just reduces the damage output from Izanami, but it also reduces the damage from both Rippo as well. Anti-Kiras and Radiant Armor works on Rippo, and this is gonna significantly drop what we kind of expect of these usual glues where, hey, the moment I latch on, I'm gonna get one-shot combos on you in the backlines in the previous patch. So Red Esports, they're itemizing accordingly, but eventually they need to win in these directory battles in order to win this game.
Amal maybe going quite far here. Taunt going to miss because Lexia's immune. Wild Charge catches Amal, but he instantly drops. Kyym gets the kill. He almost gets taken out with the Phantom Execution, but he's able to fly away. The rest of his team is there to provide backup. RSG Slate now one man down.
It's tough, you know, seeing how this is actually happening as well. It is very, very tough, but at the same time, right now, Red Esports, they cannot afford to make mistakes because MelQT, one wrong move, he's done for because as of now, he's overcommitting.
MelQT, he gets the kill, but Izanami gets the ambush, he gets the shutdown onto the Claude, but he himself is taken out in a mega kill. Rippo trades out RenQT in the meantime while Linkeza is aiming for Kyym, but the far side is being defended by Amal. That's going to be a 2-for-2 trade.
I have no idea how MelQT is getting all this confidence because technically MLQT getting the 1v1 against Lolios was huge. But what I did not expect was Izanami was able to salvage the situation, set up a trap with MLQT, usually pretty much only has one way out of the fight, anticipating him to back out, and as soon as that happens, instantly shuts him down. So this is huge for them because there's no mage, there's no marksman for this jungle contest, and Red Esports, they have so much zoning tactic.
Lexia gonna be providing vision, buying time. MLQT is back, so is Izanami and Lolios. So this is going to be a 5-man team fight, but Red Esports not doing a very good job of housekeeping. They have to send Claude and Terizla to defend their lanes, which means Wild Charge is going to find Amal, taking a lot of damage. Mal delaying Link is up, penalty zone coming out. Split onto the Fredrin, Fedid airstrike, zoning out Lolios. Oh, he's not able to get the Appraiser's Wrath out in time. Amal is taken out. Mal gonna follow right afterwards with a shutdown by Izanami. And the Fedid airstrike zones away Kyym as well. RSG Slate, they no longer have to steal the Lord because it is theirs for the taking.
Oh my goodness, Red Esports, they completely made that mistake. This is the timing where Red Esports, they know for a fact that they cannot walk into what RSG Slate MY's made. They cannot be kited around like this. They need to kite into this fight, and in this case, Kyym, they're just pulling out the back. Here comes Lexia!
Wild Charge Flicker, 4-man penalty zone, but do they have the damage? Blazing Duet comes out, MLQT doing a fair bit, but Rippo tanking all of it, and he is still absolutely fine. RSG Slate have completely evened out the net worth difference. 18 minutes in, it is now truly anyone's game.
Already Esports, they completely dropped the ball on MLQT because of the fact that they chose to fight when MLQT wasn't in a position to build up his stacks for this Blazing Duet. Prior to this fight, they lost the Lord. Now, it's fine, it's okay. Even in this fight, MLQT was nowhere near to build up his stacks to actually come into this fight, and because of that, Rippo walked out scot-free.
Yep, that should
Izanami walked out. Now with the Lord pushing again, it's going to be even more pressure for MLQT to burst down the back lines, which unfortunately is going to be very difficult to do because of the fact that now they don't have Purifies up on MLQT as well as Kyym.
RSG Slate's goal with this Lord is to take down at least 2 towers, ideally 3. Let's see how many they get. Lord gonna crash into the bottom inhibitor. Snipe going to miss. Rank QT doing a good job of buying time. They're not actually even able to finish off the bottom inhib. Red Esports so far will only lose 1 tower. RSG Slate, what's going to be an intent here? Look at Maul. He's actually looking for the backline ambush.
Okay.
But his team is not close enough to follow up.
No.
He is now the one out of position. The rest of Red Esports coming to back him up. Rank QT gonna get stunned out. Linkeza taking a lot of damage. Fedid airstrike. Will he be able to finish him off? Yes, they popped the immortality. Linkeza still alive, but he loses an important Oh, they find Izanami with the Tyrant's Rage! And the Valentina is eliminated from the fight.
This is what playoffs should be looking like. What a way to start things off for Game 3. Both teams fighting for their dear lives, not moving an inch. They want to continue their journey for the playoffs. In this case, one wrong mistake is going to cost them the game, and Izanami, he may be out of position, but look at the items right now. They're all maxed out. We are going to reach a stage where immortality swaps are going to be coming in. Winter Trunkin swaps are going to be coming in. In this case, that early bait on the immortality of Linkeza is going to be very crucial for Red Esports to clutch this game.
Fedid airstrike zoning out Rippo. Wild Charge finds 2, but he's not able to do anything with it. Lexia gonna be able to flicker out to safety. It doesn't lose his immortality either. That's probably the most ideal result RSG could hope for.
We are hitting the 20-minute mark for Red Esports. This is going to be a very, very crucial moment for both teams. They cannot afford to start losing out members because of the fact that if they die, the death time, respawn times is going to be very, very detrimental. In this case, once we hit the 24-minute mark, one death can lead you to about 40 to 50 seconds on the sidelines. And it is going to be a big problem, so they have to wait out on those immortalities from both sides, especially for RSG Slate MY, considering that they just recently lost it on Linkeza. We saw a purchase coming from Mao, so he is going to try to take the initiative to try and zone out Linkeza eventually.
The final evolved Lord has spawned on the Land of Dawn. This could be a tool for either team to potentially end the game if they're able to win a team fight with it. Red Esports are around the Lord pit. RSG Slate actually split up. They're going for the potential split push with Lolios here. Red Esports has to be careful of that. MLQT is in position to respond if necessary, but they could also use that to go for the gank onto the Claude. Right now, it's gonna be a battle of strategies and execution.
Is going to be very, very difficult to do so. So far, RSG Slate MY
mid lane,
but mid lane.
Winter Trunkian from Kyym. Maul flickers backwards. He finds Lolios. Tyrant's Reign gonna secure the kill onto Lolios. Lexia out of position. They're gonna chase him down. Do they pop the immortality? Yes, they do. Lexia now completely out of position. Gonna flicker back to safety. Has it off cooldown thanks to his emblem set. Red Esports finds a very important kill.
Big clutch coming from Kyym, instantly popping the Purify, setting up the Winter Trunket, wasting Leo's utilities and overcommit. And because of this play, RSG Slate MY, they have no choice but to make a play. You can see even Link Aza trying to go for the flank, instantly gets zoned out by MLQT and Mal.
Mal jumps backward. He's going to miss onto Link Aza. Lexia's here to provide delay once again, but all this while, Amal is working on the Lord. Here comes the Feathered Airstrike, cancelled out by the Guardian's Barrier, but it's enough. Amal will finally secure a Lord, and it is possibly the most important one they could have gotten.
It's time. It's been a while. Red Esports should have gotten the Lord for so long ago. RSG Slate MY, they're playing on borrowed time. They're hanging on to their dear lives, and finally, Red Esports has this advantage to shove on towards RSG Slate MY's favor. But in this case, the biggest threat here is RSG Slate MY needs to find a way for Lolios to dish out his damage. He just swapped up his immortality. That is going to give him a little bit more time. But the problem here is, with 23 minutes in the game, the Lord, very, very strong. Minions, very, very strong. Do they still have enough damage?
Red Esports are eager to close things out right now, but they have to be careful not to be too over-eager, because teams have lost from this position before. RSG Slate MY still has plenty of opportunities, but they gotta play this really smart. Lord gonna crash into the bottom inhibitor. Mid lane being cleared out. Feathered Airstrike gonna find Lexia. Killing spree for Kyym. Mid inhibitor will fall to Ren QT. Rippo gets taunted out. Kyym flying the back line. They find another tower. Bandit's Rage not gonna do too much. Izanami steals the penalty zone, but it's gonna be enough as the blazing duet comes out. Amal gets the kill onto Izanami. It's over. Maul! Bandit's Rage on the back line. Disables RSG Slate completely. Red Esports has done it. They have eliminated RSG Slate MY from the competition and ended the dreams of their players. Red Esports moves on to the upper bracket quarterfinals.
It's over for RSG Slate MY. Red Esports, they will continue their journey from the play-ins to fight off against Homebois. You can see the satisfaction, the happiness of the parents coming in from Red Esports, supporting the players up on stage. They have done it. GG will play to Red Esports for that amazing, amazing performance. Whereas RSG Slate MY, it's sad to say, it is over for their journey here in MPL MY Season 11.
RSG Slate MY should still be proud of the performance they have shown here. It was a tight series that could have gone either way from the beginning until the very last moment. But Red Esports climbing their way up from the bottom of the rankings, improving and growing over the weeks of the regular season. They've got plenty to say, so let's throw it over to the hosts on stage.
All right, everybody. Sekarang we are on the stage. They are congratulating each other dulu.
Yes, dekat sini di mana kita nampak perlawanan yang hebat di antara Red Esports dan juga RSG Slate MY. Sebelum kita interview dengan Red Esports, kita akan invite RSG Slate MY dulu dekat tengah. Guys, berikan tepukan kepada mereka.
A round of applause, everybody. A round of applause.
Baiklah, dekat sini, again, sepanjang season ni kita boleh nampak ups and downs daripada RSG Slate MY, dan sekarang ni dekat playoff juga, it was a very tough match untuk RSG Slate MY. So dengan semua fans yang ada dekat sini, untuk RSG Slate MY dan juga untuk Red, give a final say kepada semua fans yang sokong RSG daripada minggu pertama sampai ke hari ini.
Assalamualaikum semua. Terima kasih datang support MPL MY sini, geng. Korang teruskan support tim yang maju ke hadapan sampai ke MSC, geng.
There we go, thank you very much. Dan dekat sini kita akan bagi the final bow RSG Slate MY kepada semua orang in 3, 2, 1, bow. Give a big round of applause. Thank you very much.
RSG Slate. We will be seeing you in the next season.
Alright.
Bye,
Dari kat
guys.
sini.
Thank you.
Let's give a big round of applause kepada pemenang tadi, Red Esports.
Hello, Red Esports. Okay guys. Depan. Jangan malu.
Semua tunjuk muka. Semua tunjuk muka.
Semua tunjuk muka. Main tak main belakang cerita. Alright. Okay, so kita nampak tadi Red Esports menang dengan 2-1, which means that Red Esports will be fighting against Homebois sekejap lagi. And this is not the first time that will be happening. So Sora, are you ready for the rematch?
We absolutely ready. We confident 200%.
Oh wow! Red is ready.
Dekat sini juga nak bagi mic sebab I nak berbual. Dekat sebelah I ada Aaron. Di mana Aaron? I sendiri cakap tadi dekat open house. Regular season, you punya performance up and down. Tapi lawan dengan RSG Slate MY, nampak sangat-sangat bahaya. Game pertama dengan Lalapu, game kedua dengan Terizla. Apa yang terjadi di antara regular season dengan playoff yang you punya mekanik tiba-tiba like gila naik tinggi?
Sebab saya rasa sebab maybe saya jatuh sikit sebab saya tukar saya punya gameplay saya. Sekarang more to nak adapt dengan team play. Sebab Red sekarang dah tak main mekanik lah, main more to macro.
I see. Dan dengan ni, kita juga nak cakap sepanjang 3 game ini ada satu player yang perform dengan sangat-sangat baik. Dia adalah MVP of the match. Rasanya siapa MVP of the match?
Guys, by the way, MVP of the match kita is chosen by the audience. Bukan kita yang pilih, audience yang pilih.
Jadi, dengan audience punya result kat sini, the MVP of the match diberikan
is KYY to the M.
Kyym.
Oh, okay, Kyym.
Kyym, okay, biasanya kan kita nampak play-play baru naik ke atas pentas nak tenang kan, macam takut nak melebih-lebih sangat. Tapi Kyym dekat atas very energetic. Di mana datang tenaga ni oi?
Sebab itu memang style saya daripada tier 2 lagi. So saya taunting lah.
Sampai ke MPL tak ubah.
Itu lah.
Apa dia?
Apa dia?
Sora cakap apa?
Sora cakap kuat sikit.
Kuat sikit. Yes. Dan Kyym, you punya perasaan sekarang ni, you MVP and lepas ni lawan dengan Homebois. You punya confidence level akan still sama tinggi atau lagi tinggi lawan dengan Homebois?
Memang lagi tinggi lah. So, standby lah diorang. Kita bantai nanti.
Sekejap. Kyym, you cakap tadi your confidence lagi tinggi kan lawan Homebois. Dekat Homebois, dalam Homebois, satu player yang you memang nak lawan nanti. Macam, I'm looking at you and I know... Walot! Memang mid lawan mid. Oh my goodness. You gotta remember, Walot punya mage not play also. So, gonna be interesting.
Jadi dekat sini kita akan bagi Red untuk prepare because again, lepas ni mereka akan melawan. Tetapi, sebelum kita lepaskan Red, kita nak invite siapa naik atas pentas? Kita nak invite satu lucky fan tak silap untuk naik.
Bukan, untuk Red Esports kita ada 2 lucky fan. Yes.
Jadi siapakah dia?
Itu ke depan. Hazim dan Hazwan.
Mana Hazim dan Hazwan?
Itu.
Main.
Yang ni mana satu? Wah, on.
Mel.
Alah, comel. Omelnya.
Okay, bagi dekat tengah-tengah.
Okay, kat tengah-tengah. Mic tu bagi kat dorang. Alright. Hello. Yang mana satu? Azwan?
Ini Hazwan. Saya Hazim.
Oh, okay. So hari ni datang sokong Red Esports.
Ya.
Nanti kita akan saksikan Red Esports main sekali lagi.
Ya. Hati-hati ya Homebois. Red tengah membara sekarang ni.
Oh, wow. Spicy. Adik nak cakap apa?
Lagi satu untuk RSG boleh tidur dekat rumah.
Wow. Bukan kita yang cakap kita tak responsible
I tak tahu apa-apa guys. Adik siapa ni?
Okay. Jadi sekarang ni kita akan bagi mereka ruang untuk mengambil gambar terlebih dahulu. Adik.
Alright guys, kalau korang nak saksikan game-game yang macam ni, jom datang ke Stadium Juara. Remember, the tickets are free, so fill up the seats Sebab kita ada lebih 1,600 seats tau. So, jom datang. Alright. Thank you. Alright, thank you guys. Thank you Red, congratulations. Sini. Oh, kat sana dah. A lot of people. Alright. Thank you Red Esports. We will see you later again. Dorang nak apa?
Okay, dorang nak bow.
Oh, dorang nak bow. Alright. We will see you later. Bye-bye.
That was an intense match. Itu baru game pertama.
Itu baru game pertama. I mean, like what you said kan, tak ada immortality.
Saya punya darah dah tinggi, red is my blood. Tapi dengan ni, mari kita dengar mic check mereka dekat dalam last game tadi.
Jom. Dia panggil aku. Dia suruh aku taunting.
Come on guys.
Takkan playoff 2-0.
Dia
dah cuban.
Nanti kasih tahu.
Bantai je dulu. Ada. Nice.
Mantap gila sumpah. Mantap
gila. Santai. Aku dapat gufra sama pisang ada orang. Dapat. Apa ini game lah boy? Beriak. Bawa. Mana suaranya boy? Tak dengar. Gulu. Ada.
Aku balik.
Kanan. Claim.
Aku ambil buff dulu. Korang angkat tiap.
Dia kasih aku. Tengok.
Dah.
Ngapain cuy? Gas aku boy. Dapat kata. Bantai bro. Nice. Tahu.
Super energetic, super vocal. Kyym, the prodigy, the brand new face of Red Esports, carrying them as a brand new mage coming in and has been making wonders. That's one thing I've learned from Kyym. Second thing is, if Mao gets his Kufra, it's over for the opponent. And so far, Red Esports pretty much sent RSG Slate MY back home.
Yep, that was incredible gameplay right there. Red Esports deserves all the praise in the world. And as you can see from our match highlight, Red was able to paint RSG's blue with blood red, stopping the Season 7 champs from moving forward in the competition. RSG Slate MY. Who would have predicted that their journey would end here on the first match of the playoffs? Goes to show this season is something.
Every single season, we bring something new. Every single season, we say this time and time again. Expect the unexpected during playoffs. Regular season, a lot of us were expecting RSG Slate MY to be on the top. It was also unexpected as well for them to be in the bottom. And now, unfortunately say, they are going to be the first teams to be eliminated. Now, let's talk a little bit more sharp here, because considering how things went in game number 3, it should not have went as close as it seems, despite Red Esports having 24 kills compared to RSG having only 8 kills. This is something because of the fact that RSG they were able to steal 2 lots, buying enough time for the rest of the teams to actually get some sort of power spike. But the biggest problems for RSG Slate MY is that how is Lolios gonna dish out the damage compared to MLQT, who has so much more mobility compared to Lolios?
Yeah, the thing is, Beatrix as a hero has a lot of flexibility in the way that they play, and I feel like if Lolios got enough farm, it would have been easy for him to just shoot down MelQT whenever he jumped in with the Blazing Duet. But that scaling never happened, and a lot of it happened because of how Red Esports were perfectly controlling the early to mid game. Maul and Kyym are just a devastating duo here, and RenQT, as pointed out by Lafell on stage, his performance in the playoffs really exceeding expectations. Based on the regular season, Red Esports looking really strong right now.
Yep, it's interesting that RSG Slate MY, they decided to bring this composition from game number 2, where, hey, this is how we deal with MLQT. We've got this anti-Kiras, yada yada, they've got anti-Tina shields. But what kind of surprised me was that Kyym was able to juke Lixia in multiple positions, where Lixia was getting caught off guard multiple times, and it frustrates RSG Slate MY because of the fact that if it's not Lixia, who else is going to be opening on the map? And every single time he tries to do so, Lixia is always trying to set up his wall charge plays to catch either Kyym, catch either MLQT, but eventually it came to a situation where it was very, very difficult to do so, considering that most of the Lord fights, it came down to 50-50s. We technically should have been in favor of Red Esports, but RSG Slate MY, they somehow made it work, especially for Lixia.
I think we already talked about it in the previous game, about the dynamics between these two teams. Red Esports loves their front to back. Their team fight, their 5v5 is always very clean. Whereas RSG is a team that wants to be able to dictate their own individual player tempos. They want to be able to go in and out of the fights by themselves without necessarily depending on the full lineup. And with a lineup like this, they don't have it. They need Rippo and Lexia to set up, to stand in front. And because of that, Maul gets so many opportunities to find Izanami, find Lolils, and completely stop RSG from engaging right from the get-go.
Unfortunately, the dreams of RSG Slate MY trying to have another RSG player in towards the international stage is not going to happen to join with their sister brother team from Singapore. Unfortunately, is not going to be happening here as they will be bowing out in this place. However, good news for Red Esports, they will keep their lives momentarily because later on today, they are going to be facing off against Homebois. That's going to be an even difficult order considering that all 3 games has been very, very exhausting for Red Esports and Homebois. And it's going to get the good read on them as well.
They're not going to have a lot of chance to rest, and that's why it was so important to be able to make it into the top 4 during the regular season. Red Esports, even though they just won, they got another best of 3 at the end of the day. So without further ado, we'll leave it to our host to continue the show.
And hello everybody, selamat kembali kepada MPL Open House. Oh wow, that game tadi memang I rasa next level lah. First match dah buat I macam heart attack.
Jujur cakap lah, sedih sebenarnya.
Ya.
I sebenarnya sokong RSG.
Tak ya pun, diorang bagi kita cookies pagi tadi. So tu yang kita bias.
Tapi abang pula dia masa depan. Dah agak dari akan menang.
Dan dia tak ada casticles.
Dia satu je lah sebab kemasukan Kyym tu berubah sangat gameplay rate. So which is sebelum Kyym, Melqt always outshine, menjadi MVP, and kemasukan Kyym jadi lebih mantap. So these two rookie, semangat mereka and energetic, Kyym energetic, yang saya rasa Red is very orang kata apa, in momentum.
Betul. Ini pun bila tengok tanjak ni dekat hari, ini menunjukkan Kyym sebenarnya. Kyym dia ada semangat pahlawan. Ini ibaratkan Kyym. Bayangkan je lah ni Farsa pakai tanjak. Tapi macam mana Rin punya pendapat pula pasal Kyym punya performance? MVP of the match.
MVP of the match. Do you agree?
Bagi saya dia punya mental dah sangat strong. Boleh consider sangat strong sekarang. Kalau kita tengok cara dia taunting, cara dia communicate, ini apa yang berlaku dekat Filipina, apa yang berlaku dekat Indo. Ini adalah play style ataupun communication style yang mereka ada. Jadi bila ditambahkan 2 orang rookie yang sangat-sangat confident and sangat-sangat strong dari segi mental, dia memberi impak yang besar lah kepada pasukan Red.
Betul tu. So now that we're already talking about Kyym, kita dah cakap pasal Kyym. Korang setuju ke dengan MVP of the match jatuh kepada Kyym?
Sekarang ni apa kata kita tengok terus. Sebab again, adalah kita dah berbual pasal Kyym, inilah MVP of the match in case kalau sesiapa yang baru tune in sekarang, di mana game pertama menggunakan Valentina dan game kedua menggunakan Farsa. Game ketiga menggunakan Farsa, game kedua pun menggunakan Farsa.
Yes.
Tapi Red, apa beza game kedua dengan game ketiga?
Pada pendapat saya is bagaimana pertama macam mana cara team dia cover dia. Sebab kita tidak boleh terlepas pandang macam mana Mal cover dia dengan baik. Assist 14 and setup yang menarik pada Mal tu adalah salah satu gameplay yang berkualiti. Kedua, diorang juga berjaya untuk shutdown Rippo, shutdown hero-hero yang boleh ganggu kepada Farsa. Contoh macam kita ada Grok, Lexia yang boleh cancel ulti Farsa dan sebagainya. Tapi diorang tahu priority perlu diberikan kepada 2 hero yang kacau Farsa ni awal. Kita punish diorang dulu in case diorang offside or anything lah.
I see. So do you think that with that, mari kita tengok highlights. So Rain, apa yang you perasan dekat sini yang you rasa memang it was the playmaker for Red untuk menang game ni?
Kalau nak tanya saya, dari segi draft, dia sebenarnya bukanlah kalah jauh. Dia even draft.
Yes.
Cuma in terms of execution player and targeting, especially about targeting kalau dalam game ni. Kita boleh nampak Farsa berapa banyak kali dia boleh ulti dengan sangat-sangat free for the whole game lah. Termasuk juga Cloud. Diorang bagi space betul-betul early dekat Cloud. And kita tahu yang kalau Cloud dapat space is a big problem. Especially diorang dah ban semua hero suppress, hero yang betul-betul boleh stopkan Cloud. So maybe tu menjawab kepada soalan kenapa Sora fokus untuk ban kepada Kaja and Franco.
Yeah. Ini pun sebenarnya nak tanya Abang Lot. Sebab tadi bila kita interview dengan player, mereka pun cakap lawan dengan Homebois tak ada hal. Lagi confident. jauh lagi tinggi lawan dengan RSG. Adakah itu macam memang nak tunjukkan mentality player ni sangat-sangat bagus dan berdasarkan game ni rasanya macam Homebois diorang kena berpeluh sikit ke sekarang?
No. Frankly speaking, sebenarnya players has to be semangat seperti itu untuk menghadapi perlawanan-perlawanan yang seterusnya. They has to be in the good semangat especially. Terutamanya Red seperti saya cakap dengan kemasukan Kyym, it's very energetic. The whole team become energetic. Disebabkan hanya seorang.
Dan sekarang kalau kita tengok bracket playoff kat sini di mana Red telah eliminatekan RSG Slate MY dan Rose. Lepas ni Lunatix lawan dengan Madness.
Yes, Lunatix akan lawan dengan Madness. Just before we start, maybe a little brief kot. Rain, what do you think is going to be the result? Lunatix lawan Madness.
Untuk saya rasa berdasarkan performance regular season lah. Saya rasa Lunatix akan menang 2-1. Tetapi untuk playoff macam-macam benda yang boleh jadi. Since Madness pun kita tahu diorang ada isu baru-baru ni. Menunjukkan yang diorang boleh berjuang dengan mental yang sangat strong untuk datang ke playoff hari ni. So we'll see lah macam mana nanti. Tapi saya rasa Lunatix lah.
Abang Lot?
Kalau dengan masalah yang mereka hadapi sepanjang 5 bulan kan, kita pun dengar cerita yang tiada gaji dan sebagainya. If they can sustain in regular season, saya percaya mereka juga boleh buat lebih baik di playoff. Dan saya on kertas, atas paper, kita nampak Madness tak boleh pergi jauh. But miracles can happen. Mana tahu dia orang boleh jadi champion?
Mana tahu, imagine that surprise factor.
Tapi bila tengok ni, rasanya macam kita punya open house pun banyak nak berbual Lunatix dengan Madness. Lagi saya rasa Abang Lot pun ada banyak opinion sebab bila kita cerita pasal organisation, Abang Lot dah ada pengalaman juga situ. Dia punya manis, masam, masin, semua ada. Tapi sebelum kita go on through that match, saya rasa antara yang highlight nanti adalah Jom. Boleh ke tak Madness nak stopkan Jom tu?
Yes. Can they shut down Jom?
Okay, recently I've spoken this antara player yang saya nampak individu, for me, the import players yang paling perform for me is Jom.
Yes, Jom is really the biggest impact.
And number 2 goes to Warlord and Babusa. Okay, for me, Jom adalah antara yang beri impact yang paling tinggi in terms of import players. So, dengan keadaan Madness, saya rasa if you stop Jom, Madness is going to go to the next stage.
Betul, saya setuju. Untuk saya, key player kepada Team Lunatix adalah Nova dan juga Jowem. So kalau dapat shutdown dua orang ni, which is yang menjadi playmaker kepada pasukan Lunatix, saya rasa Madness boleh menang.
Jadi kat sini kita boleh dengar kita punya guest, mereka punya prediction of what is going on. Jadi ini juga kita nak bagi hadiah kepada anda semua yang predict dengan betul. Ini adalah MPL Predictor di mana pemenang dia adalah Abid Nash, Abu Darda, Herman versus Sam. I tahu itu bukan versus tapi whatever lah kan. Muhammad Faisal won dia tak habis tu dengan J Naga ke J Nagal?
Nagal.
J Nagal. Tanya kepada anda semua berjaya untuk mendapatkan prize MPL Predictor.
Alright, so with them, you know, they say Jom is the playmaker. We will see in the next match because the match selepas ni is obviously Madness and Lunatix.
Ya, dekat sini again, bila kita berbual pasal Jom, dia import player, tapi rasanya macam kita kena berbual pasal player yang baru juga masuk dalam Madness, which is Maima, di mana Maima pun sebenarnya agak perform selepas dia masuk dalam Madness.
Betul, dia pun ada impact besar. So, what do you think?
Setuju. Dari segi kemasukan Maima, saya nampak yang dia mengubah sedikit corak permainan Madness, mengikat player-player untuk nampak lebih kompos dari segi team fight. Sebab kita tahu yang Madness ni merupakan salah satu pasukan yang bergantung dekat chemistry team fight juga selain daripada Yudul Red Giant dan beberapa tim lain. So kemasukan Maima saya rasa dapat mengikat player-player untuk main dengan lebih bagus lah.
Kekuatan Kelantan, full power Kelantan. Tapi dengan
Kelantan flavor.
Tengok, Madness pun sekejap full power Kelantan. Tapi yes, dengan tu kita akan pergi kepada short break untuk bagi masa untuk player-player semua bersiap sedia. Lepas ni masih lagi ada Abang Lot dan juga adik Rain untuk cerita apa yang jadi dekat game tadi. So kita akan jumpa for the next match.
See you guys.
sangat biasa. Aku penuhinya dengan warna. Tak kisah apa orang cakap, aku teruskan jua. Aku terus positif dan tingkatkan usaha. Bermula dari bawah, aku buktikan kemampuan. Hanya aku yang mampu mengejar cita-cita. Jadilah bintang. Be the superstar.
Hey, apa khabar semua hari ini? Bagi anda semua yang tengah bersiap-siap untuk menyambut Hari Raya esok, marilah kita sama-sama melayan sebuah lagu baru dari Homebois dan Mobile Legends. Enjoy semua!
Gimana rasanya be the superstar and show me who you really are. All of the better, it's time to say the kosong-kosong di pagi raya. All my family, yeah, all my homies. Mobile Legends brings us together. Tua ke muda, opi orang beginner. Susun jari maaf pun dipinta. Hari raya like a superstar. Tak boleh emak nak duit raya dari Mia. Dah macam superstar, nak makan besar. Maskan mak ni dahil get wins macam Rafaela. Hati ampunkan salah.
One mission, one aim, straight up. Aku satu MVP. Jangan pulang kau frust. Keep it in the family. Whole family tak unity. Jalin rapi rapat. Ketupat sejiwa satu hati.
Bila tiba masanya, kita battle sampai semua bersengkam mata. Tiba pagi raya, maafkan semua usia. Susun 10 jari, ampun maaf dipinta. Opi ke beginner, bring us together. And then we show macam mana settle. Kita family, tak ada yang kita nak kena lupa. Ku pasti Mobile Legends untuk kita semua.
Gotta shout out to my homies, yeah. Apa khabar? Bina Adil, Wafa, izin semua tak sabar. I'm flexing on my skin, semua dah mesra. Better for the title, gonna get the point, let's start the game, oh yeah.
Gimana rasanya be the superstar and show me who you really are. All of the better, it's time to say the kosong-kosong di pagi raya. All my family, yeah, all my homies. Mobile Legends brings us together. pantas. Firework bang-bang, skip or pick up. Dah ke atas, pergi raya with homies. Push me ke glory. Rasakan kemenangan dia pergi raya, no worries.
Yeah, tak perlu nak hide. Kena trust with squad. Level up sama-sama, satu visi always on guard. Want to come close, yeah. Even Lord kita sikat. Rendang lontong dodol on a roll, tak dekat tarikan. No, bukan typical. Always ready for better with the legends in this world, yeah. Double kill, triple kill, me next service like a boss. Going global with my boys, jadi MVP superstar.
Terancam bunga api, maybe tu ada Eudora. Mia hilang tu pasti, Riko balik dah habis nyawa. Habis puasa dah miti ku gori. Raya nanti boleh tolong carry keluarga. Hati-hatiku punya Nabi yang banyak api. Maybe tu nanti boleh jatuhkan lo bersama.
Wow. Oops, sorry guys. Terpaksa berhenti seketika sebab kita ada satu pengumuman penting nak kena buat. Hari Raya jatuh pada bukan esok guys, tapi lusa. Tak payahlah nak kelam kampung.
Guys, saya lusa guys.
Ya betul. Okey, tak apalah. Kita ML jom. Jom. Even asalnya, we the superstar, showing who we really are. All of the battle, it's time to say the kosong-kosong di pagi raya. All my family, yeah, all my homies. Mobile Legends brings us together. Tua ke muda, opi orang bingitnya. Susun jari maaf pun dipinta.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan permain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Memang banyak cabaran, tapi semuanya berikan aku pengalaman. Aku kena siap sedia, cari kekuatan untuk terus ke depan. Aku boleh buat dan kejar apa aku nak. Percaya pada perubahan. Jadilah bintang. Be the superstar.
As he managed to evade the silence, but then again, he has to get away from Masaram as much as possible.
Alamak, satu obli yang menarik. Bocah mungkin akan dikorbankan.
Imperial Justice melarikan diri. Penjahat.
Kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seated into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoff.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Ladi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
The kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik, ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara
MPL Malaysia Season 11 is powered by Munton. Official mobile internet, Hotlink. More internet, more speed, more Gaia with Hotlink. Game like a pro with ROG phone. Republic of Gamers, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Official gaming chair, OSIM. partners in esports, AirAsia Super App, ESI, PKL, EGG, PSM, and Grand Pride.
The path to the peak of MPL MY Championship is a journey that is desired by many, but reserved only for a select few. And with some teams' journeys ending, only a few may continue onwards to the trophy. We welcome you back to MPL MY Playoffs Day 1 here on the English cast with me, Staffa, as well as Terrence, aka IC Baby 12, where we just came off our first series of the day, with Red Esports eliminating RSG Slate MY from the competition.
Well, this is going to be a very, very interesting one because Lunatix versus Madness is going to be coming up next. And this is something that I think a lot of us are expecting a very, very good match, especially coming in from both Lunatix as well as Madness Esports. But at the same time, there has been a lot of circulation about how things were going in between both teams in particular, individually in their own circumstances.
Yeah, it's gonna be kind of interesting to watch the battle between these two teams because there's a lot of history here. Starting things off, we have Team Lunatix. Their stats are gonna be up on the screen right now for all of you guys to see. They're a team that has been doing pretty alright, but when we look at their KDA, it is not the most ideal. This is a team that's very dependent on their gold laner, and a lot of their win condition comes down to Jome himself.
Exactly, and of course, past record as well. Lunatix and Madness has met before each other, before MPL, multiple times in the Tier 2 region, but now they're here. Even then, Lunatix was able to win 2-1 against Madness during the first week, but that can be said a little bit of a different story because during the first week for Madness Esports, it was a debut for Madness Esports without Sonic, their main roster, as their jungler. So, based on this data itself, we might be expecting something different from both Madness as well as Lunatix coming into this series.
What's for certain is that we've seen both these teams grow, evolve, and change in terms of their strategies throughout the regular season. But I'm gonna be curious about whether or not it is enough here. Team Lunatix, I feel like, are still a bit too dependent on their one strategy, while Madness Esports, I feel, is a team that actually has a lot more potential than we're seeing, but they're lacking experience, maturity, as well as the discipline to truly execute on proper gameplay, resulting in them having very inconsistent performances.
You know, Madness Esports has been known as the Malaysian Tier 2 Blacklist International for a number of years in time, and they have been working it out very, very, very well during Tier 2 scene. But during the regular season, it feels like they were struggling to try and set up as well. And I really like how Mali has started to take a little bit more approach to play more aggressive roamer styles rather than enchanter play styles. But so far, ever since Sonic came back towards Madness Esports, he's been trying to set up for the team a lot of times. And of course, if Sonic gets those tanky heroes such as Frederick, they do have a very, very high tendency to win the games. But at the same time, I'm still very, very much looking forward to Sonic's performance on his Hanzo, even though we have been speculating it all regular season, haven't seen it a single time yet.
As much as we'd like to see a hero like that again on the Land of Dawn, especially after seeing the style of play that Madness Esports has shown here in Season 11, it does seem very unlikely, because like you mentioned, the Ube, they like to play a bit more passive towards the early game just to delay buy time before their team scales up and they can actually start taking team fights. In contrast, Team Lunatix can be fairly aggressive towards the early to mid game because they want to be as distractive as possible for Jome to get farm. But of course, before we go on into the game, you guys as well can tell us which of these teams you think is actually going to win by participating in MPL Predictor. Just scan the QR code below, predict your winner, tell us your reason, include your game ID, and you stand a chance to win epic or lightborn skins for free.
So, if you want to find out who is going to be the winners of this game, be sure to stay for the entire full show. Even if the match is finished, you gotta stay and watch the segments, the dissections here, where we actually talk about, hey, our post stats here, we talk about some inside scoops, we have interviews, and of course, we have a brand new segment as well, with the talk shows where we invite favorite celebrity guests that you guys may be looking forward to from the Mobile Legends community to give talks as well. During those segments, we are going to be probably announcing, so you gotta watch the whole show if you want to figure it out. But before that, remember, predict it for us.
Well, either way, we're going to be going into our second game of the day very soon. Team Madness Esports versus Team Lunatix. Without further ado, let's throw it over to our hosts and let them take it away.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Anda bersama lagi dengan saya, Rose dan juga Lafel.
Terima kasih banyak, Rose. And to the casters, yes, kita punya second match of the day di antara Lunatix menentang dengan Madness. Di mana lagi sekali dekat dalam game ni is do or die. Siapa yang kalah kat sini akan disingkirkan.
Sekali lagi, siapa yang mati tak ada immortality.
Jadi kat sini, kita punya soalan mudah saja. So bila tengok fans nampak ready, tapi nampak tak cukup. Nak dengar juga, are you guys ready? Stadium juara, let me hear you again. Are you ready?
I think they're ready. And with that, mari kita invite kedua-dua pasukan kertas pentas MPL Malaysia, Team Lunatix and Madness.
Team Lunatix.
Darkhorse membuat penampilan bersama rookie mereka di Playoff MPL Malaysia. Pasukan yang underrated, tetapi mereka membuktikan mereka layak untuk tampil di play-ins. Line-up original menjadi pilihan untuk melayakkan diri ke peringkat seterusnya. Apakah yang akan dipersembahkan oleh mereka untuk perlawanan ini? Kita serahkan kepada mereka for them to show us what they have.
Madness Esports.
Rookie Qualifier menghadirkan diri ke pentas Playoff MPL MY. Walaupun bergelut ketika regular season, tetapi mereka membuktikan mereka masih layak ke play-ins. Hari ini, mereka memilih untuk menurunkan line-up utama mereka. Apakah strategi yang akan dibawa untuk mengatasi Team Lunatix? Mari kita lihat kemampuan mereka.
Now, let us introduce the one who officiates the match and maintains MPL's integrity. Mereka inilah yang akan memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Head of League Ops, Jay. Head Marshal, Nicholas. Kedua-dua Marshal, Wendy dan Hebe. Thank you for your hard work.
Dan sekarang ni dengan players fist bump. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn.
Okay, the player seems ready. Madness, they're ready ke? Madness, they're ready? They're ready.
Oh.
Lunatix, they're ready? Lunatix, ready ke?
Nampak diorang sambil sedih-sedih pun. Saya kena jauhkan sikit mic sebab kalau tak nanti kadang pecah lagi.
Ya, pecah lagi.
But either ways, kita boleh tengok di mana kedua-dua pasukan, their faces are intense. Diorang nampak macam they want to have fun, but at the same time, diorang nak tunjuk mereka punya garang dekat dalam game.
Yes, betul tu. Now remember, mati tak ada immortality. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Truly a do-or-die situation for any team participating in the playoffs here. We already watched Red Esports go up against RSG Slate, and now we will witness Team Lunatix up against Madness Esports. The loser goes home and ends their MPL journey here in day one of the playoffs, while the winner moves on to the upper bracket quarterfinals to face off against Red Esports.
This is brutal, right? It is the play-ins for a reason, and it is going to be very, very difficult for them to compete with one of the best of the best. But for you guys who are watching as well, this is going to be some stats for you guys to show you the progress on how both teams has been performing so far. We have on the yellow side, we have Team Lunatix, and on the red side, with Madness Esports. They have been very consistent for Madness Esports over the matches they've got. They've tried to get a couple of games, one game over the time. But Lunatix has been very, very performing against every other team by taking series against the rest of the season, the veterans here.
Yeah, this is honestly an interesting graph here because both Lunatix and Madness Esports haven't had the best performance overall, but Lunatix started out the season fairly strong, with Jome being a huge surprise as a highly performing import player among their ranks, but then started dropping off towards the end when they were more predictable, whereas Madness Esports started out very weak and then actually started to gain some traction towards the later stages of the regular season. Two very different journeys here to the playoffs, but now it comes to a head.
Yep, Lunatix has pretty much lost almost every single time against Madness during their Tier 2 season until Jom came back in. So I like that you actually brought up as well. Jom has been performing really, really well. And fun fact as well, Lunatix, based on their predictions and their playstyles as well, it has been Jom making the shot calls for the entire team, micromanaging on a very, very detailed level for Team Lunatix. So it's really, really important for him to actually be able to get a little bit more freedom and space to actually do his own thing, while the rest of his teams are going to be able to focus on making space for him. That is going to be very, very important, because in a team, everybody's got to do their part. And so far, Jom has been delivering way too much for Lunatix, and hopefully it does not burn him out in this upcoming matches to come.
Yeah, I agree as well. On top of Jom, I do feel like Novak Tobar has been doing a good job, but everyone else does need to step things up a little bit. They cannot just depend on their goal laner to scale up, and that's what cost Team Lunatix a lot of games towards the later stages, because it just became so predictable of what they wanted to achieve. But the same could be said for Madness Esports. Their players, while definitely gaining a bit of growth towards the last few weeks, definitely still needs to improve a lot more. I'm hoping to see more aggression in the early game and not just Mali babysitting Zavs for the first 2 to 3 minutes. That is going to be their goal right here going into the game. We can see Lunatix already banned out the Diggy, Respect to Mali, Valentina, Arlet. Interesting being on blue side as well.
I know we should be talking a little bit more on the shop here, on the drafts, what's the meta picks, etc. as well. But need I remind you as well, it's not just the games as well. We have to talk about the mental aspect of the game. There's going to be a lot of psychological warfare. In this case, when I talk about Lunatix, it's going to be a lot of heavy emphasis on Jom trying to deliver and make the right calls for the teams. Whereas for Madness Esports, recently there has been a lot of internal problems that may be a little bit chaotic over the seasons. And we've seen their performance during the regular season. This drama that they have been going through for the entire regular season pretty much may have affected their performance during the regular seasons. But now in the playoffs as well, is it going to be the same case? Because right now it's a do or die situation. If they want to stand a chance to hold the trophy, they have to step it up. And so far, can they do it? That's going to be my question.
I think it's a pretty good question overall. Like you mentioned, there have been some internal problems among some of these players, among some of these teams that I don't think we need to emphasize too heavily on here, but it will definitely play a factor in the competition itself. It's going to be a lot of pressure onto the players to be able to overcome this situation. Now, with the draft continuing, Team Lunatix actually first picking Farsa is very unusual here. And Madness very smart. They pick up the glue and the Fermis at the same time so that it cannot be used as a counter.
Agreed, but at the same time, I guess, you know, Lunatix, they are trying to test Pozan's limit, right? Like, Pozan has been leaning on prioritizing Farsa throughout the entire regular season from Madness Esports. But this S-tier pickup from Madness Esports is, on paper, I really like it. But the question is, can they execute it? Because these are heroes where you do benefit a lot in terms of team compositions, and it actually benefits their playstyle when it comes to the Ubi strategy. But for me personally, is Pozan able to get those timings? Because it seems like, based on track record coming in from Madness Esports, Pozan has had very, very high successes only when he was playing in Farsa throughout the entire regular season.
Yeah, now that you point that out, I am realizing that it is Pozan playing and not Maima here for Madness Esports, so that could result in some things similar to the Maul situation on Red earlier. Maima was the one playing for Madness towards the later half of the regular season, so we'll see if Pozan can show up right here, as Mali will lock in the Lolita. I personally would have preferred a Kaja here. It would be excellent against the Claude, but I think the reason Lunatix picked up the Claude when it was still open is because they know Mali is not going to pick it.
Now, comes to the bans as well. Madness Esports, they are going to respect Nova Escobar with the Franco, knowing that Lunatix does have the tendency to have Xeno play Grok on the XP lane. So I guess they are going to try and cover their back. I would say cover their ends in terms of the drafts. But the question here is, do they still respect Uni's Hayabusa? This is something that a lot of teams are starting to show respect as well when it comes to his playstyle. Fredrin still completely ignored from both sides. Likewise can be said for Martis, so I'm very surprised that Madness says, you know what, pick your poison, we don't really care. But so far, Uni has had very, very good success on the Hayabusa, has very, very good success on the Fredrin, on track record for Lunatix. And the Fanny as well, but Fanny is banned, so technically we are not going to see it this particular match. But Madness, they are going to ban the Martis, means that Lunatix is going to be forced to potentially ban the Fredrin or let it slide and play the Hayabusa himself.
Oh, the Martis ban is kind of interesting to me because I figured that Martis wouldn't be all that good for Lunatix here due to the presence of the Cult Altar. But Madness Esports seems to have a different idea.
Okay.
As Lunatix are just hard focusing the gold lane. Makes sense, there's a lot of emphasis towards Jome from this team, so they're just gonna make sure that the Claude can farm as safely and easily as possible. Now for Madness, they're gonna be looking for their gold lane and their jungle. Fredrin is a pretty good shout here, but I'm not sure if it's the best actually.
I think Sonic is a little bit more comfortable on the Fredrin pickup, whereas Lunatix, they don't really care. He can play Uni can play Fredrin, he can play Lancelot as well, he can play Hayabusa. So regardless of whatever jungler they secure from Madness Esports, it doesn't really matter to him. Because now, when it comes to Madness Esports, seems like, oh, they don't care. They pick the carry, expecting that Uni is gonna go for the Fredrin, but regardless of whatever the situation, because of this carry pickup now, he has the option to say that, you know what, it's okay. We can pick the Fredrin, but we can also play it on XP lane and then pick up the Hayabusa to try and snipe down the carry. So regardless of whatever they pick, it doesn't really matter because now they pretty much have very, very clear indications that Madness Esports wants to play the Fredrin in their favor.
This is interesting. Like, I get the carry choice. It's good versus the Grok. Has a good amount of mobility against Claude as well as any tankier heroes Lunatix might bring out. But they're just not going to bring out a tanky jungler. The Hayabusa that you mentioned going to be locked in the hands of Uni. And Xeno actually going on the Lapu. So this is Novak's Kobar on the Grok. Madness Esports looking for their jungler. What's it going to be? We know that Sonic likes heroes like D. He does like the Fredrin, still open. The Baxia, the Barats also pocket picks for him, but has been kind of inconsistent.
I really like how Uni is going to be showcasing his Hayabusa. It is very, very well respected by all the tier 1 teams here in MPL MY. So I'm very surprised to see whether or not can he still deliver his damage here, because this is going to be a very, very difficult time for this carry, especially when Faramis has so much to work with. But no, they don't bring in the Fredrin. They bring in the Baxia jungle once again. And Madness Esports is pretty much one of the few teams that consistently brings this for Sonic. Hopefully, he's going to be able to deliver it again here, especially when now it is going to be a do-or-die situation for both teams up on stage here for day number 1 of the playoffs.
Now, we've actually seen this type of lineup from Madness Esports before. Sonic is very comfortable with the Baxia, and when it is combined with Mali on a hero like Lolita, it actually means that Madness Esports wants to play a more aggressive early game overall, which is exactly what they should be looking for against Lunatix. Looking at the composition prediction here, Lunatix, heavy kill pressure, but Madness has a lot of pick-off utility. And in terms of team fighting and early game, both teams are looking fairly even here. So I think you can expect a very exciting match where we find out, will it be Team Lunatix or Madness Esports who secures victory in their first game of the series as we open the gates of the Land of Dawn.
Now, seeing how this is going as well, Madness Esports has a very, very strong wave clear in terms of jungle rotations as well. You can see the Baxia quickly taking down the jungles compared to Uni just because of how I would say you can spam everything with his second skill. So this is something that Madness Esports is going to try and utilize on. But based on the predictor, it makes a lot of sense why it's 60%, right? Faramis, S-tier hero. Glue, S-tier hero. And the problem with Lunatix is that they don't really have a lot of answers to all these tanky compositions unless Job starts to scale off very, very quickly. In this case, having this carry from the side of Madness Esports does put a lot of pressure towards Nova Escobar as well as Xeno if they try to contest zone wars or territorial maps in this bush checking situations.
I do agree with you here. There's a very interesting dynamic in terms of the hero picks from both these teams here. And now Lunatix and Madness both have a good amount of early to mid-game utility. Their heroes are fairly strong, and they do want to build up for that late game. So it's going to be up to whoever executes on it first, whoever has more tempo control, who can be more aggressive, and has better execution overall.
Yeah, seeing how this is going as well, Madness Esports, they're known to play their Ube strategy, but they are not grouping up to set up for teamfights. They are playing a little bit safe, waiting for Pozan to get those Cult Altar available before this first engagement. Fortunately for Say, Fakes as well as Pozan currently is a little bit too far off, and with 10 seconds left, you can see Pozan already in position to try and soak up the first minion waves on the XP lane to try and transition this fight, whereas whereas Fakes is a little bit too far off as well. So they have very two identical situations to try and prioritize what kind of ultimates they have, but as of now, Sonic, he doesn't really care. He's gonna force the issue.
Xeno jumping in, bravest fighter, but Sonic will secure the turtle regardless. Better airstrike coming out. They want to take out the Baxia, but Cult Altar allows him to roll out with his life intact. Zav's gonna be tanking a Blazing Duet down here, but not enough damage yet. So Madness comes out on top for now.
Good clutch coming from Pozan as well as Fakes to be able to mirror that. If he did not have it before, Sonic might have just died then and there for the Feathered Ezra coming from Fakes. So Lunatix, they're still trying to find opportunities, but with the Cult Altar down for a moment, it does provide a little bit more opportunity to set up the gang down bottom against Zavs, which unfortunately say Lunatix does have that priority. But before that, let's take a little bit more emblems as well. We do see 4 emblems coming in from Lunatix, prioritizing that mobility instead for Madness Esports. They've only got 3 heroes prioritizing that movement speed buff coming from Faramis, Perry, as well as the Glue.
Speaking of movement speed, Sonic engages onto Nova, but the Grok already charging up, going to make sure that he's immune to CC, so he's fine for now. Team Lunatix are actually a team that's quite comfortable with waiting for that late game because, of course, Jome is there. Oh, I'll charge onto Pozan here. Gonna get targeted straight away. Beautiful first blood going to the hands of Fakes.
Oh, nice timing on that as well. Knowing that he doesn't have the Purify to actually pop the Cult Altar instantly. It's not like a DG time journey where even if you get CC, you can still pop it off. So nicely done coming from Lunatix, but bottom lane.
Jome with the Blazing Duet clears up the wave. Sonic gonna be seeing 3 members of Lunatix here, instantly focusing onto the far side as Mali. I don't really think he needed the flicker for that. Sonic got the kill onto Fakes regardless.
Well, a little bit of overcommitment, but Madness Esports was able to retaliate that. So despite them making a little bit of a small blunder, they're able to trade off Fakes. So this pretty much equalizes the death counters from both sides to try and get back a little bit more momentum. But for now, Madness Esports is still in the driver's seat, just because of the fact that Sonic has better wave clears compared to Uni in terms of neutral objectives. So as of yet, he's already here trying to set a fight. Xeno is going to try and contest this as well.
Bravest fighter, Landshaker, a bit too late. The turtle has been secured by the Baxia here. Now Xeno is secured. 1v3, yeah, in the backline, trying to stop the Feathered Airstrike, but he's down to half HP. He's going to be able to pop split. They're focusing onto Fakes now. Wall charge going to miss entirely. Numanon Blast charging up, finds Fakes. Cult Altar by Pozan, allowing Madness Esports to back off, but he's still forced to flicker over the wall. Novak Skobar trying to chase. Probably a bad idea here. He's going to be forced to flicker out to keep his life intact too.
Yeah, this is something that Madness Esports is just so smart at. I've not seen this playstyles coming from Madness Esports over during the regular season, but this is in the step of a good direction because they're making calculated and fights as well, knowing that they have this advantage, they are going to use it to the maximum. And Lunatix, they have to respect it because Uni, him on a Hayabusa is great and all, but he needs to understand that he's always one step behind Sonic in terms of neutral objectives. And even then, here now, they are going to force the fight.
Yeah, wild charge onto Mali with the Feathered Airstrike. He's actually still alive for now as the rest of Madness Esports comes in. Numanon Blast charges up. Zaz going to be targeted by the Blazing Duet as Jome finishes him off. He's looking for Mali as well, but the regen keeps him alive. Jome gonna chase him down, gets the double kill, and Sonic just lets it happen. He's now chasing him down. Oh, Jome! He gets caught out by the Ghostbursters, but Pozan is traded as Sonic finishes Novak Skobar off. Now charging down Fakes, but he knows he's not gonna get anything else more. That's a 2 for 2.
Hey, when things don't go the right way, guess what? You always have Jome to back it up. Him committing to the fight, knowing that he's out of position, getting a 2 kill there, even anticipating a potential Ghostbusters to kill him off sets it up for Uni to retaliate and actually dunk it off. So this is very, very high level teamwork coming from Team Lunatix to be able to salvage the situation. However, for Madness Esports, they have to start respecting Joel, because with that play coming from Uni, it pretty much gives Uni a little bit more opportunity to keep up with Sonic, who has been so far ahead. But eventually this box here is going to scale down as the game goes by.
Speaking of scaling, here comes the turtle once again. Novak's go out with the wild charge, secures the turtle in the hands of Uni. Blazing Duet cutting off the backline. Cold Altar keeping them alive. Numenon Blast finds two, but Uni is causing havoc in the backline of Madness Esports. Mali taken out. Yeah, on top of Uni, but there's nothing he can do. He has to back off so that he doesn't get picked off. They'll buy enough time for Zaz to get the top tier 1, but Jom will probably get one himself.
Yeah, this is the room that they need, but hold that thought for now. Sonic still thinking to go a little bit more. Okay. Fine, we're gonna take a little bit chill here, but at the same time, oh my god, Zeph, what happened to you?
Yeah, making a mistake, staying too long, feathered airstrike, punishing him, and now Lunatix gaining control. Even the Ogi Shadow Kill nearly taking out Pozan. One more hit, he got lucky there. Probably won't happen again.
My goodness, Joel, he's just getting so much value from this fight. Sonic, he's gonna try and wave clear this, but he's stuck. I think he's dead. Numenon, what? The Blazing Duet comes in, but Sonic, he tanks it all as if it was nothing.
Yeah.
What?
He's fine. They don't quite have enough damage yet, not enough stacks. Oh, Zaz is just dead. Beautiful flicker by Zeno, making sure he catches up. That's gonna be a free kill, 1v1 up top. Sea Halberd for Uni now. So not even Sonic and Yeah are safe from the Hayabusa.
This is a really unfortunate as well. Madness Esports, they had the right idea, right? They had to make space for Zaf to get some fun, but for Zaf to actually lose a 1v1 against Zeno is just very unfortunate. And now with the Feather Airstrike as well being used from Mix, it feels like Lunatix is finally having a window where Job is feeling very confident, and he's got his timing done. And now here comes the fight coming in from Lunatix.
As Zeno into the back line, Pozan still holding on to the Cold Altar. Yeah, zoning out Uni by himself. Numenon Blast gonna keep Zeno in place with Sonic securing the killing spree. Lunatix actually lose one there. Not the best fight for them.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what they were thinking as well, diving towards tier 1s, but at the same time, they're just disrespecting the composition for Madness Esports, and Madness is in a position where if they group up, technically with the Cold Altar, they should be winning all their fights against Lunatix. So I was very surprised that Zeno decided to go for that attempt, and because of that, they are giving so much space for this Lord, for Sonic to contest, and you can see how quickly the Lord actually drops because of Sonic.
But here comes Uni, wild charge going to secure onto Sonic in the backline, but look, they found Jom! Yeah, zoning him out, split, he finds it! Yeah, gets the 1v1 kill as Nova, nice jukes there, but it's not gonna stop the mega kill from being secured by Sonic. Madness trade the Lord for 2 kills.
Yep, Madness Esports getting those 1v1s despite losing out the Retribution here. Uni getting very confident with this Retri battles, but Zap is in trouble! Fakes! Gets a very nice time, and Zeno is looking to extend the fight.
Yeah, he's gonna get knocked out for now, but he's gonna force Pozan to flicker to safety as Sonic wants to get Fakes. Forces the flicker from the far side. Pozan will finish him off with the Ghostbusters. Zeno just delaying time. They're trying to get the rest of Lunatix over. Uni looking for the ult, but they've actually forced Pozan to use his Cold Altar very early on. Madness, they gotta get out of here. Lunatix just waiting for it. Numenon Blast gonna be charged up. A nice stun onto Zeno, making sure that Sonic is able to roll out.
Oh, the desperation here. Nova X Goba, he tried to make a play, messed up the barrier, and while with the wall charge as well, he was about 3 seconds before the flicker, and he had no choice but to make a desperate attempt to wall charge to try to extend the fight. But unfortunately, it didn't really work out. That means Madness Esports will be able to successfully defend against this Lord and try and delay the tempo against Joel. But now, the biggest question here from the side Lunatix is that can they force a fight, baiting out multiple spells against Madness Esports in order to force a fight? Because that is going to be the direction they're looking for based on the composition given to them.
Yeah, they gotta catch him off guard. Feathered Airstrike's been used and kind of wasted there, but Uni jumping in, Ogi Shadow Kill gonna be shared between 3 members. They're fine. Sonic has to be careful. He's down to 20% HP as Yeah, looking for Jom once more. Madness Esports will succeed in chasing away Team Lunatix from the mid-tier 1.
Yep, you can see the damage is starting to build up from Jome, but let's take a look at the damage ranking coming in for us as well. Fakes, Jome, Xeno, top damage coming from Lunatix. Madness Esports can't really do too much considering that if they group up, but hold that thought, they'll lane!
Gonna find one! Poza taken out as Numenon Blast is cancelled by Novak Skobar. Bandit Airstrike coming out, yeah. Jumping on top of Xeno, he gets the kill, but he himself is taken out by Fakes. Double kill for the Farsa on Team Lunatix.
Well, when you least expect it, they hit you where it's the hardest, and Madness Esports did not expect it at all, but they will still successfully hold down middle turret just because of how much map control it contributes to the fight. You can see Team Lunatix is trying their best, and now Jome is going to get dived on.
Yeah, but Sonic not going to be able to catch up. They'll go for Fakes if possible, but he flickers away just in time. So Lunatix keeps their lead for now.
Beautiful stuff coming from Bozan. With that play, no flickers in play from Lunatix. This next Lord fight is going to be so much more easier for Madness Esports to actually close out the game. Lunatix might not altogether try and commit to the fight, knowing that if they try to take this fight, most likely they are going to lose out in trade-offs unless they get the first jump in. And in this case, Nova Escobar needs to find a way to potentially either one-shot Bozan or kill off Zaf right from the get-go.
Not going to be difficult though. Madness Esports unfortunately doesn't have the best defenses here, which means they have to be the aggressors. And Team Lunatix not giving them that free space. Nova right now doing a great job of just providing vision, and Jome just stacking up in the meantime. Lunatix just wants to delay fights, get split pushes, and force Madness Esports into uncomfortable positions.
Yeah, you can see Jome's position is just so smart as well. He's playing all low down as well, where he's building up stacks with the Lord, building up stacks with the minions as well. And if the lanes are shoved in, he can still farm up and then potentially going for a backdoor play. In this case, Jome has got so much more options, but the question here is if Madness overextends, because so far every single fight from Madness side has been in a defensive maneuver, forcing Lunatix to commit into them, and Lunatix knows that that is not a fight they should be looking for, knowing that Madness Esports is so strong defensively.
Yeah, Zavs is actually starting to do a lot of damage, but they also have to be very careful of Jome. I'm imagining that the Claude should have a good amount of farm here. Wow, look at how low he's brought. Yeah. Conceal play from Nova. Mali will spot it out. Madness Esports has to position defensively. I don't think they can contest the Lord anymore. It's going to be very risky to do so. Conceal play from Mali. Looking for the wrap around. Numenon Blast is probably coming out very soon, but they can't quite find the angle here.
Oh, this is tough. They are just baiting it time and time again. Madness Esports, you can see the frustrations, right? Oh, Team Lunatix, we're poking you, we find an opportunity. But the problem here is, even we find an opportunity, they cannot commit until the count altar has been baited out. But speaking of commitment!
Oh, Numenon Blast gonna clip Xeno right on the edge, forcing double flicker, wild charge, finds two! Oh, count altar, just in time, but is it gonna be enough? As Fakes gets the killing spree, Bozan gonna actually find the kill onto Jome! Somehow! Yeah, pulling Xeno back into his team. They trade 1 for 2 so far. Oh, make that 3 for 1 as Zav secures Novak Skobar by himself. Madness Esports coming out on top.
Big clutch coming from Mali as well. They got a little bit desperate, they got a little bit impatient, but Fakes is looking for the steals. Unfortunately, does not get it. But at the same time, let's talk a little bit more on why Lunatix was at a stalemate. Every single time Lunatix, they try to set up a play, if they overcommit, they know for a fact that this Ube strategy coming from Madness Esports is not gonna be forgiving. It is gonna punish them multiple times. You can see Jome, he tried to stay a little bit longer here to go for a Volzy Duet. They didn't exactly work out. Instantly got bursted down, which unfortunate to say should not have been the Jome that we used to see in the regular seasons.
Yeah, it's very weird. It feels like Jome is just getting caught unawares in these situations where he usually should be able to play around with quite comfortably. Not sure if there's a bit of a mental block going on right there, but Madness Esports is going to take full advantage of it. The Lord is on their side. They take out the top tier 2 instantly. Sonic providing vision, collides into Nova. Lord collides into top inhibitor. Madness Esports not going to go too far with this. I think that's a smart choice.
Yeah, they have to play this very, very safely. as long as they play to Pozan's strength, they will win. And if Lunatix overcommit, they are going to most probably lose. But now, speaking of commitment, they're able to poke one player in.
Yeah, Cold are going to be forced out from Sonic. A 4-man! Oh! But where's the follow-up? Zaps finishes off Novak Gobar. There is no follow. Where's the blazing duet? Joe, not enough stacks. A beautiful setup, but they get nothing from it.
The frustrations coming from Lunatix to try and win fights is because of the fact they have to do so much poking. There's only so much Uni can do. There's only so much Joe can do. Eventually, they need to find a way to bait out Pozan's spell successfully. They need a mistake in order to win the game. And for now, they are trying to hyper farm Joe's farm here. And in this case, he's got all the items here. He doesn't have the Winds of Nature, which is interesting, considering the fact that he needs the Winds of Nature to tank Zaps. But a majority of the time, Job is dying to the burst coming from Pozan, the burst coming from Ye, which is magical defense. So I'm very surprised that Job is not making Winds of Nature, Athena Shield, or even the Rose Gold Muter to actually deal with all this magic damage coming from Madness Esports.
The thing is, this is very classic Jome, right? He actually doesn't build defensive items a lot of the time because he has faith that his team will buy enough time that he can just go in, deal as much damage as possible, and then get out scot-free. Except that's kind of costing him here. Madness Esports has a lot more damage than I think Team Lunatix were predicting. And I do agree, some defensive itemization may be necessary. The question is, will Jome swallow his pride and go for it?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Actually forcing the flicker. Not exactly sure what was going here. Jome just has a little bit more faster hands, but you can see every single time Madness Esports, they show their lanes, they show their pressure, they are gonna get heavily punished for this. And Lunatix, they're finding scraps and pieces across the map, knowing that if they find a moment to go for a backdoor play, they will be able to clutch it out. And this is something that Lunatix is just so good at. You've got Uni on this Hayabusa. Very, very strong capabilities of backdoor. Claude as well. And every single time this happens, Madness Esports has only two options. Split up the fight or commit to it. And Team Lunatix, they're dodging it, hoping for a miracle play coming from Uni. In this case, Uni, can he get a solo kill with Zaf?
He's in a fairly dangerous spot here. Yeah, scouting out the back line. He'll see multiple members. He's gonna take a lot of damage. Yeah, might be dead. He is dead. Colaltar too late to save him. And now Zeno is jumping in, getting the stun, dropping Zavs low. Novak Gobar clips him with Wild Charge. Wind of Nature keeps him alive. Blazing Duet comes out. They finish off Zavs. Uni gets shut down in exchange for his own with a mega kill as Jome finishes Pozan off as well. Currently a 3-for-2 trade, but Pozan respawns very quickly. So Sonic is still chasing Jome down. He pops his immortality. Fakes. Does he have his ultimate? Yes, he does. Sonic not able to finish them off. They're so low. Mega kill for Fakes. Mali, he gets the kill. He gets the shutdown. Chases him to the ends of the earth.
My goodness, Madness Esports, they held on for the longest of time, but you have to give credit to Lunatix because Jome, he was able to get so much damage across the blazing duets in the backlines of Madness Esports, despite having this Lolita who logically should be blocking a majority damage coming from Jome. So he was able to find an opportunity, cut the backlines with the sprint, and then chip away on everyone's health from the backlines. And with that play coming in, Madness Esports, they should not be able to get this jungle as all unless Sonic makes it out in time. He's got about 5 seconds from the base. He's got the mobility, but I think it's a little bit too late here. Lunatix can guarantee it.
Yeah, and now Mali, he probably should not have stayed this long. Pops the immortality, and there's no way he's escaping Jome with the killing spree.
Oh my goodness. This is, timing, right? Team Lunatix always finds this timings every single time. But we know for a fact that Lunatix, with Jome in play, once he gets all maxed out, he will find those right moments to shine. In this case, from the back line, over X Gobar!
With the wild touch! Cold Altar from Pozan will keep Zavs alive. Meanwhile, Sonic is distracting the front line. Zavs doing a lot of damage to Zeno. Gonna pop his immortality as Yeah somehow gets a shutdown on the Jome again. This glue is finding the Claude every single fight.
Nicely done coming from Yeah again. Lunatix tries to make this aggressive play, gets heavily punished for this. And because of that, Madness Esports, they are going to be able to scale back to this game. With Jome down at 30 seconds on the sideline, Zavs has perfect control in this next 1 minute of the fight. And because of this, Madness Esports now has so much more room to just completely, maybe even shut down Uni in this regards.
It's going to be difficult. I feel like a lot more of their attention is going to be focused onto Jom specifically because they're not too worried about the Hayabusa damage as long as they're all grouped together. And, well, it's Madness Esports. They're going to always be grouped together. The consolation prize here is that the goal difference is not that much for either team here. So there's still a possibility for either way. It just comes down to execution.
You have to give credit towards Uni, right? Like, even though things didn't really work out here, he was always shoving the lane. And even the middle turret here, he didn't take the turret gold from the tier 1, but the lanes were shoved because of him clearing very, very quickly and being very unpredictable on the map. And all these little details where he's shoving all the side lanes here, trying to get objectives across the map, opens up a lot of more opportunities for Lunatix to win the game, which is pretty much the win condition right now, which is Jom and Uni going for a split push, trying to isolate this Faramis from the team fights and win the individual fights in order to close out the game.
It is kind of surprising that Lunatix has just not chosen to go for split push so far, because if you just look at the lineup from Madness, they are so weak to split push. They need the team fight. And we're just not seeing that, even though there's a Claw, there's a Hayabusa, even the Farsa and Labu Labu can do a good amount of pushing themselves. Team Lunatix, for some reason, seems to be matching Madness's pace, and that just doesn't seem like a good idea.
It's funny, right? How, pay attention to the minimap a little bit here as well. You can see how Jom and Uni is positioning towards the middle lane and top lane, but prior to this 15 seconds, I think 3-4 minutes ago, all this was not possible from Lunatix because of the fact that the middle turret was still standing from Madness Esports. Uni was doing a lot of pressure to the middle lane here, always making sure the lanes are shoved. Even if they force a fight, they're always in a position where they poke you, they back off. They poke you, they back off. They play this slow, aggressive attack, guerrilla warfare, where they're trying to chip away at their objectives. And once this middle turret in the middle for Madness Esports goes down, this is where the real split push coming from Uni and Jom across map plays is going to take it effect. But before that, Madness Esports, they need to realize this is the strategy for Lunatix. But at the same time, they've got Lord in their favor. Can they get it and get value out of it?
Well, it looks like they're setting up for the split push now. Madness Esports has to be aware of this. They have to see that Jom is split pushing the top lane. Either they full invest, take the Lord down right now, or they gotta do something, or this Claude is going to do some structural damage. Madness Esports seems to be hesitating. I don't know what the choice is. They're gonna take some damage to the top inhibitor. Xeno jumps back in, Nova securing the back line. Mali!
Oh my god.
Gets the Lord! Uni gonna be forced to go OE Shadow Kill. Winter Drunken from Fix, not gonna keep him alive. And Zavs with the Wind of Nature nearly wins the 1v1 against Jom as well. Numenum Blast gonna be charged up. Cold Altar keeping Madness Esports alive as they take out Uni. Zavs pops his immortality, but he survives. And yeah, with the double kill, with the Lord pushing up top to completely stop Jom's split push in its tracks. Only 2 survivors on Lunatix.
Oh, you hate to see moments coming from this, like small mistakes coming from Lunatix. Uni panicked his retribution and was able to force him to use an early OK Shadow Kill. And now with 5 men landing onto Team Lunatix, there's only so much Jom can do. And look at this, they are gonna collapse.
They're going for it. Wild Charge not gonna stop them. Jom blazing to it, instantly cancelled. Numenum Blast gonna find him. Zavs with the killing spree. Novax Kobar knows there's nothing he can do as the crystal breaks in favor of Madness Esports.
What a game here in the playoffs, and Madness Esports just utilizes their draft really well. Great plays coming from Mali, not once now, multiple times in this game, and they have finally found the secret sauce to step up at this game. What a day to be alive here for the MPL playoffs, because that was a very good game coming from Madness Esports.
A qualifier team that has been slowly gaining momentum through the latter half of the regular season, now coming to a heel here in the playoffs. An excellent performance in game number 1, rendering the efforts of Team Lunatix useless in front of their gameplay. I like this Madness, so let's see more of it. Moving on to their mic check.
Inilah hari yang kita dinanti-nantikan.
Ini guys.
Nervous aku tinggi, bhai.
Nervous. Ya, pegang.
Pegang sih.
Okey.
Dia burung. Kau dah burung. Dah burung. Apa benda kau ni? Makan. Mati ke tak mati? Boom. Santai. Aku. Krodalti. Boleh ya? Mati. Nice. Jom mati. Jom mati. No flick tau. Ni lampu no flick.
Tak ada flick oi.
Zaf, mati ke Zaf? Oh, mati. Mati lah weh.
Jangan paksa. Dia dah, bel. Kita jaga posisi.
Tanam balik.
Ya Allah.
Defend lagi.
Allah.
Madness Esports definitely living up to their names right there because they seemed mad with glee and absolute chaos as they took out Team Lunatix in game number 1. Now 1 game away from moving on to the top 6 of MPL MY Season 11. That's gotta feel good for them.
Yo, absolute madness it did here. I could not make sense of the comms. It was just straight up. Nally is just like, how do you understand in comms like that? And you know, Madness Esports somehow they were able to figure it out, and I really enjoyed those comms here. But like I said as well, 1 more game away. But before that, let's take a look at the item builds on how things went down. The biggest question for me was Jom. He did not have those magic defense to deal with here. He's been picked off multiple times by this glue, who arguably has been nerfed in the current meta, but still has those 1-2 punches coming from yeah, which forces Jom to actually respect this. And this is something that I think we can agree on during the entire ring seasons, that assassin meta junglers has kind of fallen off because of the fact that you have so much tanky compositions that just pretty much outscales an assassin in the later stage of the game.
Uni did build a lot of damage items, and he was doing a lot of DPS towards the early stages, but once that scaling started to kick in, it became very difficult, especially when you have a cult altar on top of all of that as well to consider in terms of extra HP. I think Madness Esports did an excellent job. We expressed some doubts about Pozan towards the early stages because we haven't quite seen him due to Maima's introduction here, but his cult altars were pretty on point. There were mistakes here and there, but very solid overall. And I think yeah, just once again deserves so many props. This player has been one of the outstanding rookie EXP laners of the season.
I agree. Yeah, definitely really stepped out as well. Jom was one of the biggest problems that every single team faced as well. They understand that Jom was win condition, and every single time, yeah, has been able to find opportunities to punish him. And with the split in play as well, he has 2 options. If he latches on Jom, perfect. If he latches on Uni, it's okay. He forces an okay shadow kill, and he can just safely back out. And this is something that only yeah does really well. And this is probably maybe one of the tougher games that Lunatix had to play. You can see there's a lot of attempts coming from Uni and Jom, but there's only so much you can do if they go for a frontal fight, knowing that when this counter drops, whatever damage you do is going to be completely negated. Look at that, 728,000 damage taken from Madness Esports. And even then, technically, Lunatix should have won if this was a normal composition by Madness Esports.
Yeah, once Lunatix weren't quite able to rely on Jom to reliably do damage, you could see how their team fighting starts to fall apart. Xeno, maybe a bit disconnected, he's trying to do his best, but he gets picked off. Novax Kobar on a hero like Grok got some really nice wild charges, but not quite enough. It doesn't quite have the same pressure as heroes like the Franco, which have become his signature. And Madness Esports, honestly, I'm really impressed. This is amazing growth. Their team fighting seems really comfortable. Coordination is all there. So let's see what our hosts have to say, catch their opinions as we pass it over to them.
Selamat kembali ke The MPL Open House. Anda bersama dengan saya, Rose, and of course, Lafel. Kita tak boleh lupa juga our special guest of the day, Abang Lord dan Rain. Hello.
Hello guys.
Us again.
Salah. Ingatkan ni mic. Sorry. Salah. My bad. Tadi pakai Harry. Okay, first of all, team fight tadi banyak gila yang best. Tapi sebelum kita buat pasal team fight, kerasnya Sonic. Ya Allah, dia punya bugs macam susah sangat nak mati. Pukul hari ni, minggu depan mati.
Betul. Dia melihatkan kepada damage taken dia pun melebihi daripada mana-mana player yang ada. 247,000 tu sangatlah tak normal untuk jungler tank dapat. Melebihi mana-mana roamer untuk kedua-dua belah pasukan. So satu damage taken yang bagus lah daripada Sonic.
Setuju sangat.
Memang setuju bang Bang, bila tengok ni kan, team fight dekat dalam game ni memang sangat-sangat gempak kan. Dan Madness nampak sangat-sangat bergaya dekat situ. Kita akan tengok kita punya MVP. Abang rasa lah agak-agak siapa yang patutlah kita berbual pasal MVP?
Sonic for sure.
Sonic?
Saya pun rasa Sonic kan.
Saya pun rasa Sonic because he's super keras tadi.
Super keras.
And because Super Sonic dapat.
Daripada Kelantan.
Daripada
Full power.
The Kelantan flavor in Madness is overflowing.
Part 1-14. 82% kill participation. Saya rasa kalau saya lawan dengan Baxia macam ni, saya memang stres. Sangat stres. Bang, kalau abang lawan dengan macam ni, stres ke?
Mana tak stresnya, tak mati-mati kawan ni.
Kan?
Dia mati sekali je tu pun.
Kebetulan.
Jom lepas mati lepas bunuh Sonic.
Ini bukan 5 lawan 1, kena 10 lawan 1 kena bunuh dia.
I rasa 10 pun tak lepas.
Tak lepas.
Tak lepas.
Rain?
Memang pujian perlu diberikan kepada dia sebab kita boleh nampak yang daripada early ke mid kita memang nampak Lunatix yang pegang. Diorang control the map and diorang banyak dapat cari kill, lagi-lagi diorang press Zaf early. So Sonic dapat bagi space untuk team Madness survive hingga ke late game lah.
Dekat sini pun kita akan tengok highlight yang dibawa khas oleh Guardian Man, di mana sebenarnya dekat ni agak tak aci. Bukan saja Sonic tu dah keras, dia dah nak mati pun tiba-tiba Pozan datang buka ke altar. Okay, try bunuh dia 2 kali.
Tu agak menarik sebab ni Faramis pertama kita di playoff. Sebab walaupun tadi game Red dan RSG pun ada Faramis Open tapi tak ada siapa yang main. So Madness tunjukkan betapa hero ni sebenarnya masih lagi kuat untuk survivability di dalam war lah.
Yeah, actually tadi banyak je masa where the opponents were last hit and then Pozan buka je ultimate. Habis dah, survive lah semua. Kena reverse, Lunatix yang kalah war.
Yap, dengar dekat bahagian backstage kan. Ini bahagian Madness. Nampak Mali kill tadi, semua orang jerit, oh! Jadi boleh nampak lah yang mereka in very high spirits. Jadi Abang Lord, kita nak perspektif Abang Lord Madness ni, saya rasa majority yang rasakan Lunatix yang akan menang game ni. Tapi game pertama, Madness dah menang. How does that affect dorang punya spirit nak masuk pada game kedua?
Jangan bayar gaji lagi.
No. Saya dah cakap kat Mama Tok dekat sini saya bayar Abang Lot lah. Kat belakang dah jerit dah man.
Kat belakang dengar tak tu? Aduh.
No. Kita kena contohi player ni kan. Kalau kita nampak kan the way how they play, how they communicate, macam dia orang dah letak masalah dia orang ni sangat jauh. Dia orang dah buang jauh-jauh and then they come with a fresh mind and they show this is how to play in MPL playoffs.
Yes, I agree. That is called professionalism.
Yes.
They leave their problems outside. Outside of stage, dekat stage. It's our time.
Correct. Dan kena ingat.
Yes.
Dan kena ingat, second match, second game lepas ni, the other one also got problem, menang lah.
Second one kena menang. Sebab kalau tak, again, elimination is on the line. Sebab again, Lunatix so far dekat dalam game tadi, ada nampak banyak peluang yang mereka boleh menang. But in the end, saya rasa macam, adakah ini antara situasi yang mereka mungkin pandang rendah sikit kat Madness?
Pada pendapat saya, diorang bukan pandang rendah. Cuma Madness diorang lebih kompos yang kekalkan disiplin diorang, lagi-lagi di fasa late game. Mali berjaya curi lot juga salah satu faktor macam mana diorang balikkan keadaan. Lolita boleh curi lot pun agak tak masuk akal. Game yang sangat menarik lah daripada Madness. Dan tambah kita ada Faramis untuk survive and jaga teammate diorang, so diorang boleh comeback lah.
Ya, dekat dalam game it's very hype. Sekarang ni players pun dah start naik dekat atas pentas. Saya rasa macam cukup masa untuk mereka discuss dekat bahagian backstage. Sebab saya rasa tadi dekat dalam semua team fight, Lunatix nampak macam tak ada cara untuk menangkan disebabkan nombor 1 Sonic terlampau keras kat depan.
Yes.
Kalau dapat bunuh pun tiba-tiba ada ke altar.
Yes.
And walaupun range yang pendek carry dekat situ, Warsa still tak dapat nak burstkan. Jadi rasanya untuk Rin, apakah fokus untuk Lunatix masuk game kedua ni?
Diorang perlu berhati-hati dengan penggunaan Faramis lepas ni. Mungkin boleh recounter dengan Valentina untuk menggunakan Ket Altar dalam masa yang sama. Sebab apa yang Madness lakukan sekarang, setiap kali Farsa buka hati, diorang consistently untuk ganggu high ground yang akan menutup Faramis lah, which is Glue dan juga Bakzia akan terus pergi kejar kepada Farsa tersebut lah.
I see. Okay, and with that, I would like to ask the last prediction. Adakah game ini akan jadi 2-0 atau 2-1? Rain?
With that spirit, saya rasa 2-0.
Abang Lord?
Exactly, saya nak cakap benda yang sama. Dan semangat yang Madness bawa sekarang ni, saya rasa macam 2-0.
2-0.
Saya ikut orang je.
Ikut
2-0.
Alright, and with that, let's throw it back to the casters to see adakah game ini akan jadi 2-0 atau 2-1. Casters, take it away.
A resounding agreement from our special guest that Madness Esports are going to sweep the victory here. That's quite a thing, especially when you consider how Madness performed at the start of the regular season. Look at how far they've come.
You know, I really like how Abang Lord and LaFell is able to vocally voice out their opinions on what things are happening and not get away with it every single time.
Yep.
And we know among the casters, I'm the most toxic one. And even then on show, I've never tried my best. Like, I've always tried my best to kind of hold down what was going on. And even in the community chats as well, I was reading through some of the comments. Everyone kind of knows what is going on with Madness Esports. And even then, despite all the drama, you have to give credit towards Madness Esports. Despite all the drama, they're able to take first game, and this is a good step for them. However, I might need to disagree a little bit, because if you think about it, based on Game 1's draft, technically, Madness Esports pretty much won the draft hands down. They've got a lot of very, very strong S-tier picks. They prioritized the Forza, expecting that, hey, that's Pozan's comfort pick. They would not draft the Faramis, they would not draft the Glue, and because of that, they kind of put Lunatix in a very awkward position where they have to play catch-up, they have to play split push, and they could not even mirror the matchup because if they double down on Valentina with Farsa, it pretty much puts them in a very, very awkward situation where not a lot of teams can pull off maybe gold lane Farsa, maybe XP lane Farsa, like how SMG does it.
Yeah, I think they might have underestimated Pozan here. A lot of us went into this thinking, oh, Pozan, he's only comfortable with Farsa, so as long as we first pick Farsa, they'll be out of commission. And then the Faramis comes out, Cult Altar being such a useful tool there. I think Madness have definitely gone through a good amount of training during the break between regular season and playoffs, which means that Team Lunatix, they gotta bring their A game here. No more underestimating their opponents, even if they are a rookie team here on the MPL stage. Anything goes now that Madness Esports are one game up and potentially one game away from sending Team Lunatix home.
Yep, and now when it comes to this situation, I feel like Madness Esports, they are in a position where they are starting to play something that they have not shown during the regular season. And this is something that Lunatix is still relying on, historical data. And currently, Lunatix, they have to start understanding that, hey, this is the playoff. Expect the unexpected. And every single time regular season comes in, whenever we hit the playoffs, people think that, oh, this team is bad. Guess what? Team Hawk won the previous season.
Ooh.
This season, Team Hawk was one of the strongest team. First team out. Unfortunate. But no.
What
Joy
is unfortunate is Joy getting led through the draft here. We have seen play on this hero. It was one of the earliest heroes he played this season, and he was a terror with it. So Lunatix have some kind of plan here, letting it through. What is going to be the choice? It's going to be a tricky one. We'd have to remember, though, Mincetar is open. That would be a huge counter.
It's kind of surprising that Mincetar was kind of neglected-ish. But based on this coming from Lunatix here, it seems like the idea from Lunatix was that they wanted to secure the Faramis and maybe the Glue themselves. But because of the fact that they picked the Joy, they can't exactly do that anymore because they can pretty much instantly recounter with a Valentina. So now they shift their focus, they go for Lapu as well as the Valentina, giving Madness that option where, you know what, we pick the Glue, we pick the Faramis, it doesn't really matter. But at the same time, because of the Joy, I don't think they would double down on the Glue, but they will definitely take the Faramis for sure.
No way you have Joy and Wanwan on the same draft. That is crazy right there. Lunatix.
Yeah.
What is the plan here? They're okay with letting the Faramis through because they can steal the Cult Altar. They're gonna lock in the Claude again for Jom, which isn't too bad against the Wanwan. And Lapu against Joy matchup is actually kind of alright as well. For Madness right now, what they're going to be lacking is some form of frontline. Because now that they don't have the Glue, it'll be a bit more difficult for Yaya to cause chaos once his cooldowns are up. It's interesting though.
Personally, I'm not a big fan of what Lunatix is thinking right now. Like 2 games in a row, they're trying to play around enabling Jom to get his comfort heroes, right? Like, the idea why they drafted this was that, oh, maybe they want to steal the Faramis and Glue, but oh, wait, there's a Joy. Okay, we can't really do that anymore. I was very surprised they ignored the Glue, but it makes sense because Faramis was taken. That's one. I'm very surprised they didn't deny it away. Afraid of maybe the Valentina getting stolen. But what really surprises me a little bit more is that I can't believe they actually gave away the Joy, the 1-1 and the Faramis because of the fact that they may be looking to ban off that Lolita to enable Jome to do more damage in this Blazing Duet. So I would say that this game too, once again, they're putting all their eggs in the basket in Jome, hoping to clutch it out for the team.
Well, we have actually seen Fakes do a pretty good job on the Valentina, though. So if he's able to scale up and become a secondary DPS, then Lunatix still has some pretty good options. But that will come down to an if here. And Madness Esports recognizes that Kufra would be a big problem here. They've already put so much focus onto Nova Escobar's heroes, considering how much mobility they have. They ban out the Kufra. Honestly, getting rid of either Minstar or Phoveus here would probably be my guess.
Yeah, it might be the situation as well. I think Minstar is like the best option for Nova Escobar to actually utilize as well. And Madness Esports, they realize this as well. Like, see, 3 of the bans coming from Madness Esports is targeted towards Nova Escobar. He has been known for his Edith, which is kind of surprising as well. We haven't seen Edith being picked up a lot as well. I think Edith is a great way to actually deal with the Faramis one-shot combo, but it forces the Faramis to get purified rather early as well. So I think it's easily countable to a certain degree. Lunatix, betting on Fredrin, very nice. Setting up for a Martyrs play for Uni is going to allow him to get easy executions if those counter timings hasn't been working out. But the problem here still remains is that Madness Esports is going to ban it. They are going to respect it. Force Uni to play an Assassin again. Lancelot still in the pool. But is Uni going to stick on the Hayabusa or the Link? But seems like no. They are going to steal Lolita away.
I feel like securing Lancelot would have been a bit safer here, but I guess they're not too sure what Madness's jungle pick is yet, and I don't feel like Sonic would be the type to play Lancelot himself. And speaking of Sonic, a lot of his heroes are gone. The Baxia, the Fredrin, the Martis, all no longer available. He can still go for heroes like the Akai, but the heavy spin can be stolen away, which is not the most ideal.
I think Akai jungle isn't too bad for Lunatix.
We've seen Barats as well.
I think Akai jungle or Lunatix is pretty amazing to deal with the Lolita, deal with the Joy, deal with the Faramis, and deal with the 1-1 to a certain degree. But you called it the Barats and Matilda up on Madness Esports.
It's the flying dinosaur.
Oh my goodness, it is a... What's a flying dinosaur? A pterodactyl? Yeah, it is a pterodactyl coming in from Madness Esports. It is absolute madness.
Man, this is classic.
I hate this, but they are called the Malaysian Tier 2 Blacklist International for a reason. And this is a draft that I feel is something that Blacklist International once in a blue moon will pull out in the strategy. And this Barats Matilda is very, very popular in the previous seasons. It's kind of fallen off, but I guess it will work in this composition considering that, you know, this is going to put Uni in a very awkward situation because there's not really a lot of choice, and he is going to go with the Hayabusa once again, coming in from Lunatix, expecting a split push potential.
I feel like Lance would have still been a better choice for Lunatix here, but Hayabusa is not too bad. Now, the reason we're not seeing a lot of Barats anymore is because, well, 0% win rate. The hero is just not as tanky as he once was.
What?
Wow, that's an insane cosplay right there.
His eyes is white. What is that?
That's a contact.
Is that... what hero is that? Mincizar?
That's Zilong. That's probably like a Zilong skin. I could be wrong.
Is that a Gadokacha? Is it a Mincizar? It looks like a Mincizar to me.
I don't know. Either way, we're going to be jumping into the game right here. Lunatix looking to have some really strong picks right now. Having the Claude and Valentina means that late game scaling is on point. But Madness Esports are a notoriously hard-to-catch team composition. Will they be able to deny the hopes and dreams of Team Lunatix from moving forward with the competition? We will find out, because I expect that Lunatix will have a lot to say about it on the Land of Dawn.
This is going to be a very, very important match here for Lunatix if they want to stand a chance to continue their journey here. And currently, Madness Esports 1 game advantage, and now with a lot of S-tier picks, I'm surprised the AI Predictors is still making it 50-50, underestimating the power of what Matilda as well as the Barats can do to the table. So this is going to be a big problem for Lunatix because eventually they've got so much tanky composition for Madness Esports that it's going to be extremely difficult to do with. But because of the fact that they have Valentina, hopefully it is going to be able to equalize the score, because if you were to see the data based on game number 2, The reason why they're losing is because they could not mirror. And this time, having these capabilities, it might be a little bit of a different story here for Lunatix.
The question here is that Madness Esports' lineup is a little bit mixed, right? Oh, hold on. Zav's taking a lot of damage. Uni is here. Zav obviously does not have crossbow of Tang. Instantly dead. First blood to Uni. Pozan and Mali a bit too late to the party.
Very, very smart here, but Sonic, he's gonna try and make an attempt on Uni.
Yeah, Uni uses the Ogi Shadow Kill and he's just out safely. That's the value of the Hayabusa right there. As Lunatix may be looking to make a return play. Fakes is in the area, but not enough damage. So they'll settle for just chasing Madness away.
You can see how Lunatix is a little bit more comfortable now compared to game number 1, where, you know, initially Madness Esports, they have better objective clears here for the Baxia. But this time with the Barat, you are going to be expecting equal timings on those objectives because of the fact that, yes, Barat has a little bit more damage, but mobility-wise, Uni will outrun him because of the fact that Baxia has this Shield Unity, whereas a Barat doesn't necessarily have that. So it's going to be 50-50 for them.
Oh, Zeno doing his job again. Uni secures the turtle. Retry timing missed by Sonic. He gets the Tona's welcome, healing up his HP onto Zeno and gets pulled away. That's the flying dinosaur that we talked about right there. Yeah, may have used all his cooldowns so he could no longer continue. No casualties, but Madness lose the turtle.
Too close to be called comfort, but great clutch coming in from Madness Esports actually survived that. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Zaf taking heavy pressure from Job. And this is something that I think Zaf should be winning his matchups, but Job is not afraid to actually commit his Blazing Duet to zone him out of this team fight. And because of that, they're still trading 50-50s, and eventually, it is still benefiting on Madness Esports.
Sonic gonna spot out Novak's Kobar. Has to be careful. This is a 3v3 situation. Not sure if Madness is ready to fight yet. They're gonna pull Fakes back, but they see he has the Call Altar, so better not go for this. Yeah. Gonna be joining the party as well. Will he try to go for engage? Looks like he will, but not gonna go all out for the kill right now. They're afraid of the potential counter attack.
Well, seeing how this is actually going as well, Lunatix, you can see Fakes is playing very, very safely because of the fact that if he times his counter wrongly, he can actually lose out on the majority of the fight. And every single time Madness Esports applies this pressure, it's very difficult for Fakes to play aggressively, where we kind of expect him to do it because of the fact that Paramis is known to be that kind of aggression. And you can see even here as well, Uni trying to force out Cult Altars coming in, but it's not going to work out because eventually the Madness Esports needs to group up as 5 in order to take a full-fledged fight, whereas Lunatix, they have so much poking potential compared to before, and now,
Nah, Zeno's not gonna stop him. He gets a free wave cut here, which means that he can start roaming, and still has to defend his tower. And with the turtle coming up, that's an excellent play from him right there. Good judgment, not trying to annoy, going for the larger scope right now, which means that Lunatix will have control over the turtle pit.
Yeah, man, now with this turtle pit coming in, Newman Non-Blast already sending up his own connect on 2!
Numenon onto Sonic, but Cold Altar will keep him alive for now. As Jom going in with the Blazing Duet. They pull Sonic to safety with the Guiding Winds. Yeah, joining the party as well. Uni focusing on a turtle. Will he be able to get it? Yes, he does. Team Lunatix secures the neutral. Uni jumps in and secures Pozan as well. Just a cheeky little poke as he jumps right back out.
Wow, that is beautiful executions coming in from Lunatix as well. But interesting enough, Uni was able to somehow kill Pozan, but because of how the Faramis kind of works as well, right? You've got these passive abilities, you build up stacks, instantly die, instantly respawn from Pozan, so it doesn't really matter from Lunatix. So eventually, Team Lunatix, they need to continue this journey where they need to find poking capabilities to actually bait out the spells and try to minimize Pozan's capabilities to actually enable the team from Madness Esports. And it's going to be tough because as of now, he's going to get picked off.
Vengeance is not going to be enough to save him. That is a Master Assassin Ogi Shadow Kill on him alone with Jome. No chance that the toy is getting out of that. And with that, Lunatix instantly 2.6k net worth lead, 5.5 minutes in. This is an excellent lead for them when you consider that Pod and Valentina are late game heroes.
This is very, very smart plays coming from Team Lunatix. Every single time Sonic shows himself, they completely dodge the fight, pick a fight across the map. And they just briefly saw Sonic going to the purple buff. You can see they're making rotations down bottom, trying to punish any sort of rotations coming in from Madness Esports. And they know that Uni is here. And look at this, he's in trouble.
Oh, made a mistake from Uni. He gets caught. Detona's welcome. Cold Altar keeps him alive. And he's able to pop the Oogie Shadow kill. Oh, Cold Altar comes out from Madness Esports as well. Crossbow tank is prepared. Here comes Zavs going on top of Xeno, but it's not enough damage as the 1-1 still needs time to fail. But Jom jumps in, placing duet, picks up Mali, follows after, and gets the kill. 2-0.
How the hell does Joe find all this opportunity? Game number 2, he went for sprint. I did not expect Jom to have a flicker this game, extended it, got the kill, and just in the nick of time, backs out into his previous mirror image and get out to safety. What a clutch coming in from Jom. But with that being said, Madness Esports, they tried their best to set up the kill, but Lunatix completely trumps them in terms of layering. However, Mali might be in a little bit of trouble.
He's fine for now. Gonna try and engage onto Fakes. Does some good damage, but it's not gonna be enough. Numan Blast gonna be cancelled out as Sonic is immune, but so is Xeno, so he doesn't get eaten. And Uni secures the turtle once again.
Oh no.
Sonic going to be left in the lurch and picked off by Xeno as Uni finishes off Pozan in the backline with the mega kill, forcing back Mali. But looking for Fakes. He gets his ultimate stolen, allowing Fakes to flicker out to safety. Lunatix still trying to chase him down, going for the mid-tier 1. Has literally no damage, so Jom just sits there and soaks it up. They get a tower in the bot lane, but Lunatix putting on the pressure.
Oh, mistakes were made from Mali as well. He tried so hard to actually save his life, but in a little bit of trouble. Okay, they should be fine, Lunatix, they back up. But look at this value coming in from Uni. He's always finding opportunities here. Now Pozan might be dead.
Yeah, he is dead. Unstoppable for Uni, but Detona's welcome will actually catch him, spin him back into the tower. Do they have Cold Altar? They do not. Sonic gets the shutdown. They're calling in Zavs. They're saying time to engage. They don't have their Hayabusa. Gonna jump away. Bravest fighter. Raging Slash. Will he be able to get out? Zavs is just following him up to Terrify. Not gonna do anything. Sonic gets another.
Wow, that is really, really crazy considering how things is going on as well. But again, bottom lane, Jom, he's gonna try to make an attempt. Tier 1 still standing on the bottom gold lane, but he needs to wrap things up a little bit quickly here because as of now, Jom is having the time against his clock because he needs to set up a tempo in order for Team Lunatix to capitalize on all these pickoffs because over time, this Cold Altar coming from Pozan is going to bring so much maximum value, and even if you kill off Pozan, it doesn't matter even if it's 20 minutes of the game. His respawn timers is still going to be below 30 seconds.
Oh, does actually do a good amount of damage. We know that Zone probably going for full damage, but here comes Uni. That's unfortunate. Doesn't even use his vengeance. He knows that it's going to be meaningless. Better to keep the battle spell for when he respawns.
This combo coming from Lunatix is a little bit unpredictable, right? Normally we talk about roamers with mage as a dual combo. So far in this match in particular for Lunatix, this series in general, it has been the Uni Jom combo, and this is something that Madness Esports is just not so used to because once they hit so hard that Madness Esports won't be able to react in time, and this is only possible because it is an assassin jungle coming from Lunatix, and they're always picking the right targets to strike at the right time, and this is very, very frustrating for Madness Esports.
Yeah, we really don't get to see this very much anymore these days, especially from Uni. He's always more of a supporting player for the side of Team Lunatix, and now we're getting to see his true capabilities. 6-1 and 2 on the Hayabusa, showing Madness, you should have respected my hero. And now 3k net worth lead, Lord pushing up top lane. Oh, they're kind of following in here. Soaring Eagle pulling in Zavs. Probably not a good idea. Madness gotta get out of here.
Did not expect this at all because now Madness in an awkward situation. Numan Blast connects
on two. Zavs, he does some crossbow tank though on top of Nova Escobar. He's blocking a lot of shots. Here comes actually doing a lot of AoE damage. Fake's gonna dash away, but not enough. Killing spree for Sonic. Uni jumping in, looking to pick off but he's just bouncing all over the place, so he's not gonna kill anyone here. Jom, careful. He doesn't have Blazing Duet. He's gonna have the BMI out. Madness Esports will lose the top tier too, but they should be able to clear the Lord without too much more loss.
That was very unfortunate of Joel to actually strike the moment, right? The moment he jumped in for the Blazing Duet, as soon as he saw Ye with the beats, he immediately zipped out and there was pretty much no damage coming from him because of that fight. It's just very, very unfortunate, but you have to give props to Ye to zone him out. He has been making sure that Joel doesn't get super out of control, and eventually Team Lunatix, they need to find an opportunity to strike where there's a lot more space to work with. But so far, Lunatix, they're getting a lot of cross-map plays, and Madness Esports is barely hanging on. But eventually, Zavs is going to be the one that brings a lot of damage in all these team fights. And once his Winds of Nature, well, technically, he has his Winds of Nature, is going to be able to play. And a couple more items in, Jom is not going to be able to survive a 1v1 fight against this 1-1 unless Jom makes a mistake.
The thing is, he's still 1.4k gold ahead of Zav, so that time window not gonna come anytime soon. I'm now seeing why Ye was not doing a lot of damage. He only went for a Glowing Wand as his DPS item. Pretty good against tankier members of Lunatix, but not too much against everyone else. And right now, Madness really are lacking in DPS until Zavs can get 1 or 2 more items.
Yep, it's all about the waiting game. Madness Esports, very, very known for their Ube strategy and still sticking to their roots so far. Sonic, very close to that level 15. And once Sonic is on the level 15 mark, he is going to be pretty much unkillable unless Jom is going to be focused inbound. But it is going to be tough because if you think about it here, who is a tank slayer coming from Team Lunatix? Jom forced to go for DHS. Uni, we didn't see him go for it as well. He opted to go for Hellbird. He opted to go for Malefic Raw. Those are items that kind of enables more reduction at supporting DPS rather than hard counter damage items like a DHS for Jove. So this is going to be very difficult to kill the Barats in, and you can see every single time a fight breaks down, Lunatix, they always tentatively lose this matchup against Sonic, and this is a problem that Lunatix needs to overcome, whereas Madness Esports, they eventually need to just force a fight, and it's tough considering that there's so much mobility heroes from Lunatix.
Yeah, the thing is, Lunatix is actually starting to do housekeeping here. They're splitting up the waves, forcing Madness to do housekeeping, which means they can't go for the full-out fight. They're still gonna try though. Yeah, pops the Vengeance, doing a lot of damage to Fakes, and Jom forcing them back. The Ogi Shadow Kill not gonna do too much as Jom clears out the mid-wave with the Blazing Duet. Mali forced the Flicker over the wall to safety as Numanon Blast gonna find
oh my god!
A 5-man Numanon Blast dismantles Madness Esports. Sonic, luckily the only casualty, but everyone else is on literally 10% HP. They can no longer contest the Lord.
Oh my god, Madness Esports, like they did not expect that at all, but Nova, what the heck was that? That was a sick timing on those Numanon Blasts. Like Joe was enabling his team with that fight, and technically Lunatix should not have gotten so much value, but even though it looks really, really cool, but it was enough to force Madness back and secure a lot. Hopefully, it is going to give them a little bit more time to actually scale this game, because eventually, this Hayabusa is going to have a lot of problems dishing out damage onto the back lines, especially when Madness Esports has got sustains coming from Matilda. It's got this Cult Altar to work with, and every single time Job, he pops his Blazing Duet, Madness Esports is always waiting for the right moment to counter-engage.
The thing is, I don't really feel like Uni needs to worry about falling off here, because once that late game comes around, all he actually has to do is force out the Cult Altar. And even then, he does do a lot of damage. He's going full DPS, endless battle on the Hayabusa now, so even Sonic isn't going to be able to tank it.
Oh, yeah!
Mistakes are made! Nova Escobar timing the stun perfectly to catch him on his escape, and that's a free inhibitor for Joe.
Dang, that was the perfect catch that Lunatix is looking for as well. One mistake is all they need, and they were able to capitalize on that. And now Madness Esports, they're forced to play defense, and it is a big problem because Zavs hasn't been able to do his own thing with crossbow attacks, because every single time that happens, Nova Escobar is there to block all of those shots, and this is putting Madness Esports in a very much frustration situation. Where is the damage coming from Madness Esports? Is it the Joy? No. Joy is a tank. He's not going to be able to do too much. Is it Pozan? Yes. But Lunatix is not grouping up as 5. Is Zav the damage? Yes. Blocked by Nova Escobar. So where else can they find damage? Sonic is going to be the answer. But every single time Sonic shows his face, Lunatix just ignores this big bad dinosaur.
Yeah, Sonic literally cannot do anything. There's a reason why Bharat is 0% win rate so far. He's tanky, but all he really is at this stage of the game is an extra large minion. And that's not going to be enough. And Mali was drafted as a Matilda here to try and support him, which means he doesn't contribute too much to the draft. Look at the damage from Jome. Just 1 second, and Zaz is almost dead. There is literally no chance of Madness Esports coming back from this situation.
You know, I really like how Jome is always taking advantage of his efficiency of his max stacks. He knows for a fact that the auto attack trade-offs with Zaps, he will win it regardless. And he's taking, I would say, taking advantage of those like milliseconds auto attack to just try and scare them off and do a little bit more of a ego check here, a damage check to actually, and I would say, respect Madness Esports, whether or not do they have what it takes to kill him off. And with that play coming in, it gives him a little bit more openings to actually understand what he needs to prioritize off. And so far, we all know for a fact that one is going to be Pozan. Bait the counter, kill him off, game's over. Who can kill him off? Uni. But if Uni comes into the fight, can Jome wrap it up? But if Jome comes into the fight, can Uni wrap things up? So that is, I would say, the layering that Lunatix is struggling to face just because of the tools that are given to them. Fakes forced to play defensively instead of the offensive maneuver. But look at this Jome, what is this?
Yeah, he doesn't mind. He's got the battle mirror image set up. As long as he's just buying time, doing damage. Look, Sonic is already down to 60% HP. Yeah, jumping back line, trying to do some damage, being annoying. He takes the shadow kill and he is picked off. Just barely. Uni jumps back in. Here comes the Cold Altar, stolen away by Fakes, and Pozan is dead. Sonic is dead. Double kill. Zaz trying to find that crossbow of Tang. He actually finds Jome somehow among all of that. But the double kill for Fakes as they clear it up. Triple kill by the Valentina. Pozan is back, but what can he do? 1v4. Team Lunatix are looking to end this mega kill for Uni as they tie it up 1-1. Lunatix are not ready to sit back and get sent home here. We're going into game 3 once again.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Lunatix. They definitely found the solution and they got it in the bag. But interesting enough, very, very big clutch coming from Nova Excova, because that style point with the wind chant and then in towards the Numenon Blast, even though it connected, it was disengaged from Madness Esports. But eventually, this is the Lunatix that we are looking forward to see. But now, let's take a look towards what they have to say about game number 2 in their mic check.
Okay. Let's go.
Let's go.
Do this, guys. Careful. Pass the mid.
Yeah, can.
Si Barat.
Barat.
Nice, Bob. Balik.
Nice,
Bob! Yo, santun. Try to guys, we can go guys, I still have ulti ah. Nice, bro. Barat's no ulti guys. Barat's no ulti.
Aku ulti.
Try po, Barat.
Aku ada shield. Go.
Go.
Nice. Ada lagi.
Can get tower first. Mati dah tar.
Ya, reset first guys. Slow, tunggu jom.
Farami no ulti. Help guys, help. Uy, nice Nova. Nice, bro. One step. Go, Lord. Careful guys ah. Nice, bro.
I really like that final moment where Nova Excalibur led that sick 5-man Numenon Blast down mid, and his teammates like, oh my god, Nova, what the hell was that? And they were like shocked to a point that, how do we follow up with this? But that was sick.
Yeah, just sick gameplay overall from Team Lunatix there as they're able to figure out Madness Esports and completely overwhelm them in terms of superior team fighting, mobility, and farm speed. I think the draft for Madness there is a very good example of how you can have too much of a good thing, in which Lunatix just let all the S-tier heroes through the draft, realizing that Madness Esports doesn't quite have the experience and mechanical capabilities to execute on a composition like that.
I feel like based on the draft itself, like the first 3 openings coming from Madness Esports was really good. But what really messed them up was actually having this Matilda as well as this Barrage, this Flying Dinosaur composition is not going to work out for them if they do not set those tempos. And every single time they try to set up this tempo, Lunatix has an answer to this. And this is something that Lunatix has already demonstrated during Game 1. I'm going to poke at you, I'm going to back out. I'm going to poke at you, I'm going to back out. First game didn't go well in Lunatix's favor because they do not have a counter of their own. But the moment they switch up this draft from game number 1, look at how much of a difference how Lunatix was able to attack on game number 2. And this is a big problem for Madness Esports because they are getting completely destroyed by something that Lunatix is so good at using, and that's going to be Jome and Uni playing on his Hayabusa and Claude. So much poking capabilities in all these team fights.
Not to mention fakes on the Valentina as well. Having a very clean score overall means that Team Lunatix had a lot of sources of DPS, and Nova and Zeno doing a good job of just holding up the front line. Whereas on the opposite end, Madness kind of doesn't have anything. Parat, all he can do is stand there and soak damage. Doesn't have enough DPS himself, and he just gets taken out. Zavs needs time. Mali doesn't really contribute anything to the composition as well. I feel like this draft from Madness Esports is showing a very notable weakness from the rookie team. Their hero pool is being called into question here.
Yep, it is going to be a problem, but let's take a look at the stats coming in here. A majority of the damage coming from Lunatix is going to be on Jome, Uni, as well as Fakes, doing fantastically well in all this fight. And you can see the amount of pokes from Lunatix from the entirety of 17 minutes game has resulted where they've gotten themselves 242,000 damage as compared to Madness Esports only 142,000, which makes a lot of sense because if you pay attention to major cores of Madness Esports, Zaf, major core, Pozan, major core, Sonic, major core. But why are they not dishing out damage? It's because of the fact that when Nova pops his shield, Zaf's damage gets countered. Ghostbusters get blocked to a certain degree, and even if they choose a fight, what can Pozan do if Lunatix is not grouping up as 5?
Yeah, it is just rough here. I feel like Lunatix orchestrated the draft beautifully, understanding that Madness Esports, while you can't underestimate them, there's still ways that you can manipulate the draft in a way that, like, if you let this hero through, then we're gonna wreck you, so you have to draft it, even if you're not necessarily comfortable with it. And then by banning out all of Sonic's heroes, they push him into the Barats, which requires Mali to support him and keep him safe. And then Madness Esports has too many eggs in one basket, and there's no synergy in this lineup. It's just heroes that should be good, but aren't when they're together.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very difficult here. But now, today's games has been 3 games all across day number 1 of playoffs. And it's extremely exciting to see that MPL MY Season 11 is going to be the most intense, most suspenseful MPL ever for Malaysia out of all the seasons. And it's really, really sucks for you guys to not be here in Stadium Quora. And unfortunately to say, we've opened up more speeds. It's all free now for all of the players. And I'm extremely excited to say that every single day here in MPL is just surprises after surprises. And to see this game going to game 3 as well, it just shows that how important it is for the team to actually make it into the playoffs.
We already talked about how this is the most competitive season of MPL MY, and it's really lived up to it. So let's see what the hosts have to say about it. Passing it on to them.
And selamat kembali ke The MPL Open House. Anda bersama lagi dengan saya, Rose, Lafel, Abang Lord, and of course, Rain.
Tengok, saya tak
Hello guys.
Hari ni memang dia well behave. Tapi kan Rose, saya boleh cakap kat sini sebagai analis, antara kerja saya adalah untuk nampakkan pattern.
Oi, jatuh hari.
Hari terjatuh.
Hari
tak apa.
terjatuh.
Tak apa. Hari
ada
tu boleh
immortality
survive.
tak?
Dia ada zaman force.
Oh, ada zaman force.
Saya jenis tengok trend tau. Saya dah nampak trend untuk hari ni. Rose, lepas ni jangan tanya guys 2-0 ke 2-1.
Betul?
Sudah-sudahlah tu.
Betul? Bila diorang cakap 2-0, terus jadi 2-1.
Abang Lord.
Abang Lord. I ingat caster je ada curse. Rupanya guest kita pun ada.
Sebelum kita bagi mereka cakap, mari kita tengok MVP untuk game kali ini. Sambil MVP, cakap saya nak ambil hari je.
Tan, Uni! Okay, so Uni MVP of the second game. Saya rasa, I think he really deserves it. But, apa Rain dengan Abang Lord rasa? Adakah Uni deserves the MVP ke? You guys have your own MVP.
Kalau pada pendapat saya, memang dia berhak untuk mendapatkan MVP tu since disebabkan penggunaan Hayabusa dia untuk second game ni memenangkan rotation kepada Team Lunatix. Dia berjaya untuk shutdown Faramis, dia juga yang berjaya shutdown Joy. So menyebabkan walaupun Madness mendapatkan hero-hero OP, hero-hero yang overpower, yang kuat, tapi disebabkan rotation dia yang kemas tu menyebabkan Madness tak dapat execute dengan elok lah.
I see. Untuk Abang Lord pula?
Ya, betul, tepat sekali apa yang Coach Rain beritahu kan. Sebab Madness ada Wan, Faramis and juga Joy. Dan tiga-tiga ni tak hidup.
Itulah tu, kita akan tengok highlight yang dibawa khas oleh Garner. Man, sebab dekat sini pun saya rasa untuk orang yang tengok game ni, bila tengok draft daripada Madness, kuat sebenarnya. But what went wrong?
Saya rasa dari segi execution dan juga communication, mungkin antara benda yang Madness terlepas pandang is mendapatkan info yang cukup tentang movement rotation enemy. Mungkin movement Hayabusa ke EXP, movement Hayabusa ke goal lane, yang menyebabkan ada certain hero yang berada di side Madness Esports digang oleh Hayabusa.
I see. And I think we can see dekat game, it's very one-sided game ni. Tak macam first game. Game pertama itu macam it was anybody's game. This one, it was very well one-sided. Walaupun Team Madness dapat banyak sangat hero yang considered overpowered untuk patch ni.
Yang movement tu daripada Nova Escobar is very very nice. Tapi dekat sini kan, saya pun nak tanya dekat Abang Lord. Sebab Abang Lord dengan Rins ni cakap macam rasanya 2-0. Tapi jujur lah, rasa lagi best tak bila jadi 2-1?
Okey je dah BO3 kan, main je lah 3 game. Kenapa nak main 2 game?
Kan?
Kan?
Jadi dekat sini macam, kita memang akan stay kat sini pun.
Betul
lah.
Kan? 2-1 ke 2-0.
Nak kena tunggu juga next game.
Kena tunggu juga.
Why not layan je 3 game?
Dia satu petanda yang baik untuk esports scene Malaysia lah. Menyebabkan 2-1 ni tunjukkan yang scene kita betul-betul kompetitif lah.
Very true. Jadi bila masuk ke dalam game ketiga dekat sini, di mana nampak seperti walaupun Madness, diorang dapat OP punya draft, it didn't work out well. Jadi dekat sini, what is the focus untuk Madness untuk game yang akan datang?
Untuk game yang ketiga, pada pendapat saya, mungkin diorang boleh fokus more untuk improve kepada communication diorang, untuk mendapatkan info yang secukupnya, untuk mendapatkan map control yang secukupnya. Lagi-lagi apabila diorang mendapatkan hero-hero yang overpower ataupun hero yang diorang selesa lah.
Dekat sini saya pun nak tanya Abang Lord, sebab sekarang ni mereka dekat keadaan kat belakang tu, lepas game ni akan either balik rumah ataupun teruskan. As management, apa yang Abang rasa yang diorang perlu lakukan untuk make sure that all of the players are ready for the third game?
Saya rasa saya dah remindkan Lunatix tadi why they should win. Kan? So now I reminding both team why they should win the next match. Kalau tidak, balik sambung raya je lah.
Sambung raya, betul?
Kan? Saya rasa dia orang dengar kot tadi.
Abang Lord dia punya cakap, dia macam simple tapi dia kena kat sini. Saya rasa sakitnya.
Rasa sakit?
Yes. Speaking of rasa sakit ke sini, saya sekarang ni bila tengok keindahan Rose, saya pun rasa sakit. Apa kata Rose naik ke atas pentas, pilih mana guest yang nak temankan Rose?
Oh, tak payah guest kali ni.
Tak payah.
I solo.
Alright, Ghost.
Alright,
Ghost.
I naik pentas dulu sebab kena halau.
Alright, bye-bye. So dekat sini, kan, kelakar saya cakap Ghost kan. Okay, Abang Lord, bila tengok Lunatix dengan Madness kan, rasanya bila Lunatix game pertama tak perform, what is the change yang game kedua yang buat diorang rasa macam sama macam kita nampak game tadi, tiba-tiba RSG jadi garang, yang ni pun tiba-tiba Lunatix jadi garang.
Bagi saya, game pertama dengan game kedua tadi, both game kalau kita nampak, kekalahan Lunatix tadi, jelas nampak is like no communication. Masing-masing main sendiri.
Betul.
Bukan main as a team. Same thing goes on the second game tadi. Madness pula buat kesilapan yang sama. At this stage, playoff, kita tak nak dengar ada masalah communication. It should not happen.
Rainblood, like give a short understanding why communication is so important.
Pada pendapat saya, kenapa communication itu betul-betul important? Since ini game yang melibatkan lebih daripada seorang, so communication is essential untuk kita mendapatkan persefahaman antara sepasukan.
Ya, bila kita tak faham sesama sendiri, kita tak sayang sesama sendiri. Dan bila kita tak sayang, kita tak boleh buat apa-apa. Yang boleh buat apa-apa sekarang adalah Rose. So Rose, dekat stage dengan siapa tu?
Okay, Lafel, since tadi you halau saya dari open house, saya pula ada open stage. And today I am with a content creator. Most of you guys probably tak kenal muka dia tapi tahu video dia. What's your name?
My name is DJ Y and I make MPL clips.
Kenal DJ Y kan guys? Top global clipper ni boss. Okay, so DJ Y, how are you enjoying the MPL Malaysia playoffs?
Honestly, it's a new experience because watching at home and just clipping them myself, it's like kind of a good experience as well, but coming out on stage is literally a new experience for me. You can feel the hype and the audience, and you can see the pro players in real person as well, real time. Like you can see how they are so good on their plays. Yep.
So DJ Y, between us, and everybody watching lah kan, who did you come to support today?
Actually, I'm supporting Team Lunatix.
Oh, Lunatix! Who's your favorite player from Lunatix?
Joan.
Oh, Jom. Understandable. A lot of worthy clips too. You know? So, I have a question, honestly. This is more like a personal question, but how do you find the time to make awesome clips and know what to clip? Because I see on your account, you clipped the first week of MPL Malaysia. It went viral. I mean, our first week was pretty crazy. So, like, how do you know what is, nice clips and what is not?
Honestly, it's all because it's just, how do you say it? I search it sometimes on TikTok, on YouTube, on all the social medias. If there are like good worthy clips that are viral, then I clip it and it goes viral. If it goes very viral, it goes very viral.
I see. Okay, so last words for Team Lunatix since you came to support them today.
Good luck.
All right, so Stadium Jawara, are you ready for the last game of this match? Will Team Lunatix win? Or will Madness Esports take the win? Okay, so mari kita tuh right back to casters to start our third game. Casters, mana suaranya?
Well, always getting some really special guests here at MPL Playoffs. DJ Y in the flesh. For those of you who don't know him, that is an MPL clipper on YouTube. Very popular. I think you guys have definitely seen some of his videos before.
You know what's interesting enough? All our viral clips, we have had a lot of viral clips, is all clipped by him. And unfortunately enough, he is the one that reaps all the rewards for all the followers. And I'm really sad that nobody follows our social media. When are you guys gonna follow us on our social medias? On Instagram, on Facebook? Do you guys even know our names? Ha! See?
I think
see?
I
got you thinking right there.
That he's actually clipping content,
No, true. Yeah, he's very hardworking. I won't deny that.
If we had more clipped content, maybe we could be like that up on stage as well. And if you guys have a bit of spare diamonds lying around, maybe you can have the Atomic Pop Eudora, the All-Star Team skin, which is now available alongside her custom action bundle. It's gonna be 30% off from the 12th of April to the 2nd of May, and you can even use All-Star promo diamonds if you don't have actual diamonds lying around. The skin's not gonna be available forever, only until the 28th of May, so make sure you guys snap it up right now. I have it. It's pretty nice.
Exactly, and while we're doing this shamelessly as well, have you guys voted for us yet for the Best Talent Award? We gotta promote this. Like, where is the English broadcast? Why is nobody voting us at all?
You know,
definitely sad.
You're
like,
right.
No, we gotta slid it in.
You gotta
here.
give some love to the English broadcast, all the work we put in bringing these games to you back at home. Make sure you guys go and check out the MPL MY website. Show us some love and show the players some love as well. There are votes for all sorts of categories. So make sure to keep that in mind as we now enter into the draft for game number 3.
Now, very, very important moments here coming from both of the teams. Need I remind you how stressful, how intense, how important it is for these plays, especially for playoffs for MPL MY Season 11, is that when you make it to playoffs, there are no more second lives for the bottom 4 of the teams. And this is going to put so much pressure because they have no choice but to go all out. And in this case, Madness Esports and Lunatix is playing a best-of-3 series with everything on the line. And now going to the final game here means that everything is resetted into a best-of-1. The winner takes all and advances to tomorrow's games. And so far, one of these teams is going to advance. And in this case, who's it going to be? Because as of now, TJY has made his prediction. He's supporting Team Lunatix. He's a big fan of Job. You can see he's got his Panda headband on gear. And we are going to get ready to rumble. And I'm extremely excited to see whether or not can they overcome whatever Madness Esports may be prepared for game number 3 and adapting to their drafts.
Well, the last game of the series is about to begin and we're hopping straight into the draft here. And I think adaptation is going to be the name of the game right now. Madness Esports, they're a rookie squad. They've come this far, but inexperience cost them in game number 2. Will they overcome the odds and figure out how to draft around Team Lunatix? Or will Lunatix show us that they have what it takes to move on to the upper bracket quarterfinals?
Here's some stats for you guys here to keep up based on this series itself, right? Like, both games, they pretty much won their respective matches based on having Lolitas themselves. First game by Mali, second game by Nova Escobar. But at the same time, do they still play around these Lolitas? Because both games so far, both marksmen has had very, very big struggles. Game 1 in particular, Joe, he was struggling so much, but you still somehow managed to make some plays. But because of all this unnecessary pressure that he needs to be executing, may result in a lot more crucial mistakes, right? Like, he's very highly mechanical in terms of gameplay, but it will still translate to easier mistakes or unforeseen circumstances because of how aggressive he needs to be playing against a Lolita. So I think this is something that they need to lean on. But the question here is Madness Esports still going to double down on Joy? Because Joy still being banned off again, and Ye has been struggling the entire game in game number 2.
Yeah is a pretty good Joy player in my opinion. It's just that the draft from Madness last game just didn't work out to play around him in that case. And Lunatix are aware of this, that even if Ye's performance is respectable, Madness Esports doesn't seem to be able to use it. So they just let the hero through once again. Madness Esports, I think it's quite smart that they ban out the Valentina here. That's a bit of a problem in the hands of Fakes. But other than that, the Claude in the hands of Jome is really strong. Do they have to respect it?
Oh, I'm surprised. This was an option being presented by Lunatix, right? Because they picked the Joy, Faramis completely ignored from the side of Lunatix. They might be able to pick it up themselves unless Lunatix says that, you know what, it's okay to do with the Faramis all over again. Based on Game 1's experience, that wasn't a very, very comfortable situation to be in. So I guess Lunatix might be picking it, but no! They ignore it. They're reverting to how Game 1 went. They're what?
I think it's fairly safe to go.
Have they not learned? What?
No, I think this is fairly safe in this situation, because if they go for, like, say, the Faramis glue once again, then the Joy is left in an awkward spot, so they don't think that's a threat. However, Madness Esports will get the Lolita and the Faramis, two heroes that worked out really well for them in Game 1.
This is a big problem once again for Lunatix to overcome. You know, Game 1, you know, they had the same identical draft coming in, but instead of having the glue to actually worry about this time, they've got Joy, they've got Faramis, they've got Lolita. These are heroes that really put Jome in a very awkward position. Because if Jome was playing the Melissa this game, maybe it wasn't that bad. Because his Melissa is able to put it in a position where he's able to chunk down both the cut altar and also bring value into his team fights. But this time, again, Jome is got to be put in a spot on how he delivers his mechanical skills as well, and this is something that I think Madness can actually utilize and capitalize on.
I actually kind of don't agree here. I feel like Jome is perfectly fine with the Claude. In fact, I think it's actually better than if he were to go with a Melissa, because the Numenon Blast would just find him every single time. Playing around the BMI is something that he's way more comfortable with. And while, yes, the Cult Altar doesn't quite interact with him well, I think it's still a much more preferable option here, since we are at the pressure of game number 3.
Madness Esports has finally learned their lesson. This is a problem that they have faced so far. The double assassin composition is pretty much poking them, getting a very, very nice single pickoff time and time again has worked out in Lunatix's favor. And guess what? Every single team that has faced off the Lunatix has always respected the Hayabusa. This time, they finally give in and they will ban it off. That means Uni will have a little bit more options to work with. Let's take Fredrin, for example. Mortis, for example. Lancelot jungle. Well, we haven't seen too much of his Lancelot in the tank role, so this is giving Lunatix a little bit more room to work with. But at the same time, can they utilize this Fredrin in their composition where Lunatix has this idea where they want to be very, very mobile and very poking? So I wouldn't be surprised to see Uni play the Ling, even though Ling doesn't have the highest win rate at all throughout the entire regular season.
I think that's just a bad idea. You're in Game 3, you want to pick a hero that has 0% win rate, that's just not smart. If they really wanted to do something, then Akai is still open. Like you mentioned earlier, Lancelot is still open. I think Uni doesn't have to be pushed into Ling just about yet. In fact, they're still putting a lot of pressure onto Sonic. I'm honestly surprised that they're not locking Sonic's hero in earlier. And now the Baxia
finally
is gone. The Akai gonna be locked in. What is Sonic going to play?
We talked about this in game 1. We talked about this in game 2. There are very few options that can actually deal with the count altar, right? Yin, one of it. Akai, amazing. Valentina, hard counters as well against a Faramis. And in this case, Lunatix, as long as you have these lockdowns, there's no one from Madness Esports can actually benefit from this hurricane, this heavy spin. And this heavy spin zoning out Faramis out of this composition leaves Madness in a situation where some of the stragglers may be picked off. And this is exactly what Lunatix want. And I like it. They're going against the meta. They don't need to mirror it. But Beatrix and also the Fredrin will be secured by Madness Esports.
Fredrin is basically the only solid choice they have left, and is still a pretty strong hero overall, but against Akai, he's just gonna get bullied so hard here. And the Beatrix is safe, but Madness Esports, I think going for this draft is a fairly safe option. The question is, will safety be good enough as Lunatix finishes off with the Grok? Not sure I agree with this, to be honest with you.
Well, it is gonna come down to this as well, because Lunatix, they pretty much set up the composition for the wombo combo strategy. Hit and run is gonna be the name of the game. However, it all comes down to whether or not Madness Esports gets those timing. You can see the smiles on their face. They know what needs to be done, and it's gonna be an all-out brawl. But now, let's take a look at the predictions here coming in from the AIs themselves. Lunatix have definitely having a little bit more higher in terms of kill pressure as well as pick-off potential, but when it comes to the overall ultra late game win rate, this is where Madness Esports will shine the most because of the fact that Fredrin is pretty much a very, very difficult target to kill alongside with Lolita Shields. It is going to be tough on Job, but without further ado, going to be jumping into the game.
This is going to be the last game of the play-ins right here. The loser will go home while the winner moves on to the upper bracket quarterfinals. Both Madness Esports and Team Lunatix will only have victory in their sights, but only one shall turn it into reality.
Yep, it is going to be that case as well, but interesting enough, Mali is actually going to be blocking the first minimum wave in the middle lane, and not exactly sure what was going on. That pretty much slows down Fake's rotation a little bit, but I don't think it's going to translate too much, because as of yet, Madness Esports, they're not focusing on Zaps at all. And Job, look at this aggression!
Job is always a very confident player, especially on a hero like Claude. He's just gonna jump in, he's gonna do some poke damage, jump back out, get the healing. Instantly, he wins out the 1v1 in lane. Interestingly enough, Madness Esports doesn't look like they're gonna contest the Litho here, gonna give it away to Team Lunatix.
Yep, and now seeing that this is going to be a very, very slow game, I like how Madness Esports is still going to be playing the situation where they have to play to their strengths. In this case, Pozan getting that count author is going to be very, very important. But what really surprises me is that Pozan not opting to go for either Imperial Rage or Magic Shop. In this case, I think Magic Shop would be a little bit better, because you can get those Enchanted Talismans a little bit earlier to kind of set up for fights. But in this case, I don't think it matters considering that Lunatix has been poked. So I guess that's the idea that's going through his mind.
It's a good question here, but I do like what Madness is doing. Gonna be focusing toward his EXP lane, because that's where the first turtle will be spawning, but it'll still take a while, so Lunatix will be able to return to the area as well. Looks like the gold lane is just gonna be mainly uninteractive right now. Madness Esports quite comfortable with leaving Zavs up there. Yeah, providing vision over Uni, and the turtle has spawned.
The perfect time to actually set up this fight as well. Uni in a very awkward position. Look at the challenge coming here. I was really surprised that Uni not going for heavy spin to actually get Mob, but the beats coming in. He's going to zone him off, but here comes the heavy spin.
Heavy spin pins Sonic against the wall of the pit, but Uni is already too low on HP, so Sonic gets first blood and the turtle and jumps into the cold altar to avoid being picked up by the feathered air strike, all while Nova is being zoned out completely, and Zaz has actually chased Jome back to the base. A huge victory for Madness Esports.
Oh my goodness, Madness Esports just, very, very happy with this play as well. And this is the downside of having a jungle Archive, right? You've got so much zone potential, but you're not as tanky as what Fredrin is. And this is something that has nerfed over time these coming patches to come. And I feel like Lunatix, they're trying to force an old meta, but they don't really have a choice, especially when they have to deal with this with this Faramis, which is something that I think they have learned the lesson during game number 1. And I feel like now, it feels like it is going to be very, very risky.
what Team Lunatix may have needed to do there is that Nova needed to be further ahead. He was just tussling with yeah, but that's not his job. He needs to provide more frontline, more enabling, and because Uni was alone, he took too much damage and couldn't secure the true pin onto Sonic. Better airstrike gonna be used to zone out Pozan yet again as Mali trapped behind the wall, gonna have to flicker to get away from wall charge.
Big clutch coming from Mali. Because of that, massive ultimates being baited out means that Madness Esports can still look to take a fight in the Cloud Altar, and there's nothing Team Lunatix can do about it, especially when Sonic has just so much CC control. And look at this. He's already in a position where he can actually challenge Jom and Nova X Bar at the same time without any repercussions from Team Lunatix. This is a complete different game from what we see from Lunatix for Game 1 and Game 2.
A lot of attention to the gold lane. Pozan may be separated right now. They will spot out Uni. Akai gonna be caught out, taunted by Sonic. Novax Kobar is in the area as well. They're not gonna invest into finishing him off. Meanwhile, dropping fakes to half health, but already using his ultimate. So that's not gonna be available for Turtle fight actually.
Yeah, but Madness already positioned to contest the Turtle, and Lunatix, they know for a fact that they can't really do too much until at least Uni builds up this item. In this case, Uni one level behind Sonic. It's just not worth contesting a second Turtle as well, but they are still going to try and make an attempt right now.
They know Bravest Fighter, not going to catch him, but Heavy Spin comes out onto Sonic again. Cold Altar saves him from the better airstrike as takes him out, but Sonic is surrendered instead, and Uni secures the Turtle. So Lunatix will take the neutral and trade 1-for-1.
Oh, mistakes coming from Pozan. He popped the Cloud Altar expecting he was going to save Sonic, but because he walked in instead of flickering or even purifying during the heavy spin, they actually got the kill on Sonic, and this is huge because Lunatix, they needed that. Like, they tried it the first time, it didn't work out because Uni was just so squishy, but this time it worked out perfectly because they were able to utilize Fix's a damage output, but now first item priority has been built up as well. Zaf going for the Blade of Despair, whereas Fakes going for the Clock of Destiny, which is interesting, but at the same time, we have seen integrations of teams actually prioritizing Endurance as first item over Clock of Destiny now because of the fact that it gives you lesser HP before, but still, damage-wise, it's still very, very equal.
It's still a very good item to have, and the earlier you get it, the quicker you scale into the late game as well. We know that Fakes wants to be the secondary DPS for this team, because otherwise it would be too reliant on Jom towards the later stages. As of now, Madness Esports will be maintaining a small net worth lead, but not quite enough to make a difference for them. Remember, Jom is still 0 across the board. The Claude is farming very safely.
Oh my goodness, he is just plays so aggressive. He gets so much information from Madness Esports, and now Madness Esports, they're not afraid to invade the top side, knowing that there's nothing Team Lunatix can do against because the moment Uni shows himself down bottom, they're immediately going to dodge a fight, but now top side, they take a tier 1 from Madness Esports, and Lunatix, can they make a attempt? Unfortunately, they just don't have the utilities because of how the lane checks are coming in, and pay attention to minimap as well. Cutting all the way far back. Finally, we do see a retaliation, but no! He finally gets caught up. It's big for Team Lunatix.
Yeah, overestimated himself. He thought he'd be safe with the Vengeance, but Fakes is doing too much damage, and Uni keeping him in place. Madness now 4v5. They should not contest the Turtle here. They'll go for it. Wild Charge gonna find Mali. A beautiful heavy spin separating all of Madness. Pozan wants to catch Sonic with the Cold Altar, but he can't reach him. And Uni gets the Turtle, blazing through it, now setting them up. And Mali falls as well. Lunatix running them over.
Finally, Team Lunatix finds that opportunity, and this is exactly what they needed. Finally shows himself like being in a little bit of trouble. He forces the beat, but we are going to take a backseat a little bit here because Madness Esports now is in a situation where they made a little bit of a blunder because of the fact that Uni has killed Sonic 2 times in 2 separate Turtle fights. And this is a big problem because every single time they die, it is giving value towards Uni to try and scale and set up his ideology of a team composition, which is isolating the Cloud Altar from the rest of the pack. And currently, Pozan doesn't know what he can do because eventually Madness Esports, they need to make a dive, but it's so hard for them if the heavy spin is just there zoning them out.
Yeah, I think Xeno is doing a great job of just zoning Pozan out.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Uni, did he see? He
Yeah,
did
he
actually
did.
steal that. So applying even further pressure here. Sonic falling real far behind now, and that is not good for Madness Esports. They should be in the lead at this stage of the game.
are just so smart in just finding opportunities, man. Like every single time Lunatix is taking a fight, Madness Esports is just not prepared for it. But speaking of prepared, even if they were prepared, right? How do you fight? Nova Escobar just doesn't care about the Shadow Stampede. Grok does. Like, it's just with the...
Oh,
wait,
Nova with the flicker wall charge sets it up under the feathered airstrike. Pozan actually respawns instantly. That's the Paramis passive for you, so he'll still be available for the next fight. Nova now actually doesn't have his flicker too.
Fakes. What was that? That was crazy. Like, Pozan should not be there, but at the same time, what a... Like, that was a very awkward catch, but Fakes was able to punish it. I was expecting a little bit more, but now Uni is going to be there trying to send out a yeah, is diving backline deep here.
Yeah, Fakes almost drops, but he's able to walk to the tower just in time, and yeah doesn't want to risk his life in exchange. It will force the far sub back. And Madness Esports, do they have enough damage to take the Lord down before he arrives? Zav's doing some snipe damage. Yeah, not gonna have his cooldowns available. All he can do is scare people off, but he's taking a lot of damage from Uni as well. Fakes has returned. We're looking at a very dangerous Lord Pit dance by both these teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be coming down to his 50-50, right? Uni, he could have heavy spin and killed off the Joy, but he's waiting for this for Sonic. He knows for a fact that they need to win the Lord, he needs to win the Retribution battle, he needs to get this heavy spin and zone off Sonic as well as the counter altar. It's just not worth it to be killing off a Joy, but now speaking of the fight.
Yeah, doing a lot of damage. Numeral Blast gonna be cancelled straight away as well. Charge finds Pozan in the backline. Yeah, will finally be picked up, but Cold Altar comes out. Too late though. Uni has secured the Lord. They're gonna pull Xeno back with the Shadow Stampede, and Zaz will get a little bit of vengeance there for EXP laners are traded.
Oh, a little bit too close to be called comfort there, because Lunatix, things would have been a little bit more disastrous if Madness Esports got a little bit more committed, but they focus on the kill onto Xeno and they just completely ignore the fact that Uni could be traded off as well. So the heavy speed was doing a fantastic job zoning, but Madness Esports, they were just shifting on the wrong target, they messed up the timing, and they completely dropped the ball in that fight. But at the same time, it's understandable because of the fact that Job was diving the backline. So it makes more sense why they're shifting their focus on Job rather than focusing on Uni, which is easily killable by Zavs.
Yeah, right now things are looking pretty unfortunate here. Feather
no!
While charge flickers forward, Pozan is dead, Mali is dead, Sonic is dead. It's a disaster for Madness Esports. Right now, 1-4-2 as Pozan. Honestly, this guy respawns way too fast, but Lunatix is getting so many structures with this.
Nova! What the heck was that? When they least expected as well. He got Pozan, could not even pop the counter altar in time, just get completely obliterated. And now, with the vengeance, fighting for their dear lives for Madness Esports. It's gonna be tough because Team Lunatix has got perfect control. Hit him where it hurts, hit him when the least expected it. And Lunatix did exactly that. Nicely done coming from Team Lunatix.
Madness Esports are just not considering the delayed wild charge. They're always looking for it potentially to start the fight, but when they've already started fighting, they don't know where Nova is going to come from. And having the value of both Lapu Lapu and the Akai means that Madness Esports has too many things to think about, and their composition needs them to be the ones to be the aggressors. Lunatix are not allowing Madness to take control of the team fights in the way they want to, and that is costing them.
Now, we do see Radiant Armor purchases coming from Uni. That means Ye's damage is going to be significantly dropped in all this team fight when he lands on towards Uni. Likewise can be said for Pozan. We do see Blade Armor purchase from Ye, which is interesting. I don't think it matters much against Job compared to back in the days when Blade Armor was just extremely broken, but it does give him a little bit more survivability, I guess, in terms of value. So I was expecting maybe Anti-Cuirass, maybe Reinforced Breastplate, maybe even to a certain degree goes for a Queen Wing. So I was very surprised by that because Job doesn't really care about all this Blade Armor if you think about it.
I think it's just for that crit damage reduction. Make sure that he's not too easily caught out, because look at how much DPS he takes whenever he dives into the backline. He was actually able to chase Fakes back to the base as well. But when you're on a Joy and you invest that many resources, you usually want to go for a kill.
Yep, but at the same time, with 10 seconds left, you can see Lunatix is already in position. They have a 5k advantage. But the biggest problem for Madness Esports is that they need to bait out Uni's heavy spin. But every single time Uni is just holding it in. He knows for a fact that getting a kill on Yeah has absolutely zero value. Getting a heavy spin on Sonic and isolating him from Pozan is going to be huge, but guess what? Sonic is going to drop down. Appraiser Wrath completely dodged as well.
Yeah, going in. He's not able to catch out the Jome though, and Sonic has to return to heal up, so he cannot contest the Lord at all. Predator Airstrike zoning.
Numenon Blast!
Once again, Numenon Blast finds the back line. They're doing a good job. Cold Altar is a bit too late here, but it's going to be enough. Biggs gets taken out. Xeno flickering aside as Madness Esports finds 1-0. But the Lord now pushing against them.
Oh my goodness, that was a very, very sick Numenon Blast, but even though they went for it, Madness Esports just didn't have the tools to commit into that fight, and that's just very, very frustrating because of the fact that if they mess up the combos, Cold Altar pretty much stops up their follow-up, and that's something the Team Lunatix was able to actually do so, and because of that, it's just very, very annoying to do it because eventually Pozan, he needs to be very, very clutch in his Count Altar situations in order to save Sonic's life. And even then, Sonic, he almost lost his life with just a couple of pokes coming from Team Lunatix.
Madness is now facing a really bad issue. They don't have enough late game damage compared to Lunatix, which means that no matter how much they survive, they're still getting out DPS. And now Uni splitting up the backline. Heavy split, pushing 2 members out of the base. Zavs, Wind of Nature won't keep him alive. Yeah, though, finding Jome in the backline. Fix gonna be able to flicker away. Yeah, chasing him down. He gets the double kill. The Joy saving the opportunity for Madness. He'll probably die here, but his job is done. Actually, he's still running. Yeah. Just being an absolute nuisance.
Oh my god!
He is still running! Will he be able to get out of here? We have the escape of the century as Joy proves why this is a hero that should be banned out. Yeah, somehow. Double kill and escaping all of it, returning home safely.
Wow, look at the damage ranking coming from Yeah. 73,000, and he was able to just completely shut down Team Lunatix all by himself. With his play right there, he's going to be able to keep things alive. But however, Uni in a little bit of trouble. Here comes a retribution from Sonic to catch him off as well.
Yeah, but trying to taunt him back. But Zavs is not here. That's their main DPS. They're not going to be able to threaten Uni's life. They got to back it off. Don't over-invest. They got a nice win there thanks to Yeah. They can't afford to throw bodies anymore.
Oh yeah, this is something that they have to figure out as well because eventually Lunatix, they're so close to closing up the game, but now they have to find an opportunity to jump the back line. Pozan's Counter Altar is a big problem, but Sonic is starting to reach a stage where he's at a situation to threaten Team Lunatix. And you can see constantly Lunatix, they know that if they try and challenge Sonic, Sonic's going to take an advantage with this Appraiser's Wrath to try and turn things alive. And that's the reason why Team Lunatix is not always overcoming all these fights. And because of that, it puts them in a situation where they don't really get value kills, and that gives Madness Esports space to kind of find farm all the way through. Yes, the idea of having Uni with the AV spin is nice and all, but they really need to get the right targets. In this case, isolating Pozan and also Zap is going to be the key winning factor, especially when you're heading into this 60 minutes into the game.
Bravest fighter from Xeno, zoning out Sonic, maybe a bit early here. The Lord is not taking a lot of damage, and Yeah is here to rejoin the fight. He ideally wants to find Jome here, but Jome is on the other side of the river. Yeah, gotta back off there. Athena shield already popped down. The Lord going to be dancing between these two teams. Madness Esports cannot afford to lose this. They only have 2 inhibitors.
Well, it is going to be the case as well. You can see Jome already sneakily setting up a play up top. And guess what? Madness Esports is anticipating this as well. So they have a very, very decent read. And while this is actually happening as well, Yeah is going to try and poke Fates away.
Yeah, actually using his ultimate there, but he's not going to be able to follow up. And now here comes Jome.
Whoa!
Wow, he took a lot of damage.
Whoa!
There. Uni, heavy spin, trying to secure the Lord. Who gets it? It's Xeno! Numenon Blast, not gonna find him. Cold Altar comes out. Madness Esports wants to get some kills in exchange for the Lord, but are they going to be able to do so? Yeah, dropping real low. Zav's not able to get close enough to do his DPS. Team Lunatix are too tanky. Madness Esports, they need to go home. They gotta defend the Lord.
I did not expect that much damage coming from Yeah. Plate armor with Vengeance is very, very problematic for Jome. this might be putting Jom in a situation where he might actually go for a Haas Claw to survive in case the Vengeance comes in. So I was very surprised by that. But nevertheless, I'm surprised he was able to get off. Madness Esports, they're not able to get those values on those Lord trades. So props to Zeno. And because now with the Lord knocking in, Team Lunatix, they have a second chance to try and end things right now against Madness Esports.
Lord dropping to 40%. Posan to oh wow, that snipe from Zaz takes down to 30%. The bottom inhibitor will fall. They're able to clear up the Lord. Ideally, they don't lose mid inhibitor, but I'm pretty sure Team Lunatix can take this. They're not gonna force it though. They're afraid that if Madness Esports gets any pickoffs here, they can make the return. Lunatix going for the long game.
Yeah, the biggest problem that Lunatix is facing right now is that Ye is starting to get a little bit more out of control. Jom now going for a Radiant Armor, respecting Ye. And this is very uncharacteristic of Joe, but it makes a lot of sense considering that every time his Promise is Blazing Duet, boom, Ye is gonna return the favor. However, Lunatix at the same time, besides Joel, who else is gonna be douching damage? Fix hasn't been able to do so. Look at the items as well. It's got Lightning Trunket, it's got Holy Crystal, and with the Trunket. But besides for that, if he gets zoned off, it's done for. But Sonic now getting caught out.
Heavy spin pushing him into the veteran airstrike. There's no way Posan can reach him. He actually flickered forward to try and get him. And that puts him in the mark of Team Lunatix. 2 members down. Madness Esports has to defend right now. 4v5 because Posan is back again somehow. Yeah, clearing up the wave. Actually forcing Jom back, but Vengeance is gone. He's been stunned while charged. And the Joy is dead. Madness Esports trying their best to defend, but Posan has been taken out once again, and his passive is no longer available, which means he will not be respawning instantly. Zaz able to flicker back. Numan Blast only finds 1, but the minion wave is for Team Lunatix, and Madness Esports are trying their best. They get a shutdown, but the crystal is exposed, and Team Lunatix secures the reversal and come out on top, moving on to the upper brackets quarterfinals.
GG, well played to Team Lunatix. It is as close as it gets. And Lunatix, they have done it against Madness Esports, denying them the chance. And Madness Esports, they tried their best, but it's better luck next season for them.
All the props to all of these players up on stage right now. Praise is given to Team Lunatix for being able to overcome the odds despite being 1 game down. And praise is given to Madness Esports for showing such an excellent performance despite this being their first time on the MPL stage.
GG, well played to both teams. But that just means they were advanced. But now, let's take a look at what they have to say as we throw it over to the host up on stage.
Dan itu dia kita boleh tengok match yang intense di antara Madness dan juga Team Lunatix di mana dekat atas pentas ini bersama dengan saya Lefel dan juga Rose kita ada Team Madness dekat sini di mana throughout regular season kita tahu yang Madness ada banyak cabaran yang dilalui sempat sampai ke playoff tetapi sampai sini saja DAs sebagai wakil untuk Madness Esports ada tak apa-apa yang nak cakap kepada semua fans yang hadir hari ini untuk sokong Madness.
Okey, untuk pertama kali saya bangga dengan orang ni semua. Memang betul-betul bangga. Sebab walaupun ada banyak masalah, still dorang fokus untuk bermain dengan sungguh-sungguh. Dan kepada orang luar sana, terima kasih banyak yang support kita orang, yang mana berikan kata-kata semangat. Kita orang semua memang hargai sangat-sangat. Terima kasih semua.
Thank you very much DS, dan dengan ini kita akan bagi ruang untuk memberikan final bow kepada semua orang di MPL Malaysia musim ke-11 in 3, 2, 1 bow. Give a big round of applause to Madness Esports.
Thank you, Madness, and we hope to see you soon. And here we have it, the winners of this match, Lunatix Esports! Hello. Siapa nak cakap? Who wants to talk?
First of all, big congratulations.
Yes, big congratulations because after this, you guys will be facing Red Esports. So, first of all, I nak tanya, how is Lunatix feeling?
Very happy lah.
I mean, still happy. You guys tak mati hari ni.
Oh, yeah.
We ada saying, mati hari ni.
Alhamdulillah tak mati hari ni.
Tak ada immortality. So, okay, what is your plan untuk lawan Red Esports which is coming up soon?
Bantai je lah zone tu.
Bantai je zone tu. Okay, tapi based on my last interview with Red Esports, they have a meta. 3D. 3 Diamond. Esha Ohanas meta. Korang ada meta tak?
Ada je meta tapi tak nak cerita.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys tak ada visual meta.
Sini juga sebab saya sebenarnya ada satu juga soalan, right? Okay, now, Jom, since you're right next to me, I gotta ask you, man, because here, everyone here in Malaysia, looking at Lunatix, they definitely see you as a big target. You've been performing so well in the MPL so far. Do you feel pressured by the fans?
Tagalog.
Okay, that's why I'm here. Okay, so Jom, nakikita natin na in MPL Malaysia, ikaw yung pinakamalaking impact na import player galing sa Pilipinas. And with that, nape-pressure ka ba to perform extra better knowing that you're the name of Lunatix?
Para sa akin, hindi. Hindi ako na-pressure. Parang, sa tingin ko, kahit wala kaming, 2 days lang kami nag-practice, tapos parang ginawa na lang namin, nagtiwala kami sa isa't isa.
Okay, so dia cakap. Buat faham. Okay, dia cakap, dia sebenarnya tak rasa pressure, tak rasa stress. Dorang practice 2 hari sahaja. Member baru balik dari Filipin. Jom dengan coach baru balik dari Filipin, dorang practice 2 hari saja. Dorang cakap, percaya je teammates and the rest will come.
Dan sekarang ni rasanya dah tiba masa untuk kita tengok who is the MVP?
Wait, who is the MVP? Uni.
Uni
Okay.
University? Ya ke?
Oi. Alright, count with us.
Audience punya vote
Audience vote.
Audience vote.
Yes.
In 3, 2, 1.
Jeng, 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 jom! Wait, if Madness have Kelantan flavor, Lunatix has the Filipino flavor. Betul! Betul!
Translate, I don't understand. Speak
Cukup lah! Cukup! Okay, so Jom, MVP of the match. Another, yet again, pero this time, audience chose you, not us. So, what do you have to say to the audience?
Maraming salamat po sa lahat na sumusuporta sa amin. And sana supportahan nyo kami hanggang dulo kung hanggang saan man kami aabot.
Okay, dia cakap terima kasih kepada semua orang yang datang sokong Jom dan of course Lunatix. Dan dia harap you guys akan continue supporting Lunatix no matter where they end up. Kalau kalah, menang, support je.
Thank you very much. And now we can release team...
No. Lucky fan.
Oh yeah, lucky fan.
You always forget the fan.
First time kerja jadi host.
Oh, first time. Patutlah inexperienced.
First time.
Alright, can we please have Daniel up on stage? Oh, yang paling besar suara.
Oh, yang ni.
Yang ni.
Yang minta duit raya.
Yeah. Then after that, he said just now his headband is from Philippines. Oh, really? Why we never get? Oh, he asked to buy. Malaysia tak ada.
No. Kita orang ada cerita kita orang.
PM tepi. Alright, so Daniel nak cakap apa dekat Team Lunatix? Ada soalan ke? Ada cheer ke?
Saya tak ada soalan. Saya just nak cakap je. For Lunatix, congratulations sebab korang dah sampai playoff. Even though regular season kita tak seberapa nak cantik. Banyak dugaan kita tapi korang boleh tangani dengan profesional. Korang ada team talk korang memang profesional lah. And last thing aku nak cakap, saya nak cakap yang sayap Lunatix walaupun tak ramai, walaupun tak besar, kalah atau menang, kita orang sentiasa ada untuk korang.
Oh, there you have it. Round of applause. Alright, terima kasih. I'm gonna move to the side bagi korang peluang untuk ambil gambar on the flag. You guys can even hold it up. Alright everybody, kalau korang nak saksikan game-game macam ni, jom datang ke Stadium Juara sebab tickets are free. Korang datang je masuk, percuma ada 1,000 lebih tempat nak duduk. Just come to Stadium Juara, okay? Sebab kalau korang naik pentas pun korang akan dapat skin. Alright, thank you Daniel. And congratulations Lunatix, we will see you on your next match. Jangan. Alright, thank you. Congratulations.
That was an intense match. Dan bila tengok awal game, Madness actually performed very, very well. So actually, pujian kepada Madness juga. But with that, mari kita dengar mic check daripada Team Lunatix.
Stay the same.
Discipline, okay guys. After get lot,
Boleh bang.
Boleh bang. Boleh ni? Yuk.
Boleh.
Nice bro. Nice. Boleh balik. No flicker Lolita.
Ready.
Nice. Mid.
Block left.
Lolita missing
No, I think do not try top lane.
People here.
Vision guys ah.
Okay. I open lot.
Try to talk.
Tengok Jai kat belakang.
Careful. Don't.
Oh, it's okay.
Can try top also. Top still big.
Out.
Lolita ulti.
Careful.
You can out.
Yeah, bet.
Already set.
Hey, no dash.
Go.
Go.
Okay.
Target.
Oh, careful ah.
Yeah. Nice, bro. Nice.
Whew. You can see the tension. You can hear it from their voices as well. It was very, very close. After first game's loss, they put on the muscles. They went all in. In game 3, it was a nail-biting finish as well for Team Lunatix.
Yeah, it seemed like that was just full-out discipline for them there. They recognized, okay, this is our chance. We can't squander it. Let's push onwards as a team. And well, as we saw, the madness ends here. Lunatix moves a step closer to claiming their title of the Season 11 Darkhorse. The question now is how far they can go.
Yes, it is going to be a very, very tough one as well, because so far, in terms of the history of Dark Horses, RSG Esports was one of the few teams that has made name in all MPL MY history, all the way from bottom, top 3. But now, Lunatix, are they close enough? Because technically, they were one of the teams that were expected to not perform in the bottom place. Boom, they made it to what, 5th and 6th place of the regular season. But can they go and beat RSG Esports' record so far?
Especially since they're going to be going up against Red Esports after this. But before we move on to that, let's have a look at what happened in this game. We saw here that Madness Esports had a much more balanced lineup as compared to game number 2. However, it was still lacking somewhat in terms of DPS. And while Yeah was building damage to be tried to execute the back line, and unfortunately wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very difficult, especially when he had this idea where he actually bought the blade armor and the vengeance to actually counter against Jom, and it's a few times now Jom was taking a little bit too much damage compared to what we were expecting as well. So this is a very interesting integration of utilizing the blade armor, which is very, very uncommon, but I like the idea on how they actually utilize it. But unfortunately, it just didn't work out because there's only so much you can do. And after that interaction that came in, I like how Jom was able to close out the games, where instead of focusing on the Joy, he was just shifting his focus, targeting everyone else but the Joy.
Yeah, it was a good attempt here by Madness to try and split up the fight, but Lunatix seemed pretty comfortable in this situation since they have the heavy spin, they have the wild charge, they have Xeno to just jump into the backline, and Jom on the Claude once again becoming an absolute monstrosity. It's so difficult to catch up to him, so difficult to out DPS him. Team Lunatix, they are still a team that has a lot of growth in store. I feel like they need to depend less on Jom, but we're seeing steps being taken towards that direction, where Fakes and Uni already showing what they're truly capable of here. I'm just hoping they're going to be able to find more of that as they move on with the competition.
Extremely excited to see how this is going to go, but their journey will continue tomorrow for Team Lunatix. It's over for Madness Esports. We'll see you for Season 12. However, this next upcoming one, oh boy.
Yep.
It is going to be a tough one. It is going to be a tough one here. I'm extremely excited to see how Homebois is going to duke it out later on.
Yep, against Red Esports. They got to be tired, but the show's got to go on, and the show goes on with our hosts.
Hello. Kan, nampak dah open house. Selamat datang kepada open house bersama dengan saya Lefel dan juga Rose, Abang Lord dan juga Rin.
Hello.
My mic tadi was on tapi the light tak show, sorry.
Tak, Leslie tutup kan?
Oh, Leslie tutup kan?
Bad girl.
Bad girl. Betul?
Okay, so dah nampak Lunatix menang tadi, but looking at diorang punya performance, it's kinda expected. Tapi Rin, daripada you punya opinion, tadi lebih pada Madness buat kesilapan ataupun Lunatix yang outplay Madness?
Bagi saya, untuk game tadi lebih kepada Madness yang buat kesilapan. Maksudnya, saya rasa Lunatix main gameplay yang diorang biasa main. Cuma Madness yang tak match up kepada diorang punya level lah. And macam yang kita discuss awal-awal game sekalipun, memang dua orang tu yang buat game, which is Nova dan juga Joe mah.
bila berbual pasal Jowem, kita akan tengok kita punya MVP of the match. In case kalau sesiapa yang baru masuk yang tak perasan siapa yang MVP tadi, sekarang boleh nampak di mana MVP tadi adalah Jowem. So dekat sini kita boleh, again, audience choice, kill participation 69%. Nice. 3 game sebenarnya dia pakai Claude. So
Yeah.
like
I agree. Did you think like macam first game tu dorang macam okay, kita cuba dengan Claude dulu, lepas tu dorang macam nampak potential tapi tak full potential lagi. Second game dorang dapat Claude and I think third game tu dah kesilapan Madness sebab dorang lepaskan Claude sekali lagi. What do you think?
Pada pendapat saya memang dorang sebenarnya tak respect Cloud Jowem.
Oh.
And ini sebenarnya one of dia punya strongest hero lah.
Yes, I agree.
Maybe the first game ada kesilapan sedikit dari segi team punya communication and map control, but overall Cloud Jowem is dangerous lah.
Betul, the Filipino flavor macam I kata tadi. Okay, so Abang Lord pula, do you think that Jom deserves this MVP?
As I said earlier before game start kan, Jowem antara pemain import yang paling tinggi memberi impact. And selepas kekalahan game pertama tadi, kan, the second player dalam Lunatix yang orang kata key player which is Nova Escobar, yang dengan Lolita dan juga Grok, which is first game tak berapa function, but in the third game dia buat a lot of moments flanking dan sebagainya, ulti flicker yang membuatkan these two key person yang buatkan Lunatix win the match.
Actually nak sentuh juga dekat situ sebab Abang Lok pun pernah bekerja dengan Nova Escobar. Jadi like macam mana perasaan abang tengok Nova main dekat stage MPL at this level?
As I told you, kalau kita nampak sebelum-sebelum ni dia dengan Franco, saya yang mengajar dia.
Oh ya, betul.
Wow, Franco legend.
Bekas Franco nombor 1 Malaysia.
Sekarang dia dah macam-macam hero dia kena pakai. Tapi itulah bila masuk MPL tak boleh satu, semua hero kalau boleh kena pakai.
Ya, betul. Nova is improving from time to time. As I said, one day he can be one of the best roamer in Malaysia. Akan mewakili negara berkali-kali selepas ni, insyaAllah. Saya doakan dia.
Dan sekarang dia challenge Zorn tadi.
Dia challenge Zorn dah.
Ini antara challenge yang saya pernah bagi kat dia. Waktu di MLBB Sport dulu, saya pernah cakap, the next target for you is to beat Zorn. Whenever you beat Zorn, you're going to be number 1 roamer in Malaysia.
And it might come soon.
It might come true because based on their performance tadi, you boleh nampak first game banyak kesilapan tapi lepas tu they bounce back.
Yeah, and they bounce back hard. So dekat sekarang ni kita tengok bracket playoffs. Sebenarnya again kita nak recap di mana permulaan hari ini Red Esports berjaya untuk eliminate RSG Slate MY. Kemudian Lunatix dah eliminate Madness. What masa sekarang ni? Dah 2-1. Yang last ni kalau 2-0 kita balik awal. Jadi jangan tanya. But after this, kita nampak Homebois menentang dengan Red Esports. Kemudian hari ada Red Jaya menentang dengan Lunatix. Homebois kita dah nampak dah Abang Lloyd. Diorang dah sampai. Nampak very energetic. Tadi siap Daddy datang lagi. Tegur abang. Like,
itulah tu.
Berdasarkan apa yang nampak tadi, rasanya macam memang diorang ready ke tak nak lawan dengan Red?
I think from what I saw tadi, tu they're ready.
Dah keluar.
Look at all smiles. Homebois is all smiles. Tapi Abang Lloyd, do you think Homebois is ready?
Surely they ready, otherwise they won't be there. Kan? Dia dah ready daripada the last day of regular season. Dia dah tahu dah kena bentuk. Okay, flap. So they are ready. As a player, tak kira siapa pun, they should ready.
You know, I think I should change it up.
Change it up? How?
Abang Lloyd, you rasa game ni 2-1 tak?
Jangan nak acak-acak nak change the rules. Dia punya outcome akan sama.
Tak. Kalau dia cakap 2-0, game tu jadi 2-1. So kalau kita tanya 2-1, masa tu game tu akan jadi 2-0. We have to reverse the curse.
You are Filipino clever.
Filipino flavor in MPL MY with a Filipino brain. So, Abang Lloyd.
So if you want to see 3 games, Red win 2-0.
Saya dah cakap kan, jangan tanya. Awak nak pandai sangat, kan dah kena balik. Abang Lloyd dah banyak makan garam tau.
Dia salty doh. Red 2-0. Rain?
2-1 Homebois.
Oh, 2-1 Homebois.
Ni yang good boy.
Ni yang good boy.
Dia behave.
Dia behave. This is what I
sorry.
said. Oh, tak.
Saya bakal tukar saya punya prediction kalau saya jumpa Daddy Hood selepas ni.
Tadi dah nampak dah dia dekat
Dia say hi, belum salam lagi.
Kan?
Dia nak salam tapi tengah live.
Itulah pasal.
Ini rasanya dekat bahagian belakang pun diorang tengah planning. Apa yang saya planning sekarang adalah nak bagi hadiah. Nak bagi hadiah dekat MPL Predictor.
Winner. Prediction.
Saya cakap awak potong.
So, we have Anthony Alfaro, Jefferson Serrano Carlos, Kusairi Kung, Ajib Haji Bakri, and Karen G. Lumanik. Why do they sound Filipino?
Itulah tu.
Kan? The names is...
Ini awak punya pasal ni.
Sorry. Jom punya pasal.
How do you say sorry in Tagalog?
Pasensya.
Placenta.
Salah.
Bukan
Pasensya.
Pasensya.
Yes.
Okay. After this, kita dah cakap tadi, match seterusnya Homebois menentang dengan Red. Initial thought, Rain?
Homeboys need to be careful dengan strong heroes or power pick from Red. If they respect diorang punya hero, I think Homeboys boleh menang.
Abang Lot?
For me, saya masih lagi mengharapkan the duo rookies can do a miracle dan perform lebih better daripada first game tadi. If they can beat RSG kan, experienced team, saya rasa tak ada masalah kot untuk mereka menghadapi Homebois.
Oh wow. So I mean Rain is obviously more towards Homebois and Abang Lot is
bias
more
ada orang
towards
ni.
Dia bekas kat sana sebab tu.
Oh, I see.
Cara abang cakap macam boyfriend girlfriend tau. Dia bekas sebenarnya. Dia ex.
Okay, so we will go on a short break dulu sebab kita orang nak makan sikit and bagi players get ready. So we will see you guys after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Di sebuah bandaraya, rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita.
Kehidupan yang lalu memang sangat biasa. Aku penuhinya dengan warna. Tak kisah apa orang cakap, aku teruskan jua. Aku terus positif dan tingkatkan usaha. Bermula dari bawah, aku buktikan kemampuan. Hanya aku yang mampu mengejar cita-cita. Jadilah bintang. Be the superstar.
Apa khabar semua hari ini? Bagi anda semua yang tengah bersiap-siap untuk menyambut Hari Raya esok, marilah kita sama-sama melayan sebuah lagu baru dari Homebois dan Mobile Legends. Enjoy semua!
Gimana rasanya be the superstar and show me who you really are. All of the better, it's time to say the gospel di Hari Raya. All my family, yeah, all my homies. Mobile Legends brings us together. Superstar, tak boleh enak duit raya dari Mia. Dah macam superstar, nak makan besar. Maskan mak ni dahil get wins macam Rafaela. Hati ampunkan salah.
One mission, one aim, straight up aku satu MVP. Jangan pula kau frust, keep it in the family. Whole family tak unity, jalin rapi rapat ketupat sejiwa satu hati.
Bila tiba masanya, kita better sampai semua bersengkam mata. Pagi raya maafkan semua usia. Susun 10 jari ampun maaf dipinta. Opi ke beginner, bring us together. And then we show macam mana settle. Kita family, tak ada yang kita nak kena lupa. Ku pasti Mobile Legends untuk kita semua.
Gotta shout out to my homies, yeah. Apa khabar? Mina Adil, Wafa, izin semua tak sabar. I'm flexing on my skin, semua dah mamas. Better for the title, gonna get the point, let's start the game, oh yeah.
Gimana rasanya be the superstar and show me who you really are. All of the better, it's time to say the gospel di Hari Raya. All my family, yeah, all my homies. Mobile together. Tua kemuda, opi orang beginner. Susun jari maaf pun dipinta. Kecil awet di serai dua duduk diam jadi gerak pantas. Firework bang-bang sikit opi up dah ke atas. Pergi raya with homies, push me ke glory. Rasakan kemenangan dia pergi raya, no worries. Yeah, tak perlu nak hide. Kena trust your squad. Level up sama-sama satu visi, always on guard. Want to come close, yeah. Even Lord kita sikat. Rendang lontong dodol on a roll, tak dekat tarikan. Yeah, no, bukan typical. Always ready for better with the legends in this world, yeah. Double kill, triple kill. Me next service like a boss. Going global with my boys, jadi MVP superstar. Terancam bunga api. Maybe tu ada Eudora. Mia hilang tu pasti. Riko balik dah habis nyawa. Habis puasa dah miti ku gori. Raya nanti boleh tolong carry keluarga. Hati-hati ku punya Nabi yang banyak api. Maybe tu nanti boleh jatuhkan lo bersama.
Wow. Oops, sorry guys. Terpaksa berhenti seketika sebab kita ada satu pengumuman penting nak kena buat. Hari Raya jatuh pada bukan esok guys, tapi lusa. Duh, tak payah nak kelam kampung menyediakan makanan.
Raya lusa agak. Ya, betul.
Okey, tak apalah. Kita ML jom.
Jom.
Tiba masanya be the superstar, show them who we really are. All of the better, it's time to say the kosong di pagi raya. All my family, yeah, all my homies. Mobile Legends brings us together. Tua kemuda, opi orang beginner. Susun jari maaf pun dipinta.
Hey, is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan permain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Memang banyak cabaran, tapi semuanya berikan aku pengalaman. Aku kena siap sedia, cari kekuatan untuk terus ke depan. Aku boleh buat dan kejar apa aku nak. Percaya pada perubahan. Jadilah bintang. Be the superstar.
Around as he managed to evade the silence, but then again he has to get away from Master Ram as much as possible.
Alamak, satu outplay yang menarik. Bocah mungkin akan dikorbankan.
Imperial Justice melarikan diri. Penjahat.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita. Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense. Anyways, selamat datang kepada Format Expedition video kita. This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution. Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat. So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group. Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja. That's right, and these teams will score based on those games. Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja. But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all. Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka. And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoff. Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff. All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3. Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7. Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins. Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals. The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals. Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan. Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life. Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals. Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals. Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini? The stage is set. Let the games begin. Ini gaya kita.
Ladi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup. Dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita.
beast is the primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill! You destroyed a turret!
Kehidupan yang lalu memang sangat biasa. Aku penuhinya dengan warna. Tak kisah apa orang cakap, aku teruskan jua. Aku terus positif dan tingkatkan usaha. Bermula dari bawah, aku buktikan kemampuan. Hanya aku yang mampu mengejar cita-cita. Jadilah bintang. Be the superstar.
Hey, apa khabar semua hari ini? Bagi anda semua yang tengah bersiap-siap untuk menyambut Hari Raya esok, marilah kita sama-sama melayan sebuah lagu baru dari Homebois dan Mobile Legends. Enjoy semua!
Gimana rasanya be the superstar, show me who we really are. All of the better, it's time to say the cause
Nak duit raya dari Mia. Dah macam superstar. Nak makan besar. Maskan mak ni dahil get wins macam Brafela. Hati ampunkan salah.
One mission, one aim, straight up. Ku satu MVP. Jangan pula kau frust. Keep it in the family. Whole family tak unity. Jalin rapi rapat. Ketupat sejiwa satu hati.
Bila tiba masanya, kita battle sampai semua bersengkam mata. Tiba pagi raya, maafkan semua usia. Susun 10 jari, ampun maaf dipinta. Opik ke beginner, bring us together. And then we show macam mana settle. Kita family, tak ada yang kita nak kena lupa. Ku pasti Mobile Legends untuk kita semua.
Gotta shout out to my homies, yeah. Apa khabar? Bina adil, wafat izin, semua tak sabar. I'm flexing on my skin, semua dah mamas. We're better for the title, gonna get the point, let's start the game, oh yeah. Tiba masanya, be the superstar and show me who you really are. All of the battle, it's time to say the kosong-kosong di pagi raya.
All my family, yeah, and with all my homies. Mobile Legends brings us together. Dua kemuda, OP or a beginner. Susun jari, maaf pun dipinta.
Jiwa weti, serah dua duduk diam jadi gerak pantas. Firework bang-bang, skip OP up dah ke atas. Pagi raya we homies, push me ke glory. Rasakan kemenangan di pagi raya, no worries.
Yeah, tak perlu nak hide. Kena trust with squad. Level up sama-sama satu visi. Always on guard. Want to come close, yeah. Even Lord kita sikat. Rendang lontong dodol on a roll. Tak dekat tarikan, yeah. No, bukan typical. Always ready for better with the legends in this world, yeah. Double kill, triple kill. Me next service like a boss. Going global with my boys. Jadi MVP superstar.
Serancam bunga api, maybe tu ada Eudora. Mia hilang tu pasti, Riko balik dah habis nyawa. Habis puasa dah miti kogori. Raya nanti boleh tolong carry keluarga. Hati-hatiku punya Nabi yang banyak api. Maybe tu nanti boleh jatuhkan lo bersama.
Wow. Oops, sorry guys. Terpaksa berhenti seketika sebab kita ada satu pengumuman penting nak kena buat. Hari Raya jatuh pada bukan esok guys, tapi lusa. No, tak payah nak kelangkap.
Guys, air lusa agak. Ya, betul. Nah.
Okey, tak apalah. Kita ML jom.
Jom.
Tiba masanya, be the superstar and show me who you really are. All of the battle, it's time to say the kosong-kosong di pagi raya.
All my family, yeah, and with all my homies. Mobile Legends brings us together. Dua kemuda, OP or a beginner. Susun jari, maaf pun dipinta.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in. I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 11 is powered by Munton. Official mobile internet, Hotlink. More internet, more speed, more Gaia with Hotlink. Game like a pro with ROG phone. Republic of Gamers, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Official gaming chair, OSIM. Partners in esports, AirAsia Super App, ESI, PKL, EGG, PSM, and Grand Pride.
Our playoffs so far have brought us all sorts of unexpected situations here as teams are putting it all on the line to ensure that they can continue their journey in the MPL MY Season 11 Playoffs. It's only been the first day, but so much has happened and there is more yet to come with our final series of the day. You're here on the English desk with me, Staffa, as well as Terrence, Icy Baby 1-2 for Red Esports versus Homebois.
Well, we have sent 2 teams home now. And now we're looking to send another. It's going to be either Homebois or Red Esports. And this is going to be a very, very important one, especially if they want to make it into the next phase to try and face off either Todak or SMG. So it is going to be very, very important. But of course, you guys, what do you guys think at home? Who do you think is going to be the winners of this series? Predict down in the comment section. Predict your winner with your reasons as well as your game ID to stand a chance to walk away with epic or lightboard skins for absolutely free.
Ooh, it sounds like a pretty good deal to me, and well, there's only 2 teams, so one of them has to be the winner, so as long as you guys participate, I think there's a pretty good chance that you guys will walk away with some fancy new skins for your favorite heroes. But of course, moving on into this match, we have to remember, this is also going to be a best of 3 elimination here. And Homebois, despite being in the top 4, doesn't mean that they get the second life. That's why getting the top 2 position during the regular season was so important. And now, I am a little worried for Red Esports because they just had to play a best of 3 at the start of the day. It went all 3 games. It was an intense series. I'm really hoping they got enough rest.
Exactly, and Homebois, they have had a little bit of a slope during the entire regular season, especially towards the end of the stage as well. There has been a little bit of issues with surpass parents, etc. My condolences, of course, but at the same time, I'm excited to see how things go here as we throw it over to our host to bring them your teams up on stage.
Terima kasih banyak kepada casters dan dekat sini kita boleh dengar suara fans punyalah kuat kerana ini adalah match terakhir untuk hari ini di antara Homebois menentang dengan Red Esports.
And jangan lupa anda bersama lagi dengan saya Rose dan juga Lafel. Oh wow. Okay, so
awak pozim gaya, saya pun boleh pozim gaya.
Okay guys, so Stadium Juara, are you ready for the last match of the day?
Saya rasa boleh bagi lebih, tapi sebelum tu, mari kita memperkenalkan kedua-dua pasukan Homebois dan Red Esports. Homebois!
Pasukan yang kegemaran ramai kini tiba di pentas Playoff Quarter Final. Persembahan yang menakjubkan membuatkan mereka berjaya menempas slot ke Quarter Final. Dan line-up utama mereka akan menjadi pertaruhan untuk perlawanan ini. Mampukah mereka mencapai ekspektasi dari penyokong mereka? Let's watch what they will present for this match.
Red Esports. Pasukan yang sedang merah membara kini hadir ke pentas Playoff Quarter Final. Line-up utama mereka berjaya menundukkan RSG Slate MY dan melayakkan diri ke Quarter Final. Adakah mereka menyediakan strategi untuk berhadapan dengan Homebois dan mampukah mereka mengekalkan fokus mereka untuk perlawanan ini?
Let us introduce the one who officiates the match and maintains MPL's integrity. Mereka inilah yang akan memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Head of League Ops, Jay. Head Marshal, Nicholas. Kedua-dua Marshal, Wendy dan Haikal. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda professionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn.
Kita boleh nampak di mana kedua pasukan mereka dah selesai mereka punya fist bump. Dah boleh nampak dua-dua pasukan punyalah semangat duduk di atas pentas. Dan walaupun ini adalah match kalah mati, kita boleh nampak semua masih senyum di atas pentas.
So, Lafel, match ini pun mati tak ada immortality. Siapa yang akan balik rumah lepas ni?
Dekat sini kita nak test energies. Dah ala-ala kita dengar Homebois. I nak dengar you guys punya suara. Kuat lagi!
Alright, the energy is soaring through the roof. Dua-dua pasukan dah ready. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Seems like our audience here at Stadium Juara are putting meaning to the sentence where the players, it's time to face the music here. This is going to be the first time in MPL MY history where we are sending home 3 teams in one day. It's usually 2. And now with the format changes, you can tell that the competition is heating up. And Red Esports, this is going to be their second match of the day. Got to fight for survival once again. Their opponents going to be the unstoppable Homebois.
It's crazy how it is coming to this stage where the winner will be facing off against our top 2 teams from the regular season here, either SMG or Todak. And for them to do so, they have to eliminate each other at this stage. And it's insane as well because the fans are just extremely loud as well. You can, even though we're sitting all the way at the top of the stage here, so far away from the stadium, we can feel all the drums and all the vibrations off our table. It just shows you there's so much support coming from the community, supporting the teams themselves. But I'm excited to see how they go. But before that, here's a trend line on how both Homebois and Red Esports has been doing throughout the entire regular season. So in this case, the average damage taken per minute during it all.
Wow, look at that right there. Very evenly matched teams overall. We can see that Red Esports were a little higher during the beginning and a little lower towards the end, while the Homebois have been maintaining a pretty average and consistent trend throughout the regular season. These are, of course, 2 teams that love their team fights. You're going to see a lot of action overall. You're going to see ganks. You're going to see battles. And I expect to see even more of that now that they're going to be colliding for their final chance of moving on in the competition.
It feels a little bit weird to see this curve. It just shows you that, you know, back when the start of the season as well, people were expecting that, hey, you're going to be expecting a more damage style XP laner. But over time, you come to the stage where you have to realize that it is a matter of triple tank composition. Roamer, jungler, and XP lane. So it shows you how the stable drafts is going to be favoring on towards those tanky compositions. It may be Benedetta, may it be Glue, may it be Yujong. As long as you're a hero where it's going to be soaking up damage, you are going to be contributing in those team fights. And based on this recurring trend between both Aaron as well as Surpass, states a lot between their priorities on how they want to draft their composition once again.
Yeah, these 2 players are key members on both teams in order to frontline, engage, and initiate team fights while providing the distraction that their backline cores require. Let's see how they'll match up against one another in the Land of Dawn as we enter the draft for game number 1. Homebois going to have first pick, Red Esports having second.
Now, I am extremely excited to see how the draft is going to go. Homebois, they have not had a good journey during the end of the mid-seasons where we saw very, very strong performances coming from Homebois in early stages of the game, but over time they kind of scaled off because of the fact that there has been family issues, there has been a little bit of internet issues as well, and last I heard from the previous season, week 5, week 6, Scrims hasn't been going well for Homebois in particular, so I hope that they're able to improve now, especially now when it is at playoff stage where if they lose the series, it's bye-bye.
It's honestly terrifying to think about, considering that Homebois are top 4. That's usually a position where they would have that second life, but this season, this format, that is not the case. So they gotta bring everything to the table here. Now, we do have to note that a very interesting matchup this game is going to, of course, be between Kyym and Warlord. Kyym, after winning the first game today, already mentioned that he really wanted to match up against Warlord on the land of Dawn, who has been one of the best performing mid laners of MPL MY Season 11.
Yep, and at the same time, speaking of mid laners, Homebois, Warlord is one of the very few imports coming in from Indonesia as well that really stood out as a player, and he's one of the very few that actually played for Faramis very successfully throughout the entire regular season. Today, we've started to see a little bit more Faramis games compared to the regular season, so I like that teams in MPL MY are starting to adapt in terms of playstyle. And so far, Warlord is going to be a player that a lot of us are going to be needing to focus on a little bit more because his micro and macro skills has been top-notch since his debut here in MPL MY.
But if we're talking about players that have been showing up since their debut, Kyym as well, doing such a great job as part of Red Esports here. Very loud, very commanding, and definitely quite intimidating. On top of Mel Cutie, they've been adding a lot of personality to Red Esports. But Homebois also are a team that has personality in droves. Dale especially has been really refreshing to the Homebois lineup, bringing some new strategies, cleaning up their mechanics, and overall allowing Homebois to reach the top of the charts here in Season 11.
You know, when it comes to coaches over the seasons, right, we're always talking about Kuja, we're always talking about Sorapayong, right? We haven't really talked much about Dale. We do talk from time to time again, but this season, Dale has demonstrated that he is one of the top contenders and one of the best coach coming from MPL MY, but at the same time, that is based off regular season's performance. Now, when it comes to playoffs, it's going to be all hands on deck. Can he face off against Sorapayong? Because so far, if you want to talk about top contenders, Sorapayong has a very good track record of making legendary players. Every player that has gone under the banner of Sorapayong has made waves during his reign in towards MPL MY in multiple seasons.
But I think we are definitely counting out Dale a bit too much there. He has made legends not just here, but on the international scene. Remember,
of course.
He was previously the coach for Falcon Esports, which really showed us all a thing or two on the international stage last year. But with the bans now concluded, Homebois is actually going to be locking in the Joy straight away. Red Esports choosing to ban the Mincetar instead. Gonna be a pretty scary opening there.
You know, that's the thing about Mincetar, right? Like, we were talking about how important Mincetar is ever since his revamp coming in. I think week 6, week 5, all of us are still like iffy. Mincetar just completely ignored. Nobody actually picked it as well until Zorn kind of demonstrated that, hey, Mincetar is kind of scary to a certain degree. But at the same time, I really want to see what can they do about it? Because when Red Esports actually ban off this Mincetar, they are in a situation where they need to deal with this Joy. In this case, in their earlier mic checks as well, Mao did mention as well, if they get the Kufra in their favor, it's going to be instant auto GG in their favor. So Red Esports, they can lean on that vicinity, but at the same time, Faramis Valentina completely in the pool as well. But they ignore it and go for the Eve Arlot, expecting that Homebois might be leaning on the Fredrin based on Chibi's track record so far in regular season.
The bans on both these teams have been very unusual here in the first phase. Some familiar faces, some unfamiliar faces in this position. And because of that, both Joy and Arlet were actually led through the draft and were locked in by each team specifically. Kyym going to be able to play on the Eve this time, but with Valentina still open, that does open up a very scary possibility in the hands of Warlord.
Yeah, it's interesting that is Warlord going to be playing this as well, because Warlord has been known for his micro skills and positioning when it comes to aggression here. But for him to be forced to play a defensive maneuver because of the fact that Yves is in play is kind of surprising. But I like that Dale is deciding to keep his hero pool a little bit in the loops as well, because if you think about it here, so far the 3 main majors that we've seen a lot here has been Faramis, Yves, as well as the Forza, right? But if you think about it, there is a particular hero that not many teams play, but is constantly being banned by our top contender, Team SMG, and that is the Kadita. And I'm looking forward to see whether or not is Warlord going to be playing it as well as a secret strat. Maybe, you know, they might be leaving it up as well, considering that It is in the pool, but at the same time, we've also seen teams play Joy mid lane as well.
I'm going to say that even if Homebois pick Kadita, it's not going to be Warlord's hero. It would actually more likely be Barbosa's hero because of the way that Warlord likes to play as a secondary.
But
Huh? Wait, is this legit?
Yo!
Is this for real right here?
Is this a hyper Florin with the blooms up on Arlo and just channeling the Arlo to just go crazy? Is this a jungle Arlo MC? Like, am I seeing this right?
This is very strange. That feels very unusual right there. Like, yes.
Okay.
We've seen Florin here and there, but Red is not a Florin picking team.
And it's funny because ever since Florin debuted in Towards the Land of Dawn, in competitive, it's kind of rare. Like, it's even rarer than a Layla Mia if you think about it.
Yeah, actually kind of. This is true. Okay, we have gotten a bit of news from production here. Turns out, I think there may have been a problem with the draft there. We actually did see one of the players raise their hand, so I think something did go wrong. So we're going to be exiting the draft real quick. I get the feeling we may have to check on some things, potentially remake things. So I think that Florin was just picked up because, yeah, something already went wrong.
It's like I would have wanted to see the Florin here. Like,
yeah, for a moment we almost got Maul Florin, right?
Yeah, it feels like, you know, Red Esports is one of those teams that might be able to pull it off. If you think about it, they were one of the very few teams back in the days where they actually hyper-final a particular hero. You know, in this case, Ultra Carry. Back then, hyper carry was a very, very normal thing where you just, you know, make sure the jungler gets double buffs and then just constantly dives the back lines with, and you make sure that he stays alive, right? And we had Angela, we've got Rafaela, we've got Digi, everything to make sure that he doesn't die. In this case, Florin does that, but we haven't seen a lot of teams kind of benefit as well because this pretty much limits Florin's items, but it gives another hero a 7-slot item. So that's something that I think isn't too bad of an idea, but I haven't seen it work in competitive play yet.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the case here. I was very shocked when we saw Red Esports pick it because they are not a team that would try something like this. This is just outside their style entirely. So it turns out that was just the pick because things were already not proceeding with the draft regardless. So it looks like we're going to take a moment to troubleshoot things, and not really the most ideal situation to be in because the coaches were already revealing some of their bans, revealing some of their picks earlier. So I feel like the draft is going to change a lot dynamically once we jump back into things.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a problem as well. They are going to try and solve this as well. So it looks like they might be remaking the draft here coming from both the teams. There has been a little bit of issue there, so I agree the Florin draft is going to be a little bit questionable. But now, let's talk a little bit more on Warlord. It's funny that you say that Kadita is not in his vicinity, right? There are times where Kadita is going to be forced to play the roaming position, and I can see where you're getting at because of the fact that based on MPL MY's playstyle, roaming Kadita is a thing for certain teams. And in this case, I feel like when AIM was playing RSG Esports, it's something that they would like to play a lot. When SMG plays it, they play it really, really well and has had very, very good success as well. When it comes to double mage composition, when it comes to roaming mage in particular, not many teams can actually pull it off. So I get where you're coming from when it comes to those kind of angles.
Yeah, it just so happens that in this case, Warlord is not that type of player. He wants to scale up, he wants to be a secondary core. Barbosa is actually a very bloodthirsty roamer, so if anyone's playing Kadita, it would be him. But now that we're talking about some players, we of course have to highlight Melcutie as well from the side of Red Esports. Remember, this is his first season of MPL MY, and he has been doing an amazing job here as the main carry for Red Esports. With some of his top heroes there, we can see Brody, Carry, Claude, all comfort picks. Gonna be excited to see what he ends up bringing to the field here. I would actually even argue that he's a bit more consistent than Anip from Homebois.
Yeah, I agree. Melcutie has been delivering on all his games so far. We thought for a fact that Claude is going to be something he's very comfortable here during the early regular season. He did mention that it's something that he's very, very comfortable with as well. But wait a minute. Different comment. Is this a Mars fan right there? Saya
Nah.
Gegar Uma Mars. Oh, he wants to shake Mars's house. We've got a Mars fanboy in the crowd. That's pretty nice. Where's an Icy Baby 1-2 fan and a Starfar fan in the crowd? It hasn't been seen for a very, very long time. I'm really jealous.
Yeah, I don't know if Starfar fans exist in the first place.
Hey, you've got your Dodo Bird, man.
Yeah, no, I got the birds, but I would like to have some people. But of course, the players also would like to have their turtles, as we can see up here. The ranking for the Turtle Mania. Chibi currently at the very top. We know he loves prioritizing those neutral objectives. And Amal in 5th place as well, so not too far behind, but the difference is there.
Yep, Chibi has been very, very good in prioritizing the Romania, right? This is something that Homebois, ever since their debut into his MPL MY in the previous season as well, has had a very, very good track record in prioritizing first turtle objectives. It's something that it's within Chibi's comforts, and it's funny considering that no other players has been able to match up to him, and the closest one was Bakht when he was playing during Suha's Esports' time, and that's something that it's been a very, very long time now, and ever since then, no one has been as consistent as Chibi over the season to come.
It is honestly quite insane to think about that Chibi has been so high up on Turtle Mania. His playstyle has not really changed all that much, and yet the hero pool has shifted entirely, going from assassins to marksmen to tank jungles now. This man is a rock for the Homebois and someone that you can always rely upon. But if we're talking about rocks, let's talk about the unstoppable force that is Barbosa. Loving heroes like the Kufra, like the Hilda, he wants to run people down, set up kills for the rest of the Homebois.
Barbosa reminds me of a mixture of Zorn back in the days when he played the Kufra. But his Hilda reminds me of Min coming in from last season, where not many teams actually played the Hilda, and he was able to make it in his favor just because of the fact that Fanny is still a very, very popular pick regardless of whatever the situation. People just don't really want to deal with it here. It completely shifts the dynamic of how you're going to play the playstyle, and it also affects you mentally on your habits in terms of playstyles, right? Like, when it comes to normal game plan and strategy here, you have specific rotations and movements you kind of want to be moving around, but when a Fanny comes into play, your entire playstyle and habits get messed up. So sometimes it will be brought up into us the next following game. So I guess that's the idea, that a lot of reason why coaches don't want to play with a Fanny composition.
It's just too difficult. And when you have a hero on the enemy team that causes you to have to think about the game differently than usual, it typically means that it's not something that you want to have to deal with, because every single thought, every single small piece of strategy that goes into these drafts, into these games, is very important.
Wow. Is that a 400-star Cho in the crowd? That's crazy. Looking for a potential team, I guess. But yep, you can see the fans. Everybody is going to be looking out for the Homebois as well. We've got a major crowd coming from Flame Boys supporting the Homebois in this particular. But now, I want to talk a little bit more. Oh, yeah. Good question. Where is Solos?
Well, hopefully, wherever he is, he's providing support to the Homebois right now. You know that they're going to need it here. This is a team that's very strong, but also started to become more predictable as the end of the regular season approached. And Red Esports has only been slowly improving as the weeks went by, reaching a peak here at the playoffs where they performed admirably against RSG Slate MY. However, the stakes, while still high, are going to be different here. Homebois are not as easy a team to take down.
Oh my god, we've got Jabs Kids in the crowd as well, showing much love. I'm not sure if this is too easy for Jabs as well, but I do see him, one of the legendary players of MPL back in the days. Very, very old school, but at the same time, you can see the fans are extremely anticipating on how things may be going here, especially when this is the first ever season where we see the bottom 4 teams not having those second lives. So it just pushed so much pressure on all.
Hasn't it always been like that?
No, it's like 4 in the top, 4 in the bottom.
Yeah,
bro.
4 in the top, 4 in the bottom. The 4 at the bottom didn't have a second life. The 4 on top had a second life. So the difference this season is that 3rd and 4th place have no second life.
Oh yeah, the 6 in the top. Yeah. The 6 from the bottom doesn't have a life. But yeah, you're right. It's a little bit different. So, but it does put in a lot of emphasis on why they need to actually try harder even more.
Exactly. Now, of course, we have the rankings for the Lord up on screen right now. Uni actually hitting the top of the Lord Terminator here. But Chibi still on the board. This is a man who loves his neutral objectives, 4th place in the league. Hopefully, we'll get to resolve things soon so that we can see Chibi add to these scores.
We've got a Homebois fan just saying that it's going to be 2-1. And it makes a lot of sense considering the difficulty and the stakes that we've been seeing in today's trends, especially like we said as well. When you lose, there's no immortality for you guys for a second chance. In this case, it makes a lot of sense. Look at how the first 2 series went by for us today. Everything has been game trees all the way through. I wouldn't be surprised to see this a full game tree. And so far, Homebois, when they have their own import players, I feel like this is the best Homebois I've ever seen. And interesting enough, we had a little bit of chat with DJY early on as well, the Clipper guy. And he gave us a little bit of insight as well. Like, he's extremely excited to see Todak all the time. You know, Todak, best track record in MPL MY history. Almost every single season they've performed, they've qualified every single international defense. But this season, Homebois is a very, very good face to actually watch out for, because we have not seen Homebois as strong as we've seen ever since their debut.
Actually, I would beg to differ here. I feel like the Homebois...
I still think this is the strongest Homebois I've ever seen.
Strongest Homebois we've ever seen, I agree. But having the best performance since their debut, not necessarily the case.
Okay, fair enough.
I feel like Homebois have always been a really strong team, but specifically during the regular season. And when it comes to the playoffs, things start to drop off a little bit. So this is going to be their first match here in the playoffs this season. So I'm excited to see whether or not they can overcome this curse. And now that they have the import players coming in, their performance this season has been amazing. So we'll see.
Yeah, I agree. You know, when it comes to Red Esports' playstyle as well, today, early today, I was expecting them to actually get a very, very clean game against RSG. But overall, when it came to the drafts as well, Red Esports was just able to identify how they were actually able to overcome all odds. And Red Esports so far, they have a very interesting coach. Sora Poyang, very, very underrated. When it comes to drafts as well, he has been able to identify very, very smart ones. And I would say the closest coach when it comes to Malaysian players that has very similar mentality is Ozoro Vecchi as well. And look how things went out as well, because Red Esports and Red Giants pretty much was neck and neck for the 4th place. Sorry, not Red, I mean Lunatix. But at the same time, you get my point.
Yeah, I get what you're meaning here. You could definitely see some similarities in terms of how coaches will start to think towards the higher level scale of MPLs and even on the international scene as well. As we can see here, for the Homebois, their stats looking very impressive overall. This is a team that likes to fight. Their first tower rate, pretty high. First blood rate, just over that 50% mark. And in terms of the heroes that they enjoy picking, they do tend to be the meta styles. We know that Dale likes to go for reliability, and Homebois are all very mechanically gifted players. But one thing that I think stands out from the Homebois is the fact that they're a very momentum-based team. They will absolutely dumpster their opponents if they are given an early game lead. But if they don't have that, things start to become difficult for them.
Yeah, I agree. This is something that they have to actually figure out now, because based on drafts, like we said as well, the coaches has pretty much shown their hands at early phases as well. They definitely need to actually figure out as well. And to ensure the fairness and integrity here, the marshals are definitely doing all their best actually figuring things out between both sides. But considering that the Florian pickup there, I was very, very surprised on how the Florian was actually drafted off. But as of now, we have to be very, very patient for them to sort things out in order to smoothen things on how things has to be done between all the players themselves as well as the teammates. But it is going to be a mind game. It is going to be a lot of stamina. And the longer this drags on, it will over time affect Red Esports because fatigue starts to kick in.
Fatigue always going to be a factor that you have to consider no matter what situation you are in. Homebois is able to come into this fresh Red Esports. They got a break there from game number 2, but they did still have to play another series today as well. So that will definitely contribute. It's just how the cookie crumbles in the end. When we're talking about Homebois, we already mentioned very momentum-based. They gotta have that early game lead. I think Red Esports has been making a bit of a different impact here, where ideally they do have that early game lead. That's why they do play a bit more aggressive towards the early stages. But I think they have the capability of making comebacks as long as MLQT isn't focused too hard on. So that ends up being an interesting dynamic between these two teams on the Land of Dawn.
I think the idea you're going for is that Red Esports, they have this strategy where they actually play around how MLQT, right? This is something that Red Esports has been known for. Back then, it was protecting Mao every single time. Mao needs to get his farm. Mao will carry the game. This time, they're doing it very similar for MLQT, but at the same time, there's a little bit more leeway now for Aaron to actually kind of, I would say, open things up and in the XP lane, and for Red Esports to actually play against RSG early on is very, very interesting to see how Red QT is getting a little bit more confident these days compared with the time.
Okay, sounds like we're gonna be going over to our host here so that they can tell us what is going to be the plan and what comes next. Take it away.
Alright everybody, selamat kembali ke the MPL Open House. Now sekarang kita ada technical difficulties yang sedikit, so kita take over pula. Okay tak guys?
Diorang okey punya, diorang tak ada pilihan. Yang saya nak tanya, caster okey ke tak?
Caster okey ke?
Lama by time tu.
Itulah macam goreng-goreng.
Kan, dah tak ada idea dah nak cakap apa. Tapi macam mana sekalipun, Abang Lot dengan Red. So sekarang ni isu diorang nak settlekan draft kat bahagian belakang, diorang nak apa orang kata like discuss macam mana nak handlekan. Tapi bagus juga kita boleh discuss before the game itself. Abang Lot sini tadi sempat ke jumpa dengan budak-budak Homebois?
Budak-budak Homebois tak? Dengan Flame Boys.
Oh, dengan Flame Boys lah.
Dengan Flame Boys, dengan Awa, dengan Daddy Hood sempat jumpa.
So, Abang Lot, did your opinion change? Sebab tadi you cakap 2-0 Red. Kalau jumpa Daddy, boleh tukar lagi. So, adakah you akan sokong Homebois kali ni?
Jangan cakap 2-0 dah satu. Just
yes or no only.
Yes or no?
No.
No.
Still Red.
Yeah.
Sebab
Red is his blood.
Sebab kalau berbual pasal prediction juga, ala-ala kita kat sini, kalau Zone tengah tengok, rasanya memang Zone tengah tengok, Zone pun buat prediction. So far, prediction dia betul. Dan nak tahu prediction dia untuk game ni apa? Dia kata 2-1
Homebois.
Memang jangan biar dah betul Zone. 2-1 Homebois.
Yes.
Rin, what do you think about Zone punya prediction?
Saya setuju lah dengan dia punya statement tu, and itu juga prediction saya tadi. Since saya rasa dia beri advantage kepada Homebois disebabkan Red dah main tadi, and Homebois dah nampak apa power hero untuk pasukan Red, and dari segi pool hero pun mungkin akan affected. So about the drafting phase macam tadi, crucial waktu-waktu yang crucial. So if Coach Dale and Saiful dapat baca betul-betul gameplay Red and hero-hero Red, saya rasa Homebois akan menang.
Sangat setuju.
So, I mean, based on what we've seen in the regular season, kan, Coach Dale dengan Saiful, they don't have an issue with drafts lately. I mean, I don't think they have an issue with draftings. I feel like so far most, or like maybe 80 to 90% of the drafts akan menang, and then it's up to the players to execute it. Meanwhile, on Red Esports side, sometimes they pick heroes yang macam a little bit out of the comfort zone, a little bit something we don't see every day. So, do you think Red Esports will take a risk untuk perlawanan ini?
Kalau pada pendapat saya, untuk playoff dorang akan go dengan comfort hero dorang. Since rookie-rookie ni pun dorang ada hero-hero yang dorang betul-betul confident main, regardless of apa pun hero enemy. Kita nampak macam tadi pun termasuk Mal pun ada hero-hero dia juga. So saya rasa Red akan still stick dengan plan dorang, which is dorang akan pakai signature hero dorang lah.
Alang dekat sini kan, sebab Red pun tengah bermain. Hari ni saya ada scroll internet macam-macam yang saya jumpa. Antaranya orang mempersoalkan Kyym ni dia punya energy macam beria sangat. Abang Lot punya pendapat, ini budak fresh, dia energetic, dia semangat. What do you feel about it?
Rasanya sebab dia menang dengan RSG tadi kot.
I think it's because he wants to prove something.
Ini pun tak silap, nampak interview tadi. Kalau menang lawan Homebois, bukan setakat Kyym, MLQT pun akan join sekali.
Yes, betul.
The rookie blood, you know.
Jadi dekat sini pun, tengok dekat atas stage, dorang still tengah discuss dekat situ. So Rin, bila berbual pasal draft, how crucial it is nampak first to pick enemy punya draft?
Dia ada advantage since kita boleh baca counter kepada hero-hero yang enemy nak main. So kita boleh prepare gameplay, specific gameplay untuk kita counter dengan hero-hero yang enemy akan pick lah. Since sebab bila kita MPL, kita tahu hero-hero enemy apa. Maksudnya kita ada data. Since daripada data itulah macam mana kita boleh plan kita punya draft supaya kita ada gameplay yang boleh counter kepada gameplay enemy lah.
Dekat sini pun saya ada follow up question, very quick one. Sebab Homebois dia baru sekarang, this is their first game. Tetapi Red dia dah main 3 game sebelum ni. Itu ada advantage ke tidak untuk Red? Sebab yes, Homebois dapat information tapi Red diorang dapat panaskan badan. Ke itu detriment?
Dia sentiasa ada data, ada advantage.
So macam mana sekalipun, Homebois still in the good seat lah.
Ya, betul.
Alright, so I think the technical difficulty is finally fixed. So guys, mari kita throw it back to the casters to watch the draft of the first game. Casters, mana suaranya?
Alright, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We have returned. Thank you very much for being patient with us. It does sound like we've managed to resolve our little technical issue here, and we are going to be jumping right back into the draft here to start off the series between Homebois and Red Esports. And apparently, it is going to be a brand new and fresh draft here. The bands going to be looking just a little bit different, but not too much. Homebois banning out Fanny and Claude, and Red Esports banning Glue and Lance.
Now, I like how Rain did mention up a very, very important thing when it comes to drafting, right? And he was mentioning that when it comes to draft, more data means more information. More information means more chances of winning the drafts, because the more you know, the better it gets. In this case, even though the first technical draft, it was a little bit of a redraft coming in, it finally leaked away from what Homebois is prioritizing us, and this kind of allows Red Esports to kind of have a better insight on how they want the draft accordingly. But of course, very, very similar once again. Homebois, they are still going to double down on the joy. I guess it's I would say, you know, a handshake between both the teams here. They're not going to be changing the drafts, I guess. So Red Esports, they are still going to stick down with the Valentina as well as Arlo, I guess.
Looks like it was a bit of a gentleman's agreement. From what I can see, Red Esports did not actually intend to ban the Mincetar previously. So they've agreed on that. Homeboy is going to be keeping the Joy. Red going to be grabbing Arlet and Valentina this time instead. So not going for the Eve. They're going to instead grab the option to steal it away if necessary.
Yeah, with this Mincetar not being banned off from side Red Esports means that there is a potential fake out coming from Red Esports where, Homebois, we force you to take either the Kufra or the Mincetar to deny mobility from Joy. And this puts Dale in a very, very awkward spot where taking the Mincetar right here would be very, very much more beneficial compared to a Kufra, just because of the fact that it brings so much more contributions in terms of overall teamfight as a roamer. But no, they don't go for it. They still want to double down on the Frederick and the Melissa. That means they pretty much solidify their XP laner as well as the jungle, unless Warlord decides to play this Joy in mid lane.
I think it is still unlikely here. Joy just adds so much more benefit in the EXP lane in comparison, though Arlet probably not the most ideal matchup against it. For now, we will see. The Melissa has surprisingly not been prioritized throughout day one here, even though there have been players who have enjoyed playing it so far. But Anib, he's still very comfortable with the hero. Gonna be going for it this time. Red Esports, how do they want to close out the first phase of the picks here? We will find out.
Do they go for the Mincetar? No, they actually don't. They actually bring in the Lolita instead. So that means Mincetar and Kufra is going to be up for grabs as well. It's something that Mao is very, very comfortable at. But at the same time, they pick the Lolita. Means they don't really care about it. So Red Esports is going to be focusing on banning off Barbosa's heroes. And this is a problem, because if you decide to go for a Mincetar and Kufra ban, means that the potential Hilda pickup might come in. However, they play it safe, they ban the Diggy coming from Red Esports, and also the Helker coming from Homebois as well. Twice now we've seen this from two different teams when they face off against Red Esports. They always respect the Helker.
Yeah, Homebois themselves will have additional respect for Helker because Chibi has played it in the regular season himself. It's a hero that they use as a pocket strat and is a really good counter towards Fredrin as well, because the silence doesn't allow him to continue his combo. Red Esports, I'm pretty sure it's still going to be the focus onto Barbosa, but with a lot of options still open, the Kufra, the Mincetar, going to be very annoying to heroes like the Arlet. No, they just decide that Faramis is a bigger problem. Understandable. This is one of Warlord's signatures.
I agree. But now it's funny how we've gotten to a stage where back then, whenever you ban a Diggy, there is a very, very strong tell of a potential Atlas are going to be picked up. But now, immediately when you ban a Diggy, we do see teams kind of prioritizing Hellcat. And this is a trend that started during Week 5 and Week 6 of the regular season, where people are starting to try and bring in the Hellcat ever since SMG made it work. And there are some teams and some players as well made it work in the jungle role. So in particular, I feel like Amal on this Hellcat is going to completely affect the mobility and how they approach those fights when the Darkness Fall comes in for Homebois. So I guess that's the idea they're going for. However, Atlas still can be a pocket pick for Homebois, especially for Barbosa to set up for a Wombo combo.
I personally don't really agree with it, especially since it would give Fatal Links away. That's just a bad idea.
Yeah, fair enough.
Red Esports, I guess Martis is still a hero that they want to consider for the jungle position. They're actually going to go for the goal lane pick first, the Beatrix in the hands of Mel Cutie. Not a bad choice in this situation, but maybe a little bit vulnerable against heroes like the Joy. Homeboys now have the chance to finish off their draft.
Yep, Lolita gonna be one of those to actually deal with the damage coming from Melissa, as well as the Numenor Blast setups has been very, very annoying. The shields coming in is gonna provide them a little bit more assistance, so it does cover out all ranges. The only thing lacking about Lolita is that wave clear is gonna be extremely lacking. So that's something that I think Red Esports has kind of figured out as well. I feel like this Red Esports has showed us a very, very good demonstration on how the first series worked in their favor, right? You kind of shut down the marksman, boom, there's nothing they can do. Melissa in this particular matchup, the shield works really, really well. But Homeboys, they are gonna take the Kufra to try and fight against the Lolita, and I think it's perfect as well. But I feel like Arlot doesn't really matter against a Kufra. Bouncing ball just, you know, it just zips past it.
Yep, and then Red Esports finishes off the draft with the Martis, which has been let through so far. We are seeing very confident, very normal, actually, drafts from both teams here. No surprise picks. Joy and Arlet getting let through in the same game is pretty unusual, but the drafts are very balanced, and I think both teams have a lot of potential. So it's all going to come down to the strategies and execution of the players.
Yep, this brings me back to the regular season. However, can Homeboys pull the dub? Because this is a moment they need to come on top. But based on the drafts here, on the predictors, Red Esports, they do have a little bit more an upper hand in terms of utilities to actually set up for multiple counter plays, especially when Kyym plays on this Valentina. Whereas Homeboys, they've got a variation where they need to play around Surpass, opening up the map with this Joy to actually catch the back lines and trying to set things up for Anip to close up the game.
Homeboys shall face off against Red Esports as we once again return to the land of dawn. The first game of our final series of the day, the first upper bracket quarterfinals, but there's no second life right here. Whoever claims the victory moves on, and whoever goes down goes home.
Oh boy, today is the day to find how the teams are going to be performing, especially in playoffs. Day 1, most brutal one ever in the history of MPL MY. In this case, with MPL MY Season 11 coming in, they are going to be fighting for their lives right from the get-go. In this case, they cannot afford to make the mistakes. But you know what? You guys watching at home can help us out by voting for your choice of MVP by scanning our QR code and let us know which player do you think deserves to be the MVP of this match by the end of this game. So scan this QR code, have it on the site, and then predict it.
You can see already some attention towards the EXP lane. Surpass and Rank QT doing a lot of poking to one another. Amal gonna come in. He waited for Surpass to use his cooldowns, and now the Joy is fully vulnerable. A nice first blood for Red Esports. And Kyym, okay, he's fine in the mid lane as well.
Yep, they forced up the retribution rather early for Amal, so this is interesting because the fact that knowing that Surpass does have this tendency to be very, very aggressive, they were able to punish this. And I was expecting them to actually kind of mirror the rotations here, but at the same time, Barbosa is going to make a 10. Mal
could get punished right here. He's going to be able to flicker out at the last moment there. Barbosa not able to get the last hit for a moment. Looked like he was going to be punished, but nope, able to get out.
Okay, very, very close indeed. Chibi now gonna get a little bit of harassments coming in, but I don't think there's much they can do. And it's interesting how Red Esports is prioritizing the XP lane a little bit more, especially for the first turtle, right? You want to have your mages having that early force, and in this case, Warlord is very far away from that as well, and Kyym already has his 4. He can actually choose to steal surpasses out with the beats, or even walk up to Warlord and find him and steal his Feather Airstrike for this first engagement. And with the turtle coming in,
dropping real low. Sabat being annoying. The turtle gets reset once again. Feather Airstrike comes out. Amal gonna secure it for Red Esports. Chibi dropping to 40%. Numana Blast coming out. Decimate finds Chibi. They find the blast onto 2. Double kill for Amal. But Sabat jumps back in. He's got vengeance. Red Esports are all really low. Electrifying Beats comes out. Sabat with the double kill in return.
Oh boy, Surpass clutches it big time. He got his revenge. Mao was able to set out a beautiful ultimate there, but unfortunately he did not have his flicker to extend that. So it's just very, very unfortunate that Homebois was able to retaliate that, but MLQT just completely bullying on him in this situation, and it's really, really annoying. And now, let's talk a little bit more on the emblems priority coming from both MLQT as well as Anip, right? This is interesting because of the fact that MLQT still opted to go for movement speed, whereas Anip not looking for that. He's just straight going for an all-in because of the fact that once you have those dolls, you are going to be relying majority of the damage from those dolls rather than you running around trying to kite players.
Yeah, Melissa is just going to be stationary most of the time anyway, so movement speed not going to make too much of a difference. I do also notice that in terms of emblems, Sabat has gone for that magic worship this game, so this may be a more damage joy as compared to the tank types that we have seen in the past.
I agree. This is something that I think eventually they will have to go for it, first of all, but Kyym getting his Enchanted Talisman as a priority. I was expecting maybe Ice Queen wands, but that's the thing about Valentina, right? Needs a lot of cooldown item reductions in order to kind of get those infinite mobilities that we usually don't really see too much from multiple heroes. So I guess that's the idea he's going for. But Homebois, they're playing a little bit too safe this game. It's weird considering that Red Esports, they're making movements across the map, but they don't seem to be getting a little bit aggressive. It feels like Homebois, they're still playing it a little bit too safe compared to back in the earlier days of regular season.
It's definitely safer than we usually see of them, but I think it's actually quite alright here because they're afraid of the potential counter-engage from Ren QT and Maul. Saban just being annoying here. Electrifying Beats comes out, drops Amal to 30% HP. Gonna be hard for him to contest Turtle with that final slash onto Saban. Vengeance comes out, Feather Airstrike, not able to finish him off. Chibi secures the Turtle, Numana Blast stuns the backline, but it's only on 1. QT winning the 1v1 down bot. Look at how little HP he has. Sabat finally punished for diving too deep. Now Maul out of position, surrounded by 3 members. He'll get taken out. He tried flickering forward onto Warlord, but not able to survive in time. The rest of Red Esports coming in. They're looking for Chibi. Does Amal have his Decimate? The answer is yes, and Chibi goes down.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Red Esports to actually retaliate here. A little bit of mistakes coming from Kyym, considering that Homebois, they were out of position, especially for Sopat. He was trying to zone out the back lines, but while that was actually happening, Kyym popped his ultimate a little bit too quickly here. I'm not exactly sure where he was aiming for as well, but it feels like he was trying to aim for Sopat. But at the same time, the auto-targeting locked him onto the turtle instead, which kind of whiffed his first Feather Airstrike, allowing Sapat to buy a little bit more time for the fight to actually be extended. So in this case, a little bit of mistakes coming in, but somehow it was capitalized coming in from Amal to actually try and get a kill here for Homebois.
Amal is definitely a threat early game, and that's probably why the Homebois are not looking to take full-out extended fights against Red Esports. They're hoping to scale up just a little bit more so that they can go for the full 5v5. Mal, conceal play, looking for Anip, gets the stun, forces out the go away. Numana Blast charged up, but Amal not quite able to jump on top of him. It's enough though. Feathered Airstrike secures the kill on Anip.
Very, very good execution as well coming from Red Esports, and this is smart, considering that they are setting up for the snipes coming from MLQT. And interesting enough, the disposition, it feels like a room coming in from Red Esports, right? You've got this final slash as well as the Numenon Blast can set up for a wombo combo. And even here, if Homebois tries to get a little bit spicy, you have the Martyrs to kind of disrupt Homebois in terms of their composition. There's nothing really much Homebois can do, especially if they clump up together as 5.
Yeah, not the most ideal situation for them, but they are still okay for now. Red Esports only has a 1.3k net worth lead, not too notable at this stage, but they gotta make sure they don't lose out too much more. Turtle dropping real low, Subbat gets taken out by Kyym straight away, didn't even pop Vengeance. He got caught off guard there. Final slash onto GB, he dashes over the wall, but Amal secures the Turtle, and now GB just gets run over, steamrolled by the Martis.
My goodness, Kyym, you're an absolute Chad. Stolen Tyrant's Rage, used it against Chibi. Absolutely nothing he could have done. And Kyym just playing so well in the scenarios, finding opportunities to just punish Homebois. And Homebois are definitely not ready for this at all, if you think about it.
Well, hopefully they're gonna get ready soon. Red Esports instantly doubling their net worth difference. Barbosa with a flicker jump onto Melcuti, but Amal's distracting the backline. Melcuti flickers away from Subbat, but Subbat probably will be able to get him in the end. He jumps under the tower, finally finishes Melcuti off. Amal not able to get a kill in the backline. Now they're surrounded by Barbosa and Chibi. Bouncing ball stopping them from getting away. Kyym stealing the Cupra ult. When's he gonna use it? Abrasive's Ref drops Maul real low. Amal as well. Is he gonna get taken out? Yes, he is. Anib gets the kill. Final slash on 2 members though. Mega kill for Red Cutie and make that double with GB falling to his hands.
Oh, mistakes coming from Homebois as well. They got the kill on towards on MelQT, but I'm surprised they actually committed the fight. Warlord was pretty much out of it as well, because the moment that happened, Red Esports just completely ignored everyone from Homebois and went straight for Warlord. And the moment Warlord was out of commission, there was pretty much no more damage output from Homebois in that fight, and I was very surprised that Homebois still tried to extend it, got paid very, very punished for that fight.
Yeah, it does feel quite weird. Homebois usually takes more clean team fights than this. Red Esports are really showing up right now. You can see Rank QT also doing great on this Arlet. 5-1 and 5. He's got the Thunder Belt, he's got the Radiant Armor to counteract Subbat. Things are looking pretty good right now for Red.
Yeah, when it comes to this play here, Red Esports, like I said as well, they've got this floor sweeping strategy here. They've got Martis, they've got the final slash. One right angle comes in, the Numeral Blast is going to catch everyone from Homebois, whereas Homebois, they still have to bait out reaction
concealed play.
Thinking of it.
Kyym able to dash away, MelQT gonna be targeted, and now Subbat jumping on to Kyym with a better airstrike. Numeral Blast on 3 members from Maul in the back line. They rush in, Chibi is already dead. Nibiru's Passion dropping Barbosa down, and AML secures the double kill with the Decimate. And while all that is happening, Kyym actually survives the backline dive by Subbat. Red Esports in full control of the turtle of the Lord Pit.
This is crazy how Kyym, in the midst of the chaos, trusts his teammate and sets up his feathered airstrike. They know for a fact that they want to win this objective, they have to kill off Chibi. Despite being zoned off, he's very aware of where the rest of Homebois' position are, and immediately, at the last tick of his health, he popped his feathered airstrike just enough time to kill off Chibi before the fight actually gone way out of hand. And I'm very surprised that Kyym was able to outplay Subbat in that situation completely.
Kyym actually stealing the Appraiser's Wrath there. Not sure if that's the ult he was going for. Yeah, he lets it go. He was looking for feathered airstrike. In the meantime, Subbat gonna be doing some split push. This is exactly what he should be doing right now. He actually will get this. Oh, hold on. Final slash pushing him out of the way. Rank QT needs to keep this tower alive here, and he will, just barely though. Red Esports has to be careful.
Yeah, Homebois now in a situation where they have to go all in or nothing. In this case, Red Esports has been doing very, very well, just completely dodging all this fights. In this case, Tai-Chiing their way in all these awkward scenarios. And now with the gold ranking coming in, Kyym, Amal, Red QT, Mel QT, just topping the chart here, and Subbat getting completely decimated by Red QT right now.
Yeah, he's just pushing him away. Mel QT gonna be sniping the tier 2 mid as the Lord collides up top.
Oh my
Subbat
God.
actually just getting chased down. Kyym
No way.
stealing the electrifying beats. He gets the kill, the 1v1 and the taunt just for good measure. Kyym is feeling it.
Yeah, Valentina still a force to be reckoned with here in this kind of scenarios, and Homebois just not expecting this at all, because Barbosa hasn't been able to get that cash that they have been looking forward to as well. And Red Esports now in a situation where, look at this, AI winning prediction, 74% in their favor, and Homebois, they've got to really step it up this game.
All the external towers have fallen for Red Esports. They're invading the jungle, taking everything. The net worth lead now 6,000 for Red Esports. 12 minutes in. and they're looking to expand that lead even further.
I genuinely feel bad for Chibi right now because in this particular game for Red Esports, normally they shouldn't be a big threat towards him, but for him to be forced to get the Radiant armor just because of how well Kyym is playing is just very, very awkward. But
the combo! Final slash into the Numenon blast. Red Esports showing us monstrous coordination. They instantly render Sabat helpless.
That's the definition of how you sweep the floor.
Yep.
Sweep it, boom! Someone's gonna go down. In this case, Homebois fell in towards the trap. Red Esports just playing absolutely out of their minds here. Great teamwork coming from RenQT and Mao.
I can't believe that. Sabat literally just got swept into the trash compactor there. Red Esports not allowing him any chance to escape. He only just going to respawn now, which means that Red Esports will secure much more positive positioning around the Lord Pit, which is coming up in 2 seconds.
Yep. And now, with the Lord in his favor, Homebois still hasn't had any opportunity to get somewhat of a map control, considering that Sabat now on this Joy is not as tanky as what RenQT is bringing to the table, and it's extremely annoying because of the fact that Homebois, they need to kill off MLQT, but every single time they do it, they are going to be risky getting killed off. In this case, it is happening.
Yeah, RenQT dashes in, gets the monster kill onto the far side. Meanwhile, Nip doing a lot of damage, but gets stunned by the Numenon Blast as RenQT is just chasing Barbosa down. Electrifying Beats comes out, but it's not enough damage. MLQT flickering forward, killing off Barbosa. Final slash, pushing the rest of Homebois back into their base, saying that's where you belong. Red Esports taking full control.
Well done. Coming in from Red Esports, utilizing their tools, utilizing their stuns, and look at this! Even Sabat sidestepping the snipes coming from LQT, and Red Esports, they've got so many layers of traps that Homebois needs to overcome, and they haven't been able to do so at all.
Red Esports really being a surprise here. Looks like the warm-up they got from the first series of the day coming into play right now. Ema gonna get the Lord for free. This is Luminous, and Homebois only have their inhibitor standing, which means this will definitely break open at least one lane to the base. What the Homebois need to do right now is make sure that they don't lose any more than that.
Yeah, I agree, but how long can they stall? Because based on the win condition right now is that Anip needs to scale up, but even if he scales up, most of his damage is going to be negated by Mao's shield. And that is something that eventually, over time, they need to get a pick off. In this case,
Tyrant's Rage onto RenQT. Federation comes out, but RenQT is healing through everything. Final slash pushing a Nip back. Here comes the rest of Red Esports. Amal, he gets the Decimate killing spray onto a Nip. MLQT sniping Warlord, dropping him down, forcing him back, and Chibi nearly dying from outside. He's able to get away with a tiny sliver, but Barbosa is not as lucky. Sabat jumping back in, looking for the damage with the Vengeance stack. He's gonna try and take out MLQT, but it's not gonna be enough. He's forced to run away as Red Esports is pushing straight in. MLQT with the double kill, taking out Chibi. Warlord Fitted Airstrike is not enough because Red Esports takes the first victory here, shutting down Homebois and putting them one step closer to moving on in the playoffs.
Wow, what a game from Red Esports, giving them the Arlot and Lolita complete room sweep coming in from them, and Homebois just couldn't do anything at all. It's crazy.
This is a result that I think many of us were not expecting. Homebois are real contenders here, one of the top teams of the season. And Red Esports are showing that continuous growth, that improvement that very few teams are able to continuously display throughout the season. You can see the excitement of the fans. They know what they have done here. They've made a splash.
Red Esports, extremely underrated. But now I'm extremely excited to see what they have to say about this match.
Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Fokus.
Glock. Okay, dia turn.
Semangat
Okay, turn.
Ada tiang, Kufra belah kiri, Ferry biru. Mati tu.
Nice!
Nice.
Pantai bre.
Ren, jom Ren Ferdy nak? Jom. Tak ada kau aku.
Nice one!
Nice! Tolong. Gerak. Mantap. Gila main. Mati. Kita
mantap gila. Mantap.
Baik, boy.
Wow!
Mantap, hey. Wow. Chemistry man, chemistry pada season 5.
Kufra.
Batal play end. Aku free ketuk masuk, Korang. End. Nice.
If I were to give a role to Kyym, okay, fine. I can't do it, okay? If I were to give a role to Kyym, he's literally the hype man. Like, he's very, very excited most of the time for his team. And every single time Kyym shows his energy, you can see that extra oomph for all the players to be playing at top notch. And I'm really liking how Kyym, with his integration team, everyone from Red Esports is feeling a little bit more confident to actually play the game. And it's very important to keep your morales up. And so far, he is doing a fantastic job because now they're one more game away from making it in towards tomorrow's games where they will finally get that second chance.
Yeah, honestly, it's incredible. I have to agree with you. I feel like the rookies are bringing something really fresh and really new to Red Esports. This has always been a very stoic, very disciplined, very predictable team. But we are seeing perhaps one of the strongest iterations of Red Esports we have ever seen here in MPL MY. Melqt and Kyym adding a breath of fresh air. Mal in the roam position, really seeming to be feeling himself. He's only been getting better and better throughout the regular season. This is a scary team to face off against, and Homebois, despite their strengths and the mechanical skills of their players, just seem to be overwhelmed.
The amount of disruptions that Red Esports is bringing in this team fight as well. We've got Valentina Fear, we've got the Lolita Numenor Blast, we've got Mortis on his Ashuras, we've got Arlott just stunning his way through. I'm surprised Homebois wasn't able to do anything about it here, and it's no surprises if you think about it. Kufra opening setup, great. Fredrin's got CCs, great. Joy, no stunts. Melissa, counter stunts. Farsa, gonna get completely dived in the back line. So in this case, it feels like there's nothing much Homebois could have done. And even in the damage department as well, technically Anip should have been doing a little bit more damage, but Ma was able to just negate majority of it if you think about it.
Yeah, but looking at the damage that was done overall, how highest here is going to be Kyym on the Valentina. There's something up with Kyym today. When you see rookies enter the playoffs for the first time, you see them get nervous. You see them be a little bit uncharacteristic of themselves. But Kyym just seems to be feeling it. He's taking in the atmosphere and somehow becoming even stronger than he was during the regular season. This is a rookie to keep an eye on.
You know, Kyym being one of the first debut coming in MPL, right from the get-go, booming his way in towards the playoffs. And so far, he's been just playing out of his mind. And wow, this kind of reminds me that the only other rookie that really stood out for me back his debut is gotta be Stormy. And Kyym is very close to making history right now.
Oh, what an amazing thing to say. But of course, we cannot count out Homebois yet. This is a team that was absolutely dominating towards the early parts of the regular season and were still forces to be reckoned with towards the later half as well. Now that Dale has encountered this loss, I expect that there's going to be some adaptations and changes. But before we go on into Game 2, let us throw on over to our host for a fun little segment for all of you.
And selamat kembali to the MPL Open House. Anda bersama lagi dengan saya, Rose, dengan Lafel, and of course our special guest, Abang Lord, juga Rain.
Dekat sini kan, sebelum kita nak cakap apa, two things that I want to say. Number one, Red Esports deserves more fans.
I agree.
Number 1.5, Lesti terjatuh. Tapi number two, rasanya Red Esports, diorang dah boleh keluar diorang punya own documentary untuk cerita what happened antara regular season dengan playoff. Brand perform, Mal dah jauh lagi perform. What happened? Tiba-tiba diorang superstar level. Kan Bang Lord?
Pada pendapat saya, pembaharuan yang diorang bawa adalah nafas baru lah. Sebab diorang membuktikan yang apa yang kita perlukan sekarang sebenarnya bukannya tenaga import. Apa yang kita perlukan is idea baru, nafas baru, gameplay baru and so on lah. So bila diorang tunjukkan gameplay diorang tadi, diorang tunjukkan diorang dah ada pattern gameplay diorang. Maksudnya ada beberapa hero yang diorang dah start rotate. Kita boleh nampak hero-hero yang sama, Farsa, Farami, Valentina, Beatrice, Cloud dan sebagainya. Tapi tu semua hero adalah hero-hero yang efektif untuk diorang and strong untuk diorang lah.
I nak tanya, do you think it was a mistake untuk melepaskan Valentina tadi to the hands of Kyym?
Pada pendapat saya, untuk game ni ia adalah mungkin Homebois fikir mereka ada cara untuk counter benda tu, tapi nampaknya perkara tu tak menjadilah, and Kyym masih betul-betul selesa menggunakan Valentina dia walaupun menentang Joy.
I agree. So, sebelum kita teruskan conversation ini, mari kita tengok the MVP of the game. And jang, MVP of the game is Ren Cutie. Oh.
Johor represent. Umur 26.
Johor represent tu.
Johor represent. I punya style baju Melayu ni pun is indicative of cara Johor. Kita pakai seluar slack, ada baju Melayu kat atas.
Johor represent.
Abang betul? Sama kan?
Sama. Johor represent.
Johor style.
Okay,
Johor
so
style.
kita nampak kan in the regular season, I don't want to say too bad, but Ren Cutie was like there. He didn't really shine much, kan?
Mhm.
But then today, when we actually watched the first match, lepas tu game ni, Ren Cutie is on another level playoffs ni. Do you guys agree with that?
Ya, sungguh setuju. Tapi this season kalau kita tengok MPL season 11 kemasukan player-player import, but we need to give orang kata credit and thank you juga kepada Red Esports sebab tanpa import mereka boleh tunjukkan this kind of gameplay. Thank you, Rich.
Ya, dan sebenarnya bila tengok highlight yang dibuatkan khas oleh Garnier Man dekat sini, sebenarnya saya juga nak mula membuka topik Joy. Is it okay untuk lepaskan sekarang? Sebab hari ini kita dah nampak a few games of Joy di mana nampak seperti damage dan juga dia punya tankiness dah agak berkurang, di mana sebelum ni ada patch yang nerfkan dia. Tapi bila kita tengok kat playoff, nampak impact dia dah severely dikurangkan.
Yes, I agree.
Pada pendapat saya, Joy memang satu hero yang sangat overpower, sangat kuat untuk digunakan cari backline. Tapi kita juga tak boleh terlepas pandang yang Red juga dapat hero yang overpower juga, which is a lot. So game ni akan melihatkan kepada penggunaan mana yang lebih efektif. And dalam game ni Arlot tunjukkan yang dia lebih efektif lah.
So beautiful.
Untuk mengganggu team fight.
Yeah, it was really beautiful. The way Ren Cutie would come in from the side and just go phew like that, and I'm like, oh my goodness.
That deserved the MVP.
Yeah,
Good,
that
great moment.
Yeah, that game, that move. Oh my god, I cannot talk. Ren Cutie makes me speechless.
Awak ni rose ke save sebenarnya? Saya dapat abang save tadi, tapi yes.
Hari ini tak ada save, so saya tersasul.
Betul. Hari ni walaupun tak ada save, dia punya aura tu kita masih rasa.
Tu yang technical difficulty banyak.
Save. Macam mana sekalipun, kita boleh nampak dekat dalam game ni, trending hari ni adalah 2-1.
Yes.
Another question yang kita perlu tanya kat sini, Homebois, daripada start minggu utama orang dah cakap, regular season kuat, sampai kat playoff,
dorang choke. Do you think Homebois will be going home today, or Homebois will advance to the next level to lawan SMG, team yang selalu menang game?
Pada pendapat saya, sama ada dorang dapat break the curse or not, depends macam mana dorang boleh cope and handle hero-hero selesa Red lah. Sebab macam yang kita bincang pada awal tadi, memang Red, memang dorang punya style drafting memang always prefer kepada hero apa yang aku kuat. Sama juga macam mana Mal pakai Lolita and Fra, rotate dua hero tu, Imal pun pakai Martis and Martis, Fanny and Fitrin. So bergantung juga kepada drafting lah.
saya rasa kan, kalau kalah juga kat sini kan, semua kena mandi bunga.
Betul.
Tapi bukan bunga yang jumpa kat Malaysia, kena cari bunga luar dah tak ada sebab I don't know.
I rasa kalau Homebois kalah game ni, diorang kena mandi bunga.
Tak. Rasa Daddyhood yang kena mandi bunga.
Macam mana sekalipun kita dah tak boleh ignore lah. Kalau sekali dua tak apa. Ini dah banyak sangat. Ini dah bukan team. Tapi macam mana sekalipun, sekarang ni kita dah tak sabar untuk game ni. Jadi mari kita dengar suara caster kita.
Mana?
We once again thank our wonderful hosts as well as our ever insightful and entertaining guests on the open house segment of MPL MY here. Terrence, I think you have some things to say.
No, I swear to God, I'm just laughing so hard. I actually banged the table so hard that Abang Lord just he's such a lovable guy. He's throwing shades, he's getting a little bit toxic, but he does it in a way it is hilarious. And the best part about him, he can do it so seamlessly, but at the same time, what they say is true. Homebois has been cursed for so long. Every single time, every single season, they've done so well during a regular season, but in playoffs, something always happens and they just can't deliver. In this case, now, can they break the curse to actually qualify and face off against SMG tomorrow? Because it is a do or die situation. If they get eliminated this series, they are out for MPL MY.
Yeah, never a situation you want to find yourselves in, especially when you remember that Homebois was 3rd place in the regular season rankings. 3rd! And they find themselves here. Well, goes to show just how much the competition has grown. And well, I do agree with what Coach Rain said as well. I think if the Homebois wants to overcome this playoff curse of theirs, it's going to be up to how well they can adapt and respond to Red Esports, who is doing a great job of drafting heroes that are not only strong, but that their players are very compatible with.
Now, let's talk a little bit more on how Laffer actually brought up a very, very interesting point as well. Joy, is it the strongest heroes in the current patch? Because if you think about it here, yes, it's very, very mobile. Yes, it has somewhat of damage, but can it soak a lot of damage? Because compared to back then, it feels like Joy has lost out a lot of his tanking capabilities, but still is replaced with his damage capabilities. So it feels like Joy now has this assassin playstyle rather than the tank fighter playstyle that we are used to see on the XP lane. So I feel like having a Joy as a priority now might not be a priority, and Arlott might be the one that we want to see a little bit more just because of how it brings to the table. So I was very surprised that none of the teams actually picked the Mincitar to actually deal with it as well to a certain degree.
As in the end, Mincitar does have some weaknesses in that he's very directional, and there are many ways of playing around him since a lot of his abilities are quite stationary. But I do agree with you, it is starting to feel like Joy may not be as important a hero to remove from the pool as we previously thought. And with Red Esports choosing to be on the blue side this time, it definitely feels like they're going to want to grab the Arlott as soon as possible. Though that does mean that the Valentina will be open for the side of the Homeboys. So unless we see some differences in the bans here, that seems like how the picks will proceed.
Now, the question here is from the side of Homeboys, do they actually respect the Arlott, right? Because if you think about a bigger picture, knowing Red Esports, they do, especially for Sora Pyre, he has a very, very grand scheme always being set in play, right? Because they showed their hands in early stage game, Kufra was a priority for them. Every single time Mao brings to the table, it has been delivering. But little did they know, today's game so far has been a lot of Lolita that actually wins games. Especially in this previous series as well between Madness as well as Lunatix, Lolita was also winning games in particular. So it feels like Homeboys, they set themselves up in a situation where they were forced to pick the Kufra away from Barbosa to make sure that they have a little bit of leeway for Joy, but they didn't really need it. They have got so much disruptions with the Valentina. And in this case, now with first pick coming in, Joy also going to be up for grabs. But guess what? They don't care about the Joy.
Wow.
Joy was insignificant. And even today's games, Joy hasn't had one of the biggest win rates thus far in just the playoffs itself.
So they do pick up the Claude, prioritizing it for MelQT, but Homeboys now respond. They grab the Joy again, but this time also steal away the Valentina from the hands of Kyym. So Homeboys still quite comfortable with grabbing it for themselves. Though I think part of it is also a bit of respect towards Red Esports. This is one of the few teams where RenQT, he's played Joy, but so has Amal. So Homeboys doesn't want to give them that flexibility. Now though, with Valentina gone, what is Kyym going to play?
You know, it's funny how RenQT did mention during this interview for regular season, right? If you give him Joy, he's going to spam it. If you give him Arlott, he's going to spam it as well. So in this case, he doesn't have the two spammable heroes in his favor. So that means RenQT has to mirror somewhat of a mobility. Does he go for a tanky composition or does he go for a hero like Benedetta? In this case, answer pretty much up on screen right now. It's going to be Lapu Lapu as well as the Farsa coming in from Red Esports. So this time, the roles are reversed now. It is going to be Warlock playing the Valentina and Kyym playing the Farsa this game in game number 2. So there has been a little bit of a switcheroo between both these teams.
What we can say for sure is that if Kyym shows off on this Farsa again, he will be able to definitively say that he has beaten out Warlord in the mid lane. I'm expecting that he'll be very excited to prove that. But Warlord will also have a lot to prove himself. This is a player that I'm pretty sure is not going to take the abuse he received in game 1 sitting down. So now the choice is up to the Homeboys. How do they want to close off the first half of the draft? Ooh, gonna go for the Grok?
Yeah, I like the Grok. Like, just because of the fact that it is a way to deal with the Forza, right? Guardian's Barrier, wall charge is just so much utilitarian to actually deal with it as well. One wrong move coming from the Claude, wall charge instantly cancels off the Blazing Duet. So it's something that Homebois can use it as an arsenal. Forcing Red Esports to get like double purifies on both the Forza and Claude is going to be extremely annoying to deal with. And giving them those purifies means that this kind of enables the Joy to kind of go for a clean up strategy. So I like it because Homebois has more ways to deal with it. But let's talk a little bit more on the jungler coming from both sides, because Mortis was extremely annoying. I don't think Red Esports can play a very similar composition from game 1 where it's just absolute chaos. So I guess they might be leaning on the Lolita again.
Give me a target.
But because in this second phase pick, Homebois is going to be picking it first, Red Esports might need to respect it. But at the same time, with the Grok coming in, there's still a flexibility that it is going to be an XP Grok. So I don't know if Red Esports is going to be leaning in that direction.
Yeah, I'm considering a few things. Firstly, like you mentioned, there's a chance this is not Roam, but EXP Grok. We know Surpass very comfortable with that, but that means that that there's a very likely chance that Joy actually goes into the jungle. Other than that, we have to consider, do Homebois want to bring out the Hellcurt jungle? That's something they always ban out. Now that they have first pick in the second phase, it could be something they bring to the table, and then Red Esports may not have the tools to be able to deal with it. But with so few potential bans left in the pool, Red Esports has to make a very difficult decision when Homebois have done a very good job of just obscuring what their draft is going to be.
Yeah, the whole reason why Homebois kind of lost the draft in game 1 here was pretty much one, CCs. Second one, pretty much Melissa wasn't able to chunk out the damage because of this Lolita shield and the win on blast, right? So Red Esports now in a situation where they have so much options for Mom. The only problem they are facing right now is that how do they deal with this Joy? Are they going to go for the Kufra? Are they going to go for Minsita? Regardless of whatever they pick, it's very, very annoying to deal with. So I feel like they have so much more options to deal with this, especially for Mao. But the question here is he going to be able to play it? But Homebois, they go for the carry. That means if Red Esports decides to go for Fredrin or Mortis, there is a very, very strong possibility that this carry is going to shred through all those tanky HPs.
Yeah, I think that's pretty smart here. Let's see what they decide to go for. Still the Fredrin here.
Still go for it.
Red Esports seems quite comfortable with this option. And then they will take the Kufra for Maul themselves. I think it's a pretty smart choice overall. Red Esports draft looking pretty balanced here.
Yep. And now Homebois down in the situation here. They've pretty much locked down. They know what they want to go. They are going to spend the final 35 seconds here to figure out their strategies. I guess they are going to play for potentially...
I think it's still the jungle
a
here.
jungler. In this case, Mortis Mirror is going to be pretty much the safest one coming in from Homebois.
Or Lance.
Or Lancelot Tank. Yep, you have a very, very good point. But looks like it is going to be pinked up on Mortis. So I guess that's going to be the strategy here. They are going to save up the last final 10 seconds here before they pick it and decide how they want to play it. So discussion is going to be very important, and it makes a lot of sense considering that this is potentially their final game. If they lose this, they are out and running to try and fight for the NMSC slot.
What we're seeing here is a little bit of a reversal of the draft, with Red Esports now having the Fredrin, the Kufa, the Farsa, and Homebois having the Valentina and the Martis for themselves. Again, we are seeing very balanced drafts overall, speaking to the amount of experience that both Coach Dale and Coach Sora Payung have. They want to give their players the best tools possible to head on the Land of Dawn.
Now, let's talk about the draft real quick as well, because Homebois, they pretty much have a very decent amount of ultra late game. In this case, the carry is going to be able to shred through all the tanky composition coming from Red Esports, whereas from the side of Homebois, the Red Esports, they do have a little bit more in terms of push potential and kill pressure in their early games for the Farsa as well as the Kufra. So they both have their own individual win conditions, and I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down.
Homebois are currently one game away from potentially getting sent home on day 1 of the Season 11 playoffs. But it is when a beast is cornered that it will truly show its fangs. Will the rookies from Red Esports be able to overcome the beast within the Homebois?
Oh boy, let's see how it goes as well. Flame Boys giving them the motivation and energy they need. And Red Esports, however, has a possible chance to deny that. And currently, Surpass is going to be dominating his XP lane. And I feel like Surpass is going to be forced to actually play a little bit more safer now, considering that how he was actually punished rather early in the early stage of the game. But this time with the Frederick, I don't think the kill pressure from Red Esports is going to be as brutal as a Mortis, especially pre-4.
Actually, what's really interesting here is I remember Surpass and Warlord both went for Magic Worship in Game 1, but now they both have Mystery Shop instead. So they're actually going for that potential late game scaling, maybe hit their item power spikes earlier than Red.
Yeah, they definitely need to as well, considering that they need those early items to actually scale into this game. But what really surprises me is that we do see triple Purifies in 3 heroes. 1 on Onip, 2 on MelQT, as well as a KYYM. So it seems like Red Esports, they just don't want to be stun locked by all these wombo combos, and it's really smart because Homebois, they've got a lot of utilities to actually spare. Barbosa in particular, as long as he times those combos properly, he might be able to bait out very, very easy Purifies against Red Esports.
Right now, we can see not a lot of movement across the map for now. I don't think either team wants to go for too much early game aggression, but things are definitely gonna come to a heel pretty soon as the turtle will be spawning in another 3 seconds. Amal already in position, bravest fighter from Rank QT. Landshaker gonna be dodged very nicely with a Mortal Coil, but this allows Red Esports to maintain control over the turtle pit.
This is going to be a little bit tough here, but at the same time, Surpass going to be first one to zone them off. Kyym also be in the position where they have to back out, but so far Homebois playing a very, very aggressive stance here, whereas Red Esports can't really contest about this, and it makes a lot of sense because they need to find a pick-off, but who do they pick first?
Mal tries to charge down Barbosa, but he's gonna miss. Amal looking for the Appraiser's Wrath, but he doesn't get the turtle. It'll go to Chibi, who gets first blood with the Decimate. Rank QT not quite able to finish Surpass off as Chibi gets the double kill, chaining it up. Now following up onto Mal and Kyym. The triple kill with the Decimate. Mal, will he get picked up? He gets the Tyrant's Rage. Chibi dropping real low to the tower, but he survives through all of it.
Oh my goodness, Chibi got the perfect threshold ever. He got 3 last hit HP decimations, gets the reset, and completely extends the fight. And Red Esports, they just couldn't do anything about that situation. It was a little bit of miscommunication because they needed to find a pick. Mao was so focused on diving on towards Barbosa, while Amal was focusing on taking objectives. There was a split objective there, and both of them kind of disconnected and allowed Homebois to get free kills after free kills. And because of this, Chibi now is going to try and snowball even harder now.
You never want to give Chibi a 3-0. Oh, Barbosa with the flicker while charge sets up Kyym. Mega kill. We're talking about a 3-0. Chibi's got a 4-0 now. Homebois with nearly 2,000 net worth lead 3 minutes into the game.
Oh, this is extremely annoying to deal with here. Oh my goodness. This should not be happening for Red Esports, and Homebois, they finally back in their feet now because with this much space, it is going to allow them to have a little bit more opportunities and win conditions. And now with Warlord stealing the Feathered Airstrike, KYYM is gonna have a little bit of a difficult time to actually set up for fights. And Red Esports, they need to find that Mao factor once again, and so far Mao has been missing all those hits.
Well, QT, careful, he gets terrified while Charge gonna actually find him, but Mal gets the Tyrant's Rage in return, so they kill off Barbosa. GB still waiting in the backline, looking for the setup, but Amal will spot him out. So Homebois not gonna force too much here. Red Esports keeps MelQT alive.
Oh, I'm very surprised. MelQT, he could have purified that away, but at the same time, he knew the actual damage calculation, and because of that, he knows he's going to survive. He's going to get a little bit more farm coming in the bottom. That means in this next upcoming fights, he's going to be able to use those purifies for clutch situations. In particular, it's going to be Barbosa as well as a Chibi potentially, but with that being said, Homebois, they are starting to get a little bit more desperate to try and punish MelQT.
What we can say now is that Homebois has full control over the river side. They have already gotten a huge lead with TB on a 4-kill streak. So Red Esports just gonna choose not to contest these objectives at all and focus on funneling MelQT. Homebois notice this. Feathered Airstrike comes out, stolen by Warlord. Amal getting the stun in the backline. Will they be able to keep him in place though? Feathered Airstrike from Kyym. Not gonna do too much. Ooh, MLQT has back off. Barbosa taking a lot of damage. He flickers out, but MLQT follows up. Anip dropping real low, but they're not able to finish him. And here comes GB. Decimate actually misses onto Mal. He gets the unstoppable, but there's no more Decimate chain. And MLQT gets the shutdown. But Kyym gets dived by both Warlord and Sabat and taken out of the fight.
Yep, nicely done for coming from MLQT to set up this fight. He got a very, very important kill, and because of that, he was able to scale back in this game. But Homebois, as well as Red Esports, they're doing a lot of zoning tactics, but they're not connecting at all. And because of this, it became down towards an all-out brawl. And MLQT getting freebie on Chibi is gotta be huge, because that's a huge XP swing and goal swing in his favor. And now, 6 minutes in the game, MLQT as a Cloud level 8, that's kind of scary if you think about it.
Yeah, ideally, we know that Chibi is not going to keep that streak forever, but MLQT is the last person he wants to give the shutdown over to. So Red Esports still has a chance here. The wall comes out.
Oh no!
Missing MLQT entirely. Now dropping real low. Amal looking for the engagement onto the backline, but Mal not going to be able to find the stun onto anyone as Red Airstrike zones out Homebois. So no casualties there other than the top tier 1 for Red Esports.
Oh, he's got to be counting his lucky stars, man. Like, how is he able to walk out alive? Because Red Esports, they could have just dived him completely, but we did see Mao kind of, making an attempt as well. But fortunately for Barbosa, he was able to hold it on, get his passive, and actually be immune to CC. So nice disengage coming from him. But at the same time, bottom lane, pay attention to what Sabat is already setting up as well. He's cutting the creep base, trying to force Red Esports into this engagement, and it looks like they will find a pickoff.
Barbosa with the Wattage, gonna find Mal, feathered airstrike to zone out Homebois, but not successful. That means that Mal will fall. Rank QT with the 2-man bravest fighter, Raging Slash, doing a lot of damage, but they're able to dash away. But this is all time being bought for Mel QT. He's already taken down the tier 1 up top. Ren QT, does he still want to engage onto this? This is a 3v4 situation since Mal is not around. Amal not able to steal it away. He will dash out. Homebois doesn't look to continue the fight.
Yeah, this is very, very important coming in for Red Esports, right? Like, they know for a fact that if they buy time for MLQT, he is going to scale very, very hard. We see multiple times that his Blazing Duet is what turns and makes and breaks for his team. In this case, Homebois, they have to start respecting this. And Barbosa, his initial objective has been punishing Kyym, but now he might need to shift his focus onto his MLQT now.
I am liking that Amal is taking a more passive stance. He's not going to try and ego challenge anything. He knows Chibi is more than capable of 1v1ing him, and they just can't afford to lose out too much more. But Red Esports playing defensive style means that Homebois are comfortably building up their net worth, even if MLQT is out farming Anip.
Exactly. Now, with the tier 2 down in the bottom fight as well, Red Esports, they need to find the perfect time to strike. But Homebois, do they make this attempt? Red QT is going to try and zone them out, but immediately!
Goodness, TV with the Decimate, pulling him under the tower. Anip does have some farm here. Red Esports wants to set up for the split push, but Feathered Airstrike doing a lot of damage, forcing back Kyym and Amal as they steal the orange buff. Claude actually going to be able to chunk out the tier 2 up top here. Sabat looking to stop him. Electrifying Beats comes out. MLQT. Oh, waits until the very last moment, but will he be able to escape from Sabat? In the meantime, Homebois still pressuring Red Esports so that they cannot connect. They cannot provide assistance to the Claude. MLQT, he's juking out Sabat, but for how long? Here comes Barbosa as well. I'm pretty sure he's dead soon. He dodges the wild charge, but we're getting out. Warlord has to come all the way up just to finally take him out. Wow, MLQT.
My goodness, MLQT has been sidestepping non-stop. He's making a lot of space, but fortunately for them, Homeboy still got the kill, but that kind of pulls away a little bit of pressure here for Red Esports to find somewhat of farm on the bottom lanes, but to what avail? Because as of now, Homeboys, they've got perfect control, they know what they want to do, and Anip is starting to scale pretty hard. And every single time Red Esports, they go for a fight, they do not kill off Anip, they are going to get 3-shotted by Anip potentially.
My goodness, look at how much damage Anip is doing. Mal jumping in, gonna miss everyone here. And now Amal has been terrified. He's caught out. MLQT gonna be targeted. Electrifying Beats, forcing him to BMI over the wall. Landshaker going to miss entirely onto the Homeboys, as Red Esports just going to be forced back into their base.
This is a very tough time here, but Homeboys, they're in prime position to actually get kills here, and they need to find a very, very important K, because Amao at this stage of the game hasn't been able to find opportunities to try and zone off Homebois or try and get a very, very good taunt, because of the fact that if he catches the wrong target, he is going to get picked off. In this case, Warlock has been able to find opportunities, right? Think about this. Warlock can steal Tyrant's Rage. Warlock can steal Feathered Airstrike. And every single time this thing happens, someone's gonna die from Red Esports.
Red Esports have been pushed into a corner. This is a complete reversal for game number 1. We are seeing some very evenly matched teams here in the MPL MY Playoffs, with Red Esports now only having their inhibitors, Homebois, a 6k net worth lead, escorting the Elemental Lord down to the bottom inhibitor. Mal charging up, but Homebois already in position, make sure they're not easily caught out. The Lord will be cleared, but you can tell that the pressure is starting to get to Red Esports.
Yep, it is. They have to find a buy time. LQT very far away from his max slot items, and once he gets it, he will need to find his focus and killing off Hanif. Initially, the damage ranking and gold ranking came out from LQT, but now Warlord is going to want it with the one that steps up the mark for the team, and he's been dishing out very, very big void damages against Red Esports.
Red Esports doesn't really have a lot of tools here, and Homebois are well aware of it. They're just going to position themselves constantly pressuring Red Esports into their base. They recognize that Amal or Mal are the only ways that they can engage, and with Anip now really starting to build up on that farm, they won't be able to survive for long. Red Esports doesn't have any tools that can threaten Homebois away from just surrounding their inhibitors.
This is so smart coming from Homebois. They are doing this dance where they're choking Red Esports, and every single time they go in for a fight, you look at this setup coming from Homebois, right? If you're trying to flank the bottom lane onto Anip, the double Terrifies coming from Warlock is going to allow enough time for Anip to get a kill. If you try to go to the top lane, the Mortis is going to stall you alongside with either the Joy or the Valentina. Enough time for Anip to rotate over and get 2 to 3 shots onto the tanks coming from Red Esports. It's just, at this stage, 6k net worth lead is just so difficult to overcome. And Red Esports, they just need that one mistake or that one big Tyrant's Rage to actually set things up. And even in items as well, they need even more than what we kind of expecting as well, especially for Mao in particular, in terms of tanking Warlock in particular.
The consolation that Red Esports has is that MelQT is actually pretty even with Anip in terms of farm, so the gold lane win condition is still there. Honestly, props to MelQT for keeping up despite the conditions, but Homeboy still has that 7k net worth difference. A lot of that coming from Mal, from Amal not being able to farm, and now the next Lord coming up. Red Esports needs to contest this, but Homeboy is just not gonna let them.
Hopefully with the Winds of Nature up with MelQT, it is gonna be good enough, but Homeboy seems like they are gonna try and force an issue.
Lord going to actually be reset. Homeboy's looking for the push here. They're gonna separate Amal from the rest of his team. Kyym and RenQT want to provide backup, but the rest of them are not close enough. Subot actually gets taken out. Winter Trunkian gonna keep him alive for now. Oh, he's able to dash away! RenQT doesn't connect with the flicker, and they lose Amal for it as well. Red Esports, no jungler, and they weren't able to get a trade.
Oh, you hate to see moments like this as well. They completely isolate Amal, and while that's actually happening as well, Amal was a little bit too late with the Appraiser's Wrath, but if he got it a second early, things might be a little bit different for Red Esports. However, Homebois continues with the lead, and they are in a position where they actually close out the game. Surpass is just extremely annoying, but that pretty much answers my question, right? Is Joy still as tanky as possible? Not really. He can be threatened. He has mobility, he has the damage to threaten the back lines, but aside from that, he's just extremely fast.
Yeah, Sabat has really been showing here. If you're not going to respect the Joy, I'm gonna pick it. This time, I'm gonna show you what it is capable of, and it's doing so much work distracting Red Esports. They don't have enough damage to take him out fast enough. Predator Strike zoning out Kyym. Kyym has not been having a fun time this game. Lord colliding bottom inhibitor, taken out instantly. Mal not able to find the Tyrant's Rage. Electrifying Beats comes out. They're doing a good job of aggroing the Lord to make sure it doesn't collide with the Crystal. So Red Esports will keep themselves alive for now. But Homeboy is continuing to pile on the pressure. Looking for the mid inhibitor. MelQT has to be careful not to dive too far here. Warlord jumping forward. Gets to Terrify onto Amal. They get the mid-tier inhibitor. RenQT nearly dropping to Anip. Blazing Duet comes out. Wild Charge. Gonna find one, but it's not gonna be enough. Sabat does get traded out in exchange for Mal. Not a bad trade here. But looks like Red Esports are gonna lose even more structures.
Yeah, well done coming from Red Esports to hold that on. But Homeboys, they're really just so strong. And now with the Winds of Nature already baited out from both Anim and MLQT, Red Esports is in prime position to fight this, and they are going to try it.
Predator comes out, Amal looking for the taunt, but not able to connect. Homebois is playing a beautiful game right now, disengaging from Red Esports. They have taken every single inhibitor, and now they're looking to close things out with the next Lord.
So frustrating of Amal. Every single time he tries to make an attempt, Warlord is going to be there, terrifying him, just completely shutting him down, and there's just nothing he can do. And it's just so annoyingly just annoying to actually deal with, because every single time that happens, Warlord is always having something up his sleeve. And eventually, Red Esports, they either have to all in on Warlord or they find a way to punish on it. But the only one good chance was pretty much MLQT already using his Purifies and Winds of Nature in that team fight to actually defend against the minions.
Yeah, seems like he just doesn't have enough damage. He's gonna be able to build up more stacks, but Homebois pressuring them is not allowing him to do that. And Anip is such a huge threat right now that even Mal and Amal not able to engage anymore. This is a huge problem for Red Esports, but Homebois have to be sitting feeling very comfortable about this situation. They're gonna be controlling the Lord Pit. 10 seconds until the next Luminous Lord is up. And I really don't see how Red Esports are gonna be able to claw this back.
Yeah, you can even see Surpass in a position where he's trying to cut the creep waves, and with the visions coming in, Homebois, they are in a position to try and bait this out the Lord, wait for the and force the fight, but Anip dropping very low.
How is
very
there
scary, but
the flicker jump, Tyrant's Rage, Winter Drunken comes out from Warlord, but he's out of position, he gets taunted, Rank QT gets the kill. Blazing Duet has been used. Sabat will be able to run away, but he's forced to use his Winter Drunken as well. Mal with the perfectly timed Tyrant's Revenge, but here comes the wall charge, gonna be purified by Kyym. TP comes on in, but it's a bit too late, and now Red Esports looking for the rebuttal. They break the immortality on Barbosa, and Mal charges up once again, keeping him in place. Red Esports secures 3 kills for nothing.
That is exactly what they needed. That is exactly how they are gonna win the game. Red Esports finally finds a mistake coming in from Homebois, and that is either they go all in on Warlord or they go all in on Anip. And guess what? They were able to find 2 because of that pick. And that is going to buy them a little bit more time to shove off the blame. And Homebois, with 17 minutes in the game, they are going to lose a majority of the outer turrets. But this gives Red Esports a little bit more hope to actually hang on to close out this series. But this is, on the other hand, is going to put a lot of pressure on Homebois and potentially losing their chances to make it further in the MPL MY playoffs.
Okay, it's not the end yet for either of these teams, but look at the massive gold swing there. Homebois going from nearly 8k net worth to 2.7 in their favor right now. You can see MLQT actually just picked up the Demon Shoes as well. He wants to spam his Art of Thievery as much as possible. Queen's Wings on Rank QT. They know what they want to achieve with this next Lord push.
Oh boy, Mao once again, he's gonna try and make a 10, but every single time he lands his dog, it just doesn't work out. The ideal target here is gonna be Warlord. He found the right sauce because Warlord is the only one that is very, very important for Homebois, that is doing a lot of damage but doesn't have Purify. And it seems like he's gonna try and make an attempt again.
Lord crashes up top. Chibi gonna get taunted. He has immortality, so he's fine. Feathered airstrike from Kyym, cancelled out by the Guardian's barrier. They're looking for another inhibitor. Amal gets caught out by Wild Charge, but he is tanky enough to survive for just a little bit longer. Concealed play coming out of Mal and Kyym, but Homebois will instantly retreat. Good disengage. They know that if anyone gets caught out now, Red Esports can end the game. That's something they don't want to happen.
Yeah, very, very smart as well. Mal, he was a little bit patient here. He just got his flicker, so he's looking for another Tyrant's Revenge long range to actually punish Warlord. So he needs to be a little bit more careful now. Whereas Homebois, Anip just swapped up for his Hellbird, so we aren't going to be expecting him to try and stop some of this regeneration of Amal. But is it going to be advisable here? Because as of now, he is at a stage where he needs to dish out damage. And whereas Red Esports, they need to catch Warlord or Anip in this scenario.
What a huge swing though. Look at the gold difference. It's literally nothing now. Red Esports has even up their net worth lead. Conceal play from Barbosa. They're looking for someone, anyone. Rank QT is probably the most dangerous in position. Sabat using the electrifying beats. Maybe a bit early there, but the cooldown is pretty low. The Lord is up in another 40 seconds, and right now Homebois are actually in a better position for it.
Okay, they finally stabilized a little more. They know they've got the minion advantage. It is always going to be shoving in Red Esports' favor, but while this is actually happening, all they gotta do is going to be housekeeping, getting a little bit more economy, build it up a little bit more. But we are starting to head into the 20-minute mark where immortalities are going to be very, very important. But so far from side Red Esports, I only see one up on Amal, whereas from Homebois, they have one on Chibi and one on Barbosa. And we did see a Winter Trunkion purchase coming from both Warlord as well as surpass. So this is something that they need to play around with, and it is going to be very scary for both sides.
Red Esports going to start the Lord here. We can see Barbosa and Anim going to be pulled over. They're not going to try and go for the split push. MLQT has to be careful. Doesn't want to get caught out. Maul going to find one. It's going to be Chibi pinned against the wall. He has immortality though. Able to escape for now. The Lord knocks them all up and Warlord is caught out. Chibi breaks his immortality. So does Barbosa. Warlord forced to use his Winter Trunkion. But look at the face. Look at Anim. He's in the back. Maul going to try and stun him. But Anim going to get the split push in time. And deny the hopes of Red Esports. Homebois not taking any prisoners here as they tie up the series 1-1.
Oh my goodness. Barbosa showing thanks to Anip, saving their lives. A pretty difficult one. But it was Anip that keeps things alive against Red Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to MPL MY Playoffs. It's full 3 games, every single game, back-to-back action. They're fighting for their dear lives.
Beautifully played by the Homebois there, catching Red Esports off guard. Even we didn't think they were gonna do that, but they knew and they spoke, and let's hear them.
Santai, santai, semangat.
Tadi pun bosan ni dah menang lah tiba.
Jangan di bawah B di bus depan kau. Jangan outside B. Parsa missing B. Jump. Kau charge. Baik B. Ingat nice.
Nice B!
Semangat je mana guys? Parsa dah lompat. Lagi. Mampus. Nice. Ready. Gua enggak ada ulti ya B. Oh, dapat. Nice one. Bisa guys. Bisa betul. Baik. Nice. Keeper. Aman. Jangan hilang momentum kan. Tak mati. Nice banget. Dengar gua Nip. Nice banget Nip. Nip, gua pengen cium lu sekarang boleh enggak sih Nip? Nanti di belakang guys. Pasang. Boleh kan Nip? Bisa. Lotek ke tangan Nip.
Well. What a, it started a pretty good fight, right? But guess what? In the midst of chaos, it's all about the rat strategies. And guess what? The timings on Homebois is starting to scale off. They're making a lot of crucial mistakes. But guess what? Red Esports was over in their heads. They like to play this protect the king strategy where they group up as 5. But sometimes they kind of forget that there is a possibility of them going for the back door. In this case, Anip pretty much showed himself pretty early in the middle of the fight as well. And while in the midst of chaos, Red Esports was fighting, they weren't paying attention. And because of that, Ane was able to sneak through, continue their push, and just complete the extended fight. And as soon as I saw that, I was very surprised that Red Esports didn't back out. And because of this, Homebois was able to hold things on and drag this out to game number 3.
Well played there to Homebois and to Anip as well. Like, from their rotations, it didn't look like they were gonna go for the split push, and it even caught us off guard. So you can imagine that Red Esports were not prepared. They should have been, but Homebois, a well-deserved victory there. Things started slipping from them towards the late game, but they were able to close things out and keep their dreams of proceeding in the playoffs alive here. Yet another full series for day 1 of the playoffs. What a day it has been.
Hey, Staffa, it's brutal. It's important. 2 go in, 1 come out. That's the rule of today's games. Playoffs means someone is gonna go home. In this case, well, that's someone. Who's it gonna be? Is it gonna be Red? Is it gonna be Homebois? You guys gotta keep spamming in the comments as well if you guys want to walk away with some goodies here. But so far, MPL MY Season 11, it's been a while since I've seen every single game this intense. But look at this post-game stats coming from Homebois. They're just doing so much damage. And I was very surprised that Anip is not doing as much as I thought it is. Whereas Warlord is the one doing the most amount of damage.
Yeah, I think this Valentina pick needs to be respected in game number 3. This can no longer be allowed to go to either of the mid laners. They are just way too powerful with it. But looking at this game overall, I can't even say that any team made like overall notable mistakes here, because they really did both do their best. Homebois got an excellent early game snowball off of Chibi, and then set things up for Warlord and Anip to start scaling up. Red Esports, recognizing that they had fallen behind in the early game, decided, okay, we're gonna take a step back, play passive, let MelQT farm, and then look for a chance to make a comeback. Anything could have happened this game, and it is insane.
Yeah, it could have been any situation as well, but so far, Valentina still a very staple hero here in both games. And it is going to show why they are one of the best teams here in MPL MY, fighting for the chance to hold glory in the name of the Malaysian flag, especially if they make it all the way to the championship title. And I'm extremely excited to see what they think about this, because now we're going to throw it over to our host to talk about this potential game tree on how it's going to go down. Host, please take it away.
And selamat kembali to the MPL Open House. This is my reaction. Just now it was like this. Oh my goodness, that split push by Anip. And by the way, anda bersama dengan saya, Rose, Lafel, and of course, Abang Lord and Rain.
Meta lemah for the win!
Meta lemah for the win! Betul ke tak?
Tak payah kreatif. Tak payah kreatif.
Tak payah kreatif. Nanti kita kena viral dekat MPL MY group, tapi saya rasa it's all worth it.
Gini bang, okay. Bang, walaupun Homebois menang tadi, tapi even kita dekat sini kita discuss, dah leading kau-kau early game. Alright. Nampak dah bayangan Red dah boleh comeback. Kalau Homebois kalah kat situ memang betul. Curse memang terlampau kuat.
Betul?
Betul. Setuju sangat. Red hampir nak buat a clean to win. 2-0 win.
Almost.
Hampir. On the last lot. Kalau ada kata dia orang fight at the lot, itu mungkin yang fight yang terakhir lah. Tetapi orang kata apa? Kepintaran Anip yang membuatkan Homebois menang, dan bunga tu boleh simpan, jangan mandi bunga lagi.
Jangan lagi. Not yet.
Jadi dekat sini dah berbual pasal Anip. Mari kita tunjukkan kita punya MVP of the game. Siapakah yang menyebab kekalahan Red Esports tadi? Anip!
Oh my god, so betul lah Meta melemah for the win. And ini bukan first time Anip split push.
Second time.
Kali kedua dah. And berjaya. Dua-dua game berjaya.
Dekat sini, Rin, dalam game tadi memang tak ada pilihan lain ke? Memang macam kalau team fight confirm kalah, nak tak nak kena split je.
Dia kalau team fight tak confirm kalah. Dia 50-50. Dia depends on siapa yang dapat penguasaan semak lagi awal, and depends on skill and spell. But kita tengok juga kepada makro team in terms of map awareness. Siapa cakap tu meta lemah? Tu bukan meta lemah. Alert kepada map adalah bukti bahawa Malaysia adalah tim yang strong. Korang judge kepada tim yang kalah, tapi korang tak judge tim yang menang berdasarkan split push. Itu maksudnya makro dorang yang bagus.
Sekarang ni kan, memang kita kena pergi balik dekat game klien tu. Kita pergi dekat setting, adjust map tu
besar sikit.
Biar setengah screen.
Betul.
Besar
setengah
sikit,
screen.
nampak kalau ada orang tengah split.
Rasanya Red perlu kot yang tu. 2 kali hari ni.
Actually betul juga, dah 2 kali kan?
2 kali, hari ni saja 2 kali.
Red, if you're listening backstage kan, tolonglah adjust sikit map size tu, bagilah besar sikit. Mana tahu nampak kan?
Dekat sini kita dah nampak MVP Anip.
Yes.
Tapi nanti kita akan tengok highlight yang dibawa khas oleh Garnier Man. Di mana dekat dalam game ni sebenarnya kalau kita fan Red agak sakit lah tengok, sebab harapan dah tinggi dah tu nak menang balik.
Yes, 8K to 3K to 0. And then they got the lead. That was how close Red Esports was into making a comeback.
Jadi dekat sini, Rain, bila tengok keadaan kan, bila dah nampak macam Homebois, diorang menang. Tetapi, technically this was a close game.
Betul.
Masih ada harapan tinggi ke tak untuk Homebois nak break the curse untuk extendkan nyawa mereka dekat playoff, sebab ini adalah kalah mati walaupun technically diorang quarter final.
Yes.
Tapi kalau kalah sini dah balik lah.
Faham?
Mortality gone.
Untuk saya harapan je masih ada, tetapi mereka perlu elakkan mistake yang boleh menyebabkan enemy melakukan game changer. Macam tadi ada satu team fight yang crucial yang berlaku yang menyebabkan diorang rata, dan Red boleh dapatkan lot dan hampir endkan game lah. So diorang perlu lebih berdisiplin.
Yes.
Perlu lebih.
Sini kan, saya host yang kedua. Tapi saya nak tanya host yang pertama, macam mana perasaan tadi ya? Dekat sini bukan main.
You pun sama.
Tak.
You pun sama.
Tak. I cool je. Actually macam,
Oh.
wow.
Oh, ya ke?
Wow.
Ya ke?
Dia ni kan, kasut tertanggal.
Weh, mana ada lebih sangat?
Kena ambil balik ke belakang.
Oh, sorry kepada orang yang duduk belakang ni kena dengan kasut I tadi. Tak, actually it's a very fun game to watch lah. Tapi tak fun yelah kita balik lambat. Semua game hari ni 2-1. Si tak ada maksud tu Mars curse.
Mas, lepas ni tak masuk kerja lah.
Hey. Because I choose to kneel.
Actually tak. Abang Lot tak datang MPL pun kalau Mars kerja, memang tu 2-1.
Saya take over.
Bila dia macam ni, bila dah ada Abang Lot, kita tahu Lot ni amplification.
Betul.
Jadi dia amplifykan lagi. Jadi lepas ni kalau Abang Lot tadi faham lah. Kalau hari tu nampak peluang tinggi 2-0, then okay. By the way, merah dengan merah, dia macam magnet. Dia boleh attract dan dia boleh menolak. Sekarang saya nak tolak Rose pergi atas pentas.
Okay, I'm gonna go naik pentas sebab kena halau sekali lagi.
Okay, alalang Rose pergi naik ke atas pentas. Dekat dalam game ni saya just nak cakap, menang kalah dua-dua tim memang sangat penting. Sebab kalau Red kalah, banyak orang akan kejar Kyym. Dekat social media, dekat FB memang banyak orang akan kejar Kyym. Kalau Homebois kalah, kita pun dah nampak dah. Kalau kalah memang penuh FB tu berbual pasal diorang. Pressure tu sangat tinggi untuk dua-dua tim.
Betul. Saya rasa untuk Homebois ni, kalau kena pressure ni more to Chibi lah kot yang akan kena. Kan?
You're not wrong.
Ya. Chibi lah kot yang kena bash. But of course kalau kata Red yang kalah, Kyym kena hadap lah.
Memang dua orang tu memang target Aaron.
Ya, target.
Netizen kat rumah diorang dah standby.
Dia setiap tim akan ada target dia. Setiap tim akan ada muka-muka dia. Wakil yang perlu dikecam.
Sekarang kita nak juga dengar wakil Rose dekat atas pentas bersama dengan satu individu yang macam kita kenal. Siapa tu Rose?
Okay, sekarang saya dengan satu individu yang mesti semua orang kenal, Uncle Chikanuk.
Hi.
Hi Uncle, how are you?
I'm good.
Good. Hari ni, okay, in between, okay, I don't think it's between us lah. Semua orang lah kat sini. Hari ni Uncle datang sokong tim apa?
Hari ni Uncle datang sokong tim apa?
Adakah Red Homebois?
Okay, Uncle sebenarnya sejarah dah beberapa tahun dalam esports dan Uncle sebenarnya lahir daripada tim bosku. So, hari ni Uncle datang untuk support Homebois.
Oh, wow! Uncle datang untuk support Homebois. So, Uncle, tadi first game tu kita nampak Homebois yang kena dominate. Second game pula, Homebois dominated the early. We could say they dominated almost half of the game or terlepas half. Tapi late game tu ada kesilapan sikit. 8k gold lead jadi 3k gold lead jadi kosong. Do you think that could have been dangerous kalau Anik tak split?
Okay, sebenarnya split push ni memang keistimewaan Malaysia punya meta. Okay, itu memang specialty Malaysia punya meta daripada zaman MPL MY SG lagi. So, Uncle sebenarnya bangga ada banyak tim yang masih kekalkan split push no matter apa dia punya situation, tengah leading goal, tengah ketinggalan goal, but then untuk cari that moment untuk buat split push, dia memerlukan teliti yang cukup tinggi tau sebenarnya. So apa yang Anik buat tadi tu sebenarnya susah.
Yes, I agree. Sebab tadi tu dia macam, it was more like even calculated to the point where dia memang last hit tapi dapat last hit that crystal and pecahkan the crystal kan. So untuk Uncle, adakah Uncle rasa, realistically speaking, no bias, Homebois atau Red yang akan dapat 2 point?
Okay, sebenarnya susah nak cakap sebab dua-dua tim sama kuat dekat tahap sekarang ni. But then, it all depends on dorang punya draft dan dorang punya macam mana dorang memainkan draft dorang. So far, apa yang kita boleh cakap, Red punya makro gameplay sangat-sangat kuat. But then, mechanically, Homebois lebih kuat sikit. So, it's a battle of mechanics versus makro. And kalau Homebois masih boleh kekalkan meta split push, Homebois boleh buat balik 2 point.
Alright, so Uncle, last words for Homebois? Diorang tengah dengar tu kat belakang.
Alright, untuk seluruh pasukan Homebois, buat yang terbaik. Apa yang jadi, biarkan ia berlaku. Just fokus kepada gameplay korang.
Okay, and with that, it is time to enter the third game, last game of the day. So, casters, mana suaranya?
Always nice to hear from Uncle once again up on stage right there. And he is here showing his support to both the teams, but definitely seems to be a fan of the Homebois as well here. What a performance from all the teams we have witnessed here today in the first day of the playoffs. This has been an unpredictable result, but now we are going to be heading in to the actual final game of the day. We are exhausted, and I can imagine the players are even more so.
You know what? I'm gonna try an Abalot special here. Wait,
Okay.
was that Uncle? Wasn't he ex-Red? I smell something spicy, but I don't know what it is. But, well, that's the thing, right? Now, when it comes to this final moments here, it has been exciting games after all. But I kind of agree with what Uncle said as well. Macroly, Red Esports is so much better, but there are a lot of moments where Homebois is just so much better in terms of micro details, right? Especially for Warlord. And I would say the only one that has been able to keep up with Warlord is none other than Kyym so far, especially into this game. And over time, I feel like the one thing that they didn't really talk about in terms of the gameplay is, of course, the Hanabi Moonlit Ninja, which is currently now available, and you can join the Moonlight Wish Draw and stand a chance to get it. And you can enjoy a discount of 50% off for first 10 times draw and first daily 1-time draw. And discounts will not be applied when you use the All-Star promo Diamonds and Moonlit Wish tokens. The draw event will last until the 8th of March. 8th of May, I'm sorry. And of course, here's a little bit tip. The All-Star promo Diamonds can be used in a one-time draw from the 20th of April all the way to the 25th of April, and each draw you can use it up to 80 All-Star promo diamonds for discounts.
Ooh, it sounds like a pretty good deal to me, and this is a really nice skin. So if you guys are looking to deck out your Hanabi with some of the newest treads, make sure you guys do so. It's not often that you get to use promo diamonds in a skin draw, so you guys better snap up on this opportunity. Just like these players are going to be snapping up on the opportunity to move on into the upper bracket semi-finals here. Homebois and Red Esports, it feels really unfortunate that we have to say goodbye to one of these teams because they've both been showing such incredible performance.
Okay, now, serious talk. To bring it back a little bit here on how Uncle is going to be thinking about as well, is that if you think about it here, it's all about the mental games as well. We've talked about drafts every single time. Best chess masters here. You know, it's all about how they dictate the tempo, how they predict the draft, yada, yada, yada. But have you ever thought about the mental aspect? Because as of now, Homebois, they may be just firing up. Game 1 might be a fluke here. It might be a warm-up game for them. But if you think about Red Esports' perspective, look at how many games they've played. They started their journey in the morning with us. And then they've been playing so many games. And well, we've got, you know, well, we've got very, very cute next future generation Mobile Legends Bang Bang having a little bit of fun as well to lighten up the mood and probably give us some energy for players.
I do like the growth that MPL has been facing. It just reaches out to the next generation as well. But we obviously have to talk about one of the best junglers in our generation here, Chibi. Always a consistent player since his debut, the top of Turtle Mania as we know, and doing pretty good in terms of the lore taken as well, but his kill participation is actually on the lower end of the spectrum because the Homebois are all really chaotic players, and Chibi is actually one of the ones that stands back and lets his teammates do the job.
Yep, they really have to figure out what they need to do here, especially for Homebois. Game 2, they found a solution, they found a sauce, but at the same time, it all came down to Anit being the one to clutch it out of the team. Surpass has been doing fantastically well on the Joy here. First game, he did his best. There's only so much he could have done. You know, too much CCs coming in from Red Esports. Game 2, he did a little bit better, but even then, it's a lot of nail-biting, narrow near-death experience for him. Multiple times was actually clutch it out. So I would say it is very, very highly mechanical coming from him. But when it comes to mechanics, right, eventually the strongest machines will need some sort of servicing or tuning. In this case, is he on top peak performance right now? Because
What's your command?
can he keep up every single time? Because eventually we are humans. We will make some sort of mistakes. Do they want to fall back towards a safety, I would say a safer draft, rather than going on for some very risky compositions?
I feel like if you're gonna propose that question, the same can be said for Red Esports, who, like you already said, are gonna be under the most fatigue out of anyone here today, having now their 6th game on day 1 of the playoffs. Hopefully they'll be able to keep that up here. Homeboys looking to shut down their dreams straight away. A bit of a call out to Daddy Hood in the back as well. Looks like he's going to be responding to the audience here. Always some fun interactions.
Yes, I want to see how this goes as well. But so far, in this series itself, both teams pretty much won their games on the red side. So I like that Red Esports is taking that approach and saying like, hey, you know what? We are going to play on the red side. We are going to respond to you. Let you take the joy. It's okay. We don't really want to deal with it. But I feel like the Arlot was the biggest mistake for Homebois in game number 1. So they are going to put them in that spot. However, Glue, once again, being banned from side Red Esports. Varamis, however, still in the pool from both sides. And I feel like this Farsa gameplay out in Kyym hasn't been working out. And even in today's trend, in all the 3 series here, a Valentina versus Farsa matchup hasn't been favoring the Farsa matchup at all, even though it's got a very, very big win rate during the regular season.
Yeah, we normally assume that Farsa would have a bit more of a lead in the mid lane, especially before level 4, and yet it doesn't seem to be contributing enough here. There's a lot of audience members just reaching out to Daddy Hood right now, making sure, hey, just asking for jerseys. Very nice right there.
Oh boy, it's a very, very tough response, but at the same time, it's understandable that it's hard to make shirts on all sizes, but for him, Daddy will do it, you know, that's why he's the daddy, man. Like, if you've got any problems here in life, if you want to, you know, if you're facing some sort of trouble, you can always call Daddy because Daddy's got your back, right?
Yeah, Daddy's always got our back.
Daddy's
right there.
knows best.
That's why Homeboys has so
But
many
I'm a
fans.
mama's boy, I'm sorry.
Understandable.
I'm just kidding.
But now that Homeboys have banned Arlot and Joy themselves, it seems quite clear to me they want to first pick Valentina. Red Esports are probably aware of this. Is this something that they let through? Do they have some plans of dealing with it? Because it does seem to be a pretty big problem. But if they ban Nat, then 1-1 gets let through. Wow, they're just going to open up the draft entirely.
I guess the 1-1 is something they actually want to actually pick off as well. But no, they let go the 1-1 and they will bring in the Valentina as a priority for Homeboys, knowing that regardless of whatever mage that Kyym decides to play, he is going to be looking for a mirror matchup. So this is going to be a problem, considering that if you think about it, we have seen Kyym kind of play a Valentina to take advantage of this Joy ultimate beats, right? So I guess in this perspective, having this Valentina get the beat on is going to give him a little bit more. But we haven't really seen it coming from Warlord in the previous games because of the fact that the value with the Farsa is a little bit better in game number 2. This puts Red Esports in a very difficult situation. Do they still want to play the Joy for NQT? He's played.
Joy is banned.
And, oh, sorry. Joy. Okay, wait, never mind. Joy is pretty much banned.
I was wondering what you were talking about.
Oh, yeah, I was
You got too used to Joy getting let through the draft.
I know,
it's not
right?
common. It's already rewired our brains.
My bad. Whoopsie.
But Red Esports, since they opened up the draft, they don't get Valentina, so they'll get the 1-1. Now, this is still a very strong hero, but we've already seen a lot of teams have ways of handling it, so that's going to be a lot of pressure onto MelQT.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a Yve composition. I feel like Yve is a little bit easier to play with compared to Farsa. Yes, you are going to lose out in terms of initial burst, but he provides you a lot more mobility than Nio. But as soon as I say it, Grok and Cloud not exactly affected too much from the rotation. So I gotta take it back now. But question remains here is Homeboys. Who are they gonna play for Chibi? Seems like Mortis is gonna be the go-to here, as well as the Lance tank slot. So I wouldn't be surprised that Red Esports actually bans it off. But that's the thing. If they do that, Hellcurt is gonna be slid off as well, because as of yet, Hellcurt is something that I think they might be using it as a pocket strategy for Homeboys. Not so much for Red Esports because of the fact that Fredrin has been picked off, but they can still put this Fredrin in the XP lane.
This would ordinarily be a good chance for the Lolita, but since the Numenon Blast would get stolen away, seems like it's safer to not grab it. I think Farsa is still probably the safest choice of going up against the Valentina, because stealing away Fettered Airstrike doesn't apply as much impact as compared to something like the real world manipulation.
Okay. Did not expect that at all, but you know, considering how Kyym was struggling in game number 2, I'm really surprised they're banging on the same exact compositions once again. But with that being said, now coming into the bans here, Red Esports, they have to cover up their edges because of the fact that, hey, do we ban the Mortis? Definitely, 100%. but do we double ban on the landslide as well? Because that is something that Homebois is just able to utilize it here, especially for a tank slot, right? Farsa can't necessarily do too much against the situation. Really still very surprised that Kyym still picked the Farsa in towards despite having a Grok coming from Homebois. So I guess the idea here is that they want to burst down the Grok as quickly as they can. Perhaps.
I feel like Red Esports does still have to reserve a ban for the Hellcat, unfortunately. It's just a bit too much of a pocket pick that could bite them in the butt. Especially when they have a hero like the Farsa that needs vision. Homebois is fully comfortable with banning out the Franco once again, making sure that the Grok cannot get suppressed, so Barbosa gonna be able to comfortably open up the map. And we have to remember, this can still go in the hands of surpass as well.
Yeah, do they ban the Minstar though? That's the thing, Minstar completely ignored by both teams so far. And based on what I'm seeing here, Homebois getting Minstar isn't too bad, but it's still in the gray area where it's uncharted territories for some of these teams, especially for Homebois and Red Esports. We haven't seen too much of that being played for them, even for the Franco as well. So I guess for the Franco ban coming from Homebois, it's going to be showing towards Mal, but there is still a Kufra, obviously a safety choice coming for him. He's been doing really well. But I like this ban coming from Homebois. Wait a minute. Hold up. I thought it was Homebois banning of Yu Zhong, but Red Esports, they banned it themselves. Ah, okay. Did not expect that, but the Digi ban comes in. Very strong possibility that Homebois is looking for that Hellcat play.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a good counter against the Fredrin. It counters the Farsa. Even the 1-1 is going to have a hard time pulling off the weakness decks if the Dark Knight Falls is used correctly. I feel like Red Esports may be in a bit of a dire situation right now. What's going to be the best choice for them to lock in here?
This is so risky. Like, I can see this Hellcat coming from Homebois, but if I were in Red Esports' shoes, it's so risky because of the fact that, what do I do with this? Yeah, we've banned the Landslot, we have banned the Mortis. If we give them an Assassin Jungler, does that help me? It feels like it does, but it denies so much vision. So getting this Lolita pretty much playing it as a safety net to ensure that the crossbow tanks is going to be well protected as well. It blocks out a majority of cross damage. But this is going to be a lot of emphasis on Chibi setting up the play if he goes for this Hellcat play on a jungle, unless they go for something else.
I think safer would actually be something like a Kyym.
Oh, let's go, Minsitar jungle.
Oh,
you gotta do it.
They're still hovering on the Akai as well. They may be going Akai Minsitar here.
Okay.
That would be really scary.
Okay, Akai.
Counters Fredrin, counters Farsa, counters Lolita. Just a really good pick overall. They're not gonna go for the Hellcat.
No, really?
Guitar.
Okay.
We're gonna get locked in.
Let's go.
The counter
let's
and
go.
the 1-1.
I like this. Minsitar XP lane. Best way to deal with all this mobility coming from 1-1. Instantly drops a King's Calling. Absolutely nothing the 1-1 can do. Can't even get out.
You know the value of the Minstar here actually is not just the fact that it might go EXP, it can still be flexed. They can still switch the Grok and Minstar around,
so
depending on what Ren QT picks in the end. And while Lolita is usually a good counter to Franco hooks, I don't think it works against Minstar because the hook comes from behind.
And yeah, it actually pierces through as well. It's interesting. Everyone gets pulled back lines as well. It's not just the first year. I'm not exactly sure how the integration works, but I agree where you're coming from. But now, final pick comes in. It is going to be the Hayabusa. And like I said, XP Fredrin coming in. And we are going to see a Hayabusa for a second time here for today.
Wow. We are starting to see a little bit of adaptation from both these teams right here. Homebois has so much utility, so much crowd control, but Red Esports has a lot of mobility options right there. It's all up to how well they can outplay the members of the Homebois, while the Homebois just want to run him down.
Boy, oh boy. Look at the predictions coming in as well. Homebois, 56% early game win rate, 50.2 in the ultra later stage of the game. However, when it comes to utility, Red Esports will have a little bit more advantage because of the fact that they have so much mobility across map plays and also split push potential. This might be a game for Red Esports if they are able to dance around the shoulders of Homebois, whereas Homebois, they're looking for that big catch.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the final game of the MPL MY Season 11 Playoffs Day 1. Homebois versus Red Esports in the upper bracket quarterfinals. Winner takes all and moves on to day number 2.
Oh, the energy here for the playoffs here in Stadium Jora. It is amazing, and I'm of course hoping to see some of you guys coming down in this near few days. And guess what? If you guys want to take a picture with English casters, you can always DM us on our social medias, please and thank you. But at the same time, let us continue with this choice as well. And you guys at home, if you guys think that you guys know better than us, vote, scan this QR code, vote for your choice of the MVP, and you guys decide who will be the MVP of this series by the end of this series.
I'm liking what surpass doing right here, just aggroing the EXP lane minion outside of tower range so that the next wave will collide closer to him and make sure that RenQT cannot get easy pokes out. Minzatar is a bit weak before level 3, but he does get a hook. RenQT gonna take some tower shots, but he's fine.
This is going to be a problem, right? Like, we've seen tank junglers kind of prioritize on Molten Essence, etc. But if you go for a Molten Essence and you get hooked by a turret, they pretty much just guarantees tower aggro immediately on the guy with the Molten Essence. So it's understandable why Red Esports doesn't go for a tank jungler and decides to go for a Hayabusa, which gives you a little bit more probability in split pushing. But the question here is, can they get the right target? Because as of now, Anip, instantly, as I talk about this.
Ogi Shadow kill, comboing together with MLQT, but not quite enough damage yet. They'll force a nip back a little bit, but not enough to actually force the recall. So, unfortunately, not a lot of results.
Yep. And now, when it comes to this play as well, Chibi, once again, the Turtle Mania Ranker top 1 does have the heavy spin as well. And that's going to be an easy steal coming from Chibi.
Yep, even the feather airstrike used by Kyym right there, not gonna achieve anything. Homebois doing a good job of controlling the early game and delaying Red Esports' potential aggression. Barbosa now even scouting out the jungle to make sure that the rest of his team can rotate safely.
You know, I like this adaptation coming from Red Esports, right? They know for a fact that Fredrin matchup against Akai isn't necessarily the greatest, especially for turtle contention. They just completely forget it as well, and knowing that Amal is going to be able to contribute a little bit more in other sectors of the fight. So it feels like Red Esports is intentionally giving away all this jungle control because of the fact of this setup. But now,
on 2 members, RenQT comes from the back, but Heavy Spin gonna pin him inside the purple buff pit, and Sampan secures the first blood. I have no idea who got the purple buff, but Kyym going to get one in return and pick off Barbosa on the side of Homebois.
This is a big problem for Red Esports. Like, Fredrin is going to be get caught over King's Calling. Hayabusa won't be able to take advantage of those Shadow Clones if he gets caught on King's Calling as well. And this is an opportunity for Homebois. They have to play around Sabat, but as soon as they say this, Anip, he is going to look for a kill on top.
Maul just makes a mistake there, and Anip just backs off like nothing ever happened. I don't know what the plan there was, but that's a big mistake.
Yeah, Red Esports, they might be fumbling a little bit more here. This draft is going to be extremely difficult to pull off as Homebois. They've got so much invade potential. And look at this, the confidence coming from Chibi and Barbosa, looking to set up plays after plays. And MLQT doesn't have a second Purify. He's got his innate ability available, but he's opting to go for Inspire. That means Homebois has so much more room to actually try and punish the back lines. In this case, look at all this zone control. There's nothing this Hayabusa can do. And Amal is level 6 right now, as compared to Chibi's also level 6. But at the same time, they're all the way in towards Red Esports' resources right now.
They know they can just threaten Red Esports directly. Not enough pressure here, Chibi. He'll be able to steal this. Amal can't even get anywhere near. RenQT gonna look for the cutoff. They find out Barbosa, but he's just able to charge up and walk away. Homebois right now not being punished at all.
Yeah, they're grouping up as 5 as well, which is kind of surprising. But while this is actually happening, Sapat also rotating in. So this is actually not what Red Esports is looking forward to as well, because once Sapat is in the fight, things are going to get south.
Warlord steals the Feathered Airstrike. They're looking to steal the purple buff again. Heavy Spin zones out Kyym and Amal. Feathered Airstrike comes out. Not sure who got the purple buff once again. RenQT stuck inside the King's Calling. Numan on blast. Not gonna connect as Barbosa comes in with a wall charge and stops it. In the meantime, RenQT is picked up, unable to do anything.
Oh, RenQT, he did his best to buy time. But you can see the angles that Red Esports is committing in this fight. They cannot dive into the King's Calling. It's just suicidal to do so. And because of this, Homebois is just taking so much advantage about this. And MLQT, he gets the crossbow tanks.
Yep, he's gonna charge him down, but 1-1 at this stage of the game really doesn't do all that much. Anib actually winning out here in terms of levels as well. Homebois with a 1.7 net worth lead already 5 minutes in.
Oh boy. This is not looking good for Red Esports right now, and even gold ranking here, Anip just topping the charts. MelQT is trying his best to get some sort of farm, but eventually it comes down to whether or not MelQT is able to get this big wombo combos all set up for the team. And currently, Red Esports, they need to find one combo that works in their favor. And in this case, Kyym needs to set up a very, very big feathered airstrike to punish Homebois. And it seems like it's going to be very difficult to do so. And look at this, Homebois come again with the confidence coming in to invade the jungles once again.
It's gotten to the point where Amal is just not gonna bother trying to compete for it here and try to go for the split push. JB comes in, heavy spin, pins MelQT against the wall. They steal the orange, they steal the life of the Red Esports gold laner and make out like bandits.
Not looking good for Red Esports, but Tick kicking in now. The gate's calling as well.
It's calling into the wall charge. Into feathered airstrike means RenQT is dead. Sabat nearly dying as well to Kyym, but he's able to regen up to avoid getting burnt down by the magic worship. Homebois just coming out on top in every exchange.
Pure dissection coming in from Homebois. They're cutting all the resources coming in from Amal. 6 minutes in the game, Amal has no choice but to concede jungle control and try to go for a split push. He was able to get a trade off a tier 1 down bottom, but it's still not going to be enough, especially when the penalty is still in effect on towards Amal as a jungler.
This is looking really bad right now. Homebois a 3k gold lead. We know that Homebois were already in the lead in the previous game, but Red Esports still had a foothold at that point. And right now, even MelQT is not able to farm here. Homebois just threatening Red Esports, invading their jungle, taking apart their defenses. RenQT can do nothing.
Yeah, the feathered airstrike as well being expended means that Homebois is in the clear for this next contestation. Oh wait, it's actually going to be the stolen one from Warlord. So Red Esports, they're really struggling to actually push up the lane. I like how Amon is just playing very, very safely, but look at how much information that Homebois is getting in all these trade-offs, right? And there's nothing Red Esports can actually do about this, but RenQT is going to get a first on.
Yep, doing a lot of damage here, taking a lot as well. Anif jumps in, placing duet, nearly taking out Kyym. Heavy spin, pinning Maul. Anif finishes Kyym off. Sabat with the killing spree. MelQT, what are you doing? Double kill for Anif. Red Esports is getting taken apart at the seams.
Homebois just completely out-drafting them. Coach Dale definitely did a number of them, figuring out why Minstar is so broken. In the right hands, it will be detrimental. Tenacity being picked up from the side of Surpass to try to get a little bit more sustainabilities. But once again, the jungle's getting invaded once again. Nothing Red Esports can do about this.
I don't know when's the last time Amal was able to get a buff for himself. He's currently 3 levels behind Chibi. Anip 3 levels up on MelQT as well. Homebois are not just in full control here, they own this game. This belongs to them, Red Esports. Their chances of moving on dwindling with every passing second.
Yep, they're looking to break the curse, and it might actually happen here. With the tier 2s also falling off, so much more map control being denied. Amal so afraid to push out the lane on top side to make a play, and because of this, they are completely boxed into their base. No room, no food, no resources to push out, and MelQT even eating a rock is going to be very, very hard to eat on right now.
Like, what is the play right now for Red Esports? What can they even do? There is no chance of engagement. Miles Numenon Blast not going to be enough to take down all of Homebois. RenQT is at the point where he just gets melted. I do not see a path back for Red Esports here.
Oh, they need to find a way to punish Surpass. Surpass is the person that will completely destroy their composition. But 9 minutes in the game, Surpass has a very early immortality as well. That pretty much means that every single time the fight happens, the King's Calling is guaranteed. The hooks are guaranteed to mess up the positions of Red Esports. And now, with Amal finally getting a little bit more space to split push, guess what? Gets intercepted.
I think what we're seeing here is the mental and physical strain on Red Esports finally taking its toll. 6 long and arduous matches today against really worthy opponents, and Homebois have already gained momentum off of their victory in game number 2. Red Esports may not be ready to come back from this.
Now, let's take a look at the items as well. Mincetar going for an early Corrosion Scythe into its Immortality. That means he is going to be kamikazing into its all this team fights. He goes in, gets the job done. As long as the King's Calling is proccing, Red Esports won't be able to do anything about this. But on the contrary as well, we have to take a look at what Red QT can do. The only win condition from Red Esports is that Red QT drops his health low enough for a Appraisal's Wrath to turn things around, but here comes the hook.
Spear of Glory pulls him into King's Calling, and Mal is gone. Mega kill for Sabat. Barbosa charging in. Kyym with a feathered airstrike, zoning out the Homebois, but the mid inhibitor is dropping real low. Are they gonna find one more? Spear of Glory forcing Ren QT. The flicker back to safety. Homebois pushing into the base with a 10k net worth difference. 11 minutes in.
The spear from Sabat. Just a little bit too difficult, and another spear!
Pulls him back. He's able to dash back into the embrace of his team. But look, they're just sinking the waves right now. Warlord escorting the top lane. They're looking for another inhibitor. Red Esports, do they have the tools to defend this?
Oh no.
QT going for the taunt. The inhibitor has fallen.
Oh no.
And QT is dropping real low, able to dash away. Feathered airstrike cancelled out, but bought enough time for the Brethren to get out safely. Numana blast from the back line. Amal jumps in, gets the kill onto Warlord, but Anim gonna follow up with the mega kill onto Kyym in return. As Barbosa is able to flicker to safety, and Amal is picked off with an unstoppable streak for Sabat. Homebois are pushing in 4v3. Red Esports trying their best to defend against this. Rank QT gonna be focused down, doing a lot of damage with the Appraiser's Wrath. Anip though still alive. Homebois will actually be chased out of the base as Red Esports will keep themselves alive for now.
Oh boy, they finally found a little bit of a room to work with. With that being said, Red Esports hangs on the balance of the tightrope, almost falling off the cliff. They needed more kills. They are able to find one, but they needed more up on MLQT. And currently, damage ranking wise, Homebois is just so confident knowing that Anip is going to be completely destroying Red Esports in all these compositions. And even with the Appraiser's Wrath from Red QT, you can see Homebois, they're very aware on what the win condition for Red Esports is. Pull into a trap, one-shot them. Not gonna give it to them. That's Homebois. Still very disciplined in the plays, but now, with that being said, here comes the spear.
They catch out Rank QT.
Oh no!
Look at Anip's damage. Better airstrike comes out, allowing Rank QT to walk away safely. But that means they don't have it to contest the Lord. GB secures it easily for free. No inhibitors for Red Esports. This could be the end.
It has been a long journey for Red Esports here in day one of the playoffs. With the Lord going to be spawning very, very soon. As soon as I say it, it is going to come down. This might be the last final moments of Red Esports unless they pull the biggest play of their lives to keep their lives alive, because Red QT and Mil QT, the QT combo, is got to do something about this, because as of yet, Homebois, they're knocking into the crystal.
Spear of Glory gonna be purified away as the multiple ultimates just charge right in and take over Red Esports. Rank QT putting up a valiant defense. Amal coming in, doing a lot of damage. Mel QT with the crossbow of Tang, but they're not able to pick off any of the members of the Homebois.
Lord.
They're walking back, they're resetting. The Lord is colliding with the crystal, but Homebois cannot quite get on top of it just yet, but Mel QT is finally picked up. Amal and Rank QT still alive, but the crystal is still exposed. The Lord is still on top of it. Barbosa and Warlord doing their best. They get the shutdown, but it doesn't matter. The Homebois have claimed the reverse sweep and ended the journey of Red Esports in the MPL MY Season 11 Playoffs.
Homebois here to break the curse. Breaking the regular season curse. Now in the playoffs, extending their lives momentarily, denying the hopes and dreams of Red Esports of making their journey back. GG, well played to both Homebois and Red Esports. They tried their best, but their journey will end for Red Esports.
There is nothing but respect for both of these teams right now here in the playoff stage. Red Esports put up a valiant defense all the way up until the very end. We didn't know how it would go despite the lead. And the Homeboys showing us why they are an unstoppable force with a resounding victory and a reverse sweep. Let's throw it over to the stage with the interview for the Homeboys.
Dengan lagi satu perlawanan yang berakhir dengan markah 2-1. Homebois menentang dengan Red Esports di mana pemenang adalah Homebois. Tapi sebelum tu, again dekat atas pentas kita ada Red Esports. Semua boleh ke depan dan saya sendiri dekat sini atas pentas boleh rasa macam-macam emotion yang ada daripada team Red Esports sebab mereka bermain total 6 game hari ini. Sememangnya game yang sangat-sangat penat. Jadi dekat sini juga kita nak memberi moment kepada Red Esports. Aaron as abang besar juga untuk team Red, you dah lama dekat dalam team ni. Performance have been so good untuk season ni. Benau ada tak apa-apa nak cakap kepada Red Esports?
Okay. So kalau kita orang kalah sebabkan kita orang penat tu, saya deny benda tu sebab bagi saya tu bukan alasan lah. So hari ni Homebois adalah tim yang lagi baik pada kita orang dan kita orang terima benda tu. Tapi semangat kita orang masih tak kalah. So saya harap mana-mana tim yang dapat pergi MSC dapat buat yang terbaik, insyaAllah. Thank you.
Berikan tepukan guys, beri tepukan.
Alright guys, a round of applause for Red Esports.
And with this, Red Esports, this is the final bow untuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-11 in 3, 2, 1, bow. Again, a round of applause for Red Esports.
Thank you so much. We will see you in the next season. And now, our winning team, Homebois. Alright, hello.
First question sebenarnya, I nak tanya pada Anip. Anip, pegang mic dekat sini. Game kedua, okay? English, you want in English? Alright.
Alright.
Anip, you understand English, right? Alright, Dale requested to speak in English. In the whole series, it was a very intense match. Game number 2, you guys were leading.
Yes.
And then Red Esports looks like they could come back. But then you split push. How was the situation in game number 2? You can speak English.
I cannot lah.
Tak apa, jawab Melayu.
Okay. Kita orang sabar, kita orang disiplin. Lepas tu bila kita orang macam satu bagi kita orang mati, kita orang reset. Lepas tu ada cuban untuk split. Lepas tu boleh split, tak end.
Okay, so I got a little message saying I should translate it for Dale.
Translate in Tagalog.
Tagalog terus?
Cakap Tagalog.
Okay, so sekali lagi. Kurang. Okay, so sabi niya na how they won that second game is because nag-discipline sila and then inisip lang nila kung anong gagawin nila. And then afterwards, nag-try lang siya ng luck niya. You tried your luck, kan? Chuba tried test.
Faham di?
Faham di? Daddy faham.
Daddy pun faham. Jadi kat sini pun, Di, kita akan bagi mic kepada Daddy Hood. Di. Even dekat FB pun. You want to speak English? Okay, tak apa. Nanti you translate.
Yeah,
dekat FB pun.
Cakap Tagalog.
Cakap Tagalog.
Oh, dia
Mabuhay. Okay. Dekat Facebook page pun, ramai orang cakap, ni regular season je. Regular season je kuat. Naik playoff, akan terjedut. Dekat dalam game ni pun, nampak close. Tapi akhirnya, Homebois tetap menang. Jadi season ni, Di, masih takut-takut tak curse tu?
Kita dah break the curse.
Dah break the curse,
We gonna break the code.
Oh, wow!
That's why. So
okay.
kita akan break the kejuaraan lah.
Alright, so Dale, sabi ni Lafel, I'm pretty sure you know about Homebois curse. Top 5. Regulars perform playoffs na chido, which means choke. Okay? And then Daddy said, na-break niyo na yung curse. Do you agree? Faham. Oh.
He said faham. He said
Faham.
understand.
Okay, so with that, korang rasa siapa MVP? Sebab audience kat rumah dah pilih dah. Tapi Stadium Juara, who's your MVP?
Flame Boys lah. Flame Boys MVP. Flame Boys.
Alright guys.
Flame Boys MVP.
Count.
Okay, ready Kita akan tunjuk MVP.
Vince MVP.
Vince MVP.
Wow.
In 3, 2, 1.
Oh my God, Anip punya mental lemah.
Dek, Nip, dah jadi MVP ni, rasa macam orang lagi sayang tak?
Sayang. Jadi naik gaji.
Naik gaji!
Jadi naik gaji. Oi, bestnya.
Kasut baru.
Oh, kasut baru pun. Semua player nak jadi MVP next game.
Nip, sekarang ni dah MVP, ada rasa risau tak untuk next game? Anik pula yang akan dikejar, akan ditarget?
Bagi saya tak ada apa-apa, cuma fokus untuk menang je lah.
Jap, next game Homebois is lawan SMG kan? A team that always wins. Lawan Sasa pula. Oh, Daddy ada last word. Boleh.
Boleh. Last word boleh, kita pun nak balik.
Kalau
Alright.
untuk SMG.
Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, saya nak ucapkan terima kasih banyak-banyak kepada tulang belakang kita, Flame Boys. Diorang buat yang terbaik selain daripada Flame Boys, fans-fans. Kawan-kawan kita di RED juga, RED bagi kita permainan yang sangat hebat. And untuk Abang Lot juga, bang, baju hijau sama bang jangan lupa sokong Homebois Alright, so kepada semua caster and all the team MPL, terima kasih banyak-banyak kerana sudi support kita orang. Kita ada hari esok. Kalau tak selalu first day dah balik. So esok ada. Kita boleh buat sale esok, right? Alright, dah tu je lah Man.
Jap. Daddy nak cakap apa dekat SMG?
Oh okay, untuk SMG tak pernah kalah kan? Homebois pernah rasa benda tu, tak pernah kalah. Alright. Homebois pernah rasa benda tu tak pernah kalah. Kalah dengan Todak, kalah dengan RSG, bye-bye. Tu Homebois. Tapi SMG, beware watch out.
Wow, watch out. Okay, it's now time to invite the lucky fan up on stage. Dah ada pilih dah. Okay, mana lucky fan kita? Mana lucky fan kita?
Lucky fans boleh naik. Siapa?
Lucky fan boleh naik.
Yang sudah dipilih,
Yang sudah dipilih tadi.
Ya, lucky tu nama dia ke, jantina ke?
Siapa lucky fans? Oh, okay, ni lucky fans.
Oh, okay. Hello. Okay, here.
Alright.
Beside me.
Ni baju baru kau Pandai dapat.
Hello. What's your name?
Zikri.
Oh, okay, Zikri. So, Zikri nak cakap apa dekat Homebois?
Untuk Homebois, tahniah sebab menang. Untuk Red Esports, tak apa, cuba try lagi. Boleh. Itu je.
Itu je?
Saya untuk Anip, saya nak kata teruskan main split push. Boleh sampai final, boleh.
Daddy pernah
Untuk Ibu Shibi juga yang sudi datang daripada all the way from Terengganu. Terima kasih makcik, support anak makcik. Anak makcik sangat power je. Saya sampai tak tahu nak buang dia macam mana. Dah tak boleh buang lah. Memang power.
Alright, thank you so much.
Alright.
I nak bagi diorang peluang untuk ambil gambar. Alright everybody, dan kalau korang nak saksikan game-game yang macam ni, example 2-1, jom datang ke Stadium Juara. No more scanning the QR code because Abang Lafel, you're blacking my camera. No more scanning the QR code because sitting is free. Ada 1,000 lebih tempat untuk duduk. So jom datang ke Stadium Juara. Thank you so much and congratulations once again to Homebois. We will see you tomorrow. I can't believe I'm saying that, Lafel.
Sambil kita dengar diorang nyanyi lagu raya, Rose, I still tak percaya kita hari ni full 2-1.
Itulah tu, full 2-1. I pun tak boleh percaya esok.
Dengan ni lah. Sambil diorang nyanyi, mainlah kita dengar mic check untuk Homebois.
Let's go, man.
Let's go, Captain Barbosa.
Si cantik. Rose, your girlfriend. No. You making issue
Pokok satu lagi, Abi. Dia di merah, Bi. Bisa birunya, guys.
Okay, parsalti. Back. Dah dapat, ingat.
Dah.
Boleh tunjuk.
Baik, Nip.
Nice. Aku dapat. Nice.
Aman ya, aku aman. Lolitan ulti. Batasnya Nip ya. Ada banyak wave flip.
Atas. Aku loli, aku sel.
One. Apa ya?
Mati. Nice. Tahu. Kita boleh. Bar, tembok untuk Lolita aja ya, Bar.
Okey. Balik ya. Balik. Orang mati. Orang mati. Bye. Oi. Santai.
Leave it to the Homebois to once again make an impact and bring the house down here at Stadium Juara as we close out the first day of the Season 11 Playoffs.
Finally breaking the curse. Homebois finally not out on the first day after so many seasons. Daddy, very, very happy that this has happened. But now, let's talk about the highlights here. Failure to close the series after their first win. Red need to accept their defeat and end their playoff journey here. And I agree. And truth be told, Ren QT, he talked about it as well. If you're talking about fatigue, it's not an excuse. It's just they're weaker. They've got to come back stronger. And in this case, Homebois played it really, really well.
My heart does go out to Red Esports though, because they came so close. They had a resounding first game victory. In game 2, they made such a massive comeback only to get taken down by a split push strategy. And by then, even though you could tell that their mental was shot, their physical was shot, they still put up such a strong defense against the Homebois, who were dumpstering them throughout the game. Gotta give praises to them, but today the winner is going to be the Homebois. Excited to see if they can keep on maintaining their performance here.
Based on this draft as well, you can see Red Esports has pretty much stuck in the situation where they pretty much kind of tunneled themselves, knowing for the fact that the moment the Mincetar was picked from inside the Homebois, there was absolutely nothing Red Esports can do. 1-1. Getting caught by King's Glory? Dead. Farsa? Dead. Lolita? Dead. Hayabusa? Dead. Fredrin? Dead. All these are high mobility heroes where the moment you get caught in by Surpass, there's one way in, no way out. And that was a problem that Red Esports kind of intercept and faced off, and there was a particular reason why they banned off Mincetar almost every single game. And for this one game, this one series against Homebois did not pick it at all for 2 games. And guess what? Finally, guess what? Just because you disrespected the Mincetar doesn't mean they would not deliver this, and it actually worked out in their favor.
Yeah, Dale is some kind of mad genius there as the coach for the Homebois, being able to manipulate the draft again. I feel like the Valentina needed to be respected this game, but well, that's how the cookie crumbles here, and Anip definitely showing off here. Probably one of his best performances throughout the entire season. 906 GPM. You really don't see players break the 900 limit these days.
Yep, it is indeed a history in the making here for MPL MY, and Anip is trying to break the code, break the number, as Daddy called it as well. And I'm extremely excited to see what Homebois will be bringing to the table. One of the very few teams that we are expecting to potentially take this season's championship title. One step closer, but still, can they make it all the way? The fans very, very supportive, but still a very, very long journey because their opponents tomorrow, SMG, the undefeated team thus far in the regular season.
It's probably gonna be their biggest step on the journey here to see if they can overcome the undefeated team in the regular season. But well, I'm excited to find out what happens because that's coming tomorrow. For now, let's throw it back over to our hosts on stage.
And selamat kembali to the MPL Open House. Anda bersama lagi dengan saya, Rose, Lafel yang block saya tadi, Abang Lord dan juga Rain.
Awak simpan dendam ke macam mana?
Ya, personal dah.
Tak apalah, kita sebenarnya benda personal it's okay. Sebab kita dekat open house ni, kita nak cakap apa-apa yang kita nak cakap. Now, Red tadi, mereka punya draft, it's very weird. Rain, you punya opinion as a coach, just a few words.
Pada pendapat saya, gameplay dorang, decision dorang untuk main assassin tu sebenarnya a bit risky. Since dorang tahu yang nak contest any objective susah. And Homebois take advantage. Diorang main Akai, diorang pergi rusuh. So menyebabkan tim diorang tak dapat farm.
Yeah.
Plus saya nak persoalkan sedikit dari segi pick Farsa pick.
Yes.
Sebab dia betul-betul tak boleh main game tu in terms of nak keluarkan damage ulti dia sebab terlalu banyak yang boleh cancel dia. So maybe a better pick would be Yif mungkin. Overall good game for both team.
Dengan ni kita akan sambung kita punya discussion. Kita akan tengok MVP of the match. Kita dah nampak tadi which is Anip. Dan abang nak sendiri dengar, even fans pun sendiri cakap split push je lah. Sampai champion pun split push je lah.
Split push je all the way.
Jadi abang rasa macam
negara lain boleh buat kan?
Negara lain boleh buat. Kita boleh buat. Jadi macam kenapa nak halang split push ni abang?
Tak, dia bukan masalah nak halang. Sebab dia tahu boleh ambil advantage on Red yang map kecil sangat untuk ambil Red.
Diorang tak besarkan tadi.
Ya.
Kena pergi setting.
So kalau dengan tim lain belum tentu dia boleh buat.
Betul juga.
Belum tentu dia boleh buat. Dia lepas ni lawan SMG. So belum tentu sebab SMG cukup kot map besar tu.
Betul.
Kita sebab tak ada orang team yang try split SMG lagi. So kita tak tahu lagi kalau map diorang cukup besar ke tak.
Saya rasa macam ada pernah tapi gagal. Serius gagal. Saya rasa macam ada pernah satu. Saya pun tengah lupa sekarang ni team mana. Tapi memang tak menjadi.
Okay, kita nak tengok kalau SMG punya map besar ke tak atau cukup ke tak untuk halang Anip split push.
Sekarang kita akan tengok highlight yang dibawakan khas oleh Garnier Man. Di mana dekat dalam game ni, again, Homebois, it's boleh dikatakan one-sided. Dan dekat dalam game ni, kita boleh point dekat a few things. Number one, dah tunjuk clock awal. Lepas tu baru ambil Farsa, di mana kita pun nampak beberapa kali, tak boleh nak lakukan apa-apa. Lepas tu Hayabusa lawan dengan Minsita rasa macam
I feel like it was
Bilo pun tak berani.
Exactly. I memang rasa personally, even for me who's not even an analyst or a coach, I personally rasa that Red's draft tadi was a little bit too, I don't know, it's just counted in every way possible. Tapi betul ke tak?
Tak, kalau kita sebagai viewer, penonton pun kalau boleh rasakan macam tu, saya rasa ramai di luar sana, di rumah pun mungkin bersependapat dengan kita. At this stage, saya rasa pemilihan Hayabusa tu tak sesuai sebab Minsita dah ditunjuk.
Yes.
Dah ditunjuk. And then Akai.
Betul.
Dia ada Grok.
Boleh cancel Farsas all.
Boleh cancel Farsa. So there's another kekecewaan juga kepada Reds punya fans. And ini juga agak risk juga untuk kita sebab coach kita ni SEA Games punya coach.
Oh yeah, that's true. Untuk female punya
SEA Games punya coach.
Betul.
So we harap ni benda-benda ni tak berlaku lah.
Oh, that's tough. Yeah.
Saya ni risau lah. Okay, kita sambung perbualan tu. Kita tengok dulu playoff bracket dekat sini di mana Red Esports actually did quite well.
Yes.
Nampak peluang mereka untuk pergi ke upper bracket semi-final sebenarnya agak tinggi. Tapi macam mana kita nampak, Homebois akhirnya menang. Dan Zorn, kalau tengah tengok sekarang
Yes, Zorn's prediction is still 100% tau untuk hari ni. Adakah Red Giants akan menang lawan Lunatix esok? Oh my god.
Dengan ini, saya nak cakap lepas ni jangan tanya caster.
Ah.
Jangan tanya host prediction. Tanya Zon je.
Tanya Zon, nak beli apa ke, nak buat apa ke, tanya Zon. I rasa his prediction is quite right. So esok kita akan saksikan Red Giants Esports yang akan melawan Lunatix at 10:30 AM. Lepas tu kita akan saksikan upper bracket semi-finals. SMG versus Homebois at 3 PM. And of course, Toda lawan pasukan yang menang RSG atau Lunatix at 6 PM. So,
Yeah, winner of Ubekuf nombor 2. Betul.
Ya, betul.
Ya, Abang Lot.
Saya rasa Zorn's prediction tu will be correct until tomorrow's game, RG Lunatix. Lepas tu semua dah ke laut dah dia punya.
Wow.
No, tak boleh ambil dah.
Boleh ambil dah.
Zon, dengar anda telah dicabar. Kalau betul juga Zon punya prediction tu, tengok siapa drum.
Siapa main drum tu?
Dia dengan nama Zon. Tak nak.
Yes, betul.
Tak suka. Okay, SEA Games ni, kenapa macam ada curse? Mana-mana yang involve kat SEA Games, dia tak akan menjadi. Rin, awak pun terlibat juga.
Saya terlibat juga.
Awak rasa takut tak?
Saya tak rasa takut.
Pernah ada tak kebelakangan ni, ada benda yang tak kena?
Untuk preparation tim perempuan, so far tak ada masalah.
Untuk tim sendiri?
Untuk tim sendiri pun tak ada masalah.
Oh, wow.
Buat sekarang ni dia selamat. Kita doakan yang terbaik.
Hopefully it continues lah kan. Kalau tak,
sekarang dia macam bila dah pilih benda yang bagus tapi
bukan Chibi dalam
kita masih ada lagi Chibi.
Chibi dalam
kita
SEA
ada
Games.
Ciku. Kita ada
Momo.
Zon.
SMG tak ada. Itu je the final standing one.
Yang lain dah terkeluar.
Yang lain dah jatuh. So can Chibi, Chiku, Momo, Zorn break the SEA Games curse like how Homebois broke their curse today? We will find out tomorrow.
Betul. Saya pun agak excited juga nak tengok battle antara Zon lawan dengan Nova esok. As well as Jowem menentang SYF.
Oh.
Itu akan jadi game yang berkualiti.
Can the Filipino flavor win against the Malaysian flavor? Okay, and with that, mari kita tengok MPL prediction winner kita. Lafel, read their names out this time around.
Sebenarnya bila saya fikir, saya macam takut nak cakap apa. Tapi sekarang ni, pemenangnya adalah Muhammad Najmi, Muhammad Amirullah.
Mika.
It could be Mika, it could be Micah Ramos.
Filipino, bro.
Ahmad Istiak dan juga Jasim. Congratulations kepada semua orang yang menang. Anda akan jadi lebih happy daripada beberapa orang yang...
Congratulations and enjoy your gift.
Sorry lah, tapi sekarang kan, disebabkan betul banyak sikit ni, saya rasa saya pula takut nak cakap.
Betul, dia macam ada trauma sikit. Phobia, trauma pun boleh.
Saya lapel phobia. Dia bukan Chris phobia. Chris phobia pun tak dapat main. Tapi ni, kepada semua orang yang tengah tengok, you guys boleh scan QR code dekat situ untuk bagi tahu macam mana kita nak improve next season. Adakah nak caster pakai baju Melayu tiap-tiap hari? Adakah uniform tu dah terlampau bosan? Adakah nak season lagi lama? Adakah rasa macam apa-apalah?
banyak lagi gift ke apa benda, apa ni, giveaway, more performances, you guys boleh choose.
Suruh Abang Lot jadi caster, tu pulang.
Mana tahu kan? Yes.
Macam mana sekalipun, dekat sini kita dah sampai penghujungnya. Kita nak ucapkan terima kasih banyak kepada Abang Lord dan juga adik Rain, Coach Rain.
Sama-sama.
You guys have been great. You guys are the first guests untuk playoff ni.
Open house.
And you guys are amazing.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed your inputs.
Before
I enjoyed
that-
your curse.
before
and
that-
the curse not so much.
Alalang dah habis kan? Abang Lord, ada tak kata-kata terakhir nak cakap kepada semua orang yang menonton?
Kata-kata terakhir ya. Keep supporting semua team yang masih lagi competing in this season, okay? And teruskan berhari raya. Makanlah puas-puas. Jangan lupa datang stadium juara Bukit Kiara.
Alright, Rain pula.
Untuk fans-fans, teruskan berikan kritikan kerana kritikan itu saya percaya merupakan sebahagian daripada proses untuk meningkatkan taraf MPL Malaysia setaraf dengan MPL luar lah.
Alright, yes. Hopefully we become one of the most viewed MPLs in the future. Yee, tak sabar. Alright, and with that, thank you so much for watching the first day of MPL Malaysia Playoffs. Nama saya Rose, still bersama dengan Lafel. We will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching. See you guys.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu